Okay, we're going to see if this connects into studio. And we're going to reset the studio, see if we're connecting. Live stream. Okay. Let everybody tell me if you can hear me, because then I'll bring the other guys on. I'll start bringing them on right now. We'll take it from there. And let's get the call going. Okay, so
hello.
All right, so I want everyone to know that we're live streaming right now, and I'm going to try and bring Aristides on. Meanwhile, what we're going to try and relay to everybody is the situation, which, as far as I can hope, is stabilized at this point, technically and otherwise. We're going to press that add button. Peter Moon has gone on mute for whatever reason. I have no idea. And we're going to...
So that I can put the...
Okay.
Get the show on.
Oh, I see. See if it's... Yeah. Certainly, T-Tank Barris is back on. Can hear you. Sammy Romero says, sound loud and clear from Los Angeles. God bless you, Sammy Romero. You have no idea. It's just an endless sea of horrors. The one thing I can recommend to anyone is if you've ever considered producing a show, just don't. There's like... so El Nemo says, can hear you and Pete from Australia. Thank you to our dear friend Nemo Albano. T-Tank Barry says, back on. Goddess bless T-Tank Barry, who slid $100 through the door slot the other day, and of course helped me through the rest of the month. And our dear friend Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother in the belly of the beast, the heart of New York City, sent $50 via PayPal. Certainly is going to be needed. So I guess at this point we can just start catching people up on the nightmare of my existence, and just kind of Peter will help take it from there. But first we're going to see if Peter and Aristides register on the online broadcasting software. So Peter, say hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Does the software hear me?
The software registers you. How about you, Aristides? Say hi.
Hello, and I hope things get better this time.
It went well in the sense that it gave me an opportunity to establish my throne of pillows, so to speak, so I can sit comfortably the rest of the night while waiting to get back online. So for people who are wondering what happened and what's going on, I deleted that micro live stream, the micro stream, because, of course, that is simply going to confuse people, and everybody would go towards the micro stream rather than coming here. By micro stream, I mean the stream that was on for a few moments and then upload it. Now, when it rains, it pours, and obviously I came home not only to a flooding, but I came home to being cut offline. Now, of course, I'm just going to leave it up to Peter to explain this to people he feels are potentially interested parties. If this doesn't demonstrate to them already that I'm under a constant state of siege, I don't know what. There's an endless sea of horrors that constitutes my life, and it's just an extreme level of harassment that comes from, of course, being a public informant, somebody who actually did something that's destructive and counterproductive to the federal interests, as opposed to someone like Julian Assange, who was living fat and happy until basically he overextended himself in his hubris and his arrogance. Understand, just to disambiguate between myself and other so-called whistleblowers before I get back into the immediate problems at hand, and the immediacy in terms of what just happened, in case anybody is unfamiliar enough with the situation that they don't already know, which is that basically we get cut offline all the time. But what happened with the other whistleblowers, say for instance with Edward Snowden and Julian Assange, these are simply agents. They're just double agents and triple agents who are working for interests that are dark and nefarious that I personally dealt with myself. The difference was they were following orders, I was not. And because they are expendable, they ultimately paid the price. These are stupid people, and as Michael Aquino used to say, I use stupid people the way stupid people use guns. Or another term he would use for such individuals is human hand grenades. So these people were expendable and expended. The only sympathetic character among the big three that are well known to the public was, of course, the individual who then became known as Elizabeth. And the funny thing is, I'm trying to remember his name now, Manning, originally Bradley Manning, but had a sex affirmation surgical change to his gender status to be more in line with how she felt herself to be. And she's really the only sympathetic one among them, and she was completely victimized, and she paid heavily, certainly at first, and it took a presidential pardon from Barack Obama to get her out of what was a detention situation that was intended to drive her to suicide. Now, I'm fairly familiar with her case on a bit more personal level than the other two, but the other two I know well enough from the network that I myself was affiliated with. Eric Cradle says, things will go better. Much love, good health. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. I do appreciate your saying that. It is important to get that positive feedback, especially in times like this where just the stress is monumental. People, again, to produce a show like this, when you're cut offline, everything stops. I have to restart the entire computer. And I have this old jalopy that literally takes, a quarter of an hour. It takes a quarter of an hour to get back online. By the time everything's finished, I was able to, of course, set up my environment where I could host comfortably the rest of the night. But it's a hell of a thing to come home to. So again, came home to flooding. I live in a very old building. The building is well over 150 years old. We're talking about something truly ancient. And of course, I've gone into the idiosyncrasies of the environment before. The most important thing to know right now is that every once in a while, because the pipes are so old, we experience flooding. And that's what I came home to. And it was coming out of the bathtub. And it's just... so I had to deal with all of that filth. The pipes are so old that what comes out of them is, of course, it's indescribable. So the place is effectively uninhabitable, and everyone pray that I ultimately relocate. The only thing that keeps me here is rent control and the convenience of the environment, San Francisco. And of course, otherwise, believe me, I would not be here by choice. So a series of circumstances led me to kind of inheriting the place, and now I'm dealing, of course, with all the consequences. So all that being said, that's that. The technical issue was that as soon as I started transmission, we were cut off. Now, just so everyone understands, if anyone thinks that's coincidental or synchronistic, you've got to be out of your mind. There's just nothing, life doesn't work that way. As soon as we got everything established and going, I was cut off the internet. Now, again, I'll leave it to Peter to explain. I can put any corrections into it if I feel the need to. But basically, Peter could explain in a nutshell that across the street from me is a highly suspect power pole that has been there for many years now, and they continually renovate it. It is such a complicated structure and mechanism that when they renovate it, they shut down the entire neighborhood. And I don't mean just the neighborhood. I mean like entire city blocks get taken out in terms of power when they try to renovate and update and mess with that power pole, which, they do periodically. And as our man Aristides, who is with us tonight, can attest, he is a material science engineer, but he knows enough of other aspects of engineering to make some general judgment calls, some observations. And one of the observations he made was a photograph from literally 17 years ago of that power pole. it had a 5G canister on that power pole even then. I mean, well before 5G was even a term in the popular vernacular. So this is something that they've updated with the highest level of technology. It has been, I could go into the technical details of the power pole. It's basically a hollow power pole that was made of metal, camouflaged to look like wood, quite literally. This wood pattern painting and texture to it, even though it was hollow metal, you could knock on it and hear the hollowness and the metallic nature of the structure just by knocking on it. And it was, of course, deeply wired inside. They removed all of that, reset in another power pole recently. But the point is, they have the capacity of just flipping me on and off in terms of my internet, which they do at will. Whatever motivates them to do that, only the powers that be understand what their rationalization is. But obviously, tonight they had it in for me. So again, to come home to the flooding, which is not necessarily impossible to trigger. Somebody could actually trigger that. People might think this goes into high paranoia, but then again, all your advertising is your ignorance of what I've done in life, and exactly the nature of the people that have been harassing me ever since. One aspect that people need to know about is that I am responsible for shutting down the most important military base in this United States. In the American Empire, outside of the Pentagon. It was the Presidio military base, which was the Western Defense Command Center, responsible for all 17 Western states and the Pacific territories that later became states, because the Presidio existed before those territories were even states, Alaska and Hawaii, as well as serving as the gateway to the Orient for all of America's Asian wars, World War II in the Pacific, Korea, and Vietnam, as well as all the Latin American wars on the Pacific coast. So, since I was responsible for shutting that base down, that destroyed a good part of the San Francisco economy, which, if it had not been for Silicon Valley, would never have recovered. It was the San Francisco economy was as dependent on the Presidio military base as Los Angeles is dependent on Hollywood. So, all that having been said, I'm pretty much exhausted. I'll tend to just casually answering some of the questions in chat, acknowledging all these wonderful people there. Kisses to Sheila Gavin. Love you dearly. And I do want people to know another stressor is that, as I said in my last episode, I would have to pay for renewing my Marine Corps life insurance. So the Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance did send a letter on June 11th. I have to pay $350 United States dollars in order to renew my $50,000 Veterans Group life insurance policy, because that's the only proof that I have that I served in the military, since they destroyed all of my other records and fucked with them to such a degree that they then tried to make it look as if I were something worse than someone who hadn't served in the military, as if I were some kind of boot camp dropout or something. The interesting thing about that is that if we were to play with that false narrative, what is so reprehensible about somebody joining the military and failing? If that were the case, then the fact that they even tried to serve, should that not be taken as something positive? But it's promoted as a negative. So what they're obviously telling you is they don't want you to join up at all. And of course, I would recommend quite heartily that you never do. But all of that being said, this is the kind of people that we're dealing with, the worst of the worst. It's the American military junta. Your military-industrial complex is effectively a junta that runs your nation state. Okay, now, all such being said, I do want people to know that I'm already getting some questions, or got some questions apparently while the internet was off, that have kind of, I can actually see now, actually recover and retrieve and review. People asking about the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. So understand that my baseline hair is white. jet white, bleach white, ivory white, I don't know, whatever descriptive you want to use. It is pure white as the driven snow. Has been ever since the night of the quote-unquote broken circle, which again would stretch credulity for people who have no idea of the forces that they're dealing with. So my hair is white, and I'm covering all the bases. Of course, the title of tonight's episode is Pride Month. It is also Jefferson Davis's birthday on the 3rd, which will be tomorrow. We will be transmitting into Jefferson Davis Day. So I'm covering all the bases. And so what my son set up for the photograph was I am wearing the colors, in case you have not guessed, of the Confederate States flag. It's just for the sake of a fashion statement in keeping with the memoriam of the weekend. And it's, we've got all ends of the spectrum covered, from Alternative Lifestyles Pride Month to Jefferson Davis birthday this weekend Eve day. I guess I pissed everybody off, and so they just had to cut me off. Maybe I'm appealing to too wide stream or too far ranging an audience at this point. So the colors of the Confederate flag are also red, white, and blue, but of a very distinct hue, which you will notice is reflected in my clothing. So that's a very dark blue, by the way. It's not a black that you see in the photograph. It does come off as black, but it's not. It's actually a very dark navy blue. So, okay. So all of that being said, we are going to turn this over to Peter in a moment. I think I've explained some things. I'm going to turn it over to Aristides first to kind of go through the usual. I want to welcome Amy Como here. Amy Como sent me some wonderful messages. I do have to respond to them, recover them. Amy, I love you. Happy day. It's going to be Heather Holman's birthday this month, by the way. So I'll have to send her something because she's been so generous with her support. So hopefully no one will allow me to forget Heather Holman. There was a number of other things we were going to bring up with Aristides, but he can bring them up later organically during the opening hours. They're not immediate, they're not urgent or emergent, just trivia, actually. But nevertheless, adding further context to my extraordinarily unconventional lifestyle. And so all of that being said, I think I covered what happened. Oh yeah, just so people know, when I get taken off the internet like that, and I have to delete the few moments of micro time that the live stream experienced before it published, it erases everything in studio. So just so you appreciate the enormity of what happened and what I have to do to produce this program, everything you see in the summary of tonight's live stream, the title, the summary, which you can look at by opening the text, I had to write all of that, enter all of that, data entry by hand, by keyboard, during the minutes that we were reestablishing the program. So all of that was typed like within a period of literally 5 to 7 minutes that you see there. And I take pride in the fact that your average person could never have done that. So just understand that it conforms to exactly 100 letters in the title. And the summary, of course, details further what the title is saying, because many people wouldn't understand what the title is at first glance. They'd have to look at the footnote within the summary to understand that. So, I have to not only delete the old episode, take a risk there, and then I have to reload the entire episode. I have to reload the image that was on the first episode, the first live stream, the first few moments we were on, deletes when I delete that episode. So I have to reload the image. It's everything has to be done, and I'm not the most technically astute person in the world. It's always a minor miracle these transmissions get produced at all. We're basically back up to about 30 people, so we should be back up to a good number of people within moments. At this point, it's a good opportunity to turn this over to Aristides, who will then segue it to Peter Moon, and I'll just be along for the ride. I'm here. I'm definitely here. But I'm just going to be responsive as more of a passive participant until I get my energy back from this assault on the senses and sensibilities on coming home. People don't, oh yeah, just so people understand the horror of what I came home to, it's not just the crap that was in the tub. It's, you always hope against hope, even though I know better. These things aren't going to happen. So I had stuff that I put in the tub because, first off, I cannot use the tub at all in this home. I take my showers elsewhere at the estates. My bathing is done at the estates where I teach, where I tutor the young blood boys. Again, for people who might be new listeners and are not familiar with that term, and that sounds weird as hell, these are transfusion affiliates for the Silicon Valley elite, specifically one man that I am affiliated with, who I will not name out of preserving his security integrity, and that of my son who is married to him. So all of that being said, the stuff I had stored was on top of very large cardboard boxes, but they were things like a pair of shoes that I don't want to get moldy, because everything molders in this crypt, and the environment in here is just not conducive to human life or life at all. It's the mildew problem is beyond description, and your average person couldn't even breathe in here. The mildew is cloying, and so I have it on top of boxes. This pair of shoes that I keep polished, and dress shoes and the like, and I had a bunch of copies of the Roswell Deception. Ironically, these were all on top of boxes. Now I came home. Of course, the boxes were in a state where they were eaten through by the corrosive liquid that emerged out of the tub. And so they were all on the precipice of sinking into the mire. So I rescued everything, had to set everything else up elsewhere. Not going to put them back in that area. It was a convenient area to put them in, and it was actually, you're in a porcelain tub, right? You think it's secure. You always hope it's never going to flood from, but seeing what happened, obviously, this is something that I can't assume that anymore. Even though it happened in the past multiple times, I thought they had taken care of the issue. Obviously, this is going to be a perennial issue and will probably get worse as time progresses. So I can't keep anything in the tub anymore. But just so people understand it, I cannot bathe in it either. I cannot use the shower. All that comes out of it is rust and mud and cloying water that is filled with other elements that I've gone into detail in the past. I don't want to go into that whole horror story again. So we don't need to do that right now. Those who know me know what it is that's down there, because of it's part of San Francisco's historical heritage. For those of you who don't know, this is for all intents and purposes a historical heritage site, kind of. I mean, it's certainly mentioned in tours when we have the little yellow buggies that go by on Russian Hill that take people on guided tours all over San Francisco, automated guided tours where they get in the little buggy with their crash helmet and they listen to what used to be a cassette tape. These days, I guess it's just, some recording that's transmitted over their little radio in their little buggy, and it tells them which directions to turn in, to be careful, to watch out for incoming cable cars and all that. When they pass by my home, they announce the narrative, this entire city block, but particularly 1242 Green Street, or the 1240 Green Street area, my home, is situated over what was once a cemetery. So for those of you who don't know, San Francisco is extraordinarily congested, the most congested city in the United States, second only to New York City. And there are no cemeteries in San Francisco other than the Presidio Military Base Cemetery, which is full. So the Presidio Military Base Cemetery is full. There's one dead guy who started the first Unitarian Church, who's buried in a crypt that is on Van Ness Street and is exposed to traffic 24 hours a day. And one time a group of kids dug his skeleton up and hung it out like it was Halloween night. Poor son of a bitch. And they had to reinter him. And aside from that guy who established the first Unitarian Church in San Francisco, the only other cemetery, I'm on top of it. So that and a few buildings around me, we got bodies. So everyone's aware of it in the city and county of San Francisco. They already know this. Nothing to report. That's the houses were built on top of them during the gold rush, and now we're stuck with them underneath us, and I'm dealing with the consequences. And believe me, the spirits were restless today. I wasn't just flooding, wasn't just getting cut off from the internet. There were things just leaping off the shelves like it was poltergeist. Okay, so whatever's going on, they're restless today. All that being said, I'm back, and Aristides, share with our people what they can do to help in the general situation. Obviously, again, I want to remind everyone, I need to raise an extra $350 for at least Marine Corps life insurance. Get that renewed through Prudential, because it's the Prudential company that runs the Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, or OSGLI. And this is the proof that I was in the military, and obviously I made it through boot camp, or I wouldn't have been gifted with the life insurance policy option. So just so people know, there's a lot of lies out there about me, attacks on my character, people trying to revise or rewrite my life's narrative. And of course, the other question is, logically, say that I wasn't doing any of the work I did in private security enforcement and mercenary contracting after my very short stint in the Marine Corps with a dishonorable discharge. Where are all the photographs or people who are eyewitness to my serving in gas stations or bagging groceries? I mean, there's no photographs or employment record or personal eyewitnesses to say that they were working with me bagging groceries or loading up gas or wiping windshields at some local station somewhere. So obviously those who attack my character and say that I wasn't doing what I was doing, the onus of evidence is on them, and they have nothing to provide other than forged documents, and they are forged, as has been confirmed by United States government officials and federales who work with the Veterans Administration that I've had on my transmissions in the past. And all that being said, we know where we stand. Okay, we're at 30 people. Turning it over to Aristides and tell him what to do.
All right. Well, first of all, right away, when we start transmission, we need as many upvotes as you can provide. That is to offset the downvotes that they give that you can't see. They hide them, but they do it to them. And that affects the ability to be shown in searches and other popularity-based things.
Aggregates.
On YouTube. So, aggregates, yes. So you show up, you hit the thumbs up, you hit the subscribe button if you have not subscribed. That is also nearby underneath the main window. You can hit the little bell icon to turn on notifications, especially important if we have to do a restart, such as today. So please do all of that. And you can provide additional upvotes with your YouTube account, which I believe you need a YouTube account to upvote, as far as I know. And then you can create sub channels off of your main account, and with different names, like a different identity. I guess people create them for different purposes, different topics and such. But you can use them to also provide additional upvotes from the same account. So I've already provided 3 upvotes for this transmission. So it's not too hard. You can do it. But if you do create multiple accounts, and you're going to engage us in the chat, just do that with your one main account. Don't jump back and forth, because empty accounts are weird and we think they're stalkers. And yeah. So, just, show up, don't be weird, get to know us, and use the same account so that we can remember you and appreciate you.
Yeah, beautiful. You're so wonderful. That's a very professional delivery, and that's our man Aristides. I would expect nothing less from him. And again, just to emphasize to everyone, we all appreciate your being here and for having the patience to suffer through their relentless siege and their continually taking me offline. So he just gave a response to the lovely Aloma Albert, who said, I have concern for you. Hope your art and fine books can go to an office at the estate you work at. Hope you can upgrade your daily life. Enjoy your show as always. Thank you so much. I mean, well, my life's fine until I come home. But other than that, yeah, we want to get me out of this quote unquote home eventually, just to leave it for what it's worth, as basically a kind of museum, really, a storage facility slash, you couldn't call it a museum, that dignifies it far too much, storage facility. But with that, we're going to turn it over to Peter now. And Peter, love you dearly. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be here for you and just kind of responding to you while you take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And first thing I want to say is, for anybody who's new, this has been an ongoing drama that Douglas described. There are so many facets to his life, for those of you who are not familiar, that to say that it stretches the credulity of the average person is a vast understatement. So many of the things that I've written about, starting from day one, the Montauk Project, do stretch the credulity of the ordinary working stiff or the ordinary person who's subject to media and whatnot. And one of the unfortunate things about modern media is so much of it includes a very superficial or more amateur than superficial understanding of paranormal or metaphysics. It's very, very dumbed down. So, and that applies to conspiratorial topics like QAnon, which we've completely deconstructed in the past due to Douglas's, Douglas, Aquino got the idea from Douglas for Q, because Q is the mystery letter of Japanese.
Thank you.
Of the Japanese, instead of X files, they would say Q files. They had whole programs on that. We're not going to digress into that, but there's so many things that, and I'm going to give some perspective, but first I'm going to begin by addressing a reader of mine who asked a question. He'd not read the Roswell Deception, but he asked me a question, and he's genuine. He's not a troll, although you might think he's a troll, but he's not, because I've had other communications with him, and what people have to understand is so much of the subject matter, especially when it comes to World War II and Roswell, is ontologically shocking to the general population. And the deeper we go, the more ontological shocking it is. And he says, now he's saying, casual comment, I'm wondering if you are pretending to offer metaphysical knowledge that is really fiction in order to sell books. Does anyone really believe your claim about Japan winning World War II? As a clinical psychologist and metaphysical person for the past 50 plus years, your material is the strangest and most unbelievable content I have ever heard. I think it's a marketing ploy to sell books for an income. You don't seem to be clinically delusional. Well, he's observing me because I don't appear to be clinically delusional, and I'm very well-spoken and very specific on what I state. And the first thing I would state, that the claims of Preston Nichols or Douglas Dietrich are their statements. They're not my statements. I'm writing their stories. And I don't judge them, but I also understand them. And in Douglas's case, there's much more detailed, verifiable evidence. Preston Nichols, I broke down in the book, the silver anniversary edition of the Montauk Project, which goes into basically we proved every aspect of every claim, corroborated everything in the first book, and I delineate those except for the time travel. This is something I could not reproduce. But what I did include in there was the wonderful encounter with Dr. David Anderson, who basically aced time travel, and that's a whole other story we're not going into tonight. But because I'm going to address this, and so the Montauk Project was very popular, and yes, we sold a lot of books, but this was in spite of not getting any help from mainstream. And does anyone believe your claim about Japan winning World War II? Well, this is not my claim. It's Douglas's claim. But then again, I embraced it because the book lays out a whole opening statement, as a lawyer would say. And the Peace Treaty of 1952, San Francisco Peace Treaty of 1952, reveals that the war did not end until 1952. And so what does that say about the battleship Missouri? And then the book covers in detail the atomic bomb red herring, whereby the entire Japanese army was on the Asian continent, virtually the entire army, not on Japanese soil. And how many people even knew that Okinawa was not a part of Japan? They didn't invade Japan. They went into Okinawa. And we've covered that in detail because they couldn't invade Japan. That's why they dropped a couple bombs. And the book discusses all the backdoor negotiations, which Douglas's mother was not party to, she was the translator for the talk-down negotiations. And the Americans were allowed to have a foul ceremony aboard the Missouri to tell their public they won the war. Because you also have to look at, there was no war reparations paid to America by Japan. Oh, no war reparations. There were reparations paid by the Americans, who had to clean up Japan of atomic rubble at great cost to the soldiers involved. So there are many historical facts, countless, and the more you look into it, the problem is, and I'm no exception, because as I explained before, my father was in Hawaii when Pearl Harbor happened. He was a veteran, and so it's like we have been so programmed as a society, and you can watch, everybody knows the news is, so you either hate Trump or you think he's great or maybe better than the alternative, and all these, there's so much confirmation bias on all the coverage. It's the same, Trump is bad, but he's better than the alternative. Well, Biden is bad, he can't think, but he's better than the alternative. It's like, this is the crazy world we live in, the dichotomous world we live in. But as I say, in order to sell books, this book has not sold commensurately with other books I've done. And so it's like pulling people's teeth to make them grok, which means a deep understanding of what this truth is about. And I would say, as for myself, I was being courted, it was a couple years ago, to participate and have a media show, something It would be a cross probably between Ancient Aliens and the Jersey Shore. About Montauk, because the guy who produced the Jersey Shore was trying to do it. And I liked him. He was fine. There was some executive who was writing these contracts that were so obnoxious. I mean, they were just so despicable. And in fact, it even caused a producer in Hollywood to just like practically break into tears when he read the contract. He says, "Why do they do this?" And this producer turned out to be problematic himself with regards to integrity, not with me, but with another person. But he broke it. Why do they do this bullshit? And basically, in the end, when I rejected it, and I rejected it, and then finally they said, "Well, why don't you just come down? You know, for 3 days of shooting, you'll get $20,000." And it's like, no. Now, if you think $20,000 isn't a lot of money to me, it is. It is. I'm not putting down the $20,000, but who knows what they would have done with me or my image, or whatever, because they were going to say, well, it's not going to have anything to do with this. They were going to use my name to, you know, probably do some stupid UFO show, which would probably contradict what I do with Douglas. I figured that, and they were going to give me and my producer friend, allegedly, you know, a tremendous amount of freedom to do this show. I figured it was easier just to not do it. I'm talking about money. This was big money involved. But I figured it would take, if this was going to work right, I would probably have to spend extensive time hammering out the contract myself to cover the bases, and then rewriting it, and I just didn't want to put that much work into it, into writing the contract. Because, why? Because even then, you don't have control. It's not, you know, because they'll do weird things, because I've had extensive experience with media changing things, omitting things, and they just don't want to hear the truth. Whether that's because it's an aversion to the truth just by the nature of who they are, or whether they want to do their shtick and they think their shtick is good because this is what you're supposed to do. Like one of their shticks is good cop, bad cop, which is just stupid. It's like, what do we need a bad cop there? What do we need people to think good cop and bad cop for us? Just hear the story. And, you know, it's like you say, well, you know, get the bad cop. Well, Douglas Dietrich couldn't have been at the Presidio because my father worked there and he didn't see him. You know, or this is too preposterous. And there have been, you know, many bad cops on the tail of Douglas Dietrich that are just trolls or worse. And sometimes people troll, they're not being paid to do it. They're just have a trollish nature. They're rejecting what is being said. And I'm subjected to a lot of communications that I encounter on the net or on whatever feed I have. It's kind of incidental, or even on, whatever feed it is. And it's like, I really just don't pass judgment on them. I mean, even if I believe or know them to be full of bull and need corrections, I say, okay, you can say, you know, Pinky Lee was the greatest comedian that ever lived. Let's hear it for, you know, I don't care. or something like that. It's just like, there's so many opinions in the world. I don't need to participate in asserting my opinion on them. So basically, if I was interested in money for this, I would have gone down a different path. And that's like being, that's kind of like Jesus kicking the, people out of the temple, the
Money
money
lenders.
changers.
Yes.
Yeah, the money changers, because it's like, what are they doing? They're just changing money. They're despicable in a place that's supposed to be honoring the holy Shekinah in that religion. It's not my religion. But yeah, in other words, and this is what these people do. And when you worship money, you're in a bad position, because that's all you're going to get is money. And I can't tell you how many people have extreme wealth and very hollow lives.
Yes.
You have to create a happy life for yourself. Now, so money is not
was never the intent.
was not the motive. In fact, it's been quite difficult to get across this information. But as I say, it's ontologically shocking. The more I learn about that book, and it could have been, it's a long book, but Douglas would have had it, several more volumes if he had it. But, then I'd just be a blithering historian. That's not going to pay anything. So we did that book and moved on. What I would also say is, after that book was done, I thought the next book would be the book on the Presidio, about the Presidio and what he was talking about, how Douglas shut the Presidio down. And it involves so much scandal, so much negative, horrific things, so much sexual abuse, so much torture of children, and so much complicity of the authorities, particularly the U.S. Army, which is so heralded by almost on every baseball game.
Yeah.
They say, "Thank you for our service" to the vets.
My
Thank
God.
you for our service.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. The Congressional Medal of Honor is it was devised by a man named Wilson. Those who've understood my work about the synchronicity of Wilson's, they'll appreciate that. It's an upside down pentagram.
Yes.
Which is the symbol for, materialism, going spirit under matter.
Well,
It's
to be
satanic.
Yes, it's the sigil of Baphomet, to put it more bluntly. Peter puts it in a light that is real, true, accurate, but at the same time really doesn't do it justice. It's a symbol of evil, and of course we may get back to that organically, but back to Peter
Yeah. So this is very messy business, and of course, this person is beyond normal clinical psychology. He's beyond that. But as I say, my only comment on psychology is that psychology and counseling, because there's many, I guess what you call therapists, or what do they call them, counselors, that aren't necessarily psychologists or certified social workers, but it's all psychology. And what they're basically dealing with in a day in and day out basis are people's dysfunctions and ability to cope with life. More often than not, it's an addiction thing. So that's the woof and warp of what psychologists deal with. And counselors, they deal with people's dysfunctions. And my background was in Scientology, where certainly Scientology dealt with dysfunctions, but it was trying to build a superhuman, or super spirit. So it was differently accented in that regard. Now, one of the most interesting things when I look back historically is when you'd see these, and this is right when I got in, so much of the things that I absorbed when I first got into Scientology is like, well, what's going on with this many of these high level people were getting very low on the, when they called their gradation chart, very low on the chart, therapy called life repair, because their lives were in disarray. And they would say this, I'm very advanced. However, my life is upset. I've got to deal with my life. Now, that's something that repeats in or everybody's life. You can get divorced, you can lose your job, you can lose your best friend, and when you're doing great. So you need to repair your life. This was something that could happen to anybody on that trip. But aside from that, one is trying to build one's ability and capacity to go out and reach into the world and do things that are different. Not to digress into Scientology, but one of the things that was very, noticeable in not only Scientology, but ex-Scientologists. One of the greatest abilities was to go out and do new things. Well, you don't see these people doing new things. You see them,
stuck.
stuck. Yeah, stuck. And you want to go out and do new things. So, but there's an aspect to psychology that, because psychology means the study of the psyche, just the spirit. And when you get into spirit, it's the metaphysics. Metaphysics is almost always presented in the New Age venues as, well, you got these chakras and you're going to do light meditations on light and this, that, and the other thing. And not that those aren't beneficial. I'm not criticizing them. But there is also the occult aspects of metaphysics. And I have been, even before I met Douglas Dietrich, I was outcast by virtually all metaphysical venues. Not absolutely everyone, but virtually all of them. And the reason for that is because is that I'm presenting things that are uncomfortable for them to face.
Yes. Well, by the way, I just want you to know that what I'm going to do is I'm going to just be gone for just a few moments. I will not be able to hear Peter while he's talking, but it'll just be, I'll be gone for about 7 minutes at the longest. Obviously, with everything I took care of to make it possible for us to come on transmission at all, I'm delighted that people rallied and that we've got over 30 people listening right now, which means that it's by an order or a magnitude of 10 more than that are truly listening, because people check in and they check out. And when the live stream uploads, it'll show immediately around, at least 300 people for the 30, quote unquote, that are listening right now at any given moment. So we're doing quite well. We've got listeners. And just going to refresh myself for a few minutes, grab a Coke, liquid Coca-Cola, just so people don't assume I'm sniffing at any lines, mind you. I can always save that for later, but for the moment, do need to grab some caffeine and sugar and kind of prep myself to interact a bit more assertively with Peter, because he's doing great and he's bringing up the background. And when I come back, I'll throw in some other facts to just kind of give context to the general history that Peter has been bringing up. And the other thing that I do want to bring up is, oh yes, let me send you this email. And so what you could do later at your leisure, whenever I start rambling for a few moments in response to something that is a contextual or relevant topic, you can take a look at a little exercise that I gave the Blood Boys. Obviously, one of the things we do in tutoring is we try to encourage students to always see both sides of the story. And so what I had them do was an exercise in trying to look at the bad parts of this trial, why the trial for Donald Trump was a negative thing. Now, of course, before I go refresh myself, I will relay something that led to, because I got a few more questions about the photograph embedded in the thumbnail of Livestream, when people were asking, aside from obviously the historical relevance of Jefferson Davis's birthday, the only president of the Confederate States of America. Somebody asked what inspired that. That's actually quite funny that I donned those colors because obviously the Blood Boys, my son, his husband, we're in a very, every time I do tutor at the estates, it's like an exercise of queer eye on the straight guy. Basically surrounded by a entire subculture of people who process differently. And they were processing the entire trial basically in looking at how people were dressing and how they presented themselves. And of course, it was observed that Trump's normal attire was a red, white, and blue suit, preferably with a larger red tie, so he looked like a giant American flag. It was a very pointed observation and obviously right on the mark. So this was kind of like a response to that or a play on that. But I do want people to understand that the email that I just sent to Peter was kind of an exercise in the Blood Boys, going through just a kind of brief, how would you put this in the most negative possible light about why this would be a bad thing, the trial and its outcome. And this is done to provide a balance of perspective. Obviously, I'll also provide other perspectives in monologue when it comes to that. We're not going to go off on a tangent with that. Just wanted to give that to Peter now while he was with us, so he could take a quick look at it while I'm rambling. Now, I'm going to refresh myself. Going to turn it back to Peter. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Whatever Peter says, I will not be able to hear, but when I do come back, because of the caffeine and sugar I'll have available, I'll start participating a bit more proactively with Peter, and I'll be obligated to, since he's been nice enough to bring up general aspects of the war that people generally find unbelievable or somehow it's so hard for them to accept. We'll get to that when I return. Okay, Peter, love you dearly. Leave this with you right now, and I'm going mute, okay?
Okay, thank you. And
Thanks.
Aristides, are you with me?
Yeah, Aristides, you there? Let's test your audio first. Let's make certain Peter has someone to bounce.
The only reason I want Aristides here is just
Good
if
call.
anything goes weird.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good
Yeah, that's
man.
all.
Good.
You don't.
Okay, you guys have got this. All right,
Okay,
I'll be back.
thank you. So yeah, if anything goes weird, just let me know or something. If all of a sudden I'm talking into thin air.
Sure.
But anyway, I was just talking about the whole ontological aspects, and I was starting to mention the occult aspects that I have addressed in my work, since day two. And of course, what happens is there are all these occult factors that people do not necessarily want to look, or they are not inclined to look. And frankly, they're not ready to look at. And there's so much layered down when one gets to the root of censorship. So to make a very long historical adventure short, when I began to involve myself with the investigation of the Montauk Project, I turned up occult synchronicities with Aleister Crowley. And of course, these were synchronistic. And that led to the revelation that there were pyramids and pharaohs at Montauk. Now, that was a major discovery of relevancy. And it got to the point where they were getting mail. People were writing to me or writing to the Montauk Indians and saying, we want to help you people. We want to help you, blah, 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 blah. And it got international recognition. Of course, what's happened? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And one of my friends had posted how heinous it was that this Donald Trump trial and how, unjust it was. And basically denying the principles of the United States of America. And what gets lost, because so much of the left is so crazy, offensively crazy, and just very, very deranged. But as I say, you can't give the right a pass either. But one of the most underappreciated aspects of the United States of America, you're going to get, make America great again. Well, the problem with America is that it has ransacked the indigenous people of America. And somehow, in the great picture, there is an injustice. There is a lack of acknowledgement. Now, this is a very tender issue. Now, I see the same thing with the current book I'm working on with Douglas. And there's a lack of acknowledgement of the Japanese culture. It's a lack of recognition of the culture. It's not understood, even by a lot of Japanese, if not most Japanese. Douglas understands it because his mother was just a core aspect of the occult aspects of Japan, which were ingratiated into the actual government. And a lot of people in the government wouldn't even know it. The emperor did. She worked for the emperor. And so people can say, well, that's outrageous. How could she work for the emperor? Well, somebody had to work for him. And she just happens to be the one that did, one of them that did, in an occult esoteric capacity, which has been transferred down to Douglas. But it's like reparations for, say, slavery, which the governor of California is now pandering, claiming to, but then I think he walks back on it. This doesn't really, solve a problem. If you're going to give, and they're talking about giving, I don't know what it is. I don't know, it was like $500,000 to every Black person. You'd see a lot of people claiming Black ancestry if they had that. And then, maybe they dilute it by the ratio of what percentage of Black. Like if you were half Black, maybe you'd only get half of $500,000 or whatever it was. But if they were to institute reparations for Black people, well, what about reparations for Native American Indians, which are historically genocided? Black people, while there was genocide in the history of Black people, they were enslaved. I mean, that's the primary issue. The primary issue is not genocide. So what are you going to do with the Native Americans? What about the Chinese that were genocided? They were genocided in California. So it's like when you start bringing up these issues, it gets very unwieldy. What I wanted 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago, when I wrote the Pyramids of Montauk, I wanted to get the original deed and see what that says. That still remains hidden. There was a deed in Suffolk County, which was a quitclaim deed, which is a phony deed. A quitclaim deed means nothing, and it was all that's a whole nother story. But wanted acknowledgement. Now, so it's like I get into these positions of investigation where I'm investigating the Montauk Project. Now, the Montauk Project is something that they want to say, just ignore. And I would hear people on TV or the radio. I even remember David Letterman. This is early on in my writing publishing career. I heard David Letterman, somebody mentioned Montauk. He goes, oh, that's where all that weird stuff, or, you know, it's like, in other words, he'd obviously heard of the book. They don't mention it. When I'd hear Don Imus on the radio, who was very prevalent in New York years ago, he kind of just shut down when it came to like mentions of Montauk. You could just feel the energy kind of, okay, we're not going to go down that pathway. And it's like a built-in, let's not think about it. So I like the Montauk Project, it seems so absurd. And as this reader said, you know, some of the strangest things he'd ever read. Well, as I've stated before, my Uranus, which is the planet of surprise, sudden, off the wall, and that includes new technology as well, innovative technology, is in my 10th house of career. So my career upends people. And sometimes people will even apologize for me and say, well, you know, Peter Moon says some pretty outrageous things, but, you know, what he has to say is really all right. You know, it's like, what did I say? I was open to the prospect of time travel. And then that would be backed up by hard science and math 10 years later, 15 years later, maybe even 20 years later. And so there's
Okay,
so much.
I am returned.
Thank you.
Yes, and but
Let me just
oh, of course, take your time.
let me just finish my thread, and then we'll reintegrate you back into it.
I love it.
There's so much that is like refused. So much of my information is absolutely refused. As I get deeper into the issues of the certainly of the time travel, well, the science comes forth, but also the occult aspects come forth as well. As I dig deeper, I learn of Douglas Dietrich, and as I've explained before, it took me 5 years before I could even have a regular conversation with him after meeting him, knowing him, because he had all of these occult blockages around him.
Obstacles and buffers. And barriers.
Obstacles with people that would be sent by Michael Aquino or whatnot, and that were just trying to control him or mess him up in one way or the other. So this has been a long haul. This is not an easy part of my work. And so this is what I do. I dig deep, and this is not money motivated. And it's gotten so ridiculous that, as they say, when this new book comes out, which is we're not going to talk about that. Well, I'm going to talk about it later if we have time, because we make great progress on it. But
We
it's
did.
like, yeah, I can't issue this book as I have in the past because it's going to be a collector's item. Because I have to, the business model for writing the way I did doesn't work anymore with Douglas's book. It doesn't work. I mean, the Roswell Deception is out. It's selling copies, but not at the commensurate rate that I'm used to. So if it was, but we're going to make this book work, and, you know, we're going to make this book work so that he can be paid properly. Because even if these books sold at a commensurate rate, it's not going to make him a lot of money as an author. An author makes too little.
Yes.
So, and then if you think that I'm doing the writing, technically that would be split. My author's part of it, which is I make my money as a publisher, not as an author. Respective, you know. So anyway, be that as it is said, I think I've addressed that topic. We'll go on to other topics, but Douglas, you might want to, you had a few words to say, so why don't you say what you wanted to say?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And first, some good news to report on coming back. Of course, always appreciate Peter putting all of that into perspective, as he did with time travel, the work that he's done to make that accessible conceptually to the American public. He has his own website on that, which I hope you reminded people to ask.
TimeTravelEducationCenter.com, and you can go there and watch 7 free videos that demonstrate that time travel is to understand the plausibility of time travel, that it does not violate the laws of ordinary math and physics. We're talking about 8th grade math and physics. Although it can be challenging to understand because you've got to reconfigure how you think.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, and so such being said, the good news that I came back to, that I wish to bring to everyone's attention, great way to start the month, considering the fact that we're already confronted with the challenges that I've presented, is notification of a donation received of 100 United States dollars from Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Goddess bless you, honey, you're an angel. Love you dearly, and certainly, hopefully, you make yourself a little more present in the chat, and hopefully we all get to know you better. At any rate, certainly also want to share some of the things that we brought up while giving Peter a chance to look through what I sent him, just kind of scan through it, and you take what he can from that, and that might arise organically in our conversation. If not tonight, then Wednesday, which will be upon us before we know it. Obviously, Wednesdays, the midweek episodes come upon us right on the heels of the Sunday episodes. And it's a great follow-up in its own right, and gives me enough time. Oh, Heather Holman's joined us in the chat, and so kisses at her, and welcome aboard. Try to give you a little note later, honey, and I just told everyone earlier it was your birthday later in the month, so we're going to try and remember to basically get you something. I'm going to, I owe her so much. She's been so generous with her contributions. So all that being said, just so people understand the general paperwork when it comes to World War II, understand that by Title 38 of the United States Code, which is law, as created by Congress, World War II did not end in 1945. According to them, ceasefire is recognized as happening on December 31st of 1946. And understand that this is again reflected in the Code of Federal Regulations, which is equivalent to executive orders. So the Code of Federal Regulations states that the Veterans Administration recognizes all injuries and deaths suffered by American servicemen during World War II to be a World War II death or injury up until December 31st of 1946, when the United States entered ceasefire. Again, Title 38 of the U.S. Code, which is law as established by Congress and reinforced by the Code of Federal Regulations, which of course is what the Veterans Administration uses to recognize those who suffer death or injury in combat. It holds equal status with the law, equivalent to executive orders. So anybody can look this up. The CFR implements the law as pursuant the U.S. Code, and the U.S. Code, Title 38, says World War II did not end in 1945. It did not enter ceasefire until December 31st of 1946. So the entire facade, the entire charade of the battleship Missouri was just a circus. And for those who don't believe that, you can look up tickets that they sold to it. They sold tickets to be on the battleship Missouri for the quote-unquote Japanese surrender. You don't sell tickets to a surrender ceremony. You sell them to a circus, which is exactly what that was. There was symbolic relevance to it for the Japanese, where, of course, first off, understand that Emperor Hirohito himself could not be bothered by even appearing on shore to sip Mai Tais on a beach bench while watching that farce. It was beneath his dignity. However, he did send a number of people to show up on the battleship Missouri. But what's the big deal that Americans make about Japanese surrenders? The big myth. Samurai swords. It's turning over their samurai swords. The sword is the soul of the samurai. Without turning over the sword, there's no surrender. And there's no goddamn samurai swords on the battleship Missouri. There's nobody shows up with one. Why, were they afraid all those old diplomats and top hats were gonna, draw them out and start swinging and jack the ship? Please. It gets more and more ridiculous the more you look at it. And of course, we've gone into the flag. Now, the flag was important, but not for the reasons anyone thinks. First off, it's a literally satanic flag. It's a literally false flag on the battleship Missouri. It's certainly visible in all of the photographs. So if you look up the flag on the battleship Missouri, you'll notice that it's not an American flag. It is certainly an illegal flag. It is white on the other side. You can look that up if you look into it. What's it like on the other side? They'll say it's white on the other side, like a flag of surrender. There's no flag ever produced like that except for false flags. It also has only 13 stars, or 31 stars rather, a satanic imposition of the number 13, the original 13 colonies, and they're all upside down. And the flag is backward. It's backward, the stars are upside down. There are so many things so wrong with that flag that it assaults the senses just to look at it. It is an offense to the sensibilities to look at it. Why is it there? It's there because, of course, the Japanese demanded it. They demanded it because that was how America opened Japan, quote unquote, under false pretenses. Now understand, what is it that people know about me or see? So much so, it stands out so much so that I'm constantly told by the real reactive, what Scientology would call reactive minds. I get reactive mind types that basically send me messages that somebody's hijacked my website, or somebody hijacked, in the old days it would be my Facebook page when I had one, or hijacked my YouTube channel. People don't know what they're looking at when they see the images embedded in thumbnail of live stream. What is this? They don't know what they're looking at. This has a lot to do with that goddamn flag on the battleship Missouri. Basically, what happened was that for 250 years, and I spoke of this at length in the last episode preceding tonight's, the very latest episode before tonight's episode, I spoke about the fact that the Tokugawa shogunacy ruled Japan in a state of perpetual peace for the first time in hundreds of years, for a period of hundreds of years, for bordering on 300 years, for 13 generations. For 250 solid years, Japan was known as the floating world. And when it came to that period of time in Japan, the floating world period, which anybody can look up, of course, in Japanese, it's Yukio, Ukio, Yukio. This was this flourishing period of time from 1600s to the 1800s, 1603 to 1867 to be exact, when Tokyo was known as Yedo. That was pre-Tokyo. And it's interesting because if you talk to Japanese, it's a big deal to them. It would be like if you were trying to be just, say for instance, cute, or trying to show off as trying to show Japanese you're historically astute and know their history. And if you said something like, oh yeah, I've been to Yedo, instead of saying Tokyo, they just look at you like you're crazy. Indeed, they'd probably be offended. It's just, that's how different Tokyo is from Yedo. It's just this completely different time period, a completely different world. The Japanese do not like to conflate the two. And it's not that they find the other world negative. It's just something your modern Japanese person really would find almost impossible to relate to. So for somebody to use like Shakespearean English in one sense, talking about England and using a term like London on Thames, the full name, London on the River Thames, as opposed to London, that's one thing, but it sounds poetic, probably overdone. But in Japan, it would just like be incomprehensible. They just wouldn't get it. So that's how different that world is. But for that period of time, Japan held off the world from invading it while everyone else was being colonized around Japan. China, the Philippines, nations were falling to the Europeans like dominoes. And what kept them all at bay were basically the boys of a tradition that I learned from my mother. Of course, you know, my mother really wanted, just like my dad really wanted a jock. Both my parents loved me, but that doesn't mean they like me. There's a real difference. My dad really wanted a jock, and instead he got this effeminate, effete, kind of boy chick character that he didn't know what to do with. And I always feel bad for him eternally because of that. My mother, on the other hand, she really wanted a samurai. But because I just didn't have the capacity physically to project that level of brute force, just wasn't physiologically built for it, she taught me the ways of the wakusha. And so that was something that was the way of the child prostitute assassin, which was, of course, what the ninja evolved into during that period of time of the Edo period. So during the Edo period, the ninja effectively disappeared, in a sense, went off the books. People, of course, might wonder where they went. And where they went, of course, was in hiding in a very real sense, but in plain sight. So what happened was they became, in terms of their young boys, those that were effeminate enough, they became trained in child prostitution to serve not just the samurai or the nobility in the pleasure districts of Yedo, but also the foreigners. And that gave them more contact with foreigners than any other Japanese outside of diplomatic circles would ever have. Outside of business or diplomacy or security or the various professions that would brush up against foreigners, nobody in Japan would ever see a foreigner in their life. But these young boys would actually be fucking them. And so as a result, they could compromise them, blackmail them, And ultimately, if given the orders, or if necessary in terms of self-defense, they had every authority to kill them, the foreigners, that is. And so it was this tradition that my mother raised me in, and it's a tradition to be proud of because for 350 years we kept the foreigners at bay. They were blackmailed by us. They were killed by us whenever they became a threat to the Japanese state and people, and at times we were sent out on missions to kill them because we knew them better than anyone else, had slept with them. We would be given orders to hunt them down and kill them outside of the prostitute cages or the pleasure districts of Yedo, if the situation so demanded. So this was, of course, a lifestyle that was unimaginable to any other Japanese, including the samurai. We were the front line of defense for Japan for hundreds of years. And what brought it all to a stop was a man named Commodore Perry, who was working for the United States government in the Admiralty, and in the responsibility of Admiralty, he was given under direct orders. It wasn't that he was truly a rogue or renegade, but he was given a cover because America had lost a war with the greater British Empire and the European powers. This was World War Zero, the first truly global war on a mass production and mass mobilization scale that most of us remember incorrectly, or I would say inappropriately, rather, as the Napoleonic Wars. Now, the Napoleonic Wars, people think Europe, but it was a world war. And it had an American front. It had a front in North America. And that front in North America was one in which the Americans were defeated resoundingly. We're talking about at the level where the Capitol was burned to the ground. The White House, which was at that time pink, was completely obliterated, incinerated. And all of this was done through a Canadian invasion. And what astounds me is, talk about cognitive dissonance. Most Americans find that so offensive to their sensibilities that they reject it automatically. I get people who react so violently to it, they write me letters or communique where they say, oh, the Canadians never invaded the United States in the War of 1812, rather than they try and make the claim the British did. Understand that the British were involved with the Napoleonic conflict worldwide. They didn't have the manpower to invade the United States. They had lost in the American Revolutionary War of Independence to the point where they had to send in other people familiar with the North American continent to fight the war on the American mainland. And this was the Canadians. So it wasn't some British Special Forces unit that set fire to Washington, District of Columbia, and burned down the White House. That's a psychotic American fantasy among infinite and countless psychotic American fantasies. But that one in particular should strike us all as particularly egregious because it's based on logistical impossibilities. So the Canadians, who were already on the American mainland, invaded America. They sacked the Capitol. They burned the White House, which was then pink, to the ground. And it had to be rebuilt. And this time when it was rebuilt, by slave labor, no less, it was white. All of this, of course, is something that made the Americans extraordinarily leery. They had sided with Napoleon during World War Zero because he had sided with the Americans during the Revolution, or rather the French revolutionaries had, which he represented. He represented the spirit of revolution. And so the Americans sided with the radical extremist, and he was defeated, and they were defeated. And as a result, the Americans were smarting from defeat and were given the situation they couldn't afford a war with Europe again. So when they tried to take a part of Asia that no one had yet taken, Japan, Commodore Perry was given a pirate flag. He was given a flag that had never existed before and is so ahistorical that everybody who tries to rationalize it and say it's this kind of flag, it's that kind of flag, you're shit out of luck. It doesn't exist. It's a pirate flag. It was a false flag, white on one side, so he could use it as a surrender flag if necessary. And on the other side had a completely false presentation, a false face, of 31 upside down satanic stars. This way, if he and his mission were ever apprehended, captured, defeated in conflict by European powers, the United States of America could disown him. So he was sent out on a mission of plausible deniability, in which if he were to be forced into a situation of confrontation with Europeans, he would then be disowned. And he understood the stakes. He was operating under those orders, and he was authorized, if necessary, under letter of marque, to commit piracy if he had to, which would mean stealing Japanese ships is what they were thinking of, Oriental ships of various sorts. And then he would basically, therefore, at least bring home some plunder. He didn't need to do that. He parked himself in Yedo Bay, and the weapons of the Americans were advanced enough at the time, their ships advanced enough, where he threatened the Japanese with invasion if they did not open their trade to America. So in this sense, Japan's shogunacy, the samurai who had served the Japanese for 13 generations, were unable to defend the nation. And this is what ultimately led to the Civil War, where the emperor raised European-trained peasant armies to annihilate the samurai and disband the samurai class and caste system and instate the imperial dynasty with all secular power. So this is what resulted in the Imperial Japan as a result of Commodore Perry's assault on Samurai Japan. And at that period of time, it's the one thing that saved America was they wouldn't allow their troops or their officers out on leave to exploit the local prostitutes. That's what saved their mission. Unlike all of the Europeans before them, who had for hundreds of years through trade, missionaries, and various forays into Japan wound up drawn in, seduced by the wakashu, the child prostitute assassin caste, which is basically, just so you know, ninja are essentially classless. We are casteless, just like the Barukamen, but we're respected as opposed to the Barukamen. What we do is considered, of course, in the name of national security, and we're known and we're feared, but we're acknowledged as casteless or without class, but we are acknowledged and feared and respected, as opposed to the Barukamen, who are detested and reviled. So there's an irony there. But all such being said, when it came to the end of that era, that period of time, it was the reason the Japanese wanted that flag on the battleship Missouri, since it was going to be a circus. Let it close the circle of when the Americans forced Japan to open its doors to America by it symbolizes Japan's victory over America in World War II. So if you really want to look at the battleship Missouri as anything, there's no samurai swords turned over. You've got your goddamn flag up there, and it symbolizes your surrender. It is your surrender to Japan. And so, again, with all the paperwork I brought up, with all of the what I brought up just now, read the book. You'll get plenty more details on aspects of the fact that the Japanese have no term for surrender in any of their paperwork, considering the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. That would be the term for what happened. Cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. And it's because ceasefire didn't happen until December of 1946. Everybody was agreeing to draw down. And certainly Americans still died after the dropping of the atomic bomb. And the atomic bombs. Peter brings us back to that. He said, yeah, the Americans never invaded Japan. They dropped a few bombs. And again, we go into the story of that in great detail in the book about what a farce that was. It had no impact on the Japanese military. Now, when Peter says, the overwhelming majority of the Imperial Japanese Army was on the Asian mainland, he's absolutely right. For those of you who think, what about those on the islands? This is how ignorant Americans are of the Japanese military system. When it comes to your idea of war in the Pacific, think about this. Americans think World War II, and they think Europe, and they think in Europe, they think globally. They think Russian front. They think North Africa. They think D-Day, which is coming up, the anniversary thereof, which I'll be obligated, of course, to address to some degree on Wednesday, June 6th. So when it comes to the war in Europe, Americans think globally. When they think of World War II in Asia, all they think of is the Pacific. And all they think of is naval battles and island hopping invasions. The D-Days in the Pacific. And this is what they were called, was D-Days. There may have been a D-Day in Europe, but there were hundreds of D-Days in the Pacific. But when it comes to the Pacific conflict, what do Americans think of that they're engaging with? What do you think you were fighting? It was the Imperial Japanese Navy and its naval infantry, the Marines. These were the Japanese Special Naval Landing Forces. Japanese Marines, you're engaging the Japanese Navy in the Pacific and Marine Corps. You're not engaging the Army. You're not engaging soldiers at all. You're engaging entirely different branches of service. And so there's completely different wars that might be on completely different planets. Where the one time the Americans engaged the Imperial Japanese Army, they were defeated so badly, their fatalities they suffered were so catastrophic that General Douglas MacArthur said, no more Bunas, because it was the Battle of Buna, B-U-N-A, in Papua New Guinea, where the Americans engaged the Japanese army. And we're talking about extremely low manpower ratios when it comes to that conflict. The Americans were unable to spare any divisions for Japan because they were all wiped out by the Battle of Los Angeles, which we cannot go into because they're going to scrub the episode off the internet. Like they do with every episode where we've talked about it in the past. And we used to talk about it a lot. So the enemy goes through all these old episodes trying to find one in which we mention the Battle of Los Angeles specifically so they can scrub it from the internet.
Specific things that are mentioned in the Battle of Los Angeles, not the Battle of Los Angeles itself. And we're not going to discuss those because it has to do with a subject that we're all familiar with a few years ago that Anthony Fauci talked a lot about. So,
yeah, it's basically they're trying to get us on quote-unquote medical misinformation. They scrub those episodes on the basis of quote-unquote medical misinformation. You have to read the book and find out why. So believe me, it's more than worth it to invest in the book, to pass out copies, and understand, again, just to finish just a little bit of information here about the context of manpower ratios in World War II Pacific theater of conflict. Basically, you've got the Japanese sent over General Homa, and he was commanding basically this, like, how would I say it? He just had like a very small unit of men. And all the Americans could afford was one division in the Pacific. The Pacific was almost entirely held by the Australians. When it comes to what we're speaking of with the Japanese and the Americans, these are extremely low manpower ratios confronting each other in these very dense forests and mountains of New Guinea. Extremely inhospitable terrain, to say the least, that of course took more impact than the enemy on either side. So when it comes to what happened is that even with that, everybody was so taxed. The Japanese, of course, fought to annihilation until all of them died. When it came to the Americans, they simply decided they could not afford any more head-to-head confrontations with the Japanese army. So when you come to that fact, and the Japanese the Americans instead decided that they were only going to face the Japanese on the islands as opposed to mainland territories like New Guinea, which is enormous. It's not an island in a classic sense. It's an island only in a geographic sense, but it's too large to be considered an island as you would in the logistical sense of these Pacific Islands from the Marine Corps invasions you see in the movies. Basically, the Americans decided they were going to just confront the Navy from that point forward and avoid confrontation with the Japanese army, which wasn't even in the Pacific to any great degree. They had other units, of course, that were in Indonesia. They were never directly confronted by the Americans. There was some later conflict with the British and the Dutch. But it would take hours to get into that, and it doesn't bear going into. Just if you follow the American conflict in World War II, you'll notice it's very regionally specific. So when it comes to the British, and when they think of World War II against the Japanese, the majority of them are going to think Burma, which is on mainland Asia, and the majority of them are going to think of Britain's version of Stalingrad and Leningrad in Asia, which is Kohima and Impal. They're spelled Kohima, 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 the Battle of Kohima, and Impal is spelled Imphaal. So Imphaal. So Impal. Kohima and Impal are the Stalingrad and Leningrad of Asia, Asian India for the British, where they engaged in huge armored tank battles with the Japanese. The British were using Lend-Lease Sherman tanks, and the Japanese, of course, were using their own tanks. So when these battles took place, they had to deal with the formation, the birth of the nation-state of Bangladesh, which flies a Japanese flag, a red sun over a green field instead of a white field, to show that they're Muslim. But they fly a Japanese mon, a Japanese red sun, over a green field to show that they're a Muslim nation. But Bangladesh is essentially flying a Japanese flag. The only difference is the field on which the sun is rising. So this is because their birth as a nation starts with the Japanese battling the British to liberate their people. So this is something... Yeah?
Let me interject here for a second.
By all means, take it away.
People are going to have a lot of challenges following all this.
Yeah.
But what I want to say is, if you're listening to this, you can ask, how come the regular historians have got it so wrong?
Thank you.
How come they've got it so wrong, and you're standing out here on a limb? Well, it's because they are wrong.
Thank you.
And they have so much to hide.
Thank you.
Hiding and lying is a great American sport art, and this is why. In other words, they've got it wrong with passion. You see people that are just patriotic to a fault, they don't understand. I mean, it's kind of like if you see, making fun of somebody like for being in the country or hillbilly or something that because they're completely ignorant of what the regular world does. Call them a rube. This is basically what we're dealing with the ignorance of people in general. It's like they've been so dumbed down and so misinformed that I had a girlfriend who used to use the term stupid and proud of it.
Yes.
Yeah, stupid and proud of it. And when you have pride in your own stupidity is basically ignorance. It doesn't necessarily mean you have a low IQ. Where you get into really serious problems with stupidity is when you become stubborn. And, that's the way it is, My father, beat his kids, and his father beat him, and they beat him, and they beat him. And that's about the way it goes. It's just, a long continuing string of beatings to explain. And of course, it's the same with indoctrination. My mother told me, who her mother told her, hey, you're really, so-and-so begat so-and-so begat so-and-so, and here we are, dumber than shit. And anyway, so carry on.
Yes, thank you. So, just so people know, the name of the general that was in charge of the Imperial Japanese Army that confronted MacArthur's forces in Papua New Guinea, his name was Tomitaro Hori. So Soshi Hori Tomitaro, if you were to use his first name after his rank, the way the Americans would, Major General Tomitaro Hori, using his family name first. But he had only 5,500 troops, which was called the South Seas Detachment. And that you're talking about a reinforced, brigade-sized regimental force. That's the single army unit, the single Imperial Japanese Army unit in the whole goddamn fucking Pacific. That's all that was there. That fought until everyone died. And just facing that, MacArthur was forced to say, well, we're not taking this route anymore. We're not going to penetrate Indonesia any further. No more Bunas. That was at the Battle of Buna, where his force was annihilated. But it cost so much American energy and investment of time, money, manpower. They just said, fuck it, and we're just sticking with islands from now on. Tiny, tiny little fly-speck islands where we outnumbered the Japanese over 2-1, at least 3-1 in each engagement. So that was the norm, by the way, for those who do not know. The Americans outnumbered the Japanese 2 or 3-1 ratio in every engagement in the Pacific when it came to those islands, because the Americans were just shoveling in as many men as they could, and they had the logistics ultimately to do that. But that was not initially. The Americans, of course, lost a lot of years because of the Battle of Los Angeles before they could get to the point where they could do that. So again, you need to read the book and talk and absorb what happened at the Battle of Los Angeles to understand why the Americans were that strapped. Not to mention that, of course, 2/3 of all of their manpower and equipment and materials went into trying to retake Alaska that was occupied by the Japanese, the Alaskan territory occupied by the Japanese, which, of course, was a result of the Japanese winning the Battle of Midway. And at the sacrifice of the carriers, which, believe me, as far as Hirohito was concerned, was an advantage because he knew the Japanese naval carriers were just for that, for expenditure. The important thing was to capture those islands at all costs, at the cost of those carriers, so that they could hold the Americans at bay for the rest of the war.
Let me clarify. They
please.
didn't capture the Midway Islands. They captured the Aleutian Islands.
Thank you. The Battle of Midway, but they captured the Aleutian
Battle
Islands.
of Midway, they won the Battle of Midway not because they possessed Midway, because it was a red herring, a decoy, so that they could capture the Aleutians, which are much closer to New York. I mean, to America.
Yes, thank you.
Much more strategic.
Yes, and prevent America from bombing Japan from those islands, which, if the Americans had held those islands, if the Japanese had not captured those islands, the Americans could simply have bombed Japan from those islands without ever having to invade all the other islands in the Pacific. That's why the Japanese had to take those islands. Then the Americans, for that reason, had to divert 2/3 of their manpower and materiels to recapturing those Alaskan islands, the Aleutian Islands chain, 1,000 miles worth of islands in the North Pacific, the extreme North Pacific, that enabled them to finally bomb Japan from America itself. But by that time, it was too late. At that point, they had wasted so much manpower and materials on capturing all these little fly-speck islands in the Pacific, and then invaded Okinawa at the cost of extreme manpower, to the point where this little island, Okinawa, they had to have an invasion fleet as large as that which assaulted Europe on D-Day just to take Okinawa. The amount of manpower expended there, where 80% of the men died before they even reached the beaches. All of this was at such an extreme cost. Yes, the Americans could never have invaded Japan. So when it comes to all of this, this rendered the Americans at a loss. The bombs that they dropped, of course, we've explained before, they had no military effect, no strategic effect, or what strategic effect they had was obtuse and not direct. It was not a war winner. It would be basically the thousands of Americans they killed. Americans at Hiroshima. These were Japanese Americans who had been born in America, spoke perfect English, had been Americans all their lives. They were trapped at home when visiting or at school as exchange students when the war started. The Japanese put them in Hiroshima so they could translate intercepted American communications. And that would be one of the strategic elements in terms of a asset destroyed by the Americans by the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. But it did nothing in terms of affecting the manpower overseas or the war effort, except for something that's fairly nuanced. It needs to be taken into account because the Americans were killing their own. And there were, of course, whites, prisoners, and white Americans who did die at Hiroshima, and plenty more soldiers and Marines who, as Peter Moon said, died cleaning up Hiroshima and Nagasaki, burying all the bodies, cleaning up the mess, and absorbing all the radiation. Nagasaki was a fiasco, unlike Hiroshima, where the Americans could at least claim some strategic assets destroyed. But Nagasaki was a total fiasco. And we go into that in great depth in the book, in excruciating detail. So when it comes to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Americans, having dropped those bombs, then took that as a propaganda opportunity to claim they won the war. They basically spilled more ink about those two bombs than blood was spilled throughout World War II. The amount of ink the Americans spilled in volume, sheer volume, truly does equate to more mass than all the blood spill in World War II. They went on talking about those bombs forever after that to basically indoctrinate the American people into thinking that was the war-winning weapon. Now, think of the childlike simplicity of this fairy tale. You've got World War II as a fairy tale where you've got a Pearl Harbor strike for no goddamn good reason. They tell you it's a surprise attack, quote unquote, surprise attack, as if people, for no rationale, suddenly attack. And then they'll tell you that, but we stopped it with these two magic bombs. This is magical thought processing. This is magical thinking. It's offensive because it's infantile. So outgrow it. You consider yourself better than that. Mature. Get over it. And then see the war for what it is. Vietnamize it. When you Vietnamize World War II, and that is, of course, what the Roswell deception is, it is the Pentagon Papers of World War II, and I'm the Daniel Ellsberg of World War II, then you finally get all the hostility against me. Now remember, Daniel Ellsberg, fellow Marine, and also post-traumatically stress disordered. And he was a man who was facing multiple life sentences. He was definitively going to spend the rest of his life in jail. And the only thing that saved him was the fact that at the very last minute, just before the judge pounded that gavel, somebody came in and presented to the judge the fact that Nixon's staff had broken into the psychiatric offices of the consular treating Daniel Ellsberg and stole his papers to defame him, because in those days, someone being post-traumatically stress disordered was considered a weak and an emasculine coward. And in order to assassinate his character, they had broken the law, which forced the judge to throw the case out. It was a mistrial. He had to call a mistrial. And so once he threw that case out, Daniel Ellsberg was saved and became this kind of folk hero of the left. Now, I, on the other hand, am still in that stage where I'm being assassinated and reviled because the stakes are so much higher. If you think the Vietnam War was a long, bad war that had an incredible impact on America, who could deny that? Now think about the impact World War II had, and you're dealing with orders of magnitude beyond that, which is why the assaults on myself are relentless and endless, and your military has such a vested interest in character assassinating me. But I am the Daniel Ellsberg of the 21st century, dealing with the war that preceded Vietnam, the 20th century war that made the 21st century, in which we're entering a new stage of world conflict. And all of this based on, if you don't understand World War II, you can't win World War III. So that's why it's so important to read the Roswell deception, spread it among everyone else, and spread the word. So with that, I turn it back to Peter.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm going to shift gears now.
Sure.
And first thing, I'll let the audience know, which I wrote in my email.
Excellent.
That Douglas and I worked on the book, chapters 20 through 26, on Friday. We worked about 4.5 hours, and we got it done. You know, I sent you all the corrections, which were not all that many, along with the original thing. If you want to look at them, it doesn't matter.
Excellent. I'll take a look. Don't worry. We'll be, going over it again just briefly. We took care of everything except just a few little touches here and there that Peter told me to work on myself and get back to him about it. But we did great. Believe me, Peter and I, we progressed a lot. And good. Back to Peter. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, so I was able to go the next day in actually find the video or the YouTube where you went into the Vox Arca.
Okay.
This is the second approach to the Vox Arca, and it's the one where you talk about the Mad Hatter. In other words, Mercury and
yes.
That was the one I wanted, not so much just for that, but you go into collecting the different skin used for the Vox Arca. You go into the most detail. And, this is back in the days when Jameson was, acting as a host.
Oh, God.
So disingenuous, too, because he's talking about Aquino being disgusting or bad, and then then there's this resurfacing of this other guy named Michael Aquino. It really gets ridiculous. You keep batting it back, and I keep bringing it up like somebody, if you did a search on Michael Aquino, somebody else was coming up.
Right.
It was,
That's true. That's true.
yeah, it was just kind of ridiculous. But where you had mentioned, that so much, and this is something I wasn't even thinking about for the book, because I wanted to go into the details of more of how the Vox Arca was put together, the mechanical aspects of it, and how that brought you into a position of being more familiar with it than you would have otherwise been, and gave you a certain authenticity of familiarity with it. But you mentioned how, or one of us mentioned anyway, and you were saying, like, the time reactor, because the time reactor can generate such power, it would be the ideal instrument for usage of, you didn't just talk about binding entities, you talk about releasing entities.
Vanishing.
Yeah, but I think it was more in the context of release.
Understood.
Is what you said. I have to go review it again. I listened to the whole thing. It might only be a half hour, 45 minutes at the longest. Anybody wants to listen to it, let me see here. It's Wednesday, 09/15/21. Almost 2.5 years ago.
Wow.
09/15, almost 3 years ago. 09/15/21. Michelangelo Aquino. Yeah. 09/15/21. Critical omissions. You can, if anybody wants to listen to it, and you go to about, let me see, 2 hours and 16 minutes into the tape, if anybody wants to listen to that. And of course, you also, and you say, I think it's in the following week, I think I have to check out when that, you go into the apocalyptic visions or consciousness that's associated with the Vox Arca.
Yes.
And that's something I might want to address with you in the next episode or a future episode. I might want to address it.
Okay.
Probably will want to do it. It's a little premature now because I don't have the exact context I want to go for.
Right.
But that's but I was able to find it, which was quite pleasing to me, because sometimes your stuff is hard to find because it's been, a lot of stuff of yours has been obfuscated.
Yes.
Or practically scrubbed.
Yes. True.
So that was very encouraging, at least for the purposes of the book.
Most certainly.
I don't know if you have any comment to make on what I just said. It's not necessary, but if you do.
It's one of these things where at the moment, let's just put it this way, I'm just glad to be here. With everything else I dealt with tonight, it's a challenge enough just to be here. Feeling good now. We'll get into the groove towards monologue, of course, but definitely you're holding the show well enough. And when you bring up the Vox Arca, I want everyone to appreciate the fact that I myself am complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. The Vox Arca does not help. So I try not to dwell on it unless I have to. But definitely we want to get the word out there about what it is, why I'm still alive, the harassment being one thing, and attempts on my life at times being another. Not all of them sourcing from the same source. They could well be other interest groups behind different attempts to silence me or simply terminate me. But when it comes to the Vox Arca, it prevents the military from putting all of its resources into shutting me down. And it is a dead man switch. It is something that adds a balance of terror. So we'll get back to it inevitably, inescapably, because it's an integral part of my life. Definitely our man Peter is tackling a subject that is, for myself, uncomfortable only because whenever I run a diagnostic, which I have to periodically, it generates visions, some of them semi-prophetic, others simply meant to be misleading. In a sense, we could take them all as a kind of truth because they're all indicative of possible or potential futures. When I experience these while running a diagnostic, these visions, they are, to say that they're intensive is not doing them any justice. I'll explain this much so that people comprehend the enormity of what I'm saying, the intensity of what I'm talking about. If one takes a look at episodes that have a photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream, where you see myself wearing the Vox Arca, then you'll notice that there's always a part of the Vox that covers the eye. One of the eyes is going to be covered. And this is along the logic of the flying Führer bunker, or Air Force One. For those of you who do not know, Air Force One is piloted by pilots that wear eye patches. The eye patches are meant to cover one of their eyes at all times. And the logic is that in the event of a thermonuclear war suddenly erupting while the president is in the air, while the flying Führer bunker is airborne, then, say, for instance, even a terrorist attack using a nuclear weapon, meaning a rogue strike, potentially unleashing ordnance that blows up in proximity of Air Force One. Something like that, the pilots have the eye patch so that because nuclear explosions happen so quickly and because they're so powerful, there's no chance to prepare. You can't wear a pair of goggles and say, oh, I'll slap the goggles down when the bomb goes off. It is something that happens so suddenly you're going to be retina burned. It'll burn out your retinas, you'll be blinded, and then, of course, you're fucked along with all the passengers. So in order to deal with that, they wear eye patches so that in the event it does happen, only one of their retinas will be burned out, and they can just switch the patch over to the blind eye and continue flying. So that is the elite of the elite are the one-eyed jacks that fly Air Force One. So when it comes to the Vox Arca, you have a similar principle, because the body, when it experiences things physically, the body cannot ascertain or disambiguate between what's real and what is not. If the body is feeling sensations, as far as the body is concerned, those are real sensations. To just put it bluntly, if you're masturbating to point of orgasm, it's your body responding to what, as far as it's concerned, is sexual coitus. As far as the body's concerned, it's engaged in intercourse and responds as if it were such. So you're stimulating your body in such a way that it does not disambiguate whether or not you're engaging with a partner or not. When it comes to the Vox Arca, the visions are so intense that it's similar to being a one-eyed jack flying Air Force One in the middle of a nuclear war. Basically, the body's eye responds to those visions by bleeding, and sometimes the capillaries burst to the point where the eye becomes saturated in blood and you're crying blood, literally. It has gotten to that point for me, and you're almost temporarily blinded. it will leave a tremendous bruise, as if somebody has punched you in the eye. I've taken photographs of the aftermath of this as well. So understand that when you're using the VATSARCA, your body's responding, and you have to have the eye patch, because that way at least one of the eyes is under the sensation, will interpret itself as being protected. And in that sense, it doesn't bleed. It doesn't lose its vision. And that will enable you to function in your more immediate environment once the diagnostic run is over. That's how intensive the VATSARCA is when you're running a diagnostic, and gives you an idea of the forces we're playing with. So obviously it's not something I enjoy talking about. It's not something that and this is probably the most offensive thing that I've run into again and again. You can always tell the assholes and the moles who have been dispatched by other interests, assets of the enemy. These are people who just groove whenever I relate these horrible experiences. And this is something that I found there's no describing how offensive this is. There's no words for it. These people are the scum of the earth. But the first thing I've noticed is that whether it was Jambo the Reese Monkey, a.k.a. Jameson Reese, or Trampus Nicholson, these are individuals who, when I've relayed experiences about things I've experienced with Michael Aquino or via the VATSARCA, these people practically orgasm. They like groove to these stories. These are like they get so off on it, they get so into it and off on it simultaneously, that it's beyond repulsive. So that's how you can tell when somebody is the enemy, that they're wrong, that they're just, as they would say in King of the Hill, that boy ain't right. So back to Peter. So just that to say, we'll talk more about it next episode. I'll be more psychologically prepared, hopefully not coming home to a flood and poltergeist activity, literally having implements jump off the wall and shit.
I had to wonder if, just what I was kicking up was contributing to your flood.
It's a thought.
Because floods are always indicative of emotional issues. This is your standard feng shui. Floods is emotional issues. Now, and of course, we've talked about the emotions with the art-elect. There are deep emotional issues to process there.
Yes.
What I just saw on the news today, and I haven't had time to look at it, that Israel has accepted Biden's peace suggestion. I don't know if you heard that.
It's something to that effect. It's we'll see is all I can say. And for those of you who don't know, obviously Peter and I have been keeping abreast of what's been going on in the genocide in Gaza. And if Biden at least manages to rein in Netanyahu, more power to him. But I have my doubts. I'm going to be skeptical
Well,
about.
of course, we have doubts.
Yeah.
But it's excellent rhetoric.
Yeah.
And of course, Israel begrudgingly accepts Biden's Gaza deal. Not a good plan. U.S. expects Israel will accept Gaza ceasefire plan. See, the thing is, and then it says, we will not accept the rule of Hamas in Gaza. Or that's now.
That kind of defeats. That kind of ends it there, right?
Well, this is the thing. I've seen where Israel is really getting cornered, and they're getting bombarded from the north.
Yeah.
And the news doesn't cover that. The regular news doesn't cover it. I don't know why we call it the regular news. We call it the mainstream media, you know. But so it would be good politicking for them to say that, whether they intended it or not. But it also coincides with Venus's going Kazemi with the sun, meaning it's coinciding in the next few days. This is an excellent time for peace. Pluto is trining Jupiter. Jupiter's in Gemini, and when Pluto and Jupiter trine, it's very good. It can work things out. Now it says here, the U.S. government has every expectation that Israel will accept a ceasefire proposal that would begin with a 6-week cessation of hostilities in Gaza if Hamas takes the deal, according to National Security Council spokesman John Kirby. Well, great. Israel accepts it, now Hamas doesn't. Yeah, so what's the point? Let's see. Let's see.
Well,
now, that could be a strategy to go after Hamas. Oh, you're not going to accept it? We're offering it anyway. The 3-part plan unveiled by President Joe Biden last week would also be a surge of humanitarian aid, as well as an exchange of some hostages for Palestinian prisoners before a permanent end of the war. The proposal, however, has met with vocal opposition from some members of Israel's government. The negotiations come as fighting continues in Rafah, which came under intense Israeli airstrikes over the weekend. According to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, all 36 of its shelters in the Rafah area are empty after residents were forced to flee. Another 1.7 million people are estimated to be displaced in Khan Yunis and parts of central Gaza. Speaking to ABC Sunday, Mr. Kirby said that the U.S. has every expectation that Israel would say yes if Hamas accepts. We're waiting for an official response from Hamas. He said, adding that the U.S. hopes that both sides agree to start the first phase of the plan as soon as possible. During that initial 6-week pause in the fighting, Mr. Kirby said the two sides would sit down and try to negotiate what phase 2 could look like and when that could begin. In a televised series last week, Mr. Biden said that the second phase of the plan would see all remaining living hostages returned, including male soldiers. The ceasefire would then become the cessation of hostilities permanently. On Saturday, too far, Israeli ministers threatened to quit and collapse the country's governing coalition if Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed to the deal. We've read it, covered that before.
Yes.
It's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said they were opposed to striking any deal before Hamas was destroyed. So Netanyahu has pretty much said the same thing. So I think this is generally rhetoric.
Yeah.
But it's good rhetoric, positive rhetoric, but it's rhetoric.
Yeah.
And that is rhetoric.
Yeah. So I'll respond to that, and then when I respond to that, I'd like Peter to take that and run with it for a few moments while I again refresh myself. I finished this 16-ounce liquid can of Coca-Cola and want to rinse the taste out of my mouth. But here's what I think of. So I do want to reinforce what Peter is saying about the Israelis being in a corner. Yeah, basically, what I'll do later on tonight during monologue, I'm certain that if we don't get cut off, which hopefully they've fulfilled their need to do that. Hopefully they've fulfilled their quota in terms of cutting me off the internet for tonight, and we get the rest of the night in peace. That would be nice, and I'll bank on that. So I should, in that case, ultimately get back to talking about Asia, because that has a lot to do with, of course, everything that is going on with Trump. As a matter of fact, while I remember it, certainly before Peter retreats into the gentle night, I do want him to know that the Japanese in particular are banking on both sides of the equation in case something happens where you have Trump win the election, which of course I want people to understand that's still in the cards. That's his biggest get out of jail card, is to win the election. So believe me, Trump is going to be campaigning harder than ever before. Again, go into that a little bit in monologue, but in terms of Asia's response to this, which is unknown to many people, you've got the fact that the Japanese prime minister. Now, this is interesting because you might remember the other day I was making a big point of Argentina's right-wing prime minister and how he was visiting these right-wing groups in Spain and snubbing the leadership, and exactly how that is just unheard of and just not the right thing to do, etc. And yet the Empire of Japan did something very similar recently. And what happened was Japan's prime minister went to visit Trump. And so now I have to look up exactly when this happened. But I know it was very recent. It was recent enough where it surprised me. It really shocked me. When I take a look at here we are. Let me see if I can look this up and find it. And I do want somebody to help me here and look this up for me as well as to what date that this happened, so that we can follow up on it and I can at least get an idea of the exact date that it happened, because I don't want to misspeak. But basically, the Empire of Japan is hedging its bets, and the ruling party of Japan, the Liberal Democratic Party's entire elite, this month, so far as I understand it, visited Trump Tower. And Prime Minister Fumio Kishida visited North Carolina. So this was something that did not really make the news. I never really heard anybody talking about it, and certainly Biden didn't seem to have any power to stop it and didn't say anything about it. But this might be more consequential for deepening the Japano-American alliance in the longer term. But it nonetheless...
very odd. In fact, it seems to violate that, well,
everything that I had just mentioned in terms of diplomatic etiquette, yes.
Well, more than etiquette, it's like if you're acting as a foreign agent.
Yeah.
Although, because he's an ex-president, it might be different, but it's in other words, it's highly irregular for the Japanese to do this.
Yes. But definitely. But it goes to show you just the fact that they take it seriously, that he may very well be president, that the chances are still very high that he's going to be the next president. So they're hedging all their bets. Again, it was this month. The Liberal Democratic Party, that's the ruling party of Japan forever, ever since the democracy has been established in Japan, essentially. Since World War II, if you want to use those that measurement, just for the sake of a chronological context. And their elite visited Trump Tower this month. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida visited North Carolina, and he was there to probably establish the potential for investment. But this is something that was done without any... They didn't stop by to say hi to Biden. It's...
It's highly irregular, and it does not speak well of Biden's administration. It's in the Japanese, when they do something like that, it's a downright insult.
Yes, it's meant to be, and it's meant to be. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And so, of course, we all know the situation with Taiwan, and I brought it before. Again, I'll bring it up in course of monologue. This is directly linked to what Peter's brought up about Israel. The Taiwan, you've got it's the 18th largest trading nation in the world. With despite being a small little country, but by comparison, the American parasite state of Israel is number 23 on that list. You see, Taiwan boasts 474 billion United States dollars in foreign reserves. Israel's only got 122 billion United States dollars in foreign reserves. Now, there's probably a lot that's all underground and black network, and which would equal that of Taiwan's, but it's all criminal. Then there's the war's impact on Israel's economy. Their growth models based on attracting high levels of foreign direct investment to their tech sector and other export industries. But last year's social protest and uncertainty over the constitutional fracas before the war, the genocide even started, was already cited as a reason for a 68% year-on-year drop in the FDI report over the summer. And Israel's war called up 360,000 reservists into mobilization. That's another level of shock on the economy. So in his Substack, the economist Adam Tooze wrote, "The tech lobby in Israel estimates that a tenth of its workforce has been mobilized. Construction is paralyzed by the quarantining of the Palestinian workforce in the West Bank. Consumption of services has collapsed as people stay away from restaurants and public gatherings are limited. Credit card records suggest that private consumption in Israel fell by nearly a third in the days after the war broke out. Spending on leisure and entertainment crashed by 70%. Tourism, a mainstay of the Israeli economy, has come to an abrupt halt. Flights are canceled and shipping cargo diverted. Offshore, the Israeli government ordered Chevron to halt production at the Tamar natural gas field, costing Israel 200 million United States dollars a month in lost revenue." So Israel is, as Peter Moon said, in a corner for every reason. Fuck the diplomacy. They don't give a shit about that. They have the sense of hubris that would blind them to that. But at some point, they simply cannot sustain the war, the genocide. So we'll see, as Peter said, whether this is going to follow up with any real productive peace. But the one thing I do know, while I myself can't say for certain that the moon will be in the 7th house, I can tell you that Jupiter will align with Mars and Mercury, Neptune, Saturn, and Uranus, because it's a celestial event known as the parade.
That's tomorrow morning, tomorrow, which is 8 minutes away in New York.
Yeah, the parade of planets. Yes. So let me leave it to Peter for a few minutes. I'm going to be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to go mute, be back in just a few minutes, and I'll join Peter again. I won't be able to hear you, but I'll just be back in about 2-3 minutes. So Peter, take it away from there.
Yeah, this is a planetary alignment in Gemini. And of course, a lot of things are lining up in Gemini right now. I'm going to see if I can find what 6 planets will align in the night sky. Mercury moves into Gemini at 3:36 a.m. Eastern Time on June 3rd, making communication clear and concise. Action planet Mars will be in Aries. Philosopher Jupiter will be in Gemini. Rule maker Saturn will be in Pisces. Revolutionary Uranus is in Taurus, and dreamy Neptune will be in Pisces. So, yeah, these are momentous times we're in. And as I've stated before, Jupiter has gone Cassini. It's Cassini is again the alignment between Jupiter and the sun, and when a planet conjoins the sun, it goes out of visual. So it generally shifts from becoming a evening star to a morning star. And that's the death of Jupiter. And then the reemergence of Jupiter. So because Jupiter is very expansive and positive, it can also be, and its detriment can be not putting a limit on things, like eating too much food. But Jupiter is like, so like, it might be like, say, Jupiter just went out of Taurus. So that would be sort of a finalization on things that have to do with personal resources. And it would have been a time to, whatever you've been doing with your resources, expanding of resources, it's time to close the book on that. And now it's going to go into the next phase, which is Gemini, which is communication, travel, and siblings, to put it simply. So I know with me, I'll be focusing on travel and starting to line up my trip to Romania in August, and making plans and decisions, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we're, and of course, you can look deeper into your own situation if you want, like figure out what your
Yes.
rising sign is, and go from there. Now everybody has Gemini
Yes.
in a different house. As I say, my house is my career house in Gemini, although the first part of Gemini is my foreign travel and higher learning.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is an exciting time, and we're going to see a lot of weird stuff. What I would address before I depart for the night is I did see your email
Oh, good.
that you sent me about the Trump
Yes.
prosecution.
The prosecution, yes.
And it's like, this is a very authoritarian decision. And at first I didn't think it would work. I thought that they would that some of the jurors would think, oh, this is absurd. In defense of the jurors, none of us know what it's like to be a juror and to sit there and be subjected to what they were subjected to. We only hear notes.
Mm-hmm.
And those notes are from pundits who are on one side of the rooting gallery than the other side.
Yes.
The one who seems to be the most objective and dispassionate about it is Jonathan Turley, the commentator on Fox, who's a professor at Georgetown University, law professor. And he was not somebody who voted for Trump, but he's just outraged at the judicial process, because that's what he teaches. And of course, I've always noticed that. And the Democrat side does not, they will uphold the great prowess of the prosecutor and the judge, and just how good they are. I didn't think there would be a conviction.
I didn't either, by the way, just so people understand. I was astonished.
But after this conviction, I would accept Trump to be sentenced to jail. This judge has a track record of taking white-collar criminals and putting them in jail to teach them a lesson. This is without Trump. He wants to teach because it's not common to stick white-collar criminals in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do, it's usually a patty cake jail.
Right.
That's
Just so
what's
people
so-
know, I would be astonished myself if Trump goes to jail. But go on.
I would not. I would not. Because this is great punitive activity going on. And there's also a lot of hubris involved from Joe Biden. There are logs showing George Soros' son going into the White House multiple times because he's kind of turned his empire over to his son, who one of my friends who saw him said he's quite an idiot, but I don't know. I would imagine he is. I don't know that. But there's also now, as you say, if he's to go, if he's going to be sentenced on, I think July 11th or something like that.
July 11th. Yes.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time in between now and then. That now, what's that guy, Mark Levin?
Levine.
He laid out a very specific remedy for the Trump side. It was quite brilliant. And he said, and he cited case history, he can bypass the entire appellate system and go straight to the Supreme Court because of its timely and emergency nature. Because he said that this, and he can cite all this in case law and Supreme Court precedents. In other words, the logic is that if this goes through the New York system of appellates, it's going to be long after the election. Elections, it's not, it's not going to work. And this has the power to completely tilt the election. And he says this gives rise to prosecutors anywhere tilting elections. They could say, well, they could say they could make up a case against Biden and convict him and do it in such a way that it screws up the election. Now, the Democrats have said that Trump is, I shouldn't say the Democrats, the judge has said that, not the judge, the jury has said that Trump is guilty of election interference. This is exactly what this case would be, is that the Democrats this is election interference because it's not allowing Trump to run for office unencumbered. What I would be most concerned about if I was Trump's advisor would not be his ability to win the election, particularly in the, what do they call those states, the disputed states, the
Swing
key
states. Swing states.
Yeah, swing states, would be the integrity of the accounting. Because there were many irregularities and reports of irregularities, and there always are. Counting votes is something like trying to keep track of the inventory at Home Depot. I mean, inventory is a big joke. It's very complicated. And I remember seeing software programs for book publishers on how to manage inventory. It's insane. Like, you're going to spend more time keeping track of your inventory than you are shipping out the inventory.
Yes.
And then you become a bean counter. It's like, it drive you nuts. Now, because, you're dealing with returns, you're dealing with goods that are no good or with this. and then Home Depot, you're dealing with theft and misplacement. So anytime they ring something up in Home Depot, they, or even an IKEA, which is a much tighter ship than Home Depot. You know, an IKEA, oh, well, you know, it says we have 3 of these, but you better check the shelves because we might only have 1 or we might have none. So, you know, keeping inventory, and that's a real business.
Yes.
Voting is, and then they have this kind of like, well, anybody can vote. You can just mail in your vote. Well, mail in your vote is who? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, give me some ballots. Because, you know, I knew somebody in Georgia who got 3 ballots. We're sending out ballots. Like, I don't understand it. The process used to be very tightly controlled, where you'd go to a booth, or before you went in the booth, and they'd see your name and you'd sign it. I haven't voted in, 30 years, 40 years. The only other times I voted was when I was in Scientology, and they, you know, steered you to vote. They didn't force you to vote. They just said, these are who we recommend.
Right.
We don't recommend Jimmy Carter because he's fully in support of the National Foundation of Mental Health. So, you know, we were encouraged to vote for President Ford. Yeah. So, I my last memory of voting was in Clearwater, and I think I took a bus. Not that I had to take a bus. I could have gone down, maybe, but I saw this. I guess he was the highest ranked technical person in Scientology, Ray Midoff, and he was giving me the evil eye.
Wow. Why?
He was very unhappy with me.
Why?
It's a long story, but I wasn't, you know, I was outsmarting certain rules. And he had already compromised his integrity so badly. I had no respect for him. I had no respect for him. And he ended up eating dirt under David Miscavige. David Miscavige totally humiliated him. He had him in his what do you call it? His trailer. Called it the Hole.
Yes.
There's even a Wikipedia interest on the Hole where these people were eating slop and they were beating each other up and just doing shit. And he ended up there, you know, and he wanted to be the highest technical person in Scientology, and he was. And even before that, I'd heard David Miscavige had humiliated him by creating this system where you could audit somebody in Scientology like with a complete sort of mechanized auditing. In other words, you didn't need a human being.
Right.
And it was totally fucked up. I mean, it wouldn't work. You had to have the live communication, and he was having him demonstrate. It was all a humiliation of this guy.
Yeah.
Who actually had some capabilities, but he sold his soul. He sold his soul. You know, these guys claim to be, you know, they would voraciously praise L. Ron Hubbard, but they were, you know, going against his principles. So I had no respect for this guy.
Yeah.
And over time, you know, I'm sure he would be, you know, see that he's on the bottom of the poll now. I remember, but him seeing me voting and giving me the evil eye or whatever the equivalent of was. He's very disapproving of me, and I think, you know, you're just a jackass who's out of touch.
Yes.
You know, it's like you lose respect because you see people are. And I remember driving down the street years after I left. Me and a friend of mine, he was driving me around because I used to visit him, and we're going down the streets, and I see this guy who he was a top registrar. In other words, he used to sign people up for a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And he never took money himself for this. I think he took them on books when he sold huge book deals, but he never took them when he'd sell auditing because he was rich. He's from a rich family. Who would never do that? And I remember going in and seeing this guy, and I said, you know, I'd like to really punch him in the nose. And my friend said, why? And I don't think like that. I that's not me.
I know, yeah, that's typically not you, no.
And I said, you know, I said, I don't even think like that. And I didn't really know why. But then I read years later, just he was involved in so many abusive shenanigans. You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's just horrible what these people
Did.
and you know, and I was thinking about people that really sort of steered me and guided me in the beginning, my first year in Davis, really good people. And they actually, over a period of decades, I would say they're just mind controlled.
Yeah.
And I never looked at Scientology as mind control at all.
Mm-hmm.
I never looked at it. I never viewed it. Was it very persuasive? Did it, you know, I never thought of it as mind control. But it's very clearly that they are the victims of mind control because, you know, their lives were, I guess, what you call consumed.
Yeah.
And because the only reason I was able to see through it so easily and fluidly is because I had such close access to Hubbard, saw who he was, what he was. There was no real mystery there. Or when the mystery was exhausted, and so much of it had to do with, you know, access to inside information and firsthand experience. It made all the difference in the world. Well, I don't know what these people were thinking. I have no idea. And if I were to talk to these people now, and they were to accept me at face value and talk with me, they might be very confused. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they might be confused. I know one person who wouldn't even, if I were to talk to him, I know he wouldn't talk to me. He'd just think, well, that's bad. That's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't talk to me. Another person I saw give a long talk because I was interested in her, and she had a lot of mixed emotion. I wasn't interested in her personally. I mean, because
Right.
I knew her. I worked under her.
Right.
And she's very, you know, she had all this enthusiasm for the things that she did were positive, and she says, but, you know, now I think she was involved in some big scam. It's like there's mixed emotions there. Because, you know, she knew there was a good side to it. But it's like, you know, she can't reconcile it.
Right.
And all I can say is it was right down my alley. Not only my adventure into it, but my adventure out of it, and how it complemented what I ended up doing as a writer. You know, because Hubbard was a writer. I did understand him as a writer.
Right. Of course.
I understood him, you know, and what he was doing, and I understood him as a person and how he expressed himself. And so be it. But to get back to the Trump issue,
Yeah.
if he goes to jail, this is really becoming more like the French Revolution. And you might see, it would be interesting if he goes to jail, or if he's sentenced to jail on the 11th. Now, because this is a white-collar crime, they might give him 30 days to put his affairs in order.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could see this doing as the ultimate insult to damage him and to just humiliate him. Because I think it's more about humiliating and damaging him than it is about making Joe Biden look good. Because everybody's saying, you know, he looks like a big turd anyway, even as the Democrats say it. It's like James Carville, the Raging Cajun, who was the guy who helped get Clinton elected. He's completely thinks that the Democrats are nuts about what they're doing. He's a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
And in other words, they just don't get it. And I could say that the Democrats don't get it, at least in terms of public perception. I think your email even alludes to fascism or Stalinistic, which is worse than fascism.
Yes.
But if they sentence him to jail on July 11th, the judge, this is 3 days before Bastille Day. Bastille.
But don't they see the ominous symbolism in that?
Well, I'm pointing it out. That 3 days, you'll see storming the Bastille. What did they do in France? They stormed the palace at Versailles. They ultimately, I think they basically arrested Marie Antoinette and got the king. You know, they went to jail.
Yes.
And then they were prosecuted, eventually beheaded.
Yes.
And this is the actual public. Now, when we go back to January 6th, we had a public intrusion on the Capitol building like we've never had before, that I'm aware of.
Right.
The storming of it, and that says something. I mean, it says a lot of people are dissatisfied with how things are happening. They're very unhappy, with good cause to be unhappy. And what are these congressmen producing? But war in Israel. I'm not suggesting the Republicans are any better, because they really screwed up when they had the White House, or they had the Congress. They couldn't get anything done. They had all the votes. Because that, I forget what his name. He didn't even want to be the House, the Speaker of the House. He didn't want to be the job. You know, it's just like it was despicable. His whole attitude was despicable, not just because he was anti-Trump, but he didn't want to get anything done. So, you know, I guess Trump was still learning his job. So with Bastille Day coming up, this evokes the French Revolution. And in the French Revolution, the ultimate victims were the leaders. It was not the people. The people were victims to the degree that, you know, when Napoleon took over, you know, they were stretched because they were fighting a war. But that was the price of the freedom, because he gave them the Napoleonic Code and the rights of man.
Yeah.
So that was a big deal. And now we don't just have, well, we have the rights of man, we have the rights of the come to the country, give us your poor, you're tired, you're criminally insane, give us your criminally insane. You know, so this is not like the American Revolution. You know, this is Pluto returning. And the American Revolution was when Pluto was in Capricorn. And then when Pluto went into Aquarius was the French Revolution. And we're, you know, and just these things are not identical patterns, but they're, you know, America may have more of a French Revolution than France has this time. So what's going to happen? Whatever's going to happen, and I'll tell you, the fireworks haven't gotten started yet. This is just the preliminary. Like if you go to a fireworks show, they shoot off, some warmer-uppers before they get into the really big stuff. These are the warmer-uppers.
Yes.
And you'll see the fireworks begin after Labor Day. And they will continue through the election. And the election will be, some say that there will not be an election. Some say Biden will not run. And this sentencing is just before the political convention, the Republican political.
That's quite correct, yeah, which is we can only imagine how that's going to be impacted.
Well, I think the biggest issue there will be who will be the vice president. And the next vice president will take on a different tenor, because you realize with Trump, it might be the president. So if they're just going to take some stooge from a swing state.
Well, I can tell you one thing that's definitive from what I understood from the Japanese visits to Trump Tower is that Elon Musk is being considered for the vice presidency, but that would be interesting because, as you pointed out when you and I spoke privately, he's not born in the United States. So if he were made vice president, while that might be conceivable, what would happen if something happened to Trump? Could he legally become the president? Now that would be...
No, he couldn't be vice president. The vice president has to be
born in the United States.
Qualifications of the president.
Okay, so he has has to be at least a... Yeah.
That's probably due to Japanese unfamiliarity.
Thank you. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and because they're capable of being unfamiliar.
Yeah.
They would just assume, and but yes, so they're going to pick a running mate, and then with the Democrats, it's really weird. I mean, they could. I don't believe that Trump is a shoo-in because they are audacious, have no, will stop at nothing to control the voting. Now, because there was so much dispute about the voting last time, I imagine the Republicans would either have a very vigilant operation in place, which they will be stopped. They're not going to allow them to watch past a certain point, but they might want to try chicanery themselves. Because there were many Democratic pundits that said we have to resort to dirty tricks to get rid of Trump. They basically said it. We'll do anything to get rid of Trump because he's so evil it justifies it. It's sort of like, your mother arranging for the Golden Messiah to be shot.
Yes, I understand.
Because it was the lesser evil.
Right.
And this is how they're looking at it. Of course, in an operation like that, she has she's not breaking any laws.
Right.
Here or there. And then what do laws matter anyway? Laws don't matter. It's the enforceability of laws is all that matters in political science. Because laws get skewed and, all the time throughout history. It's like laws are for the little people.
Right.
Nobody is above the law. And meanwhile,
did you still like what the Blood Boys said, except everybody committing crimes in Washington, D.C. at the street level?
Exactly. I think it's very interesting that they evaluated this by the way people dress, which is, you can't discount it. It's not, it's not completely irrelevant, but it's a different, a different view. And it's just like, it's a theater of the absurd.
Yes.
And you had a lot of quick, expedient trials in the French Revolution. In America, they weren't doing all these trials. There wasn't a bunch of show trials in America. There were some trials of, Benedict Arnold, I think.
Yes.
But I think he had escaped anyway.
At least initially. Wasn't he ultimately hanged? I don't remember.
No, I think he escaped to England.
Oh, okay. Wow. Who was it that got hanged? There was some American spy that got hanged. I don't remember who, but it was someone was.
I don't think it was him.
Okay.
But I think he escaped to England and was never liked in England. They didn't like him either. And you know, he was like you. He was a hero who was disenfranchised by his own country because they betrayed him.
That's true. And by the way, just so people know, he was also a sniper. Benedict Arnold was a marksman and very triggerish. He was quite an accomplished sniper, which a lot of people probably do not know. Back to Peter.
No, and I didn't know they had snipers with those old muskets, but he was a great general. Yeah. And you know, they kind of like didn't give him any credit. You know, George Washington got all the credit.
Yeah.
But then again, as I say, the revolution was not about, in America, was not about show trials. It was about getting the British the hell out of America, which worked for about 20 years.
Yes.
I mean, it did. It worked.
Yeah.
And then a new arrangement was made.
Yes.
But so, you know, we're in for a lot of, you know, politically, and I don't, exciting times, I suppose, with Pluto and Capricorn, because this is going to attack the tyranny. So here is where you could see tyranny rear its head. And the other thing is, and there's, I mean, like, I remember, you know, playing football in the election at this park where they're having the cricket match now.
And bomb threats.
Yeah. And you know, these, like, God, all these trucks came up with these big flags. What the hell is this? It was all these Trump supporters, these Trump rallies. And so you're going to see a lot of, you know, dancing in the streets if Trump were to win. And you would see Trump probably pardoning himself, and we'd see how that would work. You know, could a president pardon himself? There's no law against it.
Yeah. I think that's been the idea all along. But go on, yeah.
Well, yeah, he's going to pardon the January 6th guys. He says, if he gets in. You know, I think it would be expedient for Joe Biden to pardon his son and just say, I'm sorry, he's my son. I would think you'd do the same. You're forgiven. You know, and I think he's so screwed up, he's torturing his son.
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking.
Yeah, because his son deserves to be prosecuted. His son is a scumbag, like father, like a chip off the old block. But I'm thinking, why doesn't he do this? Like, he could just say, look, I don't want to see him suffer. He's my son. And I know he's done wrong. And I have the power to pardon, and I have the power to forgive. So he's pardoned. End of story. Why doesn't he do it?
Wait, what's this latest thing involving firearms? What's this about his son and the firearms?
Well, I don't know. I just know that he owned a firearm, and he wasn't supposed to because he was on probation. You know, he violated the laws. But the real serious violations apparently are his not paying his taxes. Okay. So
why it's not like he's poor. Why did he not pay his taxes? I don't get it.
Because he's out of touch and irresponsible.
God, that's just stupid.
You know, I mean, he's just you know, neglectful, and he's also entitled. So it's like, but I don't understand. I mean, what is the fallout from him pardoning his son? What is the fallout?
The optics would be bad. The optics would be nepotism.
You know what? The optics are so bad.
How could it possibly get any worse?
Because this stuff could turn up the stuff on the Russian shenanigans. It could turn up more scrutiny upon, what did happen. So I'd say it just doesn't make any sense. Bad optics. There's nothing. Does Joe Biden ever have good optics? Did he ever have good optics? Ever? Did he ever have good optics? He's just like outrageous. In spite of the only optics he has that are good is that he's not Trump. That seems to be the biggest political asset.
That's pretty much it, yes.
Yeah, he's not Trump. So it's like, what a weird, weird world.
Speaking of weird, just have to get this in here, and then we'll get right back to topic. But Mexico just had its elections round down, and I believe they've just elected their first female president. This is not a good thing. It's not simply because she's Jewish, but she's following the line of the last president, which is very deconstructive, very destructive. But at any rate, the point was, when I looked it up, I got the results for Mexican football. This is how fucked up our world is. I'm looking up the results of their election, in which they've just probably elected their first female president, and I get football results. This is the it shows you what priorities are for aggregate search engines. But back to Peter. Yes, back to Peter.
Wow. I have no idea what that's about, but Mexican politics is something I've never really followed or never makes much sense to me.
I mean, how can it? I mean, you've got an economy that's run on narcotics, and it's going to be, what are the politics worth in an economy like that? It's going to be extraordinarily bizarre, right? It's going to be as warped as Russian politics are in their own way, by their factors, which are all consuming in their culture. So yeah, back to Peter. It's going to be a weird world. We've also had an election in South Africa where the communists lost big, meaning that the African National Congress lost big, thank God. And this at least provides South Africa some opportunities to crawl out of their hole. And beyond that, of course, just a lot of electioneering going on. India, of course, has got its thing going with its president, but as it is, we can wait on that. That's a few more days yet. So back to Peter, and of course,
that's about all. I mean, you can go on with your arc of narrative tonight, and I'll try and I got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff was laid on my plate.
Yeah.
But I still, I'm going to listen to that Vox Arca thing again.
Wonderful, bless you.
And see that, and maybe we'll be ready to address that on Wednesday. And then, so hopefully there'll be no more problems with the broadcast tonight. And
thank you.
But good luck, and good luck with cleaning up the flood.
Well, actually, thank you. There's still remnants to take care of, still dregs, but thank you. I appreciate the thought, and bless you, dear Peter. We love you dearly. Thank you so much for your saintly patience throughout all of the challenges we're dealing with constantly. But Peter and I got a lot of work done. It was unbelievable how well we did, actually, considering the number of chapters we had to deal with. And we will be speaking privately again as soon as possible, if not this week, the week after. But we're definitely going to be speaking just to, polish up a few more things with those chapters, and, of course, the Vox Arca. I'll be probably in a better psychological headspace to speak more of that on Wednesday. Hopefully the individual Peter was communicating with hears what went on tonight and is able to understand the challenges that we deal with were demonstrated.
It's jumping. It's it's like it's kind of like jumping into management at Disneyland or Disney World and getting thrown about this whole new world.
Yeah.
And you're looking at all these different amusement parks and different places, different agendas, like going into except that this Disney World is more like the Wicked Witch's Castle.
Yes.
It's more like Bizarro Disney World.
Yes.
It's not so nice. So that's the thing. It's like we're living in our own continuum on this broadcast and with the people who follow it.
Yes. Yes.
And the people who follow it and will probably be, follow it steadily, will probably become the people to buy your book.
Yes.
This will be like I hate to say the word, like a Bible for them.
Yeah.
Because it will clarify so much. Because you can listen to this broadcast and we cover these topics and we fly from here to there, and some people have heard this, and then even the people who've heard it, it's been a long time since they've heard it.
Yes.
And I get a peculiar or a particular education in it because I'm consolidating what I've heard and crystallizing it and putting it into, I guess what you'd say, summarized information / wisdom, so that I grasp it. And even then I'm thinking like, okay, so I've got familiarity with all these topics, and then we've got to go here and there, and and so it'll be a more, it requires, your talking requires an educated audience.
Yes.
And I have to think, if the Blood Boys, say, heard a typical broadcast where you might mention the Vox Arca, H.P. Lovecraft, the Artilect, throw in a few other subjects I haven't mentioned, they'd be able to follow it? Do they know any of this stuff?
To a degree, yes. That's inescapable. Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
So they wouldn't be lost.
No, not particularly. They wouldn't be all at sea. No.
That is fascinating in itself. Is that you're educating your own little pool of,
yes,
future influencers.
Yes.
And you have to highly regard them, if not respect them, for this unique education they're getting.
Yes.
And it seems to me that it's very, they're very non-biased.
Yeah.
Very non-biased. I mean, they might have a predisposition,
Well, they're young enough where their perspectives are just being formed, really. So there's no real bias. Though I am reminded of one thing. We might as well spell the Plateau of Leng as Leng. That way, if people are looking it up, they can have something to chew on. There's different romanizations. Peter and I were going over different romanization spellings for all Asian words, but sometimes you just have to go with the simplest that most people can at least find some reference to, so that they don't feel that they're dealing with nothing or something made up. So you might as well stick with the Leng for Leng. Leng is the simplest. And people can look that up, but I do warn everyone, of course, just understand that so much is obfuscated out there, and they tend to obfuscate it through the and Peter set me straight on this. I was against using the word mythos a few times because it's so corrupted to me, so tainted with the poison of of August Derleth and what he's turned it into. But as Peter said, it's important that we use that for that reason, so that people understand that was the intent, that August Derleth has done his best to take what H.P. Lovecraft has tried to teach the world about, and then turned it into quote unquote a mythos, so that everybody can game it and have fun with it and just pretend it's not real, while further and further corrupting their own paradigms. So just something to bear in mind. And so with that, the only other thing that I'm thinking of is, Peter and I will again talk privately, and I'll see if I can scrabble together, a little something to maybe act as kind of some context for the Tengu. But we'll see. I'll do my best to grab some.
That's fine, but
Yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
It's
If it flies. Yeah.
If it feels loose and floppy, your reference to the Tengu, the hybrid bird people.
Yeah, it's not that it does. It's like Peter said. Yeah.
It's like it is loose and floppy, because if you go over to Japan, you're probably not. You go into the forest, you're probably not going to find any Tengu.
Right.
You're probably not. And maybe this will turn into. We can send the Bigfoot crew over there.
No, that'd be, instead of squatching, yes, tangoing. Oh, God.
It's Japan. We have Sasquatch in America, but in Japan they have Tengu. And these are creatures. And there we see one in the bushes. I mean, I every now and then on Instagram I'll get something of a Bigfoot footage. And it's as phony as hell. It's like it's like some man in a.
It's painful. Yeah, just painful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but you see, it's all about clicks.
Yes.
It's all about clicks.
Yeah.
It's all about getting attention, and really, who needs it?
Yes.
So be it. But anyway, with that, I will say goodnight, and please continue to. I appreciate those of you who've supported Douglas, and please continue to support him.
Yes.
And we'll be back on, it's douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button.
Thank you.
And see you, my website is timetraveleducationcenter.com and skybooksusa.com, and then we'll be back on Wednesday. So good night, everybody.
Blessed be. We love you dearly, and sweet be thy slumber, and blessed be thy dreams. Okay? Bye for now.
Okay.
All right. So that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com, and we're going to call everyone else, all the usual suspects. We'll see who responds. Give our good man, Aristides, someone to bounce off against. Not that I need to take too much of a break now. I took several earlier because I had to. It was just such a profoundly discomforting evening so far, and honestly, just coming home to crap pouring out of disintegrating the box stands.
A flood in your place, or was this the basement, or
no, the bathtub? The bathtub. Yeah. It's like, because that's the plumbing. The plumbing, sucks shit. the plumbing is shit. It's like so just to drive the point home, and I think you heard me say this, but just to reinforce it, I do not take baths at home. I can't take baths here because the several factors. The water heater has less water in it than an aquarium tank. It's smaller than a fucking aquarium tank. It is literally at the most something like 30 gallons. And when I talked to my neighbor next door who owns his fucking home, he was like, and I told him that, he was, oh, yours 30 gallon? Oh, mine is 20 gallon. And I'm like, you cheap piece of shit. You cheap son of a bitch. Like, you own your own home. Get rid of your fucking water tank and replace it with something big, you fucking piece of shit. Anyhow, cheap ass landlords. And in San Francisco, it's literally potentially deadly to be taking a bath with only 30 gallons off. First off, in case you don't know, 30 gallons does not even fill up the bottom of your fucking tub. You can't even get your feet wet. It's like 30 gallons is like what you would put literally in a foot bath. That's like what fits in a foot bath. It's a size literally smaller than your average aquarium, which would be about 20 gallons, for those of you who do not know. So when it comes to the bathtub, once that water comes in, you wait another half an hour to an hour for water to heat up so that you can, continue taking it. It's just impossible. You're basically freezing to death in a bathtub. It is literally, you're endangering your life because you're threatening yourself with contracting pneumonia every time you take a bath in this shithole. Yeah. So the showers, no better. So you're freezing yourself to death unless you're a masochist who likes cold showers and thinks that's somehow better for your health or something. But so I take all my bathing and showers. It's all done on the estates, or when I'm someplace else other than here. I can't do it here. So that being said, aside from that, you
need like an 80-gallon water heater to fill baths really
Thank you so much. Where did you learn that?
I don't know.
Oh.
It seems right. And that's what they had at the house, like where I saw where they used to have old people had they took baths all the time and they had to have the 80-gallon water heater.
Yeah. No, it's
back
true.
in the day. Yeah, you got a big ass water heater.
Yeah.
If you could.
Thank you. So important. And okay, gonna press that button now. We're gonna add all these people to the call. Let's see who responds. And so when it comes to the other reason is, of course, the plumbing. The plumbing is like half the time what comes out of that shower head or out of the bath is mud, and it's just Yes, we have been joined by the lovely little lady from South Carolina. Hey, honey. Hope everything's going well with you. My voice is kind of in and out tonight. I'm going to try and regather it before. And Heather Holman has joined us. Let me introduce the two of you in case the two of you have not been introduced before. Heather Holman, this is Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson, this is...
I'm replaying you. I just want to hear your voice. Can you hear yourself?
Yeah.
It's like 30 gallons is like what you...
Yeah, it's me bitching. Yeah, so it's Doug Dietrich bitching. He's griping. Yeah.
I was just curious, how fun that conversation was, because I just tuned in on the last few minutes, but apparently about a bathtub. Is that what you talked about for 3 hours with our man?
I came home to a flood. Yes, it's and then they cut us off. They cut me off internet. They cut off my internet. So it took me 20 minutes, around less than half an hour, about 20 minutes to get us back online, because I had to completely delete the few minutes we had published and restructure the studio so that it would publish the new live stream with a new title and a new summary. It's just one stressor after another, honestly. So I'm enervated.
Oh, you poor little baby. You know what it's like? It's like you felt like it was like to be a parent for what, an hour or two?
Oh, honey, I don't deserve this. I really don't. I mean, look,
You do, because you know why? We talked the other night, and I didn't tell you that you kind of offended me when we were talking about somebody. It was a guy that you met, and you were like, when you met him, you're like, he had babies now. And then he was like, I'm not into that anymore. And then you're like, yeah, you're not cool.
Yeah, Vale! That was Vale!
Yeah. Vale. And so you were all like, yeah, you used to be cool. And I was thinking, I kept my mouth shut, but I feel like I would wait for the podcast to stay here. You don't know what it's like to actually become self-aware, because you realize you're not just aware for yourself anymore. Your life, you can't just run out because you want to go to a movie or because you want to go get high. Well, I mean, not until they're 20 again, right? But you got a full fucking 18 years, unless you're just a piece of shit. But you have to actually do the right thing. right? And like that's what Vel was doing, and all you did was put poor Vel down. And I'm defending Vel now on air.
This is him. This is him. I'm going to put a link to his Wikipedia page in the text box and in the chat room so that people can see this poor guy. Look at this poor schmuck. This poor schmuck.
Yeah, this poor schmuck who was like so a neo-Nazi and then like or whatever else he was. That was so he was cool in some way to Douglas, and then Douglas happened to run into him on the street a couple years later, and he's like, and that fucker was married, and he'd had like a kid or two, and he's like pushing around, and he was like, hey, and Douglas was like, I said, hey, like what's up, like whatever you thought he was cool on, I don't know, remember like something, and he was like, oh yeah, you're talking about the old me. You're talking about the old me. I'm not into that anymore. And Douglas was like, the fuck. This fucker just was turned to a loser. I was just like, fucking loser, just because you have fucking kids, like piece of shit, like what the fuck? He's just like trying to better his life or some shit. Yeah, so why don't you put a link to him for anybody that's a parent to follow his lead instead of yours?
So right now, what I'm welcoming back in order of appearance is Thomas and Amor Fati in Mexico, where they just had the election and elected their first female president, who's Jewish, no less. And
I mean, yeah, you get a win, you get a loss. And I'm not even saying Jewish. I'm not against Jewish. I just think if you have to, it's just like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like you can't say Marjorie Taylor Greene without saying white, Christian, redneck trash, right?
Or nationalist.
So
yeah.
We couldn't just be like, if we elected Marjorie Taylor Greene, it'd be like, okay, one woman, but then we got like white, maybe okay, I guess, like what, either way, like cool, I'm not gonna put it on white. But then, okay, redneck, trailer park, Christian. And then you have to say your religion. If you have to, because I don't think it's okay to be a religion. But if the religion has to come with your name to define the rest of you, then there's a problem. Right?
That is
like,
something,
we should
isn't
all be
it?
spiritual. We should all have our own relationship with God and our spirituality. But if we have to put Christian, because with her it'd be like, because I'm anti-gay, anti-abortion, pro putting people to death for fucking dilly pot.
And by the way,
I just feel like that. So that's why I say I'm not anti-Jew at all. I just feel like and maybe it's just you saying that Jewish. She may not be like that heavily Jewish. I mean, most people I meet that are Jewish, like that's the question. I really question is it the Jewish thing you're against? Because most of the people that people say they're Jewish, but the bad people that claim to be Jewish are not Jewish at all. They're like the Christians. They're like, yeah, I love Christ. Also, I'll stab you in the back, talk about you behind your back, do everything that Christ would not do. And like the Jewish people that are like, I'm Jewish, but that are also like, yeah, like I don't give a shit about religion at all. I just want money. I want a lot of fucking money. I want to stab you in the back for fucking money. Like that's what I see, at least with Christians and Jews. And this is me, someone as a Christian, and Jesus was a Jew, so I can claim both at some point in my life. I would just say that I claim none of them now because of the stigma. I claim none of that. But yeah.
So this again is a link for our text box and for the chat. And give me a second to press the enter button. So this is, as you can see, when there we are, Mexico poised to elect uninvolved Jew, which is pretty much what Our Lady Brooke is saying, is that basically, so this woman, it's like, why is that an issue? And understand, of course, I don't bring it up other than the fact
she's got a really big nose, and that could be the only. I'm sorry, could be the only other thing. Like, there is still the stigma of the Jewish nose, right? So like we can say white men can't jump, right? White people love fried chicken, and Jews have big noses. Like, yes. I still think those are stigmas there. They're not done 100% true, but if she's got a huge nose, maybe that's why the writer decided to be like.
Yeah. And by the way, Amor Fati, our man in chat, who lives in Mexico, has pointed this out. I would not have known about it otherwise. So her name is Claudia Scheinbaum. That's another name. That's another hint, right? That's a clue. It's like, Goldfinkel or
Okay,
something.
maybe that's what you're pointing. Maybe obviously that's pretty
Yeah, Scheinbaum. And so they elected her over an indigenous Mexicano.
in Mexico elected her. Like, is Mexico wanting the? Here's the thing. I just need to know. And Fadi, can you put this in the chat? Like, is she like Netanyahu? Like I need to know if I need to put Mexico on my anti list, because if Mexico is going like, we want another.
By the way, I would say so.
We saw him.
Yeah, she's following the lines of this, the precursor president, and he was following the Q line. He was a Q president in Mexico.
QAnon?
Yeah, QAnon. He was a Q man.
Okay, well, let's just call Frank up. Let's call Frank Black up.
Ian West, honey. Yeah, he called himself Frank Black exactly for the reasons you said.
I said Frank Black
Yeah.
because you kicked Ian West off the show, but we could invite Frank Black on.
Right, his persona. And
Which, to be honest, you didn't kick Ian West off the show. You kicked Frank Black off the show.
Yes, just so people know, Ian West used the name Frank Black, well, because
Black Frank.
Yeah, that's right. He did. Because he looks like he's half black, half Jewish, and he's basically copying to that while being incredibly racist and
completely racist and anti-Jew.
Yes,
and he
yes.
is completely. I don't even think he's copying to it. I think that's his real name. To be honest, I really think that's his real name. I mean, unless you know something different that I don't.
I'm just assuming it.
Black Frank is his. But either way, if you look at his picture in any picture,
Yeah.
it's like he's definitely. I mean, it'd be like if you put like a fucking pug, you can see that face. You're like, that's a pug, okay?
Yeah,
And then you put a
it's
pug,
true. It's true.
like a I don't know, like a freaking I don't know, what's a curly-headed dog? Like
Terriers.
little
Terriers.
Labrador.
Terriers.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
a terrier. You see this little body, and you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely a schnauzer body, and that's a fucking pug face.
Yeah.
And that was basically like, I'm not saying body, I'm just saying you looked at him, it was like, you're definitely Black Frank.
Right. A body he was so ashamed of. Tell him about the measurements. Tell them about the China inch. He was.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his waist. And what I was thinking about his waist next.
He was using these weird China inches, right?
Yes. And he told us, he argued this. We could replay this episode. You need to timestamp this shit. It's hilarious. Like, he literally is on air and being like, or like something, and he's like, well, I just measured and I have a 26-inch waist. And like, and I'm like, no, you do not have a 26-inch waist. I'm looking at you now. You do not. And I'm like, I don't have a 20. I might have a 20. You're not a 26 waist. And he's like, I am. And I'm doing it. And I just ordered this stuff from China. And it says I'm 26-inch waist. And I'm like, first of all, if you order from China and you order a 26-inch waist, then you're even more screwed. Because China downsizes everything. Because they think everybody's as tiny as they are.
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
So,
it is awful. It's awful. It's like the Wizard of Oz, the land of the midgets. It's lollipop land. Go on.
Yeah, you can order an extra large.
Extra large, double XL, and it barely fits me at medium. Yes, go on.
I feel so sorry for like people that are actually truly overweight if they order a double XL, because like I'll get it and I'm like, I buy a small to medium top. I'll get a double XL and they've gotten better. I think like Temu's gotten better, but like because Temu's from China, but I guess they got enough complaints. But I would say 2021 or 2020, like you ordered you get a double XL from there. And I literally got a bikini one time and I ordered it like a large. And I swear to fucking God, it was a thong. This was supposed to be not a thong. It was a thong by the time it went on my ass. And this was in a large. And I don't have a large ass. Like it is just so I was like, all these poor people that are like ordering it and they're like, oh, I'll just order my typical double like XL and they're getting it and they're like, I thought there's probably been some suicides because of China. Like if we were to research the amount of times that women ordered sizes, they got their shipment from China and then a day later they were dead. we could probably pin some shit on China.
Oh,
Like, if we need to go ahead and take some of our money back that we owe them, we could probably do like a whole, like, you know, what do you call that, big nationwide lawsuit to China, just to be like, you know, you're killing our people just by melting this shit over. Hey, and maybe employ you there. Who knows? That's pretty smart. I mean,
yeah, and before I formally introduce you to Heather Holman, and of course reintroduce you to Aristides, who you haven't talked to in such a long time, just let me get some things straight about Vale. So Vale, who I put the link into, which the reason I chose a Wikipedia link is because I feel it's the most. I normally I would tell everyone to avoid Wikipedia at all costs, but because it's Vale, I want to take something that is the most neutral thing I could find. I feel this is far more neutral than Vale promoting himself. So whatever Vale says about himself, I'm just trying to avoid that. But I have nothing against Vale, and I would hope not to make Vale an enemy, even though I don't consider him a threat. But here's what I used to consider cool about Vale. But anybody who looks at that link and looks at that photograph, you know, honestly, what does it look like? It looks like Gollum. Poor son of a bitch, right? I mean, the guy looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, you know, my precious, my precious. And that's how he was with the baby. That's how he was with the baby. But this was a guy who, when I was young and he was younger, I looked up to this guy because he was a piece of history. He was cool. And here's why I thought he was cool.
You know what? You know what else is cool? Raising kids, being a parent, you know, giving up like 20 years of your life, becoming a better person, you know?
Look, Brooke, everything you say is true. All the men out there who are fathers, who are truly dedicating themselves to raising their kids, you're better men than me. Aristides is a better man than I. He raised a daughter and sent her off to school. Yeah.
He raises dogs better than you could raise a fucking goldfish.
And but in terms of this Vale guy, he was born in an American concentration camp for the Japanese. So he was born during World War II in an American concentration camp. He knew what it was like to grow up in a concentration camp. And so when he became a neo-Nazi. And so at the time I met him, he was involved with Boyd Rice. They were both on their Nazi trip. And so I was getting along good with these guys. They seemed cool to me. And then they changed. I mean, the Boyd Rice became someone I don't recognize anymore. When I knew him, not that this is something to be approved of, but this was the guy I knew. The guy I knew was homophobic as hell. I mean, to the point where, like, when some woman said, "Isn't AIDS a terrible disease?" And he was like, "No, I think AIDS is a wonderful disease." That was how he was back then, because AIDS was still very much a gay disease. So that's what he was like. To him, the acronym AIDS stood for AIDS, assholes and deep shit, as far as he was concerned. And that would be the joke he would use. All that seems to have changed. But with Vale, when I ran into him later, it was like he had this baby. He was pushing in a carriage. He had gotten married to some white European chick who I did meet. I met him with his wife at one time. The next time I met him, I think, was without the wife, where he was just pushing the baby, and he was just like, you know, it's like you see these men and they have the baby that's in their front pack, like they're carrying it on their chest, like, this is my baby, and it's like, now I'm carrying it seahorse style. For those of you who don't know, in seahorses, the man carries the baby. So the woman basically makes the man carry the babies in a pouch. So the woman doesn't carry the babies, seahorses. They give it to the men. The men have to give the childbirth, for those of you who don't know that. So when men go seahorse, and you see them with a kid in the front pack, all I can think of is the mutant leader from Total Recall, the Schwarzenegger version, okay? And it's like, that's their mutant leader now. It's the brain, and they're just the body that's there to clean up the shit. And, you know, oh, man, it's pathetic. I look at these people, and you want to talk to the mutant leader and tell, you know, just say, why don't you abort that thing? You know, anyhow, so he was like all gaga over this baby. It wasn't the guy I knew. I said, man, you're not cool anymore. You're just an old man with a baby. It's like, what happened to your neo-Nazis? It's like, oh, you're talking about my dark past. And I'm like, dude, you can't just take your past and wave it away like it's a fart. We have another man with a baby, of course. It's Sammy Romero. It's Vin Diesel and child. Yes, and George Knight also has a baby, so they've come and joined us. Yes, I'm going to be swapped now by the other parents. So they're welcome aboard, and they are better men than me. Yes, they are by far. So welcome aboard, Sammy Romero, George Knight. Say hello to Brooke Gibson, who has joined us again, as well as Heather and Aristides. Feel free to speak up. Everybody swamp Brooke and say hi to her, because she's gone on mute for reasons I don't know.
Hello.
Yes.
Good evening.
Hang's all here.
Yes. Yes, and we love the camera. It's focusing now on Vin Diesel's and child's room. He's got two of these kids, of course, and he's got boy and girl. And Brooke Gibson's also showing herself on camera, so both of them can see each other. Samuel Romero, you're looking good. I think he's trying to talk. We can't hear him. He's so low. Your voice is so low. Yeah. Now he went mute. Okay. There we are.
Oh my God, I'm not just
Yeah, we hear you now.
like
Sorry, I
Sorry.
had you guys on speaker.
No worries. Yeah.
God, Cindy,
Yes. Yes.
look at the baby.
Yes. Yeah, look at that. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. Yeah. And
Oh my God.
yeah. Yeah. Don't go off camera. We're getting used to you. Don't forget, you can show us the other
Hey,
one
what's
too.
going on?
Oh my God.
No, screw you, Brooke. I called you back. And you never called me back.
Okay, well, I've had some things go on. I don't know if you
I
know.
know.
but
No, I
don't
don't.
that
I'm
all.
out of the loop.
Talk
But
about it later.
yeah, we'll talk about it. But I want to show your niece. She's really
Yes, I want
big.
to see my niece. I want to see my baby girl. Can you show her?
Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah. Go on, Sammy. Tell us.
Brooke, can you call me? Can you call me? Okay, call me. All right, I'll be back then. All right.
Yes. Look forward to it. Okay.
Later.
Yeah. And dear George is with us, and so dear George, tell us again.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, and now has Brooke got a teething ring? Oh no, that's her knuckles near her nose. Yeah, there we are. Looking good, Brooke. Very attractive, and
I have no makeup. I haven't brushed my hair in 2 days.
Yeah.
This is what you get.
Yeah.
2 days, no brushing hair, no shower, no makeup.
cool.
This is Brooke.
It's natural. It's natural.
It is el natural.
Yes. Yes. And by the way, everybody say hello to Heather. Heather, say hello to Brooke Gibson. Brooke
Hello,
Gibson, say hello to
Heather.
Heather.
Yes, hello, Emma.
Sammy's
Good
calling me.
evening.
I'm going to Sammy for a minute. I'm sorry, I like him more than y'all. Bye.
Understand. Bye for now. We'll get back to you, Brooke. Yeah.
Hi.
Jump back on. So there you go. Just in time to say hello
Yes.
to George. So Heather,
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Heather's birthday is coming up this month, so I want everyone to gift her with something. And I'm gonna have to send her something. I'm gonna have to send her something in the mail. So Heather, you turn what, 16?
Yeah, 51.
Oh my goodness. And so, dear George, catch us up. Now, how long are we gifted with your presents tonight?
Oh, for a good little while, I believe, Douglas. So yeah, please carry on. I will let you know when I have to depart. So thank you so much for having me on this evening.
Well, let's take advantage of Heather and yourself being here along
Yes.
with Aristides, and let's see what we can do to get back into each other's
Look, George.
good graces.
I
Yes,
want to
Louis.
hear George talk about when they adopted your requiem or your law within 2 days of the broadcast.
Thank you. It was at least within 2 days. It was like almost overnight. And there was some other things as well, right, George? Tell us what other things were there.
Oh, there's everything, Douglas. It's the mobilization. It's your expositions. It's everything. It was everything that you were talking about when we were answering the lady's question regarding the crises and the geopolitical crisis that's going on at the moment. And this is just generic. So it was to do with the United States, but also the British government obviously were listening in, and they've adopted it to their own program, to their own what they call excuse me, what they call it,
It's
manifesto.
national service. National service, I believe they call it.
Yeah.
It's basically Rishi Sunak is giving marching orders based on inspiration from Hitler's son, because basically they've got George Knight on a watch list. And what happened was, while they were basically monitoring George Knight, and now the question is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm going to presume that they have him on a watch list, George Knight, because of me. Maybe I'm flattering myself. Maybe there's something about George Knight we don't know. But probably it's me. And they got him on a watch list, and they were monitoring him. And then when they're monitoring what he's involved with, you know, let's follow up on this George Knight guy. He's been like traveling to Africa and shit. Yeah, let's see what the fuck he's up to. And then they, oh man, look, he's listening to this dude that says he's Hitler's son and shit. Hey man, these are good ideas. Let's tell them to Rishi Sunak. Save his ass. And oh my god, I don't even get credit.
No.
And but tell us and tell our dear Heather about all this, how it came about, how it was just overnight. It was like right after our episode. Yeah.
There was no like soft announcement, soft leak at all. It was sort of like, that's it. They were, because of the crisis they are in. He's called for a snap general election on the 4th of July, and he knows he's going to lose, and he's going to lose to Keir Starmer. So what he has imposed is that he will reinstate the national service if he wins, if he gets re-elected, and it was basically adopting or integrating or incorporating everything that Douglas was saying. So his expositions on we will reinstate a draft, a conscription for all 18-year-olds, so adolescents turning into their adulthoods, to be conscripted into a military service for 1 year. So effectively, like birth, giving birth, or being pregnant takes 9 months, but a year, 12 months, and this is what he has stated. And for everybody else, it's a voluntary service in either the National Health Service or the police constabulary.
Oh my fucking god! It's exactly
the same. It's spot to the letter, to the T.
Oh my fucking god!
It's so insulting, but yeah, it's flattering at the same time. But they're not given any credit.
Yeah,
so that's the thing that you have to laugh about.
I mean, they need to be giving you a commission and myself some kind of stipend. That it would fucking help. Yeah.
Yes, we deserve it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
So, yes, and the way he's worded it to also one of the Secretary Generals has come out and said, don't worry, it's not mandatory. So if you refuse, you will not go to prison. But because most children, they're adolescents, they do not want to do what the government tell them to do. They want to live their life in the years of between 16, 17, 18. They want to do whatever they want to do, and they don't want to be conscripted or drafted into serving for a military or a national service. And the voluntary service is unpaid. They have to conduct a voluntary service for 1 weekend every month, so 12 times for that 1 year. So this is the way they've put it, but that's not going to work. And obviously we spoke about the pros and cons of that. The advantages. Excuse me, I can't speak this so early.
No worries. Yeah.
The advantages to this, to the economy as well as for the children themselves.
Yes.
How it will benefit everyone in the long run.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And
so.
And one thing I want to say, like our man George Knight says, these kids want to do what they want to do, but believe me, there comes a point when there's nothing to do. When you've got an economy, when you've got an economy where there's no real choice in employment, something like this becomes a necessity. It's so bizarre to me because at least one thing we know, we've got historical record of our saying this first, then they're trying to promote this knowing that they're going to lose an election, and yet it's almost like they're historically trying to present it so that nobody can take the credit from them when the situation becomes a crisis point.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, but continue, please. Take it from there as to not only this aspect of it,
Yes.
anything else that comes to my mind. I know it's early in the morning, and I know we're all kind of just, dealing with getting ready for the day and the night. But and by the way, let us know. Hopefully, everything is as well as possible with Everly and everything. Just a general situation.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, and yes, and slowly, and I'm just I shouldn't share anything privately, but
Understood.
I'm certainly developing her perspective of the world. I've been introducing her to like the world map, showing her all the countries. Yes,
Wonderful.
I'm slowly integrating all that into her, just giving her that heads, that the advantage when she goes to school. So so she's really good with everything, with her algebra and her numbers. The alphabet. So it's just slowly introducing her to all these what you call it, the academia, incorporating all these things into her at an early stage, early on years. So then it helps her development of information. We're just not very good at expressing ourselves.
Yeah, wonderful.
That's it, yes, but no, I hope I'm not spewing too much information, not giving off too much for implications, any repercussions or anything. So
Understood.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
And I do want to just say that it's obvious that we are monitored, and I certainly do know that. But I've always been left alone, so to speak. I've never had any government official come and tell me to stop interacting with Douglas. I've only had the people around me do that.
Yes. That's, as you said, that's what they're counting on. That's what they're counting on. Is the people who quote unquote care about you, such as the woman at the hotel who had a crush on you. And these people, they do care. They have a crush, or they have some desire to, they have an interest. They have investment. They've investment in George Knight. And when they've invested in George Knight, either emotionally or otherwise, they'll say, oh, God, good God, don't talk to that Douglas Dietrich guy. And this is, what the government has been counting on. Since that has not stopped, the government has obviously been monitoring what George has been interacting with. And honestly, because we had the last episode before Rishi Sunak came up with this, for lack of a better word, his marching orders, it was when a lady in England was asking a question to George. So this was basically an all English thing. You had a lady in England asking George a question. He relayed to me. And so this was pretty much an in-country thing. So that's what makes it, I think, relevant. It's relevant because, so take it from there.
You've just reminded me about something as well, because after our last interaction, the last appearance I appeared on the show last week, Rishi Sunak came out with the deportation process. He started speaking of that again, which was apropos because it was just after we'd spoken of it. So obviously, I think they are monitoring us, and I think he's said he's invested more money. He's into that program of deportation. Obviously, if he did, what he should have done is he deported himself. If he was paying attention, he should. Of course, he's not going to want to do that himself. But that's certainly what we recommend.
Yes.
But what was it? I have to look at the articles, but I just skimmed across it, and again, I just roll my eyes.
And for those of you who think we're indulging ourselves, like, oh God, these guys are really flattering themselves. These guys are really indulging themselves. I mean, it's honestly, you take a look at the timing. This is not synchronistic. It's kind of like, my coming home to not just the flood, but the then I get cut off the internet. This is what happened earlier tonight, George. You didn't.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So tonight I came home to a flood. Then I got cut off the internet, and it was just a really rocky start. But
Yeah.
you know, we're all here now, and we're doing okay. So we made it this far, and we're back on topic. So by all means, whatever else was brought to your mind. By the way, just so everyone knows, we need to know if you can hear us. YouTube says that we're not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. There might be some buffering. So let us know how we're doing. I'm going to check streaming. We seem to be doing okay. And T-Tank Barry is interacting with Brooke, who's interacting with Amor Fadi as well. So good. She's in the chat. She's also talking to our man, Samuel Romero. And that's good. That's good. Heather dropped off. I hope she comes back. And so it's just George and I and Aristides right now. So by all means, continue, dear George, and I'll bring up what I can remember from... I do want people to know, Nemo did tell me there was an earthquake in Japan. I haven't heard anything much other than that. I don't know if there's any, fatalities or anything of that nature. Heather has rejoined us. And so hopefully everything's going well enough in Japan. And so continue, dear George, and bring up what else comes to mind. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no. So that was it's so relevant that we speak of this actually because it was just so cool. It was just beyond coincidental that after we'd spoken of this, your expositions and what you recommend for a solution, they all of a sudden just came out within the first 48 hours. Within 48 hours, Rishi Sunak makes a public statement saying if he gets re-elected, he will reinstate the national service, and it's just one of those things that just roll your eyes back. That they're listening in, they're taking our advice, your advice certainly, and also I just wanted to state it as well because when I came on, you mentioned that I'm a father, but also I look at Douglas as like a father figure. He's a mentor and a teacher to myself, and so I always take his advice. Yes, my utmost respect for Douglas, and that's not me. That's not me trying to flatter you or anything. It's just simply how I feel and what the truth is. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to state that. There's so many other aspects. I think that George Galloway, the man who started the Respect Party, came out on Good Morning Television within a day or two. Oh, and there's someone else that just came to my mind about that program, Good Morning Television. It's one of the most popular morning shows in Britain. They had the XL Bully, and I don't think I've come on and spoke about the XL Bully ban in the UK with you, Douglas.
Tell us about this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's important. I will go into the XL Bully in a moment because it brings up historical aspects of the XL Bully and the breeding processes that they have, where they've been multi-bred through different variants, and they've created this XL Bully which has been banned recently. But this George Galloway came out, and it was only a segment, it was only a clip, because most people, most clips are only a few seconds, like TikTok, so you only see this only for a few seconds. And he was promulgating that they overthrow Keir Starmer. They overthrow. George Galloway is a man who I exposed as a Russian insurgent or a Russian asset.
Thank you.
He gets state-sponsored paid, so he's by the Kremlin, state-sponsored media, Russia Today, RT. He appears and he is taking obviously expenses from the Kremlin themselves. So obviously treasonous, and he's a traitor. And obviously he is from a background where the Labourites were heavily communist. They're very heavily involved in communism, and so that is why there is this what do you want to call it? It's sort of like a mutiny within members of parliament within the current Labour Party, and they want to overthrow him.
Right.
So this, what do you want to? What's the other term for it, Douglas? The correct political term? It would be.
Well, it's definitely it's within their own party. They have a schismatic kind of revolt, like a
revolt. Yes, an upright. Yes. Thank you. And he publicly stated that he wants to overthrow Keir Starmer. He wants to overthrow Keir Starmer. He wants him out of the party because he wants to reform the Labourite Party to how it once was, which was heavily or communized or communist. And yeah, that's one of the analysis that I've taken in, just literally just watching over it. But I can always investigate a bit further into that. It's something I've always been aware of with him, and I've interacted with that man because he was trying to tell people on Twitter, or X, what it's referred to now, that the V2 rockets that were raining down over London and the blitzkrieg runs over London was, he was promulgating that the Germans started the war, or started.
What he was trying to claim, what he was trying to assert, was this kind of historical canard, or historical, shall we say, it's basically a falsehood, that the Germans were the first to start attacking the civilian population. So he was saying, the Germans were the first to take it to a total war status where civilians were under fire. But you corrected him by, of course, bringing up the British bombing.
Yes.
So please continue.
Yes. Yeah, of Hamburg. And it was Gomorrah. Gomorrah or Gomorrah.
No, it's Gomorrah. Gomorrah.
Right.
Yeah.
It is Gomorrah. G-O-R-R.
Yeah, like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes.
Like
Thank
Sodom
you.
and Gomorrah. It's biblical. So, yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Go on.
And so, this was the because of the these were responses, including the Teutonslagans, the death camps, were all. Their initiation was all a response to the
supermassive bombing. Yes, firestorm generation.
Campaign.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
That was generated over city centres, entire city centres that were destroying and obliterating and incinerating entire city centres and populations. Their flesh was being melted alive, generating their own Holocaust.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
I brought that to his, I asserted that to himself, inserted it to bring it to his attention, and of course then you had this influx of I don't know what you want to call them, just militant defendants trying to deconstruct myself. Obviously they couldn't, because it was all chronological. It was. I just asserted that it started within 1939, the Gomorrah style operation, which they started conducting strategic bombing. They called it strategic bombing. There was nothing strategic about it. It was terror campaign.
Thank you.
Entire city population. But anyway, that's something we could go to maybe later on, or maybe another time, Douglas. But with the XL Bully, the XL Bully ban that was recently been introduced by the government because of the attacks. So most owners of the XL Bully, they have to have a muzzle. They have to have a muzzle, and whenever the president, they have to wear a muzzle for obvious reasons. And when the rise in attacks by this specific breed was on the rise in Britain, so that's why the government introduced this XL Bully ban, meaning you cannot purchase an XL Bully. It was really funny because there was, obviously, when you have a television host and a panel, you have two sides of the spectrum. So you've got the people who oppose it and the people who approve of it. And this owner of the XL Bully yesterday was trying to say that they are, it's to do with the owners. And the guy on the opposite side, he said that, well, it's been concluded by this this forensic photographer, not in forensics, but this guy who specializes in taking photography. He stated that most owners will purchase these dogs just to make themselves present themselves as someone who is I'm trying to think of the word, someone who wants to try to make them look like themselves as someone who's intimidating in society, or someone with a higher status.
Right. They're projecting an image, using the animal as an extension of themselves. Continue, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. But the one thing that this is the reason why I wanted to bring up with Douglas to speak about on the show is because, of course, we know about the original breeds. These are pit bulls, and they were bred on the Canary Islands. These were Canary.
In fact,
pits.
they call them Canary Pits. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yes, Canary bull pits, and these were bred to conduct extermination, to kill and to completely devour any living people. These were not. And on the show, these people were talking about, these are bred for guard dogs. They're bred for they're attacking in these dog. These they call them like they're like in cages, and they conduct these like they fight each other, dog fights.
Yes.
So there's two teams, and they get two breeders, and they breed their dog to be the most vicious, and who wins is like, and it's a sport to them. And so it's
so there's just so people understand, the fighting dogs are different from the killer dogs, because the killer dogs are trained to go after humans, but the fighting dogs are trained to go after each other. But nevertheless, obviously these can be extraordinarily dangerous. Continue. Yes, continue with.
Thank you. And so I've brought this to some people's attention, going back from the historical aspect of it, from the campaigns with Christopher Columbus.
Yes, thank you.
He's the man who
the genocidal Jew. Genocidal Jew. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And so these pit bulls in the Canary Islands were bred specifically for that purpose, to kill human beings, to gnaw them down, to run them down, and then just to devour them. And not to eat them, but just to simply kill them. And so they would rip the flesh off, and these were bred for that purpose. And so obviously he was the man who initiated the transatlantic slave trade. He would bring them back, and then he would breed these pit bulls to gnaw them down, train to kill them. These the Tamo and the Arawak populations, and so this is the man who started all that.
Yes, and by the way, just so people know, killer dogs are, of course, not normally trained to, quote-unquote, feed off humans, but the canary pits were. The canary pits were raised on human flesh. They were raised on human flesh. So, and it was specifically colored human flesh. So they were not attracted to white meat. They were attracted only to indigenous peoples or black slaves. But they would eat them, yes. So just so people know. Yes, continue, by all means.
And so, you can see this, and you can, like when it was first proposed, before it was introduced and it went into effect, you can see just the people's uproar and response to this, and people were absolutely uproared by this imposition stated by the government. And obviously I understood the government's reasoning behind it.
Thank you.
But the people don't understand that part of it, that these dogs were actually bred to do that. And that is what's not being presented to them. If they understood that, maybe they will have a more better understanding of the situation. The reason why the government is fully aware why they shouldn't have these roaming the streets, because this is what they do. They're very territorial dogs, but not just that. When you're walking in the public, and these dogs have been cited and recorded to just attack people, just attack them based on their color.
Yes, thank you.
Color.
And by the way, that reflects, it always reflects the prejudice of the owner. Believe me, it reflects the prejudice of the owner when they're attacking these, Of course, it could be, say, for instance, a black ghetto, and you've got them attacking other blacks. But you get my point. They're still raised in an environment of abuse. They're reflecting the owner's, predilections. But go on. Yes.
And so, I just wanted to bring that up with you, Doug, because I know me and you could, speak of this in some detail, and just to put it in some historical context for people.
Sure.
And obviously the Canary Islands were a close outlet. You would probably call it an outlet towards both Spain and the transatlantic, expeditions to the Caribbean islands in the Atlantic towards the Americas, which the conquest was for a new Zion. That was the objective was to establish New Zion across the Atlantic Ocean to create a safe haven, new homeland for the
for the Jewish people. Yes, and
that's why it was referred to as a Zion. Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah.
This was yes. Thank you, Douglas.
Continue, and so I mean I can add things as you go on, but you're doing well. I mean it's like you said. Yeah.
Yes, and obviously these expeditions were funded heavily by these Jewish merchants, by very prominent Jewish merchants within Spain. And Christopher Columbus would always, he would always consult these individuals before he would consult the King and Queen of Spain, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand.
Yes.
And he would refer to these Jewish merchants who would fund these expeditions. Yeah. And I believe
or report to them. He would report to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before he reported back to the King and Queen.
Yeah.
And so it just shows you that the agenda, the whole goal of that, and this is what the people around the world, obviously, not just in America, they celebrate Christopher Columbus. They have a day
outrageous though.
Yes.
Of course, I know George is aware of this, and just so people know, I'm hoping, of course, it becomes universal. But I'm sure George is aware of the fact that across the United States, many people are trying to discontinue Columbus Day and instead replace it with an Indigenous Peoples Day. And let's hope that becomes universal and national at some point, but it's certainly being pioneered in blue states, democratic states in particular. And there's plenty of people who are educated now, younger people who are being made aware of the crimes of Columbus. Again, we want this to become universal and for people to recognize this, but understand that George and I see this in context of what ultimately relates back to World War II and what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, did and what he was responding to. Understand, of course, you had the great genocides in history, from the biblical genocides all the way up until the Colombian genocide. And the Colombian genocide is horrific when you think about the fact that ultimately, because of this one man initiating a genocidal campaign and setting the tone, setting the trend of slavery, human child trafficking, and everything else that you can imagine that's heinous and just reprehensible. This man started a transatlantic slave trade in which blacks were shipped in to replace all of the indigenous people that they slaughtered, and this resulted in the mass murder of blacks. And ultimately, the genocide was so horrific, the depopulation so severe, that both North America and West Africa reforested because no one was any longer cultivating or developing those lands. And for those of you who do research on this, early explorers into the American hinterland discovered Indian cities, Native American cities that were made of wood, giant fortress communities that were made of wood. And these cities, of course, because wood is organic, when all these Indians died of smallpox, everything else, all these diseases, then the reforestation caused the disappearance of these wooden cities whose organic nature decomposed and recomposted back into nature, acted as fertilizer for further reforestation. And these forests this forestation was enough of a phenomenon where it became a huge carbon sink on either side of the Atlantic, these new growth forests. And this caused a miniature ice age, to the point where English people in London on the Thames River were ice skating across the Thames. This is what was called necromantic winter.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I just spoke of this literally 2 days ago. Thank you, but continue. Yes, thank you. I brought it to my friend's attention. Yes.
Yes.
And I think it was 1604, 1603. People look at the images that they illustrated. People can see that people were ice skating on the River Thames. It was 3 feet of ice, at least. So please continue, Douglas.
Thank you. And people can look up the Little Ice Age, the so-called Little Ice Age. It's easy enough to look up, and that way you'll find this is the first case of pre-industrial anthropogenic, meaning human caused, anthropogenic climate change. This was the true Anthropocene. This is the beginning of the Anthropocene, where man is altering the environment as if he were a bolide strike, as if he were a meteorite from space.
Yeah.
So during this period of humanity doing this, so much of it is to blame on this Jewish desire to create a new Zion in the Americas. And this is responsible as the driving force behind what we then know as the age of exploration, the age of discovery. And so with this horror story already there, and then you take a look at what happened at the time of more recently with the Jewish influence on communist China, and not only the Bolshevik Revolution that led Jewish people to influence the Chinese, Jewish people who literally were in China influencing the Maoist Revolution, the fact that there were still Jewish people sitting in the Communist Party of China's Politburo today. These are influences of Judaism in communist China that have taken a turn towards Columbian levels of Holocaust. What happened was, thanks to people like Paul Ehrlich, who has constantly advocated for governments to institute one-child policies, the Chinese did so by following his advice through Henry Kissinger, who promised international monetary funding and loans to the communist Chinese to develop into a market economy under Deng Xiaoping. And they had already suffered a massive genocide under Mao Zedong. And then under Deng Xiaoping, they instituted the one-child policy, and it turned out to be even more holocaustic than Mao Zedong's collectivization. And the end result, of course, is that with all the babies aborted, hundreds of millions have died. We're talking about 500 million aborted female babies in communist China, added to the 100 million who died under Maoist mass famine. I mean, it just the Jewish impact on the Chinese has been exterminatory, cataclysmic, literally apocalyptic. We are, this is why my biological father did what he did. When he was faced with the firebombing, firestorms being generated in his cities, this is when the death camps were put into effect. Until then, what you had were concentration camps, Konzenslager. But the death camps did not go operational until after massive firestorm generation began in the heart of Europe. That is when my father did what he did, because the one thing in common with all the Allies, the British imperialists, the Russian Bolsheviks, the American capitalists, was Judaism, which had declared war on Germany. And so this is reaping the whirlwind. This was the Jewish people reaped the whirlwind, and the British called their Operation Gomorrah, which was their general mass firebombing campaign, which people can look up. Think of the biblical Sodom and Gomorrah. So it was called Operation Gomorrah. And of course, it was a genocidal campaign. It was meant to be mass exterminatory. They were targeting the population. And the British had started mass bombing first. They had started bombing German cities early on in the war. And the Germans ultimately responded with the V-2 rockets. So this was something that, of course, I turn it back to George now, but this puts it all in some context so people understand what's going on here, how we see the arc of history, and why the arc of history, we're in it. We are in the arc of history. And this is something where the story's not ended yet, obviously. You still have a genocidal campaign that's being carried out in Palestine. And so back to George. Anyhow, so continue.
But we're leaving the Kali Yuga, though. That's the good news.
Hopefully so. I hope so. And by the way, there's different perspectives on that. There's some people who, depending on their interpretation of the Kalpas, some people think we're just entering the darker ages, and some people think that we're entering the lighter ages. Is this based on your research or what Brendan Zoget said? Because Brendan Zoget definitely feels we're entering, the lighter ages at this point.
Me?
Yeah, you, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I think like if like there's going to be an age, might as well be now. Like where it's like the internet, and they can't stop people from finding things out.
Yeah.
You know, they can't like make people subject to like print books and stuff, and you know, being illiterate and having to go to church or like to have somebody read something and stuff. It's like you can email like gigabytes of information and like, you know, instantly.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I mean, if there's going to be an age of enlightenment, that's the fertile ground for it, you know.
Yeah, I hope so. And yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And I just want to say thank you, Douglas. That was so important what you just said as well. I wanted to just put into further context Reinhard Heydrich. The death camps, they were referred to as Heydrich camps. And just for people who are, after everything we've just articulated with the transatlantic slave trade, if people can look this up. Me and Douglas knows this fully well, and we know so much about this part. Is that Interpol was established and created by the Third Reich.
Thank you.
Reinhard Heydrich in charge of that organization. And what's Interpol recognized for? Stopping trade. Trafficking,
human trafficking. Yes.
That's right. So it just put things into context even further. That this is what they were preempted. This is what they were trying to prevent from happening. And so the Interpol was started by the Third Reich. They were the ones who established that organization. And Reinhard Heydrich was the man in charge of that organization to prevent human trafficking, to prevent people being enslaved under this. So
just so people understand, Interpol may have had its origins pre-war. For instance, maybe in the Weimar period, it was definitely headquartered in France, but Reinhard Heydrich became the man who was the head of Interpol. He is definitely one of the founding fathers, like literally the man who was the father of its modernization as a global police agency. And if you're ever watching, just for people who are like remembering the old days of your video games with Capcom producing Street Fighter or watching the cartoons on television, these people were all affiliated with Interpol. They are working within an organization that was at one point headed by Reinhard Heydrich. And so very important point. And obviously, these are the good guys. And of course, it shows you where the Allies were when they were trying to disrupt law enforcement in Europe when they assassinated Reinhard Heydrich, the head of Interpol, the International Police Organization, because he was a threat to their human trafficking operations. So this is profoundly important and cannot be overemphasized. So think of the horror story of these Allied propaganda films where they try to make heroes of these quote-unquote Czech resistance fighters who assassinate Reinhard Heydrich. You're talking about terrorists who are killing the head of an international police organization that is trying to stop human trafficking. And this is and then the Allies trying to make these people out as quote-unquote heroes that would be, and yet they try to condemn Hamas or various other people resisting Israeli genocide. This is the insanity of the world you live in. Everything you have is upside down and backwards. This is why, just to put into context what Aristide said, everything Aristide said, I hope, will ultimately be the result, but it's going to take us winning. It's going to take our work to rehabilitate it, because otherwise, unfortunately, the internet is not a trafficking source, a river of information. It's simply a sewer of misinformation. And all everyone is going to find is reinforcement of propaganda crap, telling them, oh, look, they killed the evil Nazi Heydrich, the hangman, these wonderful resistance fighters. This is the kind of history you're going to find on the internet. Nobody's finding what George Knight and I are saying. It's not there. You have to listen to us to get this context. And so this is why we do what we do. And but we need to get into a position with, world changes taking place. Obviously, they're already trying to steal our policy, advisory, whatever we present in terms of advisement. They take and they run with it. So
you're a policy advisement board. That's what you are.
Yeah. There we are. Yes, unofficially, the unacknowledged policy advisory board. Thank you, Aristides. Yes,
without giving any credit.
Yes,
credit, which is where it's deserved. And without any of the expenses.
Yeah,
just,
someday.
Yes, that's the goal. That's the dream.
Yes. So back to George. Yeah. So tell us. So with these dogs, how is that going? Back to that for yeah.
So yeah, it has been put into effect, this new XL Bully ban law. So all the ones that are already here, obviously they can't put them down or put them into any dog shelter or anything like that. So the owners are allowed to keep them, but they have to keep them with muzzles on their faces, obviously, strapped around their heads. So so the ones that are currently residing here, they're not allowed to. Well, the government can't. They can't be retracted, so they can't give them back any way. There's nowhere for them to go unless they deport them. So it's there's nothing for them to do. And one of the guy actually said he recommends putting them down, giving them a lethal shot, which is a bit extreme, but it's certainly not one that would be taken lightly if they impose that law. But no, so that's how it's going at the moment. Obviously, there's a huge from either side of that, people are saying, oh, it's the owner's fault, and then other people say, no, it's embedded in their very genome, in their genetics, it's in their very DNA. They've been bred to do this.
Yes.
That's where I'm coming from. That's what I'm fully aware of. So that's how that's going, Douglas. But it's going back to the irony and of the inversion, the perverted, distorted.
Of history, the perversion of history. Thank you.
Yes, to go back to that, what we mentioned so many times before, you have this saga franchise called Taken, where the individual, the actor, Liam Neeson.
Yes, we'll pronounce his name like this, Liam Neeson, who, by the way, let me try and see if I can express this well enough. Let me put this into a way that people can understand the horror of this individual. Okay, there we are. So the movie to see if you really want to get an idea of how horrible Liam Neeson is, and his name is really Neeson, like double E. Yeah, N-E-E-S-O-N, like Neeson. So Liam Neeson. But I always you get the L in there because he's got the L first name. Liam Neeson, and I wound up adding an L into the last name, but it's really Liam Neeson. I don't think he fucking cares. But there's this horrible, horrible movie. And it's called After Life. Have you ever heard of it?
I don't think I've not. No, not its context or anything, Douglas. I might have been aware of it.
So there's this horrible movie called After Life, and that is the real Liam Neeson. So Liam Neeson, basically, in that film, this is what happens in it. There's this beautiful young girl named Christina Ricci, and she's the actress. So Christina Ricci is the actress who just basically plays a girl whose name we never learn. And she basically is unconscious and in a semi-comatic state because she's been through a terrible car accident. And Liam Neeson is a mortician who works for the county coroner's office, who takes advantage of the fact that they declared her dead because she was in a comatic state where this sort of thing can happen. Your life signs cease, and but she comes back to consciousness in the coroner's office, basically where the county morgue, and he basically just basically mind rapes this young lady, and then and basically buries her alive. And then not only that, he her boyfriend, who realizes she's been killed by being buried alive, or that she survived the crash, is somehow tricked by Liam Neeson into his own car accident, where then somehow Liam Neeson winds up burning her boyfriend alive or something in an incinerator or something like that, while she's being buried alive. And it's that is the film. There's no happy ending to that film, except for this perverted, twisted, sick, psychotic, who's gaslighting both these individuals and winds up killing this young couple separately, with each a horrible death, because he is this kind of person. And Liam Neeson, as is the case with most actors, always remember this, that the days of acting are over. Nobody acts anymore. People just are themselves. That's all people are on screen, is really themselves. So when you see people these days, it started with people like Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson, for instance, never ever acted. All you see on screen is Jack Nicholson. There's no acting there. You know, but beyond that, it's he never acts different. No matter what film he's in, he's the same son of a bitch. You know, it's always Jack Nicholson. There's never a different character. He's never pretending to be anyone else. All he ever is the lovable rogue, quote unquote. That's, you know, and that's all you get. So when it comes to actors, they have one role, and that's because all it is them. So with Liam Neeson, all he is being himself in these films. And I'll give it back to George with that, but to get what the real seriousness, the true gravity of what George is trying to convey, understand that when you watch the movie After Life, Liam Neeson, that's the real Liam Neeson. That is what you're confronting when he comes out in public and is just being himself. And back to George with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, very much appreciated. Thank you for telling me that as well. So in the movie, he's the protagonist in the Taken saga franchise, whatever you want to call it, series, and then he was the protagonist in the Schindler's List movie. He plays Oscar Schindler. And then you had get that shit where he plays the rich guy saving all the Jews, quote unquote, when you see what he really is in real life. And then, of course, don't forget to tell them the camp commandant was married to a black woman they never bring up in the film. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly where I was. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. That's exactly where I was getting to with the actor who plays Lord Voldemort from the Harry Potter, the villain, the guy who's playing Michael Aquino, essentially. He plays
very good. Yeah,
Camp Commandant. Yeah, he's the man who plays the Camp Commandant, MEMÞ, and he is portrayed as obviously the antagonist, the villain in the movie. And with the reality is the real MEMÞ in real life, historical, was married to a black woman, and you can see his children, his descendants, are all black. And so
and they've been open about it. They've been open about it and said, And
the irony of this is that when Liam Neeson, the real man, as Douglas was just articulating, when he was presented on a show, he publicly stated that he was witness to a rape or some form of assault from a black person onto a white woman. And he then said he went out on a campaign to find any man of color, and he took a kosh, which is essentially a black stick, and he was going to beat any man of color. And that's the irony of it, because this man is a true racist. True pathological racist.
And people say he's cool. And then because he gets out there and said, tell him how people reacted. They were all, oh man, tell him.
He's on a vendetta. Yes. Yeah. He's going out on a campaign to Yeah, he's what I'm trying to express it in the right way, but they were trying to convey that he was out on some form of vendetta or siege for what was it to just to what's the word I'm thinking of?
avenge the
Yes.
supposedly avenge white honor.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
how I was trying to. Yes.
Yeah, that this man is somehow carrying the torch for
For the white man.
whiteness. Yeah, for the white man. Yeah.
And he publicly stated that. People could go back and review it. He was saying any man of color, anyone in the street that he passed or encountered who was a man of color, he was going to beat this man with a kosh. And had nothing to do with that rape, who had absolutely zero connection with anything.
Yeah.
He was just going to do it to an innocent black man.
To release excess aggression. To somehow balance the books in terms of violence and atrocity, that this would somehow also basically he's satiating his dark lust for violence. He's satiating his dark lust to impose himself on another human being. And people were approving. They were like, oh man, this guy's so tough. He's just like in the movies. This is the real thing. And then they consider him a hero because the Jews made him Oscar Schindler. And he saves Jews too. And he saves Jews too. Yeah, bigger and shit. Beats up blacks, but saves Jews. But you notice the dichotomy here. It's okay for this guy to say, I'm looking for black men to beat down and look tough and impose my will for no other reason than for some sense of redress in terms of this general sense of violation that people have suffered black violence. And yet, it's okay because I saved Jews. See, see the insanity.
Yeah.
See the insanity. Meanwhile, you have the Konzentrationslagen or Totenslagen, the death camp commandant, who's married to a black woman, which is never shown in the film, portrayed in the film, but is the historical reality. And but he's no good because he's killing Jews. See, that's like his lack of racism in regard to marrying a black woman, producing children that are half black, that doesn't count for shit because he's doing the bad against the Jew. This is like the only race that matters to the majority population in the West. This is what they're indoctrinated to worship. This is, again, the perverse shit where we're at, the same kind of perverse, twisted perspective that has them make heroes of terrorists who kill the police chief of Interpol, who's stopping human trafficking. This is the insanity of where we're at. Back to George with that. Yes, the horror.
No, thank you. No, thank you very much, Douglas. No, it's very much appreciated. It's so important. And it's just, when you wrap your head around it, it makes your eyes roll back.
Are there honestly Liam Neeson fans in real life?
Oh, I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying.
Unfortunately. There should be.
Wait. He was in Schindler's List.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And then you had the man who played Lord Voldemort playing the camp commandant. Yes.
I mean, I just have this gut feeling there's nothing Liam Neeson could do that would be inspiring.
Thank you.
Like Douglas is feeling the same thing.
Yeah,
just
thank you.
Complete lack of inspiration.
Look at this Elon Musk.
I'll never feel happy with
I'm encountering people who. Yeah, sorry, Steve. Look at what I'm encountering every single.
Yeah, go on. And now George is going to express the frustrations he has. Tell us, George, about the frustrations you have with the Elon Musk cult. With the Musketeers, yes.
Musk cult.
Yes.
These Musketeers. These people who obviously, they worship Elon Musk. There's no other word for it. They worship this man, and they look at him as the new Great White Hope, like they look at Vladimir Putin as the Great White Hope.
Yeah, or Liam Neeson. This is all like a pattern. Yes. And don't forget what Elon Musk did. Remember, Elon Musk put on that yarmulke. Went to the Wailing Wall, right? Yeah.
Yes, went to the wedding. Yeah.
Oh,
And
Netanyahu
he was-
visited him. Netanyahu
Yeah.
visited him before he visited Biden. Before it's
Yes,
just like Columbus
thank you.
before he reported to the king and queen,
King and
queen of
queen.
Spain. Yeah, he was reporting to those Jewish merchants. Yeah. Netanyahu
Exactly.
went to visit Elon Musk before he dropped in on Biden when he was last in the United States.
Thank
Yeah.
you. You can
Yeah.
draw parallels to those two, and certainly, and they both wore bulletproof vests. I believe.
Yeah,
That was-
yeah.
They
There
didn't
you
even
go.
trusted one another. But then you got this Elon Musk's father. I think his name is Errol, or Errol Musk.
Yeah,
and
just
he's
call him incest. Call him Mr. Incest. Yeah, tell us about
This man's
it.
fathered two children with his own
With his
stepdaughter.
daughter.
With his own freaking daughter.
With his daughter.
His daughter. They're all blood related.
Yes.
People try to say, oh, they're not blood related. Yeah, they are.
Yes, they are. He married this beautiful woman who he kept
Yes.
doped up all the time. She's a supermodel level chick. He kept her doped up. And the first thing Brooke Gibson said when she looked at that woman's picture was, "She looks high as shit." That's what Brooke Gibson
Yes.
said, and no doubt she was. And then he convinced this woman to let him marry their daughter. And he married the daughter, had 2 kids by them. The only surprise is that Elon Musk himself is not a product of that union. He's too old. But, because the daughter, the dirty old man married her fairly recently. But they had, they were he had her squeezing out puppies already. And,
Yes.
yeah, back to George. I mean, it's like, take it away.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, thank you. And I just wanted to bring that up because this is just how the convoluted situation is.
So when you bring that up to these people, what do they say?
Well, exactly. There's nothing to say. And then I actually shared it on Facebook a couple of days ago. Like, if you ever encounter someone who worships the Musk family dynasty, just present them this fact that they are a bunch of degenerate, discrepant, ancestral, just degenerates. That's the whole family dynasty. It's just they're all interbred. Just like that, and then just see what the response is from these people, because these people look at these people as some form of, like I said, they look at them as the Great White Hope. They look at them as for inspiration, or someone to be influential, or they admired, commendable. There's nothing.
And just so you know, the serious, here we are. I'm going to enter something into our text box here. And I will also enter it into the chat room, of course, so that people can review this at their leisure. This is, of course, something that is you'd think might be tangential, but no, it's. I'm going to show these guys a scene that just puts it all. Aristides, are you still with us?
Thank you.
Yeah, Aristides, are you with us? Okay, good, good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on screen share, and let's do some screen sharing here, and there we are. So what I'm going to do is. Yeah, I think our lady Heather Holman saw this already, because I was tripping off this when I showed this to our man Brendan Zogit. And so if I can find the right scene here, it is mind-blowing. What this individual who's narrating the Tesla Cybertruck tragedy on wheels, which is a kind way of putting it, as Brendan Zogit said, what he's influencing is he's saying who buys this? Who would buy a car like this? And by the way, just so people get an idea of the horror of the Tesla car, one of the things they pointed out, aside from its impossibility to keep it stainless, that you're all day cleaning it, but the other thing they're pointing out is the fact that, of course, people lose their fingers because of the trunk and all the rest of that. But this guy, Adin Ross, was one of the first purchasers of the Tesla Cybertruck. And here he is with, I'm going to just put this back a bit. Do you guys recognize this guy on the left?
Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate. Okay, and Aristides, do you recognize Andrew Tate? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah.
know that.
Okay. Now look at this. And this guy, Adden Ross on the right, the white guy, he bought a Tesla truck. And look what he does. He's sniffing Andrew Tate's ass. He's sniffing Andrew Tate's. This it's like I'll replay that again just for the horror.
What the hell?
This is, look at that. Andrew Tate is with him. Now, hold on for a second. Let me make sure we get enough here. So, here we are. Adden Ross. Adden Ross. Yeah, if you don't know who Adden Ross is, good for you. And here's Tate. Tate's talking to him in his bathrobe. So, he's, just left his butt impression on the seat. This white guy crawls over there and sniffs his seat. There you go. That's the kind of person who buys Tesla truck.
I can't find the meme right now, but it was like, imagine that your printer is a car, and that's what a Tesla is. Owning a Tesla is like, because I guess most people, you get frustrated with your printers very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like dumb shit. Like it's like, I'm out of one color. Well, I just want a black and white print. Sorry, I don't work. Jesus Christ. It's like you have the black ink. Just print it in black and white. You can do that. But it's like, nope, don't work. Please pay fee.
Well, yes, there you go. Now, I'm sure George Hyde is probably...
They like, well...
Yeah, go on, Aristides.
A lot of the smart car technology now, you like subscribe for like part of it.
Yeah.
Or they can just like cut it off.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah,
it's
we've unsubscribed you from your car. That's
it's
that's definitely,
no, wait. Between you two guys, I should ask Heather this question as well. Heather, have you seen anyone in Arizona driving a Tesla? Have you seen anyone riding around in a Tesla?
A lot of people have Teslas, but no Cybertrucks. I've not seen any Cybertrucks
Yeah.
in California.
Okay.
Yeah, not
Right, because I've seen Cybertrucks. Thank you, Heather. How about George, Aristides? Have either of you two guys ever seen anyone driving a Tesla?
They're so bulky.
No.
I know they're so bulky, and the roads in England are so narrow. There's no way anyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like
Plus, it's just hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In general.
Yeah.
Just in everything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's oh god. It's
that was like watching this. Yeah, that was like watching a scene out of The Matrix. Andrew Tate always promotes he's part of The Matrix, and he thinks of himself as Morpheus.
Yeah.
And that's why he wears those shades all the time. It just makes you sick.
Thank you. Physically. Yeah.
Yeah.
To see that. And so you've got, this is what the problem is with modern white identity. The guy who just sniffed Andrew Tate's ass would be the same guy who says the Nazis are evil and Liam Neeson is a hero. And Liam Neeson is a hero. The same guy who just sniffed Andrew Tate's ass would say Liam Neeson is a hero and the Nazis are the bad guys. This is where we're at. That's it. So anybody who's out there saying, he's a hero, he was saving Jews in Schindler's List. Yeah, you are the type of people who sniff Andrew Tate's seat like I just, like is shown in that video. There, thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I have got something else. You just reminded me. I've got something else to say about somebody else. Jeremy Clarkson, who used to run this show called Top Gear, very famous back in the 90s.
Yeah, I watched many of those.
He has this new series because he works. He's got a farm, and so his response to Rishi Sunak's national service proposition, he said, instead of sending 18-year-olds to conduct military service, why don't you get them to work on a farm? And then my response was, you're not going to have any goddamn farms when the Gulf Stream shuts down.
Thank you. Thank you.
You freaking idiot. Yes. You're not going to have any farms because it's uninhabitable as soon as that Gulf Stream shuts down.
Thank you.
So that's the reason why the government ain't going to listen to people like you.
Thank you. Again, this was the point. Tell everyone that Britain is making plans for 2030, which is when I said it's calculated that the Gulf Stream will very likely shut down.
Yes, that is what they've concluded, and also you'll see some other I believe I don't know what the acronym is, but it's the AMOC. It's the Atlantic. I don't know what the other two letters stand for, but I know it's the circulation of that the Mexican Gulf Stream, which is what keeps the British Isles, the British waters warm. It circulates throughout the Atlantic up into the north, and then it dissipates down into Greenland, just south of it. And this is what disperses the warm air, or the warm water, which keeps Britain warm, and it prevents it from coming into a Siberian climate, which has been the extent for the last 10,000 years at least. And so I did share a bit more about Doggerland the other day,
Yes.
Douglas.
Thank
And so this is what the government has obviously realised, obviously. And they are preparing for the shutdown of the Gulf Stream, and it's to do with the salt, isn't it, in the water? The salt levels causing the ice sheets to melt. Well,
actually, the ice sheets are melting because of just global burning. They're melting because of global burning, and
human intervention. Yes.
Yeah, but what's going on is that when all of that cold water, especially off the Greenland, off the Greenland ice melt, when all of that hits the water, it is going to impact the Gulf Stream. Now, I'm going to put a link both here into the text box and into the chat room so people can look at this. But they were predicting in this article in 2024. This article is printed this year. They're saying the Gulf Stream could collapse as early as 2025. So understand, I'm being conservative. I'm being conservative when I say 20.
That's
20.
this year.
Yeah, it's basically this year or the next. 2025 is next year, but you know, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's tomorrow. Okay, I mean, it's like, it's like, no, we are living in very dangerous times. The other thing, this is why we had, I'm trying to remember who the British man was. British official advised or recommended GMO development. This is why he was recommending GMO development. But then a bunch of the Brits were just, you know, they genetically modified foods. They were like they sabotaged a lot of these GMO lab gardens because they said, oh, we want no GMOs. But this is the only way crops could survive with such a radically changing environment. This is part of the problem, is that people don't understand that unless Britain becomes a pioneer in GMO, you're all going to starve. Yeah, so it's,
You've been talking about that for years, Douglas.
Thank you.
As well, so it's not something that is like, it's coming out now. Douglas has been speaking to us for years.
Well, at least we can take heart in one thing: your government is far more sane and functional, as bad as it is, as dysfunctional as it is, because it has a long history of hundreds of years of adaptation. Your government has an intrinsic fallback mechanism that enables it to adapt, and it at least listens to what I'm saying, as opposed to the U.S. government. So
thank you. We can take that into appreciation.
Yes, we can appreciate that. So they're obviously trying to do at least something based on logic. So we can take heart there. Such being said, though, back to where we were at, and so continue with some of the frustrations that you experience. You're talking to these people about Musk, these other things, whatever else, bring up what else. You had to bring up certain things with these people, such as recently you brought up as well other factors I've brought up in the past concerning fire, the fact that there's fire only on Earth. Yes, tell.
Yes. We're only speaking of this literally only 2 days ago, Douglas. We're speaking of fire and Doggerland, everything that we've been discussing recently. So it's just to bring it to people's attentions. I do have to apologise. I do have to make a move in the next few minutes, but certainly, when it comes down to the aspect of fire, that's the other thing. I presented actually quite a bit online with these people that speak about life out in the cosmos, out in the universe, and when you present to them the reality of the process of fire, you need the three conditions in order for fire to even exist. You need heat, fuel, and oxygen. Without any one of those, you don't have any fire. And you bring to their attention that the sun, our orbit, our star, which our planet's orbit, is not burning on fire. It's a nuclear fusion reactor.
Yes, it's plasma. It's all superheated plasma. Yeah, go on.
Yes, it's essentially plasma, and the core of the planet are not lava. It's molten rock. Well, it's not fire. Sorry, excuse me. It's not fire. It's essentially molten rock.
Yes.
And when the non-active volcanoes erupt on other planets, they do not disperse fire. They disperse molten rock because of the compression, the pressure in the center of the planet, and so it's being crushed. And so, yeah, this is the reality. You cannot have fire on any other body of planet. We've not discovered it, and because it essentially does not exist anywhere else.
Okay.
And you need those primordial or preliminary conditions set in place in order for fire to exist. You need millions of years of life, essentially plant life. And actually, my friend was actually bringing to my attention about fungi or funguses. They were around before trees, and it was the connection and the importance of having both of them, and the transition from fungi supporting trees, and then the opposite, the trees supporting the fungi. And he was just trying to explain to me the process, which I found quite intriguing. But of course, I said to him that even sharks have been around longer than trees.
Yes, thank you.
Sharks have been around for far longer. So it's very recent in our history, and it's because of fire is the reason why human beings, Homo sapiens, because we are sapiens, because we are the wise ones. We are the ones. That's what separates us from the animal kingdom, from sentiences, because we are the only sapiens.
And beyond that, our name for our species specifically is redundant. Homo sapiens sapiens, the wisest of the wise, not only because it's common Latin to have many redundancies like that for emphasis, but also because this is to disambiguate us from all the other human species that still exist, but are now cryptic relic populations. Yes, continue. Thank you
so much.
Yeah.
And most anthropologists will tell you that we coexisted with 40 species at one time in our history as well, at least. And they are coextant, still in existence to this day, as you just mentioned, Douglas. Thank you so much for bringing that up. That's what separates us, which is what defines us, is that very reason. And with fire, we are the only ones that can control it, which is everything you see around you is because we're able to control fire. And then even my friend, he did say that, that is probably why we are so, why humans, especially men, he said, have this thing about fire, and why we I don't know what the word he used, but it's something to do with why we enjoy being around fire so much, so to speak. He kind of, and then analogy like Brendan Zoga would come up with, and I said, it's because it's within our very DNA, it's within our very genome.
We have a rapport. We have a rapport with fire, and it gives us a sense of comfort. We take comfort from it, and it's obviously something that is primal. It's primal.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, we love you dearly, and you have a blessed day. Yes, thank you for joining us.
We'll do the same thing on Thursday. I think I could be with you a little bit longer on Thursday. So,
wonderful.
I look forward to it. So, yes, thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful speaking to you, Douglas, and Aristides and Heather. Thank you for joining us, and please support Douglas, whoever's listening in, and I look forward to joining you this coming Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay safe and be well. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And okay, so now Aristides, and let's see if anyone else has rejoined us on the call. We're certainly blessed to have Heather still with us. So Heather, with you were very kind, gracious to start George going, and tell us a little bit about whatever you're willing to share about what you're going through these days. There must be some new, situational report, status update. Let us know how things are going with you.
No, I always starstruck whenever I get put on the stage,
That's fine. That's cute. It's all right to be stage struck, and I'm just
Things all the time that I could talk about, but they just seem too like weird. I don't know what kind
don't
of.
be afraid. Don't be
Yeah.
afraid. Go ahead and share them. I mean, even memories from the past that might seem, out of place. That no one judges you here. So.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you.
Yes. And
So I'll have. Oh, did you get my videos about the Amber Room?
oh yes, thank you so much. Yes, I'm going to try and put some time aside to review those with the respect that they deserve. And certainly you always send such nice messages, of course. And I definitely, well, we're just glad to have you with us, and you do so much just by being here. So a little sharing, come on. How about dreams? Peter Moon talks about his dreams without even batting an eye. Have you had any worth noting, or whatever?
I've had a lot more dreams recently. I've been sleeping a lot during the day.
Okay.
Nothing in the dream world at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually I forget them by the end of the day, so I don't know. I make puppets. I make shadow puppets.
Lovely. And with your hands?
Puppets? No, they're with like cardboard and metal or wood or paper.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's delightful.
Have you seen them?
I'd love to see them. Sure. Yeah.
That is how Abraham Lincoln learned how to read, is by going to puppet shows.
All right. Cool.
But when he was an adult, he went to puppet shows.
Mm-hmm.
They
Okay.
had him for, I guess, adult puppet shows where it happened at night.
Wow. I wonder what they were like.
Well, they were like with shadow puppets. They're like just silhouettes of things.
Oh, I meant the subject. I mean, if they're for adults and they're only taking place at night, I'm wondering what the shadow puppets were doing. I mean, it might have been something. Yeah.
It's hard to see in the Civil War. No.
Yeah. It might have been like something risque, and but all such being said, what else is on your mind? What else comes up while you're doing this? Of course, what I'm trying to do is gather my thoughts for ultimately diving into monologue. But I can wait on that for a while. I'm just trying to breathe. Obviously, it was as everyone knows, it was a bumpy ride to get started. So just trying to ease my way into the most.
You feel difficulty. Do you want to talk a little bit about the flood?
Yeah, what do you want to know about it? I mean, it's kind of like, a bunch of crap started coming out of the pipe in the bathtub. Really fucking gross. And it disintegrated the cardboard boxes, which I had a lot of stuff on top of, where I felt, okay, it's the tub, it's porcelain, it's dry. Hopefully it never floods up again from the pipe and, everything's cool. Of course, that's not how life works.
We have the same situation kind of with the rotting pipes and like things that are all decayed behind the walls.
Say that again? Because that was so poetic. Say that again.
The rotting pipes behind the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to come to terms with that. Yeah, we got to come to terms with all our rotting pipes behind the wall.
I don't know if you own, but we just rent, and so it's not really our responsibility.
I rent. Honey, I rent.
I didn't know you owned or rented.
Oh, I rent. Oh my.
By now.
Oh my God! I wish. Holy shit.
I can see that.
Yeah.
All that money without even owning.
Yeah, isn't that awful? No.
I mean, no, I've never owned my own house, so I can't really say.
Yeah. Well, I've never did either. Honey, I come from a background of extreme poverty. That's so extreme, it's indescribable. I mean, I could start describing it, but it just gets morbid. So when it comes
I remember.
Yeah. So, well, knowing that, just understand that logically, of course, where would I suddenly get the money to own something? That would not be likely, right? So, no, it's definitely a renter. Hopefully, someday the situation changes through either hooking up with somebody on my part or, attaining secular power or something like that. But, in the meantime, I'm just living day by day.
It happened in the right time.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's right, honey.
Yeah.
And
I know
so.
what I can contribute. Kanye West has
Mhm.
a cyber truck, or he designed it, or something to do with it. The Yeezy cyber truck. There's 3 of them made, and it cost $12 million.
Oh man, that fucking figures. That would be just like him. Poor,
I know.
poor fucking,
Cute.
yeah, poor son of a bitch. How pathetic.
They look like
Yeah.
driving ashtrays.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm like, just, what can I say? Such being said, what else, honey, is on your mind that comes up? Okay. We got a video from Aristides here. Let's take a look at this video from Aristides, or what he put into the text box here. And we've got Heather sending us some of these lovely shadow puppets. Now, you were inspired by Balinesian puppets. These are
That's
wonderful.
where they started. They were all like, that's where the art came from, I guess, is
Yeah.
Bali.
Wonderful. Well, these are delightful. Thank you for sharing these.
Yeah,
They're
if you want to see
beautiful.
a picture of mine, it's much
Yeah.
different in comparison.
Sure.
I'll
Of
have to take a
course.
picture of it.
Yes, yes, and just giving a response here to the delightful video that was placed in my chat box by our man Aristides. Yeah, and wonderful. And I said,
I'll share mine, but don't judge me.
okay, honey.
Okay.
Yeah. So taking a look at what Heather's going to share with us, what she makes, and we're not going to judge her, of course not. And oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Yeah, that's adorable. That's so cute. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Very
wonderful.
elementary.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And so, have you ever thought of like showing these at the local public library to the kids, like having a show for the kids at the local public library or something?
No, I would probably make them with kids if I could, like
Yeah.
show them how to make them, but I'm not into like public places, especially the library downtown is so big.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. You get lost in it.
Wow. And well, you're lucky to have one. And do you visit it often?
Never.
That's,
Never.
That's cute. Yeah. I mean, when I was young, I would haunt libraries. After my experience, of course, with the Presidio Military Base Library, I pretty much avoid libraries like the plague myself. Did Aquino ever talk about his home and the problems with home ownership?
No, we
Okay.
never really spoke personally.
Okay.
No.
So.
Remember, the first syllable of home ownership is homo.
But the best part of believe is the lie.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Yes. 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 That's right. It is
You're stuck at home, and now you're gay.
Yeah.
I have these interesting lamps.
Also, I'm gay.
Chinese fertility lamps.
He's kidding, people. At any rate, so go on, honey, with your fertility lamps.
Yeah, I have these Chinese fertility lamps, and I didn't like them when I first got them, but now I do. They're kind of growing on me.
Can we see pictures?
Of course.
Okay, and let's take a look. I think she might be entering them now. So here we are. Oh, they're delightful. They're so cute. Yes.
So I thought they were kind of hideous at first, and then I thought, you know what? These little guys are cute. They have little buns on the side of their head.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right. Hair buns. Yes. That's.
I wish we could share them on YouTube, but there's no way to share them with your listenership.
Yeah, I know. We're going to have to figure out a way where Aristides can take our photographs and upload them on some kind of site where then we can provide links to them in the chat. That would be good. That would be good. That
Yeah,
and
a lot.
Mm-hmm, yeah, and okay.
Yeah, I hear you, but
Yeah. What's that?
I hear you, but I don't know how.
That's true. He's a different
Yeah.
kind of engineer. He's not a software engineer. That's right.
Well, you can't put files on like the YouTube chat. It's just links.
That's
Yeah.
true. Sadly.
So
sadly.
you're saying like a spot where you could put stuff and then send a link to it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, something like that.
Well, in the Holoverse, you know, from the Holoport.
Something like that should exist, but I don't know what it is or how we can do that right now.
Thank you. At least we're digesting it. We're considering it. And our man Aristides, of course, I don't want to put it all on him. I'm just giving that out there as a suggestion to listeners, and maybe somebody can.
I'm still digesting the conversations that we had last Sunday. It was really, I have to appreciate Brendan. He is so smart, wise. I don't know what the right word is, but I learned a lot from him.
Yeah, well, they all are in their own way. Aristides and George have these different talents, but Brendan is particularly accessible to Heather because they both have a background in the Vedic traditions. And since both of you share that cultural background, you have this resonance. Yeah.
He actually a devotee, like a brahmachari, or...
You mean, he actually is a Vedic practitioner, yes. Yes, he is actually... Yeah.
Yeah, I thank you.
Yeah, and so it's definitely so. Aside from the all of that, again, everybody, I'm still like getting my thoughts together thanks to this lovely photograph that is a GIF, graphics interchange format. The moving photos, as my parents would probably call them, sent to me by our dear Aristides. He sent us this lovely young lady holding a whip. Well, it's actually a horse whip. It's a horse whip. A riding crop. It's a riding crop. Yes, cool. And so dogs. You have pets, Heather?
I have one cat. She's a black cat.
Mm-hmm.
Half panther.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Half brown cat.
Yeah.
She's brown on the bottom.
Yeah.
No dog. We had a dog named Winston. He passed away of old age 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was a pug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, so sorry to hear that. Any memories about him in particular?
Oh, there's so many memories about him in particular. He was the best.
Mm-hmm.
He and I used to dance. We'd have spa days as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so that and I had plenty in the past. Different, honey. What's that?
Yeah. No, I was laughing.
Okay. Yeah. And but in terms of my real specialty, I think when I became best at any form of pet keeping was with aquatic animals. That's where I developed some real magazine cover level aquariums and aquarium landscaping it was, I miss those days. Maybe someday can return towards that kind of hobby if I'm in a better environment. Couldn't do it here, of course. But it's amazing that my parents still loved animals when we were in such an impoverished environment while I was growing up. It's very sad. I try to
Well,
move.
you know what I was thinking for you? Have you considered? I don't know if your syncopes are really something that you worry about at this point, but maybe getting an emotional support cat or something that can help you, if in case that happens, that you're not alone and you have an animal that's there to rescue you.
That is the cutest thing I've ever heard. That's adorable.
It can make you sit down on the floor if something's going to happen, or something, so you're safe.
What is it that you said that they could do if I'm on the floor? What is it they could do?
Oh, no, so the cat can have you sit down on the floor so you're safe, and that's when they know that something's going to happen, so it prepares you.
That's incredible. That is so cute. That is the cutest.
Well, I know it's hard to get up from those, and that's a scary situation.
Have you suffered from some kind of syncopal collapse?
No, but I did have a client one time during my caregiving that had syncopes, a couple of them while I was in working.
Okay, so
And
you were in. So was this when you were providing care? Was this at a facility, or you were doing it at someone's home, like their personal care provider?
it was a personal care provider. This lady had cancer, and then also her husband was a retired general, chief command something line sergeant. I'm not sure, but he worked at Fort Huachuca, and he would have syncopes that he was debilitated by them. He'd just slide off the chair, turn into like jello and slide off the chair, and then he'd have a problem getting up. So
That is fascinating. Do you know why he had these? Why was he suffering these?
I think it had something to do with his service. I really have to tell you that there's a syndrome with a name tacked onto it that they say that's who invented it or who thought of it. But I think it's actually done by the military while it's part of your indoctrination or something, programming.
Fascinating. That's
Yeah, because
fascinating.
every time it seems like that he would say things that he probably shouldn't have been saying, that's when he would have them. It was strange when he would talk about things that he wasn't supposed to repeat or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God! I mean, this is incredible. And so, what became of these two people? Did they just die?
Yeah, I think he passed away. I'm not sure. Eventually, his wife is still alive. I just noticed his obituary recently.
Okay. Oh wow.
All my clients eventually meet that demise, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, this is part of life. After all.
That's my job.
Yeah, and yeah. Oh my goodness. And I'm just again, I'm just so glad that you're with us and interact with us and provide us all these insights. It's profound. So
You want me to tell you what he said before the time that he had his syncope when I was there?
Please.
Yeah, he was talking about being at Fort Huachuca and how he kind of went off into like a Vietnam days, like when he like goes off into another place, and he's remembering. And
Flashbacking. He started flashbacking.
Yeah. He's like, I just remember all those boys, like so many young men, just like walking up in lines, and then they're getting gassed, falling down. Then another line of guys come out. They all get gassed, falling down. Like hundreds of people. I guess they discontinued a program or something that they were doing. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, it was intense. He was definitely traumatized by that, and he had to oversee it or something. So right after he talked about that, I was going to have to think.
Holy shit.
Project like a super soldier project or something.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, that's yeah. And so thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. And yeah, by all means, anything else? He must have shared other things with you if you were witness to other syncopal collapses.
No, he only had one when I was there, actually, that really bad one.
Okay.
And then he also did another time, but I was able to get him in the wheelchair before it happened. So,
Okay. Yeah. And that being said, I like what you say about some kind of comfort pet. What did you call it again? They call them
emotional support animals.
Emotional support animals. ESA.
Yeah, they get tags in a little vest if you want, and then you can bring them anywhere you want to on the bus or wherever.
Planes and shit. Yeah, supposedly, theoretically. Yeah. Oh my fucking God. No, it's adorable.
For safety reasons, you might want to consider it. And you could get a cat, you could get a dog, maybe you could get any animal. Your favorite.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What was the last thing you said?
Oh, your favorite. What is your favorite?
Well, I like fish. I mean, I was an aquarium keeper.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe they have that. I don't know.
I doubt that, but it's cute. It's a cute idea. No, the whole thing is a cute idea. Just so people understand, in my case, everything that our dear Heather is saying is fascinating, and I take it seriously, and I always respect your input. So you're definitely on a good track, and
Well, you explained how one time you had one during your show,
yeah.
and nobody knew, no one was able to do anything. That must have been the scariest thing for you.
Now you must. Were you? Now, did you? By the way, just so people know, the show that we're talking about is still uploaded. It's literally got to be only an hour long or something. I could go back and find it on the live stream and tell people where to go if they have morbid interest in listening to this show. And what had happened was I began to suffer a syncopal collapse, and at that time, unfortunately, Joe Tai was with us. And do you remember Joe Tai at all, honey? Or is that name? Yeah, that name's meaningless to you. No worries. Yeah, it's anyhow, this creep was claimed he was born in Taiwan. Claimed he was like, it's just like he was awful. Just and as soon as I began suffering, I said, "Gee, can you take the stage, see if I can recover myself?" This dude just went on a Judeophobic rant, just attempting to get my show knocked off YouTube.
Didn't he? Did you give him the responsibility of like taking over?
That's the unfortunate part was, you trust somebody and they just take it and they do everything they can to fuck you over. Honestly, and the funniest thing in the world is there's some person who left a comment that Joe's speaking from my heart, and of course they got a totally blank channel, so it's just shit to get us knocked off. So this was Sunday, as dated the 8th month of 2022, 8/14/22. So August, right? August is the 8th month, I think. Yeah. So August 14th, 2022. It's Sunday, August 14th, 2022. Now, what I'm going to do is do something to alter that. First off, knock off that stupid comment is what I'm tempted to do, is hide it. I probably shouldn't bother. But the other thing I definitely want to do is, just let people know that I'm going to do better, something with this. In the meantime, it'll still be up there. People can look at that. If you just have if you have the need for morbid entertainment, you can go there and review this idiot Asian going on about, fuck the J this, fuck the J that, with no rhyme or reason, and just trying to get the show banned off. It's
And so you were sitting there listening to it, and you were.
I was dying. I was dying. Yeah, it's like, just so people understand that I was suffering a syncopal collapse and ultimately called 911. So that was
How did you call 911?
What was that?
How did you call 911?
Well, I have this cell phone that's provided by California Lifeline. So if you're on Medicare and Medi-Cal both, which I am, the California Lifeline program will provide a free cell phone and free cellular service within the United States, which means I can call Hawaii and Alaska and talk for hours for free. My cellular service is covered by the California Lifeline program. Such being said, however, you get what you pay for, and they give you the worthless pieces of phone.
Oh, you pay for? Everyone on here. What do you think? Pay for.
How was your conversation with Sammy Romero, honey? How was your conversation?
I got more than I paid for.
Cool. All right.
He told me how much he's told you he missed me and all this shit, and you haven't told me. So you and I are gonna have a conversation later.
I kept telling you to call him.
You told me that like months ago when I was still fucking on drugs or whatever. You didn't tell me recently. You haven't told me in the last 2 months or 3 months.
I probably brought it up at least once or twice. You gotta give me some credit. I brought it up once or twice.
I give you some credit, but like it was at least 2 months ago. Not like minimum.
Yeah,
I am not. You know, the only person's name you have mentioned is, well, I will say the only person's positive name you have mentioned, Brennan Zoga.
Yes, I also brought up George Knight and some.
No, I'm not saying like okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say
with you. I mean, with you privately. I mean.
Yeah, maybe we had some of that. Yeah.
Yeah, we did talk about Aristides. We talked about Aristides inescapably because of what was in the car.
What? No, you didn't tell me. What was that? Was I high on this? What do you know?
Oh, it was, so get this, Aristides. Asshole meth head Larry didn't cover her.
Wait, what do I have to do? What do I have to do with it?
Aristides, I went to jail for the shit you sent me. What you sent me?
Hey, don't say that publicly. You mean there was this other guy? There was this other guy named Aristides who sent you something. This other guy named.
It was kind of like you. I always get y'all confused. But I get y'all confused. It was not.
Yeah, I was vulnerable and confused. I was taken advantage of.
Anyway, this other Aristides guy's giving me shit, and basically because I was trying to help someone get off some shit, right?
Yeah.
But then they took the entire bag of this great guy Aristides sent me that helps people get off shit, right? They took the whole.
Are you sure that it wasn't a case of identity theft?
Yes, there you go too, right? But no, apparently what it a case of is taking a turn at a light, right? And you're in the turn lane with a turn signal that you can only go left in that lane anyway because it's a light lane. I don't know if anybody who drives, anybody here that drives, I'm like, oh, you're in the left lane. There's an arrow. So I didn't put my turn signal on in the left lane that is only, you can either stop or you go left when it's green to go left. But that one light, I got pulled over by 2 cops for not putting my turn signal on. And my entire car got searched. Now, retract why that probably was, which would have been a prior week, right? Where they were like, we should probably put this tag number down. Probably not a good tag number because probably has some drugs in her car. But then he's like, I get out. I'm like, what is going on? He's like, you didn't put a turn signal. It's 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, okay. He's like, do you have drugs in your car? No. Very clear. I was not doing drugs, nor did I have drugs in my car. I was 100. This guy, he was the nicest cop ever. Now I had 2 cops. They were both nice. The one you could tell he's just like, he's the normal cop on the second car. The first car, which was the unmarked, was the one that was like, this is my girl. She got me some drug information, apparently. So he was very nice. He's like, no, I don't care. Look, if you got a little bit of like paraphernalia in there, even if you got small amount.
Just so people know that belch was not myself, okay? Go on. That was Aristides.
It was a dog. We blamed it on the dog.
Yeah. So I want to take you to jail is what he says, which they all say, so you shouldn't. I totally was believing it. I was totally good with it because he was a good, I'll be honest, this was a good salesman. And regardless, if I had a small amount of drugs on me that I knew about, I would have told it. I would have said, you know what? I believe you. You're my Eula, and here's what I have on me if I had something on me. I didn't, and I told him, and he kept telling me, I'm letting you know, if you have some on me, I won't take you to jail. But if I find out after the fact, I will take you to jail. And I said, I don't have anything on me. I can assure you. He's like, no, I'm calling the drug dogs out here to go around the car because granted, I have an SUV and I have like the dog blankets in the back. And so like, and he asked me, so, and legally, so everyone knows, if you don't know, if a cop asks to search your car, the only right answer is what? Does anyone know?
No.
That is not the right answer.
Oh, it's not.
Does anyone else know?
I don't think we ever been in trouble like you.
And obviously I learned this many years ago, unfortunately, because I, again, dated drug dealers. They're all dead now, so it doesn't give them much hope. But I learned it from that answer. The answer is, they say, can I search your car? And then you say, yes, you can say, yes, you can search my car, but I would prefer you not to. What you, or the best answer would be like, I prefer you not to search my car. But no matter what, you just say in some gut form, I prefer you not to search my car. But if you have reason to, then of course you can. But I would prefer you not to. So you want to reiterate, I would prefer you not to. Also, but you can if you have reason. And when I've said this every fucking time, it is a work. So here's what happened. Like, I can't tell you on the past, but like I won't go into that. But like with him, he realized, okay, then he kept questioning me again. Do you have drugs? And I'm like, what? No, I don't. I've asked you this. Why are you still standing here? He's like, well, because I'm waiting on the drug dog. He said, because I'm waiting on the drug dogs. And I said, why are you waiting on drug dogs to search my car? Like, I just said, if you wanted to search my car and you had a reason to, you could. He said, yes. But you said, no, you couldn't. You didn't want me to unless I had reason or probable cause. So probable cause, I didn't use those words, but probable cause is basically what they have to have probable cause. But here's the thing. If you say no, if you're just like Douglas and you go, can I search your car? And you go, no, guess what you just gave them? Probable cause, because they already have a reason that they're suspecting you of something in the car. And the minute you said no, you gave them double suspect, i.e., they can search your car because you said no. So now he seems to be hiding something on top of the fact we already wanted to search his car because we suspected something. So now they have double. That is reason to search your car. So you can't say no. You can say, yes, you can search my car. I would prefer you not to, and I don't want you to. But if you have probable cause, of course you can.
Okay.
So that is the loophole in the whole law.
Yeah.
So in most states. So he had to call a drug dog out to go through my car. But in the meantime, he's asked me 55 times, Kat, do you have anything on you? And I am 100. I even said, look, if there's anything in that car, it is under a seat. I don't know about it. It would be tiny. Like, maybe there's something somebody, dude left. Like, but no, there should be nothing in my car. Like, nothing on me. Like, I'm good. I was 100. They went through my whole car. I had dog blankets in the back. And Aristides knows dogs. There was dog piss on these fucking blankets. That's why I take them to the laundromat, because I don't want to wash in my own washing machine. Okay, so they had to shake it out. Yeah, the smell of it, right? So they're shaking the shit out. They're going through this SUV. I had a lot of blankets in there. They're having to go through each one individually. They weren't. He called his supervisor had come out. Like, they're going through my car like I am a fucking first-rate fucking cocaine dealer. Like, supervisor come out. The supervisor, supervisor, because the drug dog went around the car 3 times, and then the drug dog finally sniffed up. Which I was like, well, they do that. I've been told both things. Like, they do that. Like, that's their third sniff, is like their alert. Also, I feel like same thing. I could train my dog to just alert. So I don't believe it either way. Like, either way, I can make that goddamn dog alert, right? So I'm sitting there with the drug cop and the dog while they're going through all my blankets, and I'm laughing. I am fucking laughing. I'm like, that's hilarious. They're having to go through the dog piss blankets. And I'm looking at it. I wasn't laughing out loud. I was laughing in my head. I wasn't being rude. I was laughing in my head. Like,
yeah, because you don't want to incur their wrath. Yeah.
And then he's like, so... no, there's nothing in your car, finally. And this is they had to go through 3 rows of seats because I have a 3rd row SUV plus a trunk. So they were going through my car a good 45 minutes, right? So they're pretty pissed that they have not found anything at this point. And he's like, well, we're just waiting on the female cop to get here and get, ask the body search. And well, if you have to wait on her because I heard him radio, and she's like, I heard her radio back, like, I'm on a call, blah, 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 like, whatever it was, the female. And so I was like, can you not just search me? Like, I'll give you permission. Like, I thought I was good. What I had forgotten was the night before, I had found Doofus had those mushrooms. A whole bag of them, and I found them.
And get this, Douglas Dietrich said, they should have spoiled rotten by now. I keep mushrooms in the fridge, and they go moldy in a few weeks, in a few days. And she told me.
Whoever said that stupid. Anyway, regardless, like,
You could say that was food. You said that's not drugs, that's food.
yeah, I should have. I don't know. I should have just not let him get through my bra. I should have held on to him. Problem. The problem was I'm too honest. It's just like on the show. All right, I'm too honest, right? So I'm like, I was 110% sure I'm in the good, and I trusted this guy. This guy had been too fucking like sellable to me. Like, Brooke, like I'm telling you, like now, like if you're like the last time he had said it, he's like, I'm telling you 100%. He's like, Brooke, if you're telling me anything, if there's anything in that car, you tell me now. I won't charge you if it's something small. But if I find out after the fact, or if I find something perfect.
You need to be fucking that guy instead of the other guy who sold you out.
I know I should. Okay, so anyway, he said, and he was very fucking hot too. I will say that.
Cool.
But no, I mean, like, but he's a cop, and I'm like, no, because he's selling himself out for stupid fucking laws that don't fucking work, and that's how stupid he is. So because he's stupid, because he thinks these laws work and they don't work. Hello, Ronald Reagan. Let's go back to Ronald Reagan. Fucking minimal drug laws don't fucking work. Hello, it's like you meet anybody. I just saw this thing on what's his name. It's like, you know, some people are like, I jaywalk every day. You can put jaywalking. You can put, hey, I don't know, the people that park in handicap spots. You can put all that. They said the people that had minimal drug laws that Reagan indoctrinated in, like people that ended up doing 50 fucking years or a life sentence because they had a gun on them when they went to sell pot, right?
Yes. Yes.
Those people. So there was a congressman, I can't remember his name, like that went to jail for doing congressman shit, like white collar bullshit, right? And he comes out, and he had been a Republican and gone in and like, I'm against this. And he comes out, and now he speaks out against. It's a couple years ago. He speaks out against. He's like, no, these people I was in jail with, they're basic guys, like they're just normal people that they basically like didn't know what they were doing. They did not know. They did not know. Had no idea what their sentence was going to be. They made basically a dumb decision or whatever. Like they made, teenage decisions or just dumb decisions like we all do, and had no idea that they were about that the repercussion of doing that is if you had a gun and or if you dealt pot 3 times in a row, right, or whatever it was. So the minimum drug laws, they could get a life sentence. Right? He was like saying these laws have to be changed. Like they had no idea. These are people, and he said, and that's what he said. He said, you can put jaywalking. You can right now put jaywalking. You put life sentence for jaywalking, life sentence if you park in handicap parking. And you know what? There'll be fucking a lot of people getting life sentences because people don't look at like, oh, what is the repercussion of what I might do? People are gonna jaywalk. You're not gonna stop it. People are gonna park in handicap spots. People are going to, cuss people out, spit on the sidewalk, piss in public. Be drunk in public. There's gonna be people. If you're like public drunkenness tomorrow, everybody's life sentence. Well, I guess we'll have a good 50% of America fucking dying in a life sentence because the majority of people aren't like, oh, well, I just heard that's a life sentence. I'm going to change my mind and not do it. Most people, first of all, aren't even hearing about these laws if they're doing these things. They don't have time to watch the goddamn news, right? And secondly, if they are and they're like, oh, well, I was totally going to jaywalk today, but I heard it's 20 years in prison today. It's just not. It's like, you know what? I'm the type of person that's like, oh, I think I can get across the street without getting a $20 ticket. I'm the same person that will be like, I think I can get across the street without a cop seeing me I heard this maybe 20 years in prison. I don't know. I'm just going to run across the street because I'm late. And jaywalking, that's going to happen. and 20 years in prison or $20 ticket wasn't going to stop me if I decided to do it, right? So that's where I'm bitching back to you, and I don't know where I started. So I'm just
we're talking about this thing that this guy sent you. He sent you this package that I said. Hey,
so the female officer is not on her way.
So they got you on jaywalking? They got you on jaywalking.
Yeah, the guy who got me jaywalking.
For real, that happens? In real life?
Jaywalking. Well,
You
I
can charge
think
it jaywalking in real life.
they like walking over Jay. I don't know what you mean. Like, curve to the left. Lefty Larry. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Lefty Larry, yes, and but continue. So because we're getting to the point eventually where Lefty Larry betrays Our Lady. He sells her down the river, and these days, of course, now he's telling her, "I love you."
I don't know where he sold me down the river. Where he sold me down the river was that he stole the shit from my goddamn house, and then I took the shit back. So that's where he sold me down the river, right? So I find it.
I thought it happened like this, where the cop pulled out the bag of the stuff that I thought would go moldy in my fridge, and said, "This yours?" And instead of taking the hit, he
No. That's why he pulled my car over. That's before. That's all. That's called methamphetamine. That's where it's his. That was so my car. Since he's wanting to put everything out there, I had been arrested the week before for methamphetamines that Lefty Larry had on him, right? And Lefty Larry didn't admit they were his.
Oh, son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!
Not in time, anyway. And so, so we were both taking jail because it was my car. So my tag number was already registered with methamphetamine. And so that is what our city of Greenville apparently has this new system. And I only found that out after, let's just finish the story. I say, I don't have shit on me. I don't want to wait on the girl. And I said, can you just search me? And he said, well, can you take your bra and just pull it out?
All right.
And I grab my bra, left
strip
right,
search
underneath. And I go to shake, and as I grab the left titty, I go, oh, shit. Oh, shit. I've been arguing with telling this
it's
guy.
That left tit. It's that left tit.
No drugs on me.
We're having trouble visualizing. Can you act it out for us?
Yeah, show us.
So,
oh, honey.
why don't you act for me? Why don't you do that?
So we can understand.
So anyway,
yes.
yeah. I think I may have said "oh shit" when I did it because the cop. I mean, he was so.
Think of how he felt. He's fighting a hard on. He's fighting a hard on.
Agree with me that I'm the best person ever.
It's my nightstick.
Douglas needs money. You have to say over. Does everybody understand? Brooks, I don't even know. Whatever you fucking say. Does everyone understand there's gang stalkers? I have gang. Does everyone understand there's gang? Do you ever understand gang stalkers? Are gang stalkers are thing? Do you understand Do you understand that Adolf Hitler was not a bad person? Do you understand Adolf Hitler was not a bad person? It'd be like being on your podcast and having that. He had said it so many goddamn times. Do you understand? If you have drugs on you, it's okay. But if I find them after, you're going to go to jail. I'm letting you know, you're going to go to jail if you find them out. Just tell me. 47 times this man told me, and I kept saying, I'm good. Watched him go through my car. Was 100% sure it was good. So the second I put my hand under my bra,
that left tit,
goddamn plastic bag that I had forgotten about because the night before I put it in there, and then I went home and I went to sleep. Now, I don't usually sleep with my bra on, but if it's late and I'm tired, I just lay down, fell asleep with the bra on, and then got up and just started doing shit. Never felt, because it's a boob. Okay, boob is under there. I don't feel the bag. I don't even know it's there. It's fucking a boob. Okay, if you're just under, you're not on the nipple. You're not touching me. You're not titillizing me. I didn't know the goddamn bag was there till I went to fucking reach for it. And then I said, oh, shit. And I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. There's a, and then I just pull it out and show him. And then he's like, put your hands behind your back. And I'm,
oh, shit.
That was it.
Oh. So.
And he wasn't even happy about it because he didn't want to arrest somebody for mushrooms either. He was not looking for that charge. He was hoping I had fucking apparently a kilo of coke or fucking whatever the equivalent of that of meth would be. One of those two was what he was hoping for. And he's like, she's got a tiny bag of mushrooms. This sucks. And then because he had to sit there for 2 hours at the jail because the jail was backed up, which apparently never happens because I've been in jail obviously 2 times before that. And so I knew this is weird. So we were backed up.
By the way, this is alarming that Brooke Gibson is getting to know the system. The fact that she's getting familiarized,
very well,
yeah, with the environment.
But then they're talking in there, and they're like, oh, no. And so they were like, there was a county guy in front of me. This is city, and he's like, hey, can I go in with you? Like, take her into book with you because like they haven't waited so long. We were over there. He's like, yeah. So when we go into book, they still waited because you go in this little tiny room after you're in this other room. Like, anyway, this tiny room where they will come back and get you where they process you into the jail. And you're waiting on jail guards. And what you find out is that they're jail guards. They are not cops, but they are not. But they also let the cops know that you have no power over us and we will make you wait. You may be bigger than us. You may be arresting them. But we run this goddamn jail. And we will make you wait. They're in that little tiny hall. It's the size of a half. You're in the size of a
Hey,
half
at least he was in pleasant company. At least he's in pleasant company. He'd much rather be with you than somebody else. Believe me.
So he's standing there. And so the only thing I can describe the Greenville County deputy, like I had an intelligent guy. He's still intelligent. He was good looking. Like, but the guy that he's talking to was the officer of, I think you said it, like it's the no, it was Larry actually said that, like it's the officer of oh god, it's like his name is like I don't know, it's this dumb officer of, he's like got dark hair, he's like I feel like Aristides might
Bernie Fife.
He's not Bonnie Five, no, he's like newer, like the newer officer. God,
yeah, I'm showing my age. I'm showing my age when I say Bernie Fife. How about you, Aristides, Heather?
On what? Where is this?
Yeah, we're trying to talk about kind of like the dumb
like
officer.
It's the officer. He's like on dark hair, and he's like the idiot,
Yeah, yeah.
What?
What show?
Hey, some show. We're trying to remember which show.
I don't know what show.
Okay. Go on.
I'm asking you, so you're like
Trying to
me.
remember.
So yeah, you're like you're ADHD too. So okay, so I don't know what I'm sure there's someone out there listening that's like yelling the officer's name. He's like, he's just like that dumb officer that's like, oh, I'm in a rush show, but he's just an idiot. That was the other officer, okay? And my officer is talking to this officer because they're just stuck together and they're with me. And the county guy had arrested was just like had literally beat herself into a Pulp Fiction type shit with her head when she had gotten arrested and gone to the hospital for 4 hours. So Barney Fife's now. I would say Barney Fife, but he's the younger version of Barney Fife, like new version. And he's just like a little bit taller, obviously. And he's like, there with her. So nobody's talking to her. My officer talked to me a while, and he'd gone off. He's like stuck with Barney Fife now. You could tell he didn't want to be with Barney Fife. But Barney Fife is asking him, and I'm saying Barney Fife for lack of a better terminology. He is like asking, like, well, so you got the city thing. And so basically what I found out was, because we had to sit in that room stand there for another 48 minutes, just in this room. We'd already been together for like an hour and a half. And so they are just talking and I'm listening to it. And I found out that the city cops have this system and the county cops, which county spreads the whole thing, but cities, more, you have to be in the city to get arrested, obviously in the city part. And so he says, yeah, like I wish we had that system. Like he's like, yeah, it's great. Like, it just runs the tag numbers, then it tells us where they've been. And, like basically what it was is my tag number. So now every car that they pull behind, and I'm just letting everybody know this is an AI type shit. The cops are pulling behind cars. They don't have to be behind you. If you're in any vicinity, left, right, straight, or anything, the car is running your tag number. Now, all the time. Meaning where you are, and it is processing that data. So if you are close to somewhere that they have had known arrests or there are known drug dealers, it is computing that into a system, just saying, well, how many points is Debbie got on there for, like, she's been on there, like it's your point system. Like, okay, well, your tag number now has been registered at this one place. Well, everybody may have been registered at this one place where maybe there's been known arrests. Well, now you've been registered there twice because you've got undercovers, you've got city, and he was in an undercover vehicle, by the way, the one that pulled me over. And,
okay.
He was like, because I didn't even notice until we get downtown. He's like, did you notice I'm not part of the regular city team? Because you probably noticed I'm not in a regular mark.
Was he asking you out? Was he asking you out? I mean,
no, he said, you probably noticed I'm not in my regular vehicle. Obviously, it's unmarked. I'm in the front seat of his car. And he goes, it's an SUV. I knew it was SUV. That's all I knew. And he goes, as you probably noticed, it's not marked. And I just looked at him and went, uh-huh, because I had not noticed. All that time I had sat there, was going through my car. I never once. Now that's the thing. Like Meth would have looked at me like immediately, like that's unmarked car and blah blah blah. I don't even look. I don't care. Don't notice shit. Like I'm so much.
But then again, does he? I'm just curious. On Meth, does he also see threats like unmarked cars that are not unmarked cars?
Well, he's very much. So he's very much like I think he's almost an autistic part of him. Like he sees shit like. Because I talked to him like when he was in jail, I'm like he just met somebody, and he's like, "Hey, I was in 3rd grade with you, I think." And I said, "Wait a minute, did you?" And the guy goes, "Oh my!" He goes, "Did you go to such and such?" And then the guy goes, "Yeah," and he goes, "You were class such and such." And then I just said, I asked him after he talks to the guy for a second, and I'm like, "Did you just recognize somebody you were in 3rd grade with?" He said, "Yeah." Because I used to get on him being like, why are you on Facebook? He would show me pictures all the time and be like, hey, this person looks familiar. Does this person look familiar to you? And I would be like, no. Like, they don't. And I don't give a shit. I could have seen him yesterday. I like, I wouldn't know. It could be Douglas Dietrich from yesterday. And if you had shown me pictures 3 days ago, I probably wouldn't recognize him. I just don't fucking know. Like, I don't pay enough. Like, so I'm the opposite. So we're very much extreme opposite on that. But like he recognized somebody from 3rd grade, and the guy said yes. And I swear to God, if I had not heard that and knowing that he's been sober, like I would have been like, there's no fucking way. Like who the fuck? I wouldn't recognize somebody from high school. Like I wouldn't recognize somebody from last fucking week. I swear to God, right now,
I get it.
Aristides online. If you were to give me a lineup and be like, there's 5 guys, pick Aristides out, I'd probably pick 3 of the first 3 probably wrong. Like I don't pay attention. Whereas, so that's where I would get so angry at him because I'd be like, how do you even care? How do you know? Why do you care? Why the fuck do you look at people? Who the fuck does that? That's so stupid. You're fucking crazy. He has like this obsession with like what is it? It's like the people that do like, so I do more emotional. I'm very much emotional. Like I judge people's, not their exact words. I judge their tones. I feel their tones, and I fill out like people's tones, and I feel through that emotional aspect. So not even so much with words, but I would say I put more into words than even I put more into verbal than visual, right? Yes. So he is much visual. Like visual is his number one thing. Like he's gonna take in everything visually. Like I would be just talking with my hands and be like, "Did you just throw a gang sign to me?" And I'd be like, "I don't know what fucking sign is." Okay, I don't fucking know what that goddamn is, but I did not. Okay, I don't fucking know. But and then I finally would get pissed off, like when he asked me, like like after 3 or 4 times in multiple arguments, he'd be like, "Did you just? What the fuck was that mean? What does that mean? You're doing this finger thing?" And I'm like, "I'm not doing a finger thing. I'm goddamn talking, okay? So whatever finger thing you're seeing, so I would do every finger thing in the world, This, I don't care what you're fucking seeing. I'm doing it all. It means nothing to me. I am talking to you. Listen to what the fuck I'm saying, and more importantly, hear the goddamn tone I'm saying in it."
Yeah. So such being said, then when you were waiting with this guy, they were keeping you waiting, for a long time.
Oh yeah. So then the city cop basically, so they then let us know about the thing, and I know the girl was too fucked up to take it in, but I was just like taking it all in, and he just basically let us know that he didn't mean to let me know. He probably assumed, because I just pretend like I'm not listening and kind of close my eyes. That's what I do. Like, oh yeah, go ahead and keep talking to fucking doofus Dwight. Dwight! I think that cop's name is Dwight. Is there a cop named Dwight?
Maybe. Yeah.
His name is Dwight. Anyway, regardless, he looks like a Dwight. Anyway, he's talking to Dwight, and he says, "Yeah, we got that." And so basically, it takes in every tag number, so then it runs you. So you get a point system. So when these cops are behind you, that's where I had 2 cops pull me over. Because what happened was, I had that morning rode through where he was twice, which he was at a fucking hotel, but it was an extended stay hotel. So they had an arrest that last week for drugs. because I assumed for drugs. There was an arrest there, but there were like 3 or 4 cops there. It was, even though it was nice, semi-nice place. I wouldn't say like it's not like the fucking Hyatt, but it was a semi-nice place. But it had a arrest there, and so probably a bigger arrest because of where it was. So then I had ridden through there twice because I got an argument the night before, and that's when I had found the mushrooms, and I'd gone in his truck to get because I thought he had my phone. And when he got in his truck, I was like, fuck you, where's my phone? And he was like, fuck you, I don't have your phone, and he drove off. Well, I woke up the next morning, and I had the mushrooms in the bra, didn't remember those, but knew I didn't have my fucking phone, right? Had no phone. So I go looking for him. So I drive, it's like 8:30 in the morning, drive through the hotel twice or whatever, like looking for his car. And I pull out, get in the turn lane, like right here in New Hollywood Mall, like right here in like good part of town. I'm not in a bad part of town. I'm in a good part of town. But drove through there apparently twice. And because I had been arrested the week before for the other shit that I just told you, that would have already put me up in the system on my points for the AI. Okay, so then all we needed to do was be like, Brooks pulling out, and then she's pulling out there. So apparently that was enough for him to alert, I need backup, and then they just look for you to do something wrong, which I don't know how many people get in the left turn lane and don't put a turn signal on because it's a light, it's an arrow. You have an arrow. You have an arrow. I didn't feel like I needed to put a turn signal on in an arrow. But that arrow that I did not put a turn signal on required me, I suddenly had 2 blue lights pulling me over. And I said, what's going on? And they're like, you didn't put a turn signal on. Get out of the car. So get out of the car.
You don't have to put your turn signal on if you're already in the turn lane.
So that'll be great if that's the truth, because I told the lawyer, like, I hired a lawyer now. I had a first lawyer, 2 lawyers quoted me $15,000. Now this lawyer, I've just paid $7,500 to cover me for everything. But like she's requesting everything. But yeah, I was in the turn lane. It was an arrow lane, and they pulled me over. And I even said that that would be on their body cameras. I said I didn't know you had to put a turn signal on when you're in the turn lane with an arrow.
It's redundant.
Thank you.
I literally had a driving instructor tell me you don't have to do that.
Well, we'll see if you're legally right, because
your laws vary by state. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, like if this lawyer told me, she's like, they'll look for anything just to pull you over. She said they were just looking to pull you over. Like that's all they were doing. Is they were just going to follow you. You could have swerved to the right. If they had followed you after that, they probably would have swerved a little bit or something. They would have found some reason to pull you over. So, I mean, maybe in South Carolina, you do have to put a turn signal on. What I said is, I'm 45 years old, never have put a turn signal on that I remember ever. And that goddamn lane, never been pulled over. But suddenly, 2 cops. I want to go to, I'll be honest. She's like, it's going to be $3,000 extra if we go to jury trial. I want to go to jury trial, not because I'll be honest, I'd rather be found guilty of this one thing. Because I'm like, I think he'll drop it anyway because it's mushrooms. I don't think he wanted it. And he already told me, he's like, I don't want to. But he was like, but I swear to fucking God, I want to go to trial just to be like, meh. I have been 46 years old. I was never pulled over, never put a turn signal on my entire life. Okay? Now I am here for mushrooms. I paid $7,500. I want you guys to know that I'm paying her $7,500 to all 12 jurors, okay, to represent me for having some mushrooms, trying to get somebody else off drugs. And let's play the video where all of these people are prescribing microdosing to get people off drugs and alcohol.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
These are people. These are doctors. I'm sorry. These are doctors. These are psychiatrists. These are American psychiatrists. These are these are states where it's legal. States where it's legal. But now I am pulled over by 2 cops randomly. Like, it's just so sickening, the system.
Yes.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut the fuck up.
No, don't. We are thoroughly enjoying this, and it's very educational, and it's important for you to have an opportunity.
I'm sure you're enjoying it. Watch my life go to hell in a handbasket. I'm sure fucking, enjoying it. Peter fucking Moon. You know what he can do? He can
Hey, yeah, whoa. Hey, yes. Oh my God.
Fucking
We're all,
goddamn house.
we're all singing now. Kumbayas. Kumbaya, kumbaya. Come on, everybody, join me. Okay. Having breathed. What we are going to do is, we're gonna ask our friend, our mutual friend, that other guy, to send you a resupply. You'll need it in the near future to calm down. And hopefully you can get a resupply of this sort of thing that you had in your bra, and just not keep it there in your bra next time when you go for a ride with a meth head. But at any rate, forget about curing him. Use them.
Resupply of that. I actually have a resupply of that, so I already had it. So I had that stuff because before my friend sent me that for free. Right before that, I had already paid someone some money to send me some stuff from.
Oh, that's
up north.
right. Oh, that's right.
Right.
Oh,
So I
that's
have
right.
another big bag of. They were called like long white penises or some shit. They were named after penises.
What do they call the Aristides? Those mushrooms? They look like
Penis envy.
penis envy.
Penis and bait. Yes,
Yeah.
I was got those.
And then
So I
you get
have
out
some
the
of
like
those.
albino.
I still have them.
You have like the albino penis envy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're albino penises. Albino.
Yeah.
They're very white. Yes, very white.
They have albino.
What I
versions
need
of-
is
yeah.
I need is $10 to go get a fucking beer, or I'm fucking hanging up.
Wish I could give you that, honey.
Well, I'm gonna.
Did you cash app?
What was that, honey?
Did you
Yeah.
cash app?
Catch what, Heather?
Did you cash app?
Cash
I don't
out.
have Cash App. I never went with Cash App. I only have the Apple
Do
Pay.
you
And
do
the
Zelle or PayPal?
Heather's gonna try
Yeah,
and
I
help
have
you by
PayPal.
sending you something. PayPal.
Oh my God, somebody gonna fucking help me? Oh my God, that'd be great. Oh my God, I'll pay this person back 20 times.
You just want
Who
beer,
is this?
right?
Who is saying that? Is that Heather?
That's Heather,
Yeah.
honey. Yeah.
See, Heather and I have met. Heather's a good person. I already met her. I didn't even know she's still on here.
Yeah.
She is a great person just for
neighbor
being
to
that
another.
quiet and let me talk.
Yeah. Say that again, Heather.
I said from one enabler to another.
Yeah, from one enabler to another. So,
Thank you.
how are you going to relay to Heather your PayPal address, so to speak? Here. You
Okay,
can-
yeah, everybody
here?
can have it.
In the
Bugsy
text.
B-
In the text. We have a text.
Everyone should have it. BUGSY BROOKE. Bugsy was my dog, my favorite dog. Brooke BROKE. And then at gmail.com. And everyone can send some money if you want, like $1 or $2. But like,
You just want a beer, though, right?
well, you know what I did? Yeah, it's a PayPal. That's for PayPal. But what I did was I had, so I signed up for three technically, three stupid apps. You know how you do the apps and like, you're like, it's like, oh, it's just the other day. It was like 3 days ago. I don't know. It's probably a week ago, I guess now, because some of them are a week. And it would say like free 7 days, for this app. And 2 of them were for a remote control that was lost, for a like Fire Stick remote control that I couldn't find. And I was like trying to find it. So I downloaded the apps, but it was like the only way to get it to work was like the first one didn't work. So I already accepted it. And it was like, you get a year, you can accept it free 7 days, but it's going to be, if you accept the free 7 days, it's a year for $23.99. I accepted that. And then that one didn't work. So then I did another one. It was like free 7 days, but it's $39.99. And then the third one was like, I don't know, some stupid, ADHD, help your life fucking app. And somebody had recommended on a fucking Facebook thing. And I was like, oh, I'll try that. And it was like free 7 days, $39.99. And I thought, I'll cancel all these. And yesterday I was like, I have a couple $100, $200, like almost $200 in my account. No, $120 gone. Like from those, like whatever it was, 40, and like almost 40 on the third one. Like, so I've requested Apple maybe. So if anybody, if I come back on here next week and I'm like, fuck Apple, then they didn't give me my money back. But right now I'm like negative. I'm broke.
Well, so if you're negative, are you going to be able to get a beer?
Well, I'm not negative, but like I have like $2.
In a bad mood. Is that what that means? You're negative.
Yes, that's what she means. She's in a bad mood, so she does need that beer. And believe me, she gets.
I definitely need the beer. That's why I was saying that. Like I've had I make fun of Douglas because he drinks his. He's like, I'm getting this high What is
Glutenberg.
Glutenberg.
Yes, yes.
It's my
That makes
whatever
Brendan
the fuck.
orgasm. Brendan orgasms over the millet beer. The millet beer I drink. Yes. Millet, corn, and buckwheat. Yes. Go on, honey. Tell him. Yes. You
And
looked
you're
it
just-
up.
I'm like,
You looked
what
up the
is it?
review.
And he's
Tell
like-
him what
I'm
the
like, well,
review
first of
said.
all, if Brendan's orgasm over it, it's not a good beer.
Yeah.
Like, let's just he also had an orgasm over the fact that I bought some millet that literally within 24 hours of them being at my sink, there were things crawling out of them. And this was within 48 hours of buying them from the store and opening the bag,
Yes.
like cutting the bag
Yes.
open. So there was nothing that wasn't in a box. These were open. These things she eats are so alive that they're alive. is what
Yeah,
I'm trying
yeah.
to say.
Brendan was saying that just shows how organic it is, and that's when Our Lady Brooke says someday she's gonna serve Brendan a meal of maggots, you know, just to show him how fucking organic it is. You know?
Yeah, like some spaghetti on top, you know, with little noodles, and
All
like
natural.
underneath where as he bites
All
in, like, the
natural.
shit crawls out.
Yes.
Like it was so bad. But, and I'm not. I don't. Anyway,
Wait a second.
I
What
think
did you say,
probably
Heather?
Even though it was
Heather
in a
said
bag
something.
that I had to cut open. Maybe it had been in the store so
It's all
long.
natural.
He had to
Yes.
speak in Indian. If anyone knows the story, he had to. Brendan had to
Oh my
speak in
God.
Indian. I'd already asked them.
That's
Where
right.
is
Tell
Dakota
about these
millet
Asian
or the-
Indian guys didn't even know what the fuck they were looking
They
for, and he had
didn't
to
even
talk to
know.
them in
They had
Hindi.
The Indian
In
guy, he'd
Hindi.
speak to one Indian guy, and he would go get another Indian guy. There was 3 Indian guys involved in Brendan's conversation in Indian. I am off the phone. There's now 3 people involved speaking to Brendan, and they finally take me to what I eventually bought, and they get it down. And then I buy it, and then I cut it open that night, and I boil it, and then I taste one bite, and I was like, spit it out, took the pot, just sat it at the sink, but I didn't dump it out because I was just like, gross. So then, fast forward, it was like 24 hours, so I didn't dump it out that morning. Like, let's be honest, like I didn't do it that morning. So it was like that night, and then I take it, and I'm about to dump it out. And my son comes in, and I kind of turn around as I'm dumping it, and part of it, or maybe the dog, I can't remember, part of it falls on the floor. And I have dark hardwood floor. Okay, I have a very dark hardwood. This is white. Okay, kind of like white rice. Okay, so I was like, oh shit. So I'm gonna go clean it up. So then turn around, go to clean it up, and as I'm going to get the pieces that have fallen on the floor, I like, did something move? Well, and I'm thinking, this is like, I'm not on drugs at this point. Like, this is not like, this is pre-meth
But you
drugs.
wish you
Like,
were. You wish you
there's
were.
nothing- yeah. Oh, I wish to fucking God I was. There was nothing on there, and I was like, oh no. I'm like, and I sat there and stared for a minute. It's like I just thought something moved. That's what I thought. I was like, thought something moved. And then I look, I'm staring, and I'm like, I watch it, and the little pieces, because it's millet, because it's not as long as. It's like rice, kind of, but anyway, it's like, yes, basically the size of fucking exactly what you see, which are basically fucking grubs. It's fucking maggots. It's maggots. And their maggots are crawling across my floor, which is about the same size, which is why I had to stare for a minute. And then I realized one's moving. Now there's 2. No, they're moving. No, those things are. Oh my God! Their fucking things are moving. Don't get me wrong. I have dogs. I've seen maggots and dog poop out my yard. Don't get me wrong. Like, I never had maggots. I've had mold in my fucking fridge or something that I left way too long. But like, no. Like, there should nowhere been maggots in that shit that have been there less than like 22 hours crawling across my floor. No wonder I spit it the fuck out. And then Brendan's like, it shows how fucking healthy it was.
Yes.
And now you're like, yeah, well, Brendan approves of my beer.
Yes.
And I'm like, really? That's what you want? That's who you want to approve of your beer?
What was the review you saw? What did they say in the review? It was.
Oh my God, I can't even remember. It was like the grossest beer. Like, what's the name of the beer? I can look it up. Like, what was the name?
Glutenberg. Yes.
There we go. Gluten what?
Glutenberg. I think it's B-E-R-G. Gluten, like gluten free, and then B-E-R-G, all
I just
one
say
word.
cookie butter.
Yeah.
Like, that's how healthy I am. I say a bite of cookie butter, which is what is for my squirrel, I say, but it's very good. Glutenberg.
Oh.
What did they say on Reddit on Glutenberg?
Oh my
I
God.
can't remember, but it was fucking hilarious. It was like the worst beer.
Yeah, something like, let me see if I can look it up.
It was bad.
Glutenberg.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Glutenberg.
Yes.
It said, the first thing it said worst beer I've ever had. And then the guy went on to say, by chance, I had the displeasure of tasting the anti-huffing chemical they put in spray dusters. I had tipped the duster at too high of an angle while spraying my keyboard. For the next 2 months, I'd get the hint of the most bitter essence I'd ever tasted in my entire life when my fingers touched my lips or mouth after using my computer. Kind of like taking the bitter part of a grapefruit, taking out any sugar and multiplying the bitterness by 10. You put, this is what Glutenberg beer tastes like. He said, there is an amazing light and citrusy taste at first. Then the 3 seconds later, after the beer rolls off your tongue, you are punched in the face by the bitterness of fucking Douglas Dietrich's dick.
That is what hooch tastes like when they make alcohol in prison or whatever. They use grapefruit.
Okay, cool. Thank you, honey.
And that's what she described. The taste of it is exactly what it tastes like somebody spit in your mouth.
Oh my god. So I'm saying, like, I don't understand why you drink the nastiness. Like, it's so bad. Like, what is your point? And like your good beer. You're like, well, when I want water, I could just drink the
PBR.
What is that beer? I thought even that beer existed.
That's Blue Ribbon.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All I can say is that it certainly gets me drunk, surely enough. The Glutenberg has a higher alcohol content than PBR, that's for sure. As Our Lady Brooke pointed out, it's not that high a alcohol content, really. Pretty much like a normal beer. But I thought it was healthy. I felt for the healthy, and because, I'm not much of a beer drinker. I mean, when I grew up, my dad used to say, he gets drunk if you slap him in the face with a beer rag. I was just never much of a drinker, so I'm easily impressed, I guess. I've never developed or cultivated enough of a discerning taste or palate for brew.
Yeah, that's why you also end up with a yeast infection.
Cute. That's so cute. I remember Brooke was trying to blame my hygiene. And like I told her, hey, honey, it took till I was 56, 57 years old to get this.
No, you tried to blame my hygiene. You tried to say that the only reason you got a yeast infection is because I said I shaved.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
And you're like,
yes.
I've never been with a woman that shaved, and I don't know if I. And then you're like, oh, and then you suddenly later on, a couple weeks later, you're like, you know what? I have a yeast infection. You know what I blame it on, Brooke? You blame it on you. And I'm like, why?
Yes.
And you're like, well, because I was with this prostitute, but she'd shaved. I'm not usually with them, but I thought, oh well, Brooke says it's okay, and I now have a yeast infection, so it's probably from that prostitute that shaved. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's from not her, or maybe it's from in fact, she's a prostitute.
Well, honey, she's a higher paid escort. By the way, Troy Bellamy is in the chat. He says, welcome back, Brooke. Sweet dreams, everybody. Going back to sleep. So there, people are happy to see you back.
Whatever, Troy, send me $10, okay? Because, actually, I want 15 from Troy because Heather loves me enough to send 10. And she hasn't seen my boobs, and I feel like Troy still says to this day that he got a sneak peek, like when I was turning over. So yes. I feel like I need 15 if he got that sneak peek, or I need 15 for him lying. Either way, I'm gonna need 21 if he got a sneak peek, 15 if he's fucking lying, or vice versa.
Oh yes, honey, it's delightful, and
yes, I know that I did not like when I turned over. Like, if y'all would have had that shows y'all men you are. Like, don't go on the camera, Heather. Like, I was in the bed and I was turning over, and apparently, like, they're saying, one or two of them are saying that when I turned, that like a boob, I had a tank top on, popped out of the covers and out of the tank top for like a split second, and they were able to image it and screenshot it and zoom in. I don't know nowadays, but if that's what you need to do, like, you have problems.
Yes, there we are. Of course, everything that our man Troy did was pure accident. I mean, that guy, whatever he does technically is like...
he says he didn't even mean to see it. It was totally, he didn't say it in the chat. Oh, did you see Brooke's boob? I screenshot it. Let me forward it all to you.
No, we all wound up with it because it uploaded onto the call. It uploaded onto the call when he recorded.
Somebody said they saw it. Who was the person that said they saw it that made you all apparently go back and rewind to see if y'all saw it? That's the point.
He did not know what he had done. I saw it, of course, and brought it to everyone's attention. But such being said,
okay, Troy, I'm gonna need $22. It's gonna keep going up. Okay, like, we're gonna need to forget this. I need $22. I need some log here. Boss lottery ticket. Oh my god, I'm just kidding, but I mean, I actually would love $22, but in general, and Troy does owe me at some point. He's gonna have to pay me out if I have to go to Florida. But if I go to Florida, don't worry, because I'll probably be stopped by Frank Black for a while. I'll probably end up going to jail for killing him.
Yes, and they'd give you a medal for that. You'd get the keys to the city of Miami.
You think?
yeah, I would hope. Yes.
You know, he got two. Like, although I've made fun of him, and now I have to regret this. Like, I went to jail multiple times within a month, and he went to jail for DUIs 2 times with like in a week period. So that's why he can't get like all his like license back. And I was like, who the fuck gets arrested drunk driving, gets out, and then gets arrested drunk driving? And I'm like, I don't know. I made fun of him. And guess what Karma did? I don't know who drives around with somebody with meth on them, gets arrested for the meth, and then rides around, takes the mushrooms off the person you're trying to help off the meth, and gets arrested for the mushrooms. Like, drugs. Doesn't go well.
Yes. And so all such being said, again, still
I've got to go. I'll talk to you later.
What? Just like that? Darling! Why? Did you get your $10? Now you got to go get that beer?
No, I will call you back, but like, she did send me $10, but I can't. I need to go to the store to get a beer.
I got it. Okay. Oh. Well, don't get caught drunk driving. Don't get caught drunk driving, honey.
If I was drunk, I'd be passed out.
Yes, true enough. So that's our Brooke. Love her dearly. And
no jaywalking either. No jaywalking.
That's right. You've enabled.
No jaywalking. I'm drinking coffee tonight. Like, I'm actually drinking. Y'all be proud of me. Like, I'm drinking Starbucks coffee, and like, I've been going to bed every night. I'm staying up tonight for Douglas because that's why I was like, I'm gonna get a beer to make myself stay up, because I'll be honest, like, I don't want the beer, but if I'm gonna have to stay up, I'll just be honest, Douglas. Like, I want the beer. Like, it's kind of like that endorphin type thing. Like, the beer will be like, okay, as I lay here, it's like a thing, because I've been going to sleep every night. Like, that's why I haven't answered for weeks, because every time we've talked, I will fall asleep before, Peter Moon gets off his tantalizing stories.
Yes.
Do you hear us when we talk about where you're at and how we have been missing you?
Yeah. You say it again.
Talk about you?
Yeah, Heather, say it again the way you said it, how we miss her.
You hear us when we talk about you and we're wondering where you are.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Good. Oh, thank you. So here's the thing that's great. And what I would love y'all to do from now on is, if I'm not here, if just one person would go on the Greenville County Detention Center website to make sure I'm not in jail.
Yes.
And then if I am, if y'all can just take it among yourselves to raise some money and get me out. Because apparently that's become a thing. So I would like to say it'll never happen again. But let's just say I don't show up for a while. So one person be like, let's just check it out. Make sure picture it in there. She's not an inmate. And then if she goes like, hey, guess what? We just found out. We're going to need to raise some money. Let's get her out. That'd be great.
Yeah, it would take a long time if we didn't know your birthday. We'd have to figure that out.
No, you don't. You go to Greenville County Detention Center in South Carolina, greenvillecounty.com. All you have to do is put in my first name and last name, and you will see if I'm there or not.
Are you kidding? Wow. Yeah.
Holy shit, that's, yeah, there you go. That's progress.
You can go look up Daniel Martinez right now. You will see him.
Yeah. Daniel Martinez. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to get off. I didn't say that. I'll be back.
Love you dearly, honey. Bye for
bye.
now. Yes. So she will hopefully join us a little bit. We'll see if I'm on my, harangue by then, if I'm into monologue at that point. But that was very generous of you, Heather. You're very kind. You're an angelic soul. And, oh my God, it's honestly, you're more than humanity deserves.
I understand.
Yeah, Starling, that's right.
You understand it. There's only one other person I think that it realizes. Everyone else thinks I'm just stupid or different.
By the way, I don't mean this as a cut or ironically at all. As a matter of fact, I do want to explain myself. Some of the people who listen probably have heard what I said about Michael Aquino and heard me talking to Heather saying, look, I wouldn't care if you said he was the most charming person in the world, explaining how pedopredators have to be charming. They have to seduce the adults to get through to the children. So while I was explaining elements like that about Michael Aquino's personality, one of the things that at the same time people have heard me say negative things about Michael Aquino, they might be confused. I hope everyone listening to this program has the maturity and the ability to disambiguate and see the gradations in character that villains can have. I mean, Michael Aquino was definitely a villain, but like Hannibal Lecter, has his charms. I mean, Hannibal Lecter is, of course, someone with his own bizarre, perverse charm that he exudes, his ability to seduce people, victims or not. And Michael Aquino is of that grade. He's of that level of game. So I think Hannibal Lecter is probably a fictional character on scale with Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino is one of... Hey, yeah, well, that's different. That's like brutality. Maybe a level of a certain kind of developed or cultivated brutality, but brutality nonetheless. When it comes to, one thing that was related by him to... oh God, she just wrote me recently a little message in Skype. I'll try and answer her. Christine Joanna Hart said that Michael Aquino credited you with being a very good care provider. He looked at you as essentially an angelic figure.
Now,
So,
why would he say that?
well, I think because you're an angelic figure, that you're...
Informed, or she's lying.
Well, I think that. I think Michael Aquino saw you as essentially a benevolent person.
What does that mean, good or bad?
I think that's good. I think that's good.
So benevolent means bad.
I said benevolent.
Right, he means good. Okay, I don't know the difference between those two.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so malevolent with an M means bad,
Yeah.
and benevolent means good. So,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah, so Michael Aquino saw you as a good care provider, and I think that's. I think you should take that and run with it as a compliment. And
No, I don't think that he said that though, because he would be spreading disinformation. I mean, I was never his care provider.
Well, does that not mean that he wasn't aware of your care providing for others? You were care providing for probably some of his victims.
I said it on my Facebook profile, but yeah, I don't even. I've never had.
Well, wait, honey. Let's stick with me for a minute. Go easy. Go slow. Let's consider the fact that Michael Aquino was the deputy director of the National Security Agency. It's not like any of your communications, because you're a product of MK Ultra. it's not like he couldn't find out about your background. It's not like he wouldn't know what you were doing. So he was no doubt aware that you were providing care for people, probably some, like the gentleman you described with the syncopal collapses, who could even have been his victims, could have even been products of some of his programs.
Or his personnel.
Yeah, yeah. And so, something like that being said, Christine Joanna
Well,
Hart.
yeah, that guy. That's interesting. You said that because the guy that
Yeah.
that disclosed that information, that
Yes.
man, he said that one day the DOD came in and threw up the file, and they're like, "We're shutting it down," and it was just one of their projects that they had going, and that's when they killed all those people.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Now, you sent me a photograph, which, is this, I'm sorry, is this just something that got on your face, or is your skin manifest?
No, that was a story I wanted you to mention later because it was a mushroom story.
Okay.
I was on mushrooms in that picture, and I went to go pick up a friend who needed a ride, and hold on.
Yeah, sure. Take your
And she
time.
wasn't there, so I went home, waited for like a half an hour, nothing. So I put the mask on my face, and I'm like, screw her,
Mm-hmm.
5 minutes later, she called. So I'm like, damn it. And I had to wipe the mask off of my face without a mirror. And that's as far as I got. And when I went to go pick her up, she wasn't at the spot where I was supposed to get her. So I was kind of furious. And I was going home. It was about like maybe a mile home. And I just didn't care to stop for any of the red lights. I was pissed. And so then a cop got behind me and then chased me. And then when I turned on my street, he pulled me over. And he came up to me with like his gun pulled out. He's like, "Didn't you see me?" He's like, "You just blazed through the last 3 lights without even stopping to sit down." And I'm like, "Well, yeah. I thought that if I'm sitting at a red arrow and the light is green next to me, then that means green means go, and I only have to stop at the red arrow if I'm turning left."
Okay.
And so he got kind of confused by that, and he like shook his head like, "Why would you think that?" But he didn't question it.
Okay.
And he looked at my face, and he's like, "Where are you going?" I'm trying to go home, and my car's all sputtering, and the lights are blinking on the dashboard because it's gonna like break down. And it was an. Oh, and the funniest part is that when I said, "Yeah, I saw you back there," that's why I kept going.
Okay. Yeah.
And
okay.
so he goes, "Well, slow down," and he got in his car and drove away.
That's cute. Okay.
It was cute. I thought it was hilarious when it happened, but not so much now.
Yeah. Understood. But definitely glad nothing bad came of that and that you didn't wind up in jail. Just out of curiosity, have you ever been in detention like Brooke was?
No, I've just been detained when I was 16 for like an hour.
Okay. What was that about? Yeah.
I had like a pot in my purse for school. We didn't have a first hour, and my friend had a bad ear infection, and she had eardrops, and then the people at the place across the street from the school thought that we were sniffing glue.
Oh, shit.
So they
Fucking
called
idiots.
the police, and I just happened to have marijuana on me, so they just took me to the precinct and had my dad come get me, and I went back to school. I was there by third hour.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. You don't get what?
I don't get arrested.
Okay, good.
For some reason, I have some immunity with the police. I don't know if that probably has to do
Well,
with my...
because you're part of a federal program.
Yeah, they think that in public, as long as I'm not hurting anybody, just to leave me alone.
Yes. That's probably feedback that comes to them, ascertaining just that or insinuating just that. They probably recognize you as a government experiment. This sounds stupid as hell. That sounds stupid.
No, that's what they say. I'm under observation.
Yeah.
As some kind of a weapon, and something about public places. Something about public places that I can't be disturbed by officers.
Right. Yeah. That's easy for me to believe. Easy. And well, such being said, honey, honestly, So again, the mask was on. You were ticked off at your friend, just kind of like trying.
Yeah, he's shined his flashlight in my car and saw all the garbage in my car. He's like, I don't want to go through that. And he's just like, slow down. I'm like,
I get it. That's so cute, and it's well, I'm glad that it worked out that way.
I went through 3 lights because they were great.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the arrow was red.
Okay. Yeah.
Simple mistake.
Understood. So let's take a look at the time we have left. We've got about approximately 5.5 hours left. Mary's joined us, and she's listening away from keyboard. Love you dearly, honey. Let me give her a kiss. And yeah. And let me see if I can make this work. Such being said, darling, when it, what else comes to mind? When you were, what other drugs have you tried besides mushrooms?
Oh my gosh. I don't want to incriminate myself.
Well, you're not going to go to jail. You're a federal experiment.
I know, right?
Yeah. You're property of the state. Yeah, they already consider you property of the state, released
the government.
Yeah, released under observation. Yes.
It's not even the state.
Well, by state, I don't mean like Arizona. I meant the feds.
Oh.
Yeah, as in the state. Yeah, the big.
State of the nation.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And
yeah, it brings to mind when I go when I was growing up. Okay, so from the time, let's say I was 8 to the time that I was 13 or 14, I would go with my grandparents every October, actually, October 10th or 11th, 12th, somewhere right in there, to Disneyland. My grandparents would take me, and they'd let me take one of my friends, and we'd go to a trip, and we'd go to Disneyland because there'd be no lines for the rides and stuff. And I'm wondering, like, when... just things occur to me. Like recently, it occurred to me one day we went to Disneyland, and like the same day we left Disneyland, my grandma decides it's time for me to get a haircut. And I'm like, this is weird because I had one person that did my hair when I was a kid, and because of the weird hair thing, I have like 2 different kinds of hair.
How do you mean? Like colors? Streaks of color?
Texture.
Texture,
like,
wow.
Like
some of it is curly kinky and the other is more smooth.
Yeah, the bottom is thick and curly, and the top is just straight and wispy.
Right, cool. Okay.
Real. The top is real, the bottom is not. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
I don't know how it grows, really.
Yeah. Well,
so I think that they watch at Disneyland, that's what they do, because my grandma would always tell me, oh, have fun on the rides. And then we're like, okay. And she's like, no, really. And she'd look at me in the mirror of the car. She's like, have fun on the ride. Like, she was being serious. I'm like, okay. But then I think that that's how they find the people who are good at adrenochrome candidates, because they're scared.
Yeah. Got it.
So I was just scared of the rides. I always had fun. And so, of course, I was never a candidate.
Okay, I see. Oh, wow. Okay. Troubling. But, yeah, that's disturbing.
Yeah.
Disturbing.
Well, it'd just be disturbing that that's why my grandparents were bringing me there.
Yes. I get it. Okay.
So I think that the thing about the haircut was they told her, like somebody told her because of the technology or whatever, they couldn't hear me or I couldn't hear something. And so they needed a shorter haircut because my hair was always short, like boy short.
Got
Not
it.
crew cut thing, but...
Yeah, got it. Yeah, not die cut or yeah.
Yeah, that was cool in the 80s. I was only 12,
Yes, understood. Yeah, and so, darling, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to dive into monologue. I want to thank everybody, of course, who's made contributions today, and I was glad I was able to get to those earlier. If somebody's made any more recently, I'll hopefully find out by tomorrow, and then credit them on Wednesday. As it is, we're going to just kind of slide into monologue at this point. I want our dear Heather to say good morning to everyone, and Aristides, if he's awake. Let's check if Aristides is still conscious. Aristides, are you conscious?
Barely, but
Yeah. Just say good
wish
morning.
everybody good night and
Yeah.
good monologue. And
Bless you.
please donate to Douglas. We'll put the donation link in the chat.
Thank you. Bless you. Appreciate that profoundly. Yes, that's our man Aristides. Okay, that having been ascertained, Heather, now it's your turn.
Good morning.
That's so cute.
It's time to get up.
That's cute. That's adorable. Yes. Yeah, Aristides is up after watching Brooke shake that left tit and the mushroom bag drop out. Yeah, he's okay. And like I said, the cop was fighting his own erection at that point. Yeah, it's my nightstick.
I think he was lying. I think he would have arrested her anyways.
Might be.
He would have been honest. He would have been like, psych.
Yeah. Tell Brooke that too. If she jumps back on, which she's welcome to jump back on. I don't know if she's listening passively. I doubt it. She's probably all engaged, all in on that beer. So
Probably jaywalking right now.
yes. So but if she does jump back on while I'm in my monologue, that's fine. I'm sure she could participate quite handily. Loving you, dear Heather. And if you happen to fall asleep, go ahead. If you're still awake, feel free to interject if you feel you have something relevant to say. And with that, I do want people to be aware that I am aware of the obvious. So we're going to kind of, emphasize that fact by my announcing, in case you didn't know, which is almost impossible, in a historic trial, the Trump hush money trial verdict has been reached. Guilty as charged and convicted, but still standing. While Trump talks accelerate Tesla CEO Elon Musk's political power surge. So this volatile month of May has transitioned into a grim new chapter wherein Trump is guilty 34 times over, but voters will be the final judge. Historic? Yes. Game changer? Don't bank on it. The jury has spoken. What happens next will be a great test of American democracy itself. Happy 2S LGBTQIA plus Pride Month commencement. Cum Jefferson Davis Day Confederate Presidential Natal Dies or Birthday Memoriam. Eve Day Sunday. Now, of course, we're transitioning into Davis Day Monday itself. And of course, the reason that it actually has a some kind of meaning is because my Social Security disability insurance check deposited on Saturday, which was the first, and it's never supposed to happen like that. It's supposed to deposit only on the 3rd, except in the event of something like a 3-day holiday. Memorial Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, something like that. Yet it deposited on the 1st for the only thing I could find, Jefferson Davis Day. So maybe that's some kind of unofficial secret federal holiday at this point. And as such, certainly deserves mention, and should have brought.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened? The month before that, I think for the month of May. May.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people I know here in Arizona didn't get their checks as usual on the date. So it caused a big problem for a lot of people who didn't get their checks, and they had to wait maybe 4 days before it was put into their bank.
Whoa.
So they probably took measures to prevent that from happening
Okay.
all
Wow.
over. Yeah, over the weekend.
Oh, wow. Oh, how? So, thank you. Thank you. That's very important. That's very relevant. I'm impressed with, thank you for that detail. Yeah, wow. So, like, these were the federal checks, Social Security checks.
Hmm.
And they're like, wow. Wow. Okay. So, something like that must have happened. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so I guess when the first falls on a weekend, maybe they do it before the weekend just to make sure that people don't have to struggle.
Interesting.
Maybe they're on bill pay, automatic bill pay and stuff got all messed up.
Oh man, I wish they thought like that. Man, if they thought like that, they would just dump it in on the first and stop fucking with us. But in my
Do what
case,
they say they're gonna do. You know?
yeah. Instead, they were always dropping it on the third, except during federal holidays. It had to be what you said. It had to be what you said. Because other than that, the only other option is they're secretly celebrating DAVISDy. Which okay, no burr up my ass. But at any rate, thank you. So with that, we start because I'm a geopolitical guy, an international kind of guy. Crimea becoming a Russian death trap, being cause for celebration enough if you reject either Pride Month commencement or Jeffy Davis Day or both, the other TWA commemorations together. There we have it. Then celebrate Crimea becoming a Russian death trap. I apologize for harping on such weighty topics on a Sunday and a holiday at that. News from Ukraine has been mostly grim for those, like myself, firmly on the side of the invaded country against the invader, in this case, the revisionist Russian Empire. But today, it is apparent that the long-delayed passage in April by America's Congress of a military aid package worth 61 billion United States dollars is already beginning to make a difference. In particular, the arrival of ATACMS, the ATACMS, the Army Tactical Missile System ballistic missiles, with a range of 300 kilometers, means Ukrainian forces can hit any target anywhere in Russian-occupied Crimea. As a result, a former commander of American forces in Europe states that the Ukrainians are in the process of making Ukraine uninhabitable for Russian forces. Crimea was supposed to be Vladimir Putin's unsinkable aircraft carrier, his Taiwan in effect. It is instead becoming a strategic liability. Elsewhere in the world, as so often this year, it is hard to escape electoral politics. The past few days have seen voters go to the polls in South Africa, India, and Mexico. They will be followed this week by European Union citizens voting for a new parliament, and early next month by Britons. As opinion polls get ever more sophisticated, it is easy to forget how often democratic politics continues to throw up surprises. Takest South Africa. Well, I'd say at least the majority of observers expected the ruling African National Congress to lose its majority for the first time since the end of apartheid and its taking power in 1994, with a lot of communist help and subversion and sponsorship. Few, however, expected it to do the African National Congress, that is, as badly as it did in the latest elections. It was a wipeout. The ANC, the African National Congress, will need to find a coalition partner to cling to power. Some of the options are rather alarming. So, South Africa is entering a period of great uncertainty and danger, but also one of great opportunity. It is unlikely that the results in Mexico, which were expected on the eventide of today, or in India on Tuesday, the day after today, tomorrow basically, will be as exciting. In both countries, incumbent governing parties were projected to dominate. But such dominance carries its own risks. Merely winning elections is no longer enough. Anything less than a landslide looks like a setback. Exit polls from India suggest that Narendra Modi is certain to become the first prime minister since Jawaharlal Nehru to serve 3 terms. Mexico's presidente, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, is restricted by the Constitution to a single 6-year term. But his influence will be felt much longer. As for the European Union, the election there will be closely watched to see how well far-right populists do and how the political mainstream responds. And, oh yes, of course, Donald Trump has been convicted on 34 felony counts. A first for an American president. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. So, very guilty. Welp, that's done. Unless you're dead, you've been bombarded with the news of former President Donald Trump's perfect 34. Guilty on all counts. For detached observers, Thursday's decision adds to a long list of firsts. He's the first president to be impeached twice. The first president to be found liable for sexual abuse. And now, the first president to be convicted of a felony. Will this be our generation's "where were you when Kennedy was shot" moment? Because I myself was taking a shit and really need to work on my own lies if we're gonna be telling this story at parties. But now Trump is truly a man of convictions. On the 11th of July, he'll get his sentence. Expect endless punditry about that for the next couple of months. But the truth is, Judge Juan Merchan probably doesn't know himself for certain, and will spend many serious hours considering between now and then. The day before yesterday by now, Donald John Trump was convicted on 34 counts in his New York criminal trial. Yesterday, he delivered an unrestrained and dangerous series of remarks about the verdict and his political opponents. On Friday into this weekend, and because I'm still time tripping, and for me, it feels like the day before yesterday he was convicted. It was Thursday of last week. It feels like yesterday when I think about Friday into this weekend. Just remember, I came home to a flood and time washed away from me at that moment. But basically on Friday into this weekend, Donald Trump sought to move past his historic criminal conviction and build momentum for his bid to return to the White House with fierce attacks on the judge who oversaw the case, the prosecution's star witness, and the criminal justice system as a whole. Trump railed against his rigged trial, as he sees it. The verdict, Trump's rant, and his future. Well, Trump is trying to move past his guilty verdict by attacking the criminal justice system itself. So what's next? There are, I think, 155 days until the election. And we are moving on from bad-built B words to expletive A words. With some quotes. People might call him an asshole, but he's my asshole. And you think I took a shit. That would be the 70-year-old Dennis Quaid loving on Donald Trump. On Fox, of course. So beautiful. So real. Meanwhile, the 80-year-old Robert De Niro has thrown his clout behind President Biden, De Niro made a stop for the president in front of the New York courthouse where the Donald was waiting to learn his fate. He called Trump a tyrant and a threat to democracy, but my favorite part was when he got into it with Trump cultists after the event, Godfather style. His face twisted into his signature "you want a piece of me" snarl, and his finger doing some serious pointing. De Niro screamed at one of them, "Take that stupid fucking hat off! You're a bunch of clowns!" Folks, the boomers are popping off, proving America is in fact a great country for old men. Which brings us back to the king of disgruntled boomers, and this Shakespearean moment with the fates looming above, dangling justice like a dollar bill at a strip club. Mnth Jurecik, a contributing writer for the Atlantic magazine, watched the trial play out in person. To quote a she, "It was striking just how mundane everything seemed, despite Trump's best efforts to make the proceedings into a circus. The courtroom was dimly lit with bad air conditioning. Trump had to sit there all day without speaking. The New York courthouse might have been grimy and unimpressive, but Trump had no special power there." Friday morning, the former president went from silent, I mean to say, to irate, going on what Jurecic's colleague, John Hendrickson, called a vocal rampage. Trump called Judge Juan Merchan, who presided over this case, a devil. He called Joe Biden a Manchurian candidate. His wild, unrestrained remarks into the weekend offered a rhetorical hint at the extremism to come if the remaining 5 months, in the remaining 5 months of this year's presidential election. And the Wall Street Journal has reported that Trump is already weighing a possible advisory role for Elon Musk. To reiterate, the Wall Street Journal reports that former President Trump and Elon Musk have begun speaking on the phone several times a month, including about a potential advisory role for the Tesla CEO in a second Trump administration. As to why it matters, Musk has become one of President Biden's most prominent online critics, leveraging his massive X platform to attack Democrats and promote Trump's messaging on the 2024 election's top issues. 2 points to be made. The billionaire ex-mogul has not officially endorsed Trump, but the twain met privately in March as the former president sought to boost his fundraising ahead of the general election. Since then, according to the Journal, Trump and Musk have developed a closer relationship and exchanged views on immigration, electric vehicles, the United States Space Force, and Musk's portfolio of companies. Meanwhile, Judge Merchan set a sentencing date of July 11th, meaning that soon we will know whether the former president will be sent to prison before the election. Meanwhile, Trump's campaign claims that it has raised more than 34 million United States dollars since the verdict. In a win for lawfare, the legal version of warfare, Trump has become the first former United States president convicted of felony crimes. Donald John Trump is a convicted felon found guilty by jury on all 34 counts of felony falsification of business records. But a guilty verdict won't sink Trump. The jury has convicted the former president. Now the American people will decide to what extent they care. Many political experts predict that the Trump verdict will do little to alter the dynamic in his race against President Biden. Now, the biggest story in the world today, a story that has overshadowed another suspected Islamic terror attack and stabbing in Das Neue Berlin, Deutschland, the New United Germany, is that of Donald Trump's conviction, making him the first former American president to be convicted of a crime. According to a report in the Wall Street Journal, Musk and Trump have been discussing an advisory role for the billionaire if he wins the White House in the election in November. Musk apparently might help out on economic policy as well as border security. Hell, who knows? Perhaps Musk could be Treasury Secretary or maybe even Vice President. Whatever it is, he would be a high-profile member of the government. This brings us back to Elon's orbit and Musk's galaxy of companies under threat as Tesla spirals. Tesla Incorporated is a company in disarray. Layoffs are mounting. Morale is shattered. Its stock is cratering, and sales are anemic. And some investors say it's got a distracted leader at the helm. Elon Musk runs 5 other companies in addition to the world's largest electric car maker, SpaceX, the privately held rocket and satellite provider, X, the social media site formerly known as Twitter, the Boring Company, tunnel company, brain machine startup Neuralink, and artificial intelligence venture XAI. Musk oversees more than 130,000 people around the world under what has morphed into Elon Incorporated, a shape-shifting conglomerate where few people have traditional titles, but everyone knows exactly to whom they ultimately answer. While Musk burns brightly at the center of his corporate universe, a less visible coterie of consultants, fixers, board, and family members orbits around him. Musk relies on this inner circle to handle urgent tasks across his stable of companies, though it's often unclear how and when they are ever getting paid. When times were good, many investors looked past the complexities of one person simultaneously running several companies. But now there's trouble brewing everywhere in Elon Incorporated. Tesla has gone from being a high-flying stock to one of the year's worst performers. SpaceX's Starlink business has come under scrutiny as a growing black market for its terminals takes its internet service to American foes like the genocidal Sudan and Yemen. Meanwhile, Musk was recently deposed as part of an arbitration case related to Twitter layoffs. Musk's personal wealth dropped by roughly 27 billion United States dollars this year through May 28th. That's according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index I'm sourcing on screen right now. He stands to lose even more of his fortune unless Tesla's board is able to navigate its way around a judge voiding the unprecedented pay package directors arranged for himself 6 years ago. Per Ivan Frischberg, the chief sustainability officer for Amalgamated Bank, which owns roughly 600,000 Tesla shares and recently penned a letter opposing Musk's pay. It's a very high-wire act for a part-time CEO with conflicting interests. In the case of Tesla, the performance over the last year and the departures of key members of the executive team all suggest that this is not going to plan and that investors face increasing risk. The 52-year-old billionaire's distractions are at the center of a fight for investors to reapprove his $56 billion United States dollar pay package from 2018 at Tesla's annual shareholder meeting in June. The payout was struck down in January after a Delaware Chancery Court judge ruled that the largest compensation package in American history wasn't in the best interests of shareholders. Musk, as well as others named in my narrative tonight, did not respond to any of my queries. Yes, I know, I'm enjoying this all too fucking much. But can you blame me? Think about what we spoke of earlier when it comes to, well, the objects of discussion. Such being said, let's go on to describe what can only be described as a double dip. Oh fuck, what did I just do? Just taking care of some multitasking here. Man, it's like I say, other guys, they say, I've got to stop doing so much porn on my work computer. In my case, I'm one of those who has to say, I've got to stop doing so much work on my porn computer. At any rate, Musk has become one of the richest people on the planet by making big bets in industries others shunned. He's run toward risks, and he claims he spent countless hours sleeping on factory floors, crafting a management style that has drawn equal parts awe and ire. But Musk has another secret to simultaneously running 6 disparate companies. He double dips. Since 2015, Tesla and SpaceX have shared a vice president of materials engineering, Charles Kuehmann. When Tesla's autopilot software team needed help, SpaceX's then VP of software, Gina Hussein, jumped in to pull double duty and run the team temporarily. One of Musk's most senior employees at Tesla, MEMÞ who helped lead the electric vehicle maker's Gigafactory project in Texas, also showed up in a senior role at SpaceX. And Siobhan Zilis, Director of Operations and Special Projects at Neuralink, worked on AI projects at Tesla. She is also the mother of some of Musk's children. Think about what I'm saying. Some of Musk's children. His money manager, Jared Burchell, is listed on incorporation documents as an executive officer of Neuralink, despite his multiple roles as a fundraiser for SpaceX investment. He also advises on X's business dealings and runs Musk's nonprofit foundation. In the ruling striking down Musk's pay package in 2020, Delaware Chancery Court Judge, or Judgess, Kathleen St. J. McCormick, noted in her opinion that Musk directed Tesla management to send their smartest microgrid designer with a bunch of power packs to SpaceX, and that Musk regularly uses Tesla resources to address projects at other companies he owns. And that brings us to the Twitter deal. Musk's penchant for deploying resources across his empire was perhaps most starkly on display when he purchased Twitter for 44 billion United States dollars. When he showed up at the social media site's San Francisco headquarters in October of 2022, he brought along Gracias, who, according to the Delaware court decision, has raked in billions of dollars personally and for his firm in helping to carry out company-wide layoffs. Steve Davis, president of Musk's tunneling business, was so focused on slashing the site's expenses that he moved his family into the company's offices. Musk's longtime attorney, Alex Spiro, advised the legal and policy teams. Burchell was there too, overseeing the company's business and executive transition. Musk fired Twitter's executive team and cut thousands of jobs, sometimes replacing them with employees from his other businesses. Droves of engineers from Tesla and SpaceX showed up to review Twitter's code and help manage the engineering team. SpaceX's Human Resources Department was tapped to help plan the staff cuts. It's unclear whether these people got paid for their work at the site, which Musk referred to as voluntary. In late 2023, according to the automaker's proxy, ex-CEO Linda Yaccarino said the social media site wasn't a standalone business, but rather part of a constellation of companies. X made approximately 200,000 United States dollars in advertising revenue from Tesla. The ads are meant to boost car sales, but they also help support the social network as it struggles to keep its biggest advertisers. Musk's bet is that operating his many ventures as part of one big universe can help improve the credibility of each of the businesses. A slide deck that recently circulated among some prospective XAI investors listed X and Tesla as strategic partners, seeking to highlight a major selling point: access to the Muskonomy, a term increasingly used in reference to his array of companies. While it's easy to see why Musk's smaller companies can benefit from access to Tesla's resources, the advantages are becoming less clear to the EV maker's investors. In her ruling, the Delaware judges said, the amount of time Musk spent on the Twitter acquisition was undoubtedly a concern at Tesla. Those worries are only rising. Now, back to his partner Trump, Mr. Bromance. Found guilty, the ungaggable Donald Trump flamed his enemies at Trump Tower. The lawfare waged against him so far being naught but a boon politically. The momentum boost that Judge Merchan just gave the Russell collaborationist, radicalized, red, right-wing insurgency is more than $1 billion ad campaign. Whereas, some would argue, certainly on the Russian radicalized right, that the prestige of American justice has suffered a serious attack of scrofula, the Latin word for brutzau. It is the term applied to tuberculosis, TB of the neck, historically known as the king's evil. To state the obvious, it is better to be President Biden after the verdict than Trump, who now must worry about sentencing and a likely appeal process. At Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, supporters are undeterred by the guilty verdict. The three-word phrase that was circulating was, "I don't care." On Thursday of Yester Septimania, last week, in the case of the people of the state of New York versus Donald John Trump, a jury in Manhattan of 5 women and 7 men found the defendant guilty and has convicted the former president on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree in his New York hush money trial, marking the first time an American president has become a convicted felon. Now, the American people will decide to what extent they even care. This is an extremely strange moment for American democracy. Polls suggest that independent voters, the people who decide American elections, will not vote for a man who is a convicted felon. What that means to voters, and hence the markets, is currently unclear. A renewed bout of volatility gripped American markets in the final stretch of May, with the market finishing higher amid a rotation between technology and other industries. After dropping almost 1% amid weakness in tech megacaps, the Standard & Poor's 500 rose about as much to notch its biggest monthly advance since February. But investors betting that technology giants will continue to power gains could be in for a rough ride when other sectors start to catch up. That, at least, is according to the strategists at Bank of America. They said the outperformance of value over growth as market breadth improves could be the next pain trade. Now, opinion polls conducted during the trial suggested some might shun Trump if he's found guilty, but his supporters have rallied around him, and a growing number of financial elites are throwing their weight behind the former president. But now, Donald Trump, currently favorite to win re-election in November, has been found guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records. And nobody knows if that verdict will make him more popular or less. On one hand, Trump has been traduced 34 times over, no less, because a court has decided that, yes, he deliberately altered his financial accounts in a scheme to illegally influence the 2016 election through hush money payments to a pornographic actress who testified that the twain had sex. After the jury delivered its decision, Judge Juan Merchan allowed Trump to remain free without bail and set a sentencing hearing for July 11th. Each of the counts the former president was convicted of carries a possible penalty of up to 4 years in prison, but he may receive a shorter sentence or no prison time at all due to his age and lack of prior criminal convictions. The Atlantic magazine columnist David Graham wrote, and here I read therefrom, "One striking element of this case, as well as a recent defamation case against Trump, is how quickly the jury returned its verdict. Despite Trump arguing that the cases against him are flimsy or politically motivated or nonsense, jurors have moved swiftly against him, even in a case as complex as this one. 3 points to consider from Trump's conviction that aren't getting enough attention, but should get more. The heroes, the politics, and what's really next. I'm not going to rehash all the points you're already hearing, but I've got 3 that maybe should be getting more attention, but are not. The heroes, the politics, and what's really next. First, the heroes. Let's start with the jury. Can you imagine the pressure? These 7 men and 5 women were serious as fuck. They took notes. They kept their faces poker. They deliberated for 12 hours and then did what had to be one of the most stressful and scary things in their lives. Convicted a man who literally has an army of trolls and insurrectionists at his disposal because they knew he was guilty. Their names will likely eventually come out, and their lives will be turned upside down. But these 12 ordinary Americans deserve to go down in the history books for taking democracy seriously enough to serve on the toughest of juries with integrity and care. I am also giving a shout out to Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen. Stormy Daniels. Daniels has stood up to the bullying and shaming throughout this, and those guilty verdicts are a sign that the jury believed she was telling the truth, which, frankly, was obvious. But she deserves the acknowledgement that her believable story was in fact believable. Her husband, Barrett Blade, went on CNN to let us know that she's still pretty stoic and processing. But without her, I'm not sure Cohen would have been enough. And yes, Cohen was a lying fixer who fixed things that should have been left broken. But he's the ultimate New Yorker. The guy you messed with because you thought he was too little to fight back. Forget about it. He knows even. Okay, the politics. Trump is already fundraising off this. He's declared himself a political prisoner. Paging Betty Griner. You want to explain that to him? There were reports that Trump's fundraising website crashed in the hours after the verdict from so many donors. And Silicon Valley tech bros, who are hosting a Trump fundraiser next week, also jumped on board, apparently thrilled with any candidate that doesn't come with societal norms or self-awareness. Venture capitalist Sean McGuire, who lists quantum space crypto security as a profession, announced on whatever we now call Twitter that he'd given Trump 300,000 United States dollars, and the timing isn't a coincidence. So being a felon is cool to his cultists. Big surprise. But he is a felon. So what happens next? For real? Will Donald John Trump go to prison? A New York jury's historic conviction of Donald Trump on felony charges means his fate is now in the hands of the judge he's repeatedly ripped as corrupt and incompetent. Twa experts told NBC News that it's unlikely Trump will be imprisoned based on his age, lack of a criminal record, and other factors, and an analysis of thousands of cases found that very few people charged with the same crime receive jail time. But a third expert told NBC News he believes it is substantially likely Trump could end up behind bars. I myself have already said this before, but I would be shocked if MEMºWkEND sentenced Trump to prison. Probation is far more likely. Even that is likely to be contested. Trump will appeal, probably all the way to the Supreme Court, if he doesn't get what he wants, which is to overturn the conviction. That will take months, if not years, and his sentence will likely be on hold until that process is done. But in the meantime, his biggest get-out-of-jail card is winning the election. While a felon can't vote for a president in his home state of Florida, nothing prevents one from serving if elected. And if elected, Trump will likely argue that the federal law that governs his duties supersedes state law, which it does. The states' rights guy could argue that any sentence, even probation, needs to be pushed at least until after he finishes his 4 years in the Oval Office. So, no, folks, Trump isn't going to jail or even getting fitted for an ankle monitor. But if just a few nice folks in places such as Wisconsin and Michigan think twice before voting for a felon, Trump might lose on more than 34 counts. So what now? Here's what Trump's conviction means for the presidential race and the 2024 election. Former President Donald Trump's conviction on all 34 charges in a Manhattan courtroom was watched around the globe, not just for the historical novelty of it all, but also for the potential implications of the presidential race, just over 5 months away. The 34 felony counts of which Donald Trump was convicted Thursday arguably present a new, grim chapter in the 248-year history of the United States of America. The 77-year-old Trump was found guilty of falsifying business records to conceal a hush money payment made to a porn starlet, all as part of a scheme to hide salacious details from voters in the run-up to the 2016 presidential election. The twice impeached Republican's new status as a convicted felon may present an unpredictable variable in his bid to unseat President Joe Biden. But the increasingly tribal nature of American politics could make it less than meaningful come November, even if he's sentenced to prison come July. Trump remains the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent party's certain nominee, with what currently looks like an even chance of regaining the White House. Being a felon won't prevent that. And in Washington, many of his fellow Republicans have suddenly turned on the criminal justice system, calling the verdict political. The Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent party has chosen the United States of hell over America, and there should be no coming back from it. the morally busted anti-America Republican Party has wedded itself to the most vile, corrupt politician who has ever run for anything anywhere in this country. And right now, they are busy working overtime, trying to somehow make this the Democratic Party's problem. They are immersed in trying to make this the American voters' problem. They are busy trying to make themselves victims. And I swear to God, don't you dare fall for all this nuclear-powered gaslighting, goddammit! Rather than dumping the reprehensible Trump like a 300-pound sack of shit, his odious party has now hitched themselves with a double knot to this two-bit thug who's never respected a single thing in his miserable life except ill-gotten gains. By associating themselves with this disgusting, slobbering phony, the Republican Party has no place left to go but even lower, and I'm telling you right now, as sure as I speak my words, anybody who follows them there and tries to legitimize this as normal can never come back therefrom. Anybody who tells you that their situation is somehow better for all of this should never be listened to again. The Republican Party is done. And the only people who don't seem to realize that are the carnival barkers who run their right-wing crime ring, and the corporate media who somehow think it is their job to legitimize this unholy mess by looking for the other side of the story behind the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent party shit-splattered wall. There are twa sides to this disgusting mess, all right. One side is dirty, corrupt as hell, and will legitimize literally anything, while the other is trying to rise above it all while looking down with anger as the media and Republican Party attempt to make their slobbery orange idol everybody else's problem. Well, god damn it, we have had more than enough of this. By associating themselves with this gutless phony, the soulless Republican Party has lost the right to say anything to America worth listening to ever again. And if you see this being reported any other way, anywhere, you need to slam it shut, turn it off, and never return. They have completely lost the thread. The Republican Party has screwed themselves into a dark, empty socket. And the only thing left to do now is throw the switch and put them out of their fucking misery. Do not let them get away with selling us this unmitigated crap that their broken slob of a nominee is something to aspire to, or worse, is some poor victim, and should get another crack at flushing this country, this empire, down one of his garish toilets at his gross-ass country club, where he plays people like them for suckers the minute he rolls out of the rack and his fat little feet hit the floor in the morning. He's got them all over a barrel, and everybody just needs to step aside and let him drown. The Republican Party's standard bearer is a lawless, perverted thug who doesn't possess even one redeeming quality, and as of Thursday afternoon is a convicted felon staring at jail time and a date with a probation officer. A 12-person jury of Trump's peers sat through weeks of testimony and wasted no time unanimously convicting America's biggest loser on all 34 counts he was charged with. Unanimous! The case was not even close. Open? Shut! There was no gaslighting allowed in the courtroom. There was no safe harbor for the unsubstantiated bullshit that's rolled out by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party in public every day, and then spread like crap by our media to fertilize the weeds in the minds of wonks. There were simply the facts. And when the jury heard those facts, the rest was easy. The rotten son of a bitch was guilty as charged. Now the Republican Party knows it is left with a complete anti-American, uncivil lowlife who lies as he breathes and contaminates everything he touches. So they are trying to make this our problem now. Incredibly, they have grabbed every microphone they can get their dirty hands on to convince us he is a victim, when all he really is absolutely pathetic. Oh. He sidles up to dictators, stroking them as he would an idol. He attacks America itself and tells his army of gutter rats that he loves them. He's nothing but a cheap, empty suit with a tie long enough to wipe the sweat off the brows of the endless stream of deviant attorneys who somehow think he's worth defending. Now ask, how many of these smarmy lawyers ever get paid? He whines like a baby when he loses and carefully paints himself orange each day because he obviously cannot stand the hideous creature he sees staring back at him, glaring back at him in the mirror each and every day. He knows how ugly he truly is. How else to account for looks like a dead ferret, or what looks like a dead ferret taped atop his fat head, thinking it complements his sweaty orange glow? We all know how utterly ridiculous he looks, and mostly his fawning Republican groupies, who haven't the guts nor the self-respect to say a word. Their nominee is a bona fide racist, and has been all his life. He sees good people at KKK rallies, and was allowed by the media to rake his disgusting Islamophobic lies, like manure, all across America's amber waves of grain. He grabs women because he thinks he can, and made good and damn sure to appoint lying, crooked Supreme Court justices who would disavow them of their rights and control them. This is whom the Republican Party has chosen as their leader. And it is every bit their problem, not anybody else's. Every interview with a Russell collaborationist, Red Republican Insurgent Party groupie should start with this: will you replace this terrible man on your ticket? If not, why not? It is still not too late to dump this foul one-man crime spree. But I guess we all know they won't, because they are weak, subservient, and lacking any good judgment. They have gutlessly decided to align themselves with hell itself. That doesn't mean they should not be relentlessly pressed about it, however. howling like spoiled toddlers with a bad case of diaper rash, that America was somehow victimized when their career crook was finally held accountable for one of his many crimes is absolutely...
Did you just compare Donald Trump to like a ferret? What animal?
I said he has a dead ferret on his head, honey.
Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry, but I had to call back just to stand up for all ferrets of America.
Of course. I understand, darling. I should apologize to the ferret race.
I think you should. I think you should. I also think you should apologize to anyone listening, because here's the problem. Donald Trump sucks, and anyone at this moment in time that is pro-Trump, you're not changing their fucking mind, because they're fucking crazy. Crazier than me. Crazier than, I don't know, anybody that probably even had on your show. Like, let's put the craziest person you've had here.
And I've had plenty, yeah.
They're still pro Donald Trump, right?
Yes.
Like, think about your guy that was on all the drugs and pissing down the street in front of kids and toddlers.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
That guy is more sane than someone that's, if they're still like, Trump is the way. Like, I watched a guy today, and he's like literally like supposed to be this spiritual man, right? But at the same time, he's got his Trump slippers on, and he's like, I can't believe he was found guilty. He was in shock that Trump was found guilty, completely in shock.
Imagine that.
And I watched it enough just to see like what is he gonna say, and he's like, we all know it'll be overturned. This is just a complete conspiracy. And that Trump has been like, right. And then he also believes obviously aliens are running the world, reptilians. So this guy. So what I'm saying is the people that are pro-Trump, like it's just either you're preaching to the choir at this point, and or the people that are like, they're just sitting there going, he's another reptilian. Can you believe what he's saying? He actually has nerve to put down God, like the father of Jesus Christ, as we know. Our beautiful Australian boy would let us know.
Yes, tell people about that. Yes, he met him in the dream world. In
the astral plane. Yes, I was actually even able to tell our dear Daniel that today, and like he just was able, because he was sober enough to finally get it, and he laughed. He was like, they said, he met Donald Trump, because he's always jealous, and I was able to tell him about someone I had met, because I'm having to talk to him. And he's like, I was like, I talked to this guy from Australia who wanted to meet me and come here. And he's like, I want to come there. And then I didn't listen to much of what he said. Apparently the very first caller to you, because he had an Australian accent and it all sounded good. And then at some point he just said, yeah, so how Donald Trump's so great because he brought your country together. And I said, what did you say? Because again, Australian accent, so I was like, it sounded beautiful.
By the way, the only reason the guy got to this point was because of the Aussie accent. That's
the Aussie accent. Yes, that was it. Yes, completely accent. And I will tell you this. Like,
don't forget his son. He met Trump's son too, right?
Yeah. So he says. So then he says, I'm like, he said no, because, I said, what did you say? In his beautiful accent. And what you said, he brought our country. Yeah, because, he brought your country together. And I said, because he's not sure, I was like, you're joking, right? And he's like, no, like, that's what he did. Like, your country's like, he brought it together again.
Yeah, it's so
together.
And I
said, now. Hey, you think we're together? Because this is not like 2016 when he's running. This was 2021.
It was like, the fourth year into his, tyranny.
Yeah, it was 2021 or 2022. Like, it was not. So, it would be even been 2022. So, it was like the end toward his pregnancy. Yeah, our pregnancy, whatever.
Yeah, it's like a pregnancy. Yes.
As a matter of fact, we may have been done with him, and he had already was probably to the fake election, thing. But whatever that he was.
No, it was before that. It had to be before that, I think.
No, I think. It was
maybe you're right. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you're right. Shit.
Because you and so we met that spring or summer. So so it was after January 6th. And he was saying, but he brought your country together. So this is post January 6th. And this man in Australia.
And people are rioting in the streets. People are.
Yes. But he's saying your country's more together than ever
now.
now.
Don't forget, this was after Trump threatened to bring up the military. This was after Trump threatened to bring out the military and shit.
All of it. We'd already had January 6th. Trump's not in office, but he's telling me, oh, it's because of Trump, and I know he'll be president again when he runs because he brought your country together. And so he repeats this 3 or 4. I made him repeat it like 3 or 4 times.
Because you couldn't believe it. Because you couldn't believe it. Yes.
I was like waiting for him to be joking the first few times, and then I was like, "Are you serious?" And then he, he'd already said he wanted to come here in America, and he was coming anyway.
And you told him only if he shares the drugs he's using, right?
Well, no. What I said was, okay. Well, you think he brought our country together? Because I was like, he did not. We're more divided than ever. Yes. So then he starts to argue with me like he knows more about the country I'm living in than I do.
Yeah, believe that shit. Yeah, believe that shit.
He's like, no, you're not. I say, we're more divided than ever. And he goes, no, you're not. And I'm like, yeah, we are. And he's like, no, you're not. And I'm like, okay. I said, you know what? You said you're coming here. I tell you what. You said you're so pro-Trump. I'm going to take you to a Trump rally. Maybe you can meet some Trumpers, and then maybe you'll change your mind. Because I'm still hoping this guy has a lick of common sense, and he's going to
redeemable. You're still hoping he's redeemable. Yes.
I'm thinking if I just tell him that with a threat, he'll be like, oh, But then he's like, he goes.
Because, by the way, the reason Brooke is saying that's a threat is because your average sane individual anywhere else in the world, if you told them you were going to bring them to a Trump rally, that would be the equivalent of telling them, I'm going to bring you to a cannibal cookout. And they would say.
Or they would, at least if they didn't know anything about the day, like, Google a Trump rally, you'll see it. And then you'll be like, oh, no, you're right. Like, I see what a Trump rally is. And you're right. Like, that, totally wrong. Either way, his answer to this was, because I said, you can meet the Trumpers. And he goes, I've already met Donald Trump. And I said, you've met Donald Trump? And he says, yes. Now, he says yes, as in he just says, yes, I've met Donald Trump. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, I've met Donald Trump. And he's like, I've actually met Donald Trump. I met his son, too. And I said, which son? Because I was dealing with the 2 adult sons. It's the piece of shit. And he's like, oh, his youngest son, Barron. And I said, oh, you've met Donald Trump and Barron Trump? And he said, yes. And I was like, when did you do this? Now, granted, all this, I wouldn't have even listened to this had it been an American voice.
Right. Yeah, you just really, yeah.
He's like, when he's doing the Australian fucking voice. And I was like, but I still was, at this point, I'm talking just like I am now. I'm like, really? When did you meet him? And he goes, and I was not prepared for this because I'm still believing, okay, how's this fucker? Maybe he's got some money. I don't know what he's doing. And he goes, I met them both in the astral plane. And I said, what did you say? He said, I've met them both. I've actually met Donald Trump twice in the astral plane, and I've met Barron once. Barron will be the next Jesus Christ. He is the one that will save our world.
Yeah, he said this. By the way, he truly said this. Tell him.
Yes, because you saw part of it on text message.
That's right.
I basically hung up. We got in such a fight after that. Like, it wasn't even a long fight. I was just like, you're fucking crazy. Yes. You're an idiot. You can imagine what I said. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe I ever spoke to you. Like, basically hung up the phone. And then still he's like, well, I will pray for you. And Barron Trump will pray for you. I'm sure. I would tell him in my astral travels. Like, basically, that was it. Like, and so Douglas saw some of these messages. Like, I sent him to her. I'm like, this fucker is crazy.
Yeah, and there's another thing. There were a lot of people who were following me who were like this, and he was one of these people, like so many of them, it's almost universal, who was transphobic. So tell people that it's transphobic postage.
He was completely transphobic, and I had already, like, kind of picked up on that. He didn't say anything to me, but what I had done is, like, that was, I think, during that same conversation, because we'd talked, like, only on the phone, like, twice, maybe 3 times, I can't remember, but, like, very briefly, because he worked the way, apparently they work out there in the desert.
This is part of something that truly stands out about this weirdo, is that this guy is another mother lover. He's living with his mother, but somehow in the daytime goes out into the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Well, so he works for like 6 days in a row or whatever.
Yeah.
And like so basically where he works like is like hours away, like in the middle of nowhere, because apparently a lot of Australia is like just like nothing.
Right.
So like most people live in, like you told me, like the cities, and so he didn't live in a big city anyway, like where his mother lived. But so he lived with his mother at like 38 years old or what the fuck he was. I don't know, 35. He was a little younger than me, but he was like he said then he would go for 6 days on, and he would be out in the middle of nowhere, and like he wouldn't really have service there, but he would work on these big like they were like tractors to me. I don't know what you call them. Yeah. And like they were basically like tilling up. What I tell you, like they were tilling up land, not tilling it. They were like. I mean, he would take pictures of like
bizarre.
Animals, like kangaroos and shit.
Yeah, it was just bizarre. I mean, I believe he was doing this, but I don't even think he knew what he was doing. It was like
that's the thing. I don't know that he knew what they were tearing it down for. Like they were just basically, it looked like they were not plowing. It was like it looked like basically like in the South we have red gravel, red dirt, red clay dirt.
Right.
And so it was like red clay dirt. And they were going over it.
It's almost like they were paving it or something.
No, well, they were going over it like not peeling stuff up either. It was like, God, I can't remember now. I probably would go back if he's still on my Facebook to see what he said that he did. But I don't know. It was weird. Like it didn't make sense. Nothing that in America that we've heard of quite doing, because it's not like I know. In America, like we know we tear down shit. We tear the fucking land down to build shit. Yeah. And then it was almost like they were reseeding or like they were like redoing something. I don't know. It was something weird. But regardless, like he'd send a picture of a kangaroo or something. He'd be out in the fucking middle of nowhere for 6 days. And so that's why like I had talked to him like randomly, like over the course of those like 3 weeks or 4, because he'd be back at home because he didn't get much service out there. Like he would only get service and he'd send it. And then, like, he has his bird, and so he tells me he's met Donald Trump in the astral plane. But before that, I had seen one of his Facebook pictures when he got home, like, right before that. Right. And it was, like, it's so anti-trans. Like, he had shared it or tagged me in it. Right. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I met him on Douglas's show, and it's, like, an anti-trans, like, complete, and it wasn't, like, hiding. He got banned from, that's what he got. That's what he did. He did something because he couldn't post on Facebook anymore because of that post.
Interesting.
Like he could still be on Messenger.
On Facebook Messenger. That means that his post had to have been almost violent, it to a degree of transphobia where it's almost inciting violence.
It was like it wasn't violence, but it was enough. It was obviously anti-trans to the point that that it was like. Yeah. They flagged him, and they didn't remove him because he was still a messenger, but he couldn't post. He wasn't allowed, like, he wasn't removed from Facebook.
Right, but he was like, not allowed to post. For, like 5 days or 7 days. Oh, okay. So he was suspended. He was suspended. But he could still, But by the way, for people who are wondering about why this might even be an issue, aside from the normal humanitarian aspect of obviously one should never just try to spread phobic ideas because these things do ultimately lead to violence. But beyond that, what is puzzling to us and what Brooke and I cannot understand is that this is indicative of a certain kind of mentality that is listening to me, following me, and they know.
Yeah, like I love Douglas. He had listened to you longer because remember I had been on there like I only been on a few months, and he had been on. He said he listened to you for 2 years.
Yes, true. That's true. Yes, because he had been
Christopher from Andre.
Yeah, Michael Christopher Andrić. It's a Croatian name. He's ethnically Croatian, but he's a citizen of Australia. And so Heather just left us, so bless her. But here's what I wanted to show you, just so you get an idea. I'm going to send this to you in your private messenger as well. But right now I'm also entering it in the text box. I wish I could share these things with our listeners, but these maps exist only in my collection. So I do want to show this to...
I don't want Heather to leave because of me. Heather was so sweet to send me $10.
Oh, no. It's not because of you. It's not because of you. I guarantee it. She's just getting sleepy. Honestly, not everybody...
Well, I was sleepy. I actually didn't even go buy the beer. I laid down. Okay. And I was like, this is stupid. I'm not going to go buy beer because I knew I'd already had a beer. Okay. And I actually had 2 today. And they're 9%. So I was like, I'm not going to drive. That would be stupid. So I laid down and went to sleep. And then I woke up hearing you talking. And I was like, and then I was going back to sleep. And I heard you say something about ferret. All I would do is say animal. And you associated it with Donald Trump. And I was pissed. And I was like, what the fuck?
That's cute. That's adorable. You
woke me up just enough.
No, thank you. Heather's rejoined us. Oh, by the way, Heather, say hi to Brooke. Hi. We'll see. No worries. Yeah.
Hi, Brooke.
Yeah.
Hey Heather, oh my God, I love
Hi.
you so much. I'm like, I
Oh, thank you.
love you
Love
more.
you too.
Yeah.
Oh,
When is your birthday? What month is your birthday?
It's this month?
it's this month,
Yes. Let me tell
Oh
her
my
what date.
God, so
June
you're
22nd.
are you a Cancer?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I don't know, June 22nd is right in the middle.
June 22nd.
Yeah, so
Saturday.
June 22nd is.
I think Gemini's the
that is
21st,
Cancer. We'll
but
have
it
to check for
says
sure.
24 hours of sun at the Tropic of Cancer. So, like, you lose a day. So, I think I'm both Cancer and Gemini.
Yeah, so you sound like you're on the cusp. That's what I was gonna look, because it sounds like it's a cusp day. It is like a cusp day, I think. Like my son's
Yeah.
a cusp for Aries and Taurus on the 19th.
Well-
It's tough being on the
Yeah.
cusp.
Yeah. And while they're figuring that out, I just want people to understand this is what gets me. With somebody like Michael Christopher Andreevich, who lives with his mother out in the middle of nowhere, never gets fucking laid, is so fucking lonely that he's rendezvousing with men in the astral plane, which goes to show you where his priorities lay. This guy's putting out transphobic shit when on earth is he ever even going to encounter a trans person? I mean, what on earth does any trans individual anywhere in the world do that threatens this individual's life? This individual has no social life, and trans people.
Well, and the thing is like he came on. Okay, he comes on. He had been listening to you for 2 years. You've been very open about your, like you've cross-dressed that your son is trans, right?
Yes.
And so, or like,
Yes.
so you've been very open about all this, and he is just like, I've listened to this longer than you, and like, so I'm going with that in the beginning. Like, he knows more than me, and then suddenly he's like posting this anti-trans stuff, and I'm thinking, but he's like, he become a fan of mine, and that's back when I was very open about my sexuality, and that I had just broken up with a girlfriend of mine, like, and he's just like anti-gay, anti-trans.
Yeah.
And I was like, who is this person? And then before I could get into that argument, which I'm pretty sure I started it, but then he's like, I was like, so do you like Trump? And then he was like, well, yeah, Trump brought your country together. So it was a whole one conversation. It was one fell swoop.
Yes.
Of fuck you. By the end of it,
Thank you. Not only that, but, Trump's son as Jesus Christ. I mean, at that point, we've entered.
Yeah, he says it. Even after I hung up with him because I didn't block him on the Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
He sent me links, and I don't know. They were to a preacher that he had that was like a preach, like one of these televangelist person that was like I see the prophecy of the future, and basically he was like, the guy was basically he didn't say Donald Trump's son, but that's what he was alluding to.
Oh my
and
God.
Kind of like what this guy was getting out of it. And like that Trump was so great, like is what this guy was alluding to. And he was a televangelist. And it's just like, that's what I'm saying. Like these people, you can't reason.
Yes,
like
I
if they are
can't.
still
It's
pro-Trump,
true.
I don't care what you say. You could literally show Donald Trump right now murdering fucking 5 puppies, okay? And they would either be like, it's fake,
No, it's true.
and or those
It is
puppies
true.
deserved it. If you prove the puppies died, then be like, well, those were fucking puppies that were
The devil
possessed by
puppies.
demons.
The
They
devil
were demon
puppies. Yes.
They were demon puppies that the left had, and they came from Jeffrey Epstein's island. They were Jeffrey Epstein's puppies, and they sucked the blood of babies, and he needed to kill them because that's the only way to save the world. They were sacrificed to God, and that's why these puppies died. Like, it does not matter what you say. These people are going to be pro-Trump.
Yes, no, honey, but you're absolutely right. But in essence, that is what I'm saying. You do understand that is what I'm saying in essence.
But so you know where I'm going to go with that. So you want to finish your little shit, because I already told you where I'm going to go with that, because we can back up a year if anybody wants to back up and pull about a year ago of what I told Mr. Douglas Dietrich of what was going to happen in the election when he told me I was so stupid for thinking this.
No, that's a bit extreme. That's a bit extreme, honey. By the way,
you didn't say I'm so stupid. You just said that's not possible, Brooke. Let me go to my lovely Libra voice and go, well, let me explain, Brooke, why that's not going to happen. Brooke, I don't think you're seeing this correctly. Brooke, I don't. And then guess where we are 1 year later? Brooke is right.
You mean about the Kennedy?
Well, I said, first of all, let me tell you, I am anti-Trump. And I said, well, let me tell you something. I'm pro-Kennedy, and here's why. And you were like, gave me all the reasons I should not be pro-Kennedy. And I said, well, while some of those I don't agree with, some of those I do. I said, my reasoning to you was stop and listen. That's what I told you. It doesn't matter if you're pro-Kennedy or against Kennedy. If you put Kennedy up against Trump, well, they have a good chance. We've got a good chance because you know what? There's a lot of people that would like some of what Kennedy's saying that would vote for Trump, right? But what I said was if you put Biden up against Trump, and that is our front runner against Trump, and that's all we have, then guess what's going to fucking happen? Trump will most likely goddamn win. Or he will be in a very good position to win. And what you said was that will never fucking happen, Brooke, basically. And you're crazy. It's pretty much
I didn't say
how
that.
you ended that. You pretty much did. You pretty much said, I know nobody, like, no, people aren't gonna, and so now where we are, we have somebody who literally was just convicted of I don't know how many charges.
34.
But I can tell you what.
34. Perfect 34.
And here's what I can tell you right now. Here's what your pro-Trumpers are thinking, because you've got, and I told you this back then. I said, here's what's going to happen. The people that were pro-Biden, they weren't pro-Biden. No one was pro-Biden way back then. There wasn't any of us that all went like, I love Biden so much, I'm going to run and vote for Biden. None of us did that. We all were like, oh my God, I have to get fucking Trump out. We all ran to the polls to get fucking Trump away. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I think even Biden understands that. I would hope he understands that much.
So we're going to go to the second part of that question I had for you earlier, or privately. But so Biden should understand that. Everyone understands that. If I understand that, if you understand that, everyone in the goddamn world understands it, and especially your billionaires running the world. So let's question why Biden's running now. That's a question, because we already know. No one's running to the polls to vote for Biden now. As a matter of fact, and I told you this back then, here's the thing. I said, here's what will happen, because we are already bored. This was last year. I said, we're already bored. Biden is not, none of our lives feel better. Now there's, I have wonderful Josh Diddler, who's very pro-Democrat.
By the way, for those of you who do not know, Josh Diddler was a man who once appeared, well, maybe twice, 2 or 3 times at the most, but he's been on more than once on this show. Go on, honey.
Yes, he did stand up to dear.
Yes.
So anyway, he's very much pro-Biden, right? So he will even tell me, because he's like, he has the numbers, and I'll be like, nobody feels better off with Biden. And he's like, well, Biden is, and he can quote numbers. I'll be like, well, the unemployment rate is down, blah, 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 and this is up, blah, 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 and more black people have this percentage of this. He's done these percentages. I'm like, well, he may have done all that, but you know how many people feel that I know? None of us.
Yes,
None of us feel better fucking off. I don't know a person in my personal life, including you, Josh Diddler, that said, I feel like I have more money. The fucking, we have skyrocketed, and it's not necessarily his fault. But what I am saying is people vote based on what their life is, right? So, like, we ran and voted because we're like, I can't believe Trump's embarrassing. Oh, my God, 4 years of this shit. We have to get him out, right? And so then we get him out. And then 4 years of like, oh, yeah. Grocery store's higher. Gas is higher. Oh, yeah. I have less money in my account. Oh, this week I have even less money and I bought the same shit. Oh, this month I have a lot less money and I bought the same shit I bought January and I have a lot less money. Like, continually, where's my raise? Is my raise, well, here's your 3 cent an hour raise, and here's your $30 a fucking hour fucking grocery shopping bill extra. Like every minute I spend in the grocery store, I feel like they're charging extra $3 just for like walking up the aisle. Like might as well I feel like if I get gas and I just look in the gas station, like my gas pump just like, well, it went up to, it was at 10, now it's 35. What happened? Did I look away? No, like it is, everything is so much more. You look at the gallon of milk and you're like, I don't even care if you buy the gallon of milk now. You're going to charge an extra $3 at the fucking front. Like, you just saw it. You saw it and they're charging you. So regardless, that is what's happened under Biden. Nobody's better off that I personally know. And I said, so the people that were like, I'm going to vote Trump out, are going to be like, you know what? I'm not ready to vote Trump out. He's not really there, right? Like, he's not there. So there's not like running to the polls. As a matter of fact, and then I told you this, I said, and our life and betters, I'm not really like running for Biden, right? So they're just going to lay at home and be lazy. And there are a few of us, including me, I have to be honest, that will even be like, you know what? I'm not going to run to the polls for Biden. Also, hell, fuck it. Let Trump get elected. At least it's goddamn entertainment, because either way, we're going to go to goddamn civil war. If fucking Biden gets elected, it's going to go to civil fucking war, because every fucking Trumper's going to be like, hey, let's fucking take him from us again. They found him guilty and he wasn't guilty.
This is true. This is true. This is
and
true.
they're going to completely say, and then I'm like, so let him win. I'm like, maybe, all the gun slingers out here that have all the guns, which are the majority of the Trumpers, right? That are like going to fucking shoot us all if Trump doesn't win. Like, let him win and let me just laugh at Trump on the TV forever. Now, obviously, that's not funny in respect to the fact that if Trump wins, there's a good chance, as Robert De Niro put it, we will never see the end of Trump, because until he dies, he's just going to reelect himself. He's going to,
this is
it
true.
as a dictator.
No, this is true. He's essentially voiced such. He's expressed such objectives, and yes, it's all true. Believe me, your reasoning holds with me. So
if my reasoning had held, maybe to all your listeners, if you had just pressed a little more, there could have been one listener that would have pressed more, and maybe Robert Kennedy would be running against Donald Trump. And maybe it didn't matter the fact that you don't like Robert Kennedy. Maybe you'd rather have him than Donald Trump. I don't know. I think I would personally. But whatever. Okay, then say it out loud. Say it out loud. Say you like what Trump stands for more than Robert Kennedy. Say it on
Whoa, you got me in a box here.
You gotta pick one. That's what I asked you to do back then.
Well, honey, fortunately, reality hasn't presented us that choice.
But my reality just did. My reality says, guess what? Guess what? They just did. They all listened to Brooke and they put Kennedy up, and now you have to, as Douglas Dietrich, decide the winner. You are the voting. It is a game show, and you decide. Let's
put it this way. I personally, it's visceral. Yeah, there's other factors involved, but I cannot abide by the Kennedy guy. Not this.
So
Kennedy.
You would put Trump. So just for the record, he has voted now.
There's another factor as well, in which you and I thought agreed on this, that if Trump does go to jail and he's still running for president, I thought you and I pretty much agreed we'd both vote for him, just because it would be so fucking funny. Yes, just to see a prisoner trying to run the country.
Well, I didn't even know that he had been found guilty. I found out when Larry called me from jail. Like, he calls me and he's talking, and in the background he goes, "Oh, did he?" He's like, and I heard something, he's guilty. And then I heard Larry go, "Well, he'll still fucking get elected. He'll still fucking get elected." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Trump was found guilty today." And I'm out here in the free world and I don't even know this. And I'm like, "Oh, was he?" Like, I hadn't looked or cut on the news. I didn't know. And so I was like, "Oh, was he?" He was like, "Yeah, I was kidding." He's like, I was telling the guy, I was like, "Yeah, watch him. He's found guilty, but he'll still get elected." And, I say that because, like, who knows? He's in jail. Probably half those jail guys are like, hell yeah, let him go. I mean, like, everybody, if people in prison could vote, I can guarantee you'd be fucking elected.
Yes, that's right. So a few things to show you in our text box. We have Heather Holman has placed some things, some old photographs of myself without makeup, in a
but
moment.
Did you hear what's his name say? I will look at that. But did you hear the guy that testified against him? Who was that? The guy that worked with him that already went to jail.
Michael Cohen. right?
Yeah, Michael Cohen said today, this morning or yesterday morning, he said I don't want him to go to jail, and he said because I give a shit about him or that I don't think he should go to jail, but because I care about the American people. And the second he goes to jail, same thing like I said, if he didn't get elected, if he goes to jail, the people that are like keeping their, because this is what the whole alien spiritual guy said. This is a guy that ran on Gaia TV. Like, he had his own TV show, so he's not like a no name. He's got 500,000 subscribers, right? He's like sitting there going, so like no one get upset, like it only takes one bad seed, one bad out, we need to not, they're trying to bait us to get angry because they found him guilty, like, so we can't get angry, we don't need to fall into the bait, we know it'll be overturned, so like we know this is just their ploy to like get Donald Trump, because he's, and what I'm thinking is, like, I don't care if you're pro Donald Trump, and like, because at this point I think you only are voting for one party, which is what you and I will go back to, and I wanted to ask you and not lose that train of thought.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, if you believe that Donald Trump is this guy that's going to overturn stuff, that's fine. But are you that blind? That's my point with these Trumpers. Are you also that? Because at this point, I don't know that I'm even more pro Biden, and the reason being because they put Biden up. Because if they put Biden up, who put Biden up? Because they knew if Biden went up, right, there's got to be a reason. Because they pretty much could have put anybody. They could have put a fucking damn squirrel in a tux, and like he voted in before, like Trump. They just vote and push it. Like they put a girl, a Southern. They could have probably put fucking even Marjorie Taylor Greene against Trump. They don't, like, I don't know. Like, well, she turned Democrat, but she's a female. We'll vote for her. Like, it's over. It doesn't matter. They put him, the oldest man alive, like, as far as any of us are concerned. I mean, we all know older people, but like even the oldest man in China, it walks and talks and speaks better. Right? So like we're like, why is it, first of all, two old men? But that's the thing. Biden, we should be talking about how old Trump is. But you know why we're not talking about how old Trump is? Because Biden makes Trump look like he's young and healthy and vigorous.
It's true. It is true. It's painful. It's painful. So
then I have to ask you, why then do you think they did that?
The Democratic Party.
Yes.
Why they fronted Biden? Because they didn't have, they don't have imaginations. They feel they didn't have a choice. I mean, basically, it's like this. You forgot to mention they're not just two old men; they're two old white men. And so it's kind of like.
But they know that. They know that. We already know old
Right,
white
right,
men
right. So
like that's an out thing.
Right.
But they could have put anyone else up.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. It's with Trump. This goes back to Biden. Why the Democratic Party fronted Biden? Believe me, I'm not defending their decision. I'm just trying to analyze it and rationalize it.
I want you to. Yeah, I want you to.
Yeah, and just trying to rationalize it as you asked me to, because it's not the choice I would have made, obviously. But it basically, what happened was this: the years with Trump, the 4 years with Trump, were so outrageous, so egregious, so unbelievable. And just blew so many limits, just so many obstacles were overturned in the most negative sense. And with all the norms destroyed, what Biden represents is kind of like Robert Stack. Robert Stack played the FBI agent, and he's the straight guy. He's just...
No, he doesn't represent Robert Stack. I'm going to have to disagree with you here, because Robert Stack actually could walk up the stair. He could fucking say something and not get like the name of the country wrong, right?
Yeah, touche. Like, okay.
Like he's got a teleprompter and 50 people in his ear, and he still can't even get the goddamn name of a country right.
Hey, I'm with you. You're right. Yes, touche. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, he's just the old straight white guy. He represented the closest thing to American normalcy that was not Donald Trump. So he was like, So what they're trying to get is the old whites with the power.
You're wrong. I told you you're wrong here. I'm going to tell you you're wrong now, but you go and finish.
Well, my logic would be, I mean, I would presume they're just trying to get the old white people with the power and the money to contribute. And, they front some guy like this that they can relate to. The old people have the money, and the majority of the people who have the money who are old are white. So, give them this.
So, yeah, but here's the problem with that. So, here's where I'm going to go, because you're smart. And this is where I love when you actually, now that you listen to me, even though I sound Southern and redneck to everybody, my intelligence level versus how I sound. So,
Honey,
what
you
I'm
sound
saying
fine.
is,
don't talk like that.
No, I know, but I just say you verbalize yourself so much better. So, but
I verbalize myself better than almost anybody. So go on.
Well, that is true. That is true. So, but what I would say is the fact that, so when you're looking at money, and like, I'm just looking at things from, let's just look at this. So we can look at, I don't know the first time anybody had a computer, but anytime you had a computer in your house finally, or you had a cell phone that flipped open, the government and the richest people in the world had that 10 years minimum before you, right? Like these people are 10 years ahead of you regardless, right? So when I'm sitting here and you and I, Douglas, are going through just in our head what we know as far as data and that, and like you're saying, they're like, well, who would they vote for and what would they do? Okay, so that they've got a lot more data and they're looking at. So now what I will say is this: you've got to remember they've got this. They've got the information. Now, where I will counter argue the fact that that's not why they would put him up is because they would already know the reason. Now, what you said was right. Trump overturned a bunch of shit, and Trump may have been the big surprise on them. I think Trump may have been. I don't know that they planned for Trump. And so Trump in himself, even though those of us that even hate what Trump stands for, he may have thrown a wrench in the whole socket of their whole of what they have planned. I don't know, because what happened is America, and not just America, the world has started to slowly, as we've gotten more information, right? Even though we've gone into multiple, we're really on the same page. I mean, if you get any Republican and any Democrat in the same room, they can be heavily, most of them, I mean, even if you go into like, just like with Christopher Andrich, if you say, are you pro-Trump, and we get to an argument on that, we can get into an argument on that. Maybe get an argument on, are you pro-choice or that? Like, oh, I think babies shouldn't. Okay. But if you just start talking to somebody and you slowly start working out, how do you feel about the economy? How do you feel about billionaires? How do you feel about these things? Like we're, multiple billionaires, they'll be like, oh, well, I think that taxes, Republicans will be like, oh no, it'll be like taxes should, or what calls us when they should pay less taxes because they create jobs, and billionaires should create less because they've sold them that line. But that's what slowly people are realizing is that we're all basically in the same fucking boat. And like what I mean by that is that slowly people are giving less and less about abortion, even though abortion became a huge thing because it was finally a thing. That's why they turned that knob. They had to turn that knob on abortion to fucking pull abortion back in, right? Because it had been such a big, but so they turned. So now Republicans feel like, oh, okay, we got to stay Republican. We got the abortion knob turned, right? Like that's remember we were pro-choice. Remember we were pro-life. Remember we're pro-life. Remember, I tell you, people that I knew were pro-life had forgotten about even being pro-life. Like they weren't voting pro-life. Like yes, you had some old people doing it. You had some people that were very extreme, but the majority of Republican people were not voting on abortion. Okay, so they needed to pull that socket back in. Abortion. And so the churches have pulled that back in. They turn a knob. It's turned like turning it out. They turn the dial. Okay, well we'll get that back in, because we need people against each other is what they need. They need, and I'm to say the powers that be, which you can call them families. There's people that believe in the Illuminati. There are people that believe in there are 11 or 13 families. You can believe in that they're just the corporations, and it really doesn't matter to me, because whether you believe in any of it, what I can tell you the truth is that there is a power out there, a power structure. Even the people that are like, it's reptilians. I don't give a shit. Call them reptilians. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're actually reptilians. Maybe we can just call them reptilians because they're pieces of goddamn shit that only care about money, right? Like that's what you call reptilians. That's fine. These people that are in the pharmaceutical industry, and I always go to pharmaceutical first because I worked in it, but the pharmaceutical industry, in the oil industry, energy industry, because it's not even just oil anymore, because now solar's in it, right? The government industry, and by government I mean government is your prison systems as well. Like, so everybody from and the police don't realize it. Like, I don't think most police are bad as far as like they realize that they're part of the problem, but they are. And or they don't realize probably that if things change that they wouldn't have a job, or maybe judges don't realize it, but some smart judges should, and lawyers should. And here's a side note, by the way. Mark my word, 4 years from now, go see whoever's going to Harvard today. Go look and see whoever the fuck is going to Harvard today. Watch, I swear to God, people say I'm wrong, watch 4 years from now, those same graduates that graduate from Harvard, or graduate with a law degree from Harvard, so I'm saying they would already have had their degree, so in 3 or 4 years they graduate. I'm not even saying on the 7-year time frame, I'm saying on the 4-year time frame. I'm saying by 2030, these lawyers that will graduate with a Harvard degree, or if there's another better law school out there that I don't know about, they will not have jobs. The majority of them. Or you'll only have Harvard graduates getting jobs, and all these other lawyers throughout. Like, you will have so many less lawyers, because right now, I went on. Let me tell you something. I just hired a lawyer for $7,500 to argue my case. Okay, my cases. But I went on one of the chat GPTs and was like, "Hey, would you argue this?" They gave me a great write up for it. Right? I could have gone in there and argued. Had I been a little braver, I could have gone in there and done that. No, you watch. When it's already doing that now, and it's not correct, in 4 years, because you got to remember the way AI works, it doesn't get better like the way humans do. Like, oh well, manufacturing slowly went out because it slowly went. No, AI is doubling its fucking, because of our data that we're giving it. It is doubling or tripling or quadrupling its intelligence daily. Okay, so you're gonna have an AI so fucking smart, and then, as people do, because we are all in, let me just tell you, if I had access to the chat GPT, if I knew how to create that or sell it right now as a law, I wish anybody out there that does, like, go do it, give me some money. Like, you should create a law chat GPT, like, create it, sell it, and be like, we'll argue your case for you, and we'll do it for $200, and here's your thing, and people will buy that all
I think the first thing that lawyers will do is band together to have that outlawed.
Well, they'll try to. And the only way that they will have it outlawed would be because judges see that the judges' jobs are in jeopardy next. Because a judge isn't necessarily going to rule for a lawyer, because legally, if a judge goes to the side of the thing, I should have the right to defend myself. And if I want to defend myself with chat GPT, or with it doesn't say I have to have a human lawyer. Never said that. So I don't know that they'll be able to
they'll have to legislate. They'll have to legislate.
Yeah, they'll have to legislate. So they know how to have legislators do it, and that may happen. But outside of that, you're looking at so many jobs being overturned, and majority of any intelligent job, if it required intelligence, you're out of job.
I mean, I certainly appreciate what you're saying, and I could see it taken to a logical extreme in science fiction scenarios, but our situation is such where lawyers need to eat, as you said, and they are part of established families, which is how they can afford to go to Ivy League. So since lawyers not only act as barristers or representatives...
Well, but lawyers can't outdo billionaires. And at the end of the day, it will be the billionaires that are running these, that they already are, running China.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but I mean, it's still, I would make the bet that the politicians and most people who become
they're going to do sales jobs away. Sales jobs will go away. Many all the graphic designers will go away. All the web designers will go away.
Hold on. Go easy, go slow.
Marketing will go away.
Go easy, go slow. I'll respond.
All these jobs go away, are you thinking that marketing is going to stay around? Do web marketing?
All of these other people are not lawyers. So understand that the difference is
you are correct.
In order to become a politician, the overwhelming majority of politicians unlike Donald Trump, this is one reason why his personality was so different and why he's so abrasive, is that unlike most politicians, he's not a lawyer. So the overwhelming majority of politicians start off as attorneys. They at least get a law degree so that they can become legislators. That's how.
But no one can stand the way a lawyer talks, and I know that from having dealt with 3 of them recently.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. Look, all that taken into account. But my point is, with all these other jobs that might be supplanted by AI, but even those will have advocates that are going to argue against it, and they're going to try and say we've got to leave room for humans and all the rest of this. I mean, there's also the factor that AI may be increasing in all kinds of abilities, but at the same time, it's the point is that we'll see how far it gets before people.
It's going to get that far, so that's the whole point.
Well, it might get that far with certain things. Certainly, like with industrialization, we had, with the Industrial Revolution, certain crafts, certain skills became outmoded, obsolete. They were rendered no longer relevant.
And that took a 20 to 30 year process, and so that's where you and I, and that's where I ask for your intelligence as well to come in and be a little
whoa, bear in mind, you're talking to the person here who already suffered that, in the sense that...
I mean, I know, like, you have the Dietrich Artelect, right?
No, but I mean, beyond that, let me give you something much more mundane. I'll explain something much more mundane to you. I expressed the other day something to Amy Como about my commercial illustration past. And I'll get back to that, but before I forget, I want...
Oh yeah, you're gonna draw. I can draw anything now. Did you know I can't even draw a stick figure, but I can go in there and be like, draw me and Douglas with a baby squirrel in the middle of the desert and a cartoon character and a Garfield type.
That's adorable.
Drawing.
That's adorable. By the way,
and he will draw it.
But by the way, before I tell you about the other thing I was going to tell you about, which has to do with what was it now? Now I'm already forgetting. Has to do with, oh yes, I remember now. I want to tell you were right about something, because you keep telling me I tell you how you're crazy or I dismiss what you say. I want to tell you that I've come around to your point of view on something important. It has to do with climate change and stuff like that. But I wanted to show you a few things. One of the illustrations, or real photographs, entered by Heather Holman. She makes these shadow puppets. They're wonderful. She makes these adorable little shadow puppets.
I'm sorry,
that are they're inspired by Balinese art. Further up, you'll find the map. The reason this map is important that I'm trying to bring to your attention is it shows a map of Australia, and what you see in the center of Australia.
Oh my God! Did she make the little angel thing?
Yeah. No. She made the cardboard thing. She made the cardboard thing.
I don't see the cardboard thing.
The angel things have guns. She just showed me that.
Where's the cardboard thing? Is it the person?
Yeah, the cardboard person. Well, I'm the person. That's an old photograph.
That's you. Oh my God, that is you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's not flattering. That's not flattering. That's without makeup.
I was like zoomed out because I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
So I had to zoom in to see it because it was a little tiny.
Yeah. That's.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's not a flattering photograph, and it was like after I was like saturated with exhaustion, and
that is good looking though.
You have no idea how bad I was at that time. I was in such bad shape. That was like I'm certain that was from that time in Arizona. And oh my God, it was what an experience. It was one of the worst in my life, worse than combat. But as for the map,
I wish I could go back like 20 years when I was like 20, and like you were like what in that little hot leather suit at the alien thing. Like, oh my God, I would have fucked you in a heartbeat. I'd have been like, come on to the car.
Well, thank
now,
you, honey.
Dude.
Yes, we should have gotten together.
I mean, and I'm not even like that, but you were hot. Like you're so hot, but I'm just saying,
Thank you.
I was hotter at 20, and you were like fucking.
Oh, you're still hot.
Right
Hey, you're
in your
you're hotter now.
You're in your little leather fucking suit, and you're like,
Oh, well, you're hot now, honey. Believe me, you're hotter because you're mature. You're hotter because you're mature.
Well, ditto. You're hotter probably because you were. I don't know. You were stupid enough to go to the alien thing back then.
So, as for the map, the reason the map is important is that is my projection for an independent Aboriginal nation in the middle of Australia, a black
You
nation.
still talked like that back then, though, even on that fucking thing.
Yes.
Even back
yes.
then, like you weren't as good at it. I guess that's where you're like, you're hotter now. You're like, now you know how to say it better. But you have that voice, and they ask you a question, and you're like, because you're at first like, yeah, I'm Douglas Dietrich. And then as soon as they ask you, and you're like, well, so, and you turn the voice on, and you're like, I'm going to think up a good answer as I'm coming up with it, as I say it. You could like hear you, and you had good answer, and like you had the intelligence to do it. Like you could tell they were just, but what I'm saying is you could have literally been like, I don't know, SpaghettiOs were invented by aliens, and that's why everyone's here. But say it in that fucking voice, and you throw away some fucking big words in there, and they're just like, okay, yes, sir, I agree. They just walk away, and you did that back then.
Oh yes, honey, you're the best. And so, to point out to you what I've come to agree with you on is this fact. I remember when you and Victoria Lauren Hobbs, both Victoria Lauren Hobbs and yourself, were bringing up something that, and you would hear George and I reflect or echo what I had said about this, but both Victoria Lauren Hobbs and yourself and others were bringing up your concerns that there was a cabal, an elite that was seeking to depopulate much of humanity, that actually they were seeking the death of many millions, hundreds of millions, but potentially billions of people. And at the time, I was poo-pooing it and saying, oh, what was the logical or rational, why would this, it's a terror. I have come around to your way of thinking now. I have come to realize that...
oh my God, everyone write it down. I'm writing this down. What time of day is this? What day is this?
Oh, by the way, remind me when Heather returns. She just went to do something. She says she'll be right back. Remind me. So Mary says she's a Cancer. June 20th to July 26th. She says 22nd. She says she's a Cancer.
Yeah, she's a day before the cutoff, which I don't know. I mean, like she's right there at the cusp, but technically she has a Cancer as far as tropical goes.
Right. But it's definitely cusp stuff. And
she's on cusp because I think Vedic probably would consider a Leo.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. And and that would bring our man Brendan back into our boy Brendan back into the convo. So we'll leave.
He would know for sure if it goes backwards or forwards. I can't remember. She may actually Vedic may go.
Yeah.
Actually, let me think. Vedic goes the other way. So actually, Vedic she would definitely be a Cancer. Yeah. I think so. I don't know. I was looking at it recently because my son was born on the 19th, as we've talked about that date,
Yes.
And,
PD19, Patriots Day.
Technically, they're saying that. So technically, what I found out was that 19th was like I was watching another astrology thing. That the 19th is like looked at as the day that it transitions over, and it doesn't transition over like every year. It's a little different, but it's like 8:00 at night, which is when he was born. So he was like born at 8:30. So he's like literally, if you look at tropical, the cusp. Like he was born, and you're like, I don't know if he was 8:30 or 8:31. Like it's basically he is cusp. If you were to consider somebody on the cusp, but what I was also finding out was that technically that April 19th should be the day of Taurus, and there's a whole nother reason for that because of where it should start is Aries is supposed to be the beginning of spring, and that is when is the beginning of spring? It is the spring.
We could look it up. Yeah, it's the equinox. Yeah, and solstice. In both cases, same thing. Yeah. And
so if you were to go, and that's when Aries is supposed to start, because Aries is supposed to be like the beginning of it. So if Aries starts then, and they did it that way, then every year it would be where supposedly, I think that's what it was, that Taurus would start on the 19th. Which what I'm saying is, then if Taurus started on the 19th, well, then you're moving things up a half a day. So technically, she's at a cusp. So if you move things up, you could look at it as she could be Leo. I don't know. I mean, she would know her own chart She should more than me.
Yeah.
But
yes. And and all that's quite true. So when it came to what you said, what I did was I realized it as I began to relate more and more the genocidal history of the Jewish people in terms of the genocides they perpetrated on others, and just how massive these Holocausts were. And so when it came to, just so people understand this, just as Christians have the term crusade, and just as Muslims have the term jihad, which both mean holy war, the Jews also have that term for their religion, and that term has always been Holocaust, because they were offering a burnt offering of an entire enemy population to their God. And I've always pointed out the Jewish God, if you're a Christian, is not your God. It is a mad god of the desert. And if people would consider Allah or the God of Islam to be some form of a moon god, a sword god.
I don't know how you couldn't consider, and this is where I even go to Christianity, you read the Old Testament, and then all these Christians are like, but we believe in the New Testament God. And I'm like, well, that's fine. Are you doing away with the Old Testament God? Because they're two different fucking gods.
Believe me, the New Testament is just as fucked up as the Old Testament.
Well, it's fucked up. It's fucked up in its own way. Yes, completely agree.
I mean, got all kinds of atrocities.
It's like, hey, we don't even care. Fuck you. Burn the gays. Burn the fucking, I don't know, the next door neighbors. Go in that town. God said, you know what? They're bad. I don't like them. God just came down and he told me they're bad. And you go in there and you kill them all. And whoever's left, there's wives left, you can fucking have them, rape them, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and their daughters, not to mention their daughters.
Eat them, fucking take them home, steal their shit, loot it, I don't care, but go in there and kill them. I mean, that's basically what God said. Now, what is the God that it's all what are the words? Because you're great with words. Omnipotent,
omniscient, omnipotent. Both of those. One means all powerful, the other means all knowing. Yeah, so omniscient means all knowing.
Beginning of time to the end of time. So this same God that you pretend like in the New Testament, because this is what Christians here in the South do anyway. They're like, well, you know, God grew, and I'm like, yeah,
God grew. He got nicer as he got older, is what they'll say.
To the end, what is good and what is bad. He was just went like, yeah, I killed them all. But, you know, now I'm feeling like, I don't know, I'm going to send my son just to die and I'll forgive everybody. Like, is he just sitting up there? Like, because, I mean, at that point, I want to chill with God. He's just sitting up there like me with a beer. Like, I don't know. I will go down in a better, you know, I will see what happens. Throw on. He's like, he's ashing his cigarette. That's when we get snow. I mean, it's like, meh, ash a cigar. Meh.
Oh, yes.
We get rain. He fucking spills his beer.
Yes.
We're like, I don't know. Why didn't we get some rain? I mean, that's what you're acting like. God, just sit there. I don't know. We'll go up hungover. Fuck them all. Kill them. Take their baby. Oh, did I say that? I don't know. Hey, son, you go die for him right now. You know? No, it's okay. So just go. No, did I say die? No, you just going down there. I'll do something like it'll have to be with a cross. You'll know when you see the cross. Yeah. It'll be my sign that it's me there to save you. Yeah. That'll be it. Just going down, honey. Just go, and I'm gonna have this. Give me that glass of whiskey right there before you leave, and I'm good. Like that's what God sounds like. If you're saying that is like I'm all like either he's all knowing and he knew from beginning to end, or he's not. But you can't have it both fucking ways, people.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it's definitely so. Such being said,
oh no, you're turning it around. Tell it. Can they have it both ways?
Well, no. I mean, obviously not. This is why I tell people, look, if you're a Christian, you've got to really understand. God doesn't believe in the Bible. That Bible you've got there is just so it's so riddled, New Testament and Old, with just horror and atrocity, and it's not something that can be taken as anything other than metaphorical. And yes,
so
you've got to be
go back
selective.
It's metaphorical, and that's what it should be. But then you have to go back to, like, I do believe Jesus was a real person, but at the same time, even if I didn't believe, because I do believe you can believe in Jesus and say he's not a real person. I believe the story of Jesus and what Jesus' story, whether he was real or not, is what people are missing. To be a Christian and you say Christ, the story there is metaphorical, talking about the Son and talking about what you have to do and talking about the fact that, the kingdom of heaven lies within you. And that basically I would then say, who is God at that point? I would ask you, who is God to you?
To me personally.
I mean, you should say Brooke, but you just do whatever you want.
You're asking me to define God. You mean define God
Yes.
as
Yes. Let's go ahead and go there. I don't know if Mae's even still listening, so might as well.
God to me is cosmic. It's very he. To use the gender neutral, I would say goddess. I would tend to say goddess, and it's goddess is basically a kind of.
I say creator.
Yes.
But yes,
Okay.
I say gender neutral. I don't think gender has anything to do with the creator or the universe. I also say the universe because the universe encompasses all.
And what more do you want? I mean, it's kind of like, okay, God is cosmic. It's
But so beyond that, so where is God? Is God? Is God your cosmic God or goddess? Like, is she a part of everything? Is she a part of you? Or how did that happen? How did that divide? What do you believe?
Well, I think of it in. I tend to think in diagrammatic terms. So I think of it in a Kabbalistic kind of manifestation. So if we went to the Kabbalah, I would describe it as just the Godhead is the unification of time and space, and that is.
Well, we now know time and space don't exist. But go ahead. Look at me interrupting you and being a little late-chucky. Obviously we know time didn't exist, but go ahead.
What?
So one of the problems with Einstein's theory is the fact that we know time itself is not an equation because time itself only exists in this dimension. So that's why if you think about, let's just pretend for 1 minute that we believe in the Bible and everybody's like, oh, we're going to go to heaven forever. Because that's what my mother believes and that's what she hopes. Because I've told her, you probably live past lives and you choose to come back sometimes into this life, in this world, this 3D dimension. But you come back because you're like, I'm bored up here. This is everything's great. There's no duality. And so we said, you chose to come into a duality world. This is a duality world. And I was like, you probably chose them. She's like, I would never choose to come here. And when I get to heaven and the streets are paved with gold and I have my mansion, I will never come back and everything will be perfect.
That's cute.
That is what most Southern Christians over the age of me believe. I'm just going to let you know. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
well, we know that.
so then you're looking at what they forget is because if you ask them, or if you ask anyone, including you, so I ask you, or anyone here, just to say stop. And it's very hard, and most people aren't going to do it right now, but next time I think of this word, when they say forever, I want you to think of forever. And I want you to imagine forever. So I want you to imagine 100 years. Then I want you to imagine 200 years. Then I want you to imagine 300 years. And then I want you to imagine 500. And then I want you to imagine 1,000 years. And then 3,000 years. And then 4,000 years. And every day. And then 4,500 years. 4,001, 4,000. And you just continue it to 5 billion years. And now you're at 10 billion years. Same day. You wake up. You have the breakfast. Everybody's happy. I don't know what the fuck you're doing in your goddamn perfect life, right? So you're having that perfect life for 5 billion and 1 days. And not 5 billion and 1 years. It's 5 billion and 1 years times 365. So if you're doing it on time, right? So again, you're doing it daily. Or, because you're assuming there's time. So therefore you're filling this time. So people can imagine when you start actually doing that, anybody that does it, because I'm just talking about right now, if you just sit down by yourself and start imagining what would that feel like, what would it feel like? Yeah, you will at some point be like, I can't even imagine what forever would feel like, because there is zero end. There's not an end at 10 billion. There's not an end at 20 billion. There's not an 500 billion years or 500 million trillion billion. There's not an end. So therefore, you can't imagine it. You are not able to imagine it because there is no end. Therefore, really, there is no time. And therefore, what you have to understand, then you have to back it up. In God's realm, or what you're talking about, the creator's realm, the universal realm, time was created for just like in this 3D realm as every other extreme was. We created, we have love, we have hate, okay? We have good, we have bad.
Well, you're speaking of
and there has to be a fucking, I don't know, Anton LaVey, like whatever. You know, like there has to be, like there's this crocodile and there's the beautiful pelican he's trying to eat. Like there's the love, and there's death, and there's life, right? Everything's an extreme. And so where you have time is there because you can't have death, right? Unless there's time created. And so time was created first. So so when you created this realm, you created time space. So that's where our creator created, like, we want to experience. So in this realm, we will experience things. And well, how do you experience things? Well, if there's the first thing was like a beginning. Things have a beginning. That was the first thought. There's a beginning. There's an ending. That blows our mind because we think in everything there's a beginning and an ending. So there was no beginning to the creator. There is no beginning. There's not like a day God was suddenly born. There was not a day the universe was suddenly born. We can say the Big Bang, and yes, the Big Bang itself may be very well true. That may be when God decided to start creating. When we as one, which we were all, then I will go back to, a piece of God. So what you are sitting here right now are a piece of God. Douglas Dietrich, piece of God. Every single one of us is God. So when we're sitting there praying to God, we are also praying to ourselves, because at the end of the day, yes, there is a higher self, there is a God that is the ultimate creator, but that God, that original one, is not whole without the piece that Douglas Dietrich, he decided to experience through Douglas Dietrich's soul. And your soul may have to come through as Douglas Dietrich. And who knows, my daughter asked me today, she literally asked me this, and Douglas will love this, because we were talking about past lives, and she started kind of believing them, and she said, and I said, well, I know my past life was a warrior. Like, I know that now, like, because she would ask me, like, if I had this trauma, and, like, why I was always so angry. And, like, y'all have asked me, like, I go to anger. Anger is I go to a stance of anger, and I don't have necessarily a reason, and defense. And, like, that is my natural stance, and I don't have a reason to, because, like, you would think, especially, like, talking to people on here or whatever, and hearing people's traumas, I don't have any trauma to make me mad. I came out mad. I came out fucking angry. Like, if you were to be like, what was Brooke's stance? Immediately, like, after my mom was like, I don't know, she just didn't, and then she'd get mad as shit. Like, so you look at then, well, that's where I use astrology, because that's where, God guides us, or our universe tries to guide us. If you look at astrology, well, where is my south node? My south node's in Aries. Also, my emotions are. But my south node's in Aries, and so my south node is where you're supposed to head away from. And my south node is a warrior. It is a warrior. And, usually they also say the universe is always, the universe is balanced. So everything is if you have a push, you have a pull. If you have a push, you have a pull. Everything is balanced. If what goes up must come down. Like, everything in the universe, that's the law of the universe. There is an equal. And so, like, if you were to believe in past lives, then most likely, your life before, you were a man. If you were a woman now. And before that, you probably were a woman if you're a man. And that's hard for people to accept, so I don't usually go there. But that's why you see more and more people now, as humans, as the souls continue to evolve, people coming out sexually, and their sexuality are being confused, because we all have masculine and feminine in us. But at the same time, if you have masculine and feminine, and you're pulling from a past life, and you had a lot of feminine in you, and now you're born with some feminine, and you're born in a masculine body, and you can't let go of that feminine traits that you had before, and you just decided to be born under, or for whatever reason, lessons you're learning are under a feminine sign, some of them or more of them, you're going to be pulled back. And so at the end of the day, if you fast forward 200 years, you probably won't see that either. You probably won't even see people having sex changes, because people will be more just comfortable in their own skin totally, because we'll be comfortable with our spirituality and knowing masculine and feminine didn't matter what body you're in. But right now, people are being pulled back to that. And so, I say that. Now, regardless if you believe that or not, past life or not, Lola said, she's like, Mom, she's like, your past life, she's like, you're a warrior. She's like, and I just, before I even said it, because she already knows, like, she's like, I know you argued in your past life. I'm like, well, Aries, I was like, she's like, do you think you were Adolf Hitler in your past life? And I was like, what? And she's like, do you think you maybe were Adolf Hitler in your past life? And I was like, no, I guess I fucking could have been. Like, I hope, I don't know. And then I thought about you and like how you always come back into somebody's life like is like a different soul. And I'm like, fuck, I hope not.
Oh, that's adorable.
If I come back in as a woman and I come back in as like somehow you come into my life, man, and I came in and he died before I was born. I'm like, I don't think so. Well, let's not put that out there. I don't need people attacking me. Like,
well, I found something here.
Especially when my first report ever was like, who do you want to do a report on, Brooke, in 6th grade? And I'm like, I'll pick Adolf Hitler. And then I write a great report on him. No idea he was a bad person at all. I was like, he was born, and I thought he was born April 21st. I don't know why I remember that. But like, I apparently had the wrong fucking book, or I just have a bad memory from 6th grade, which is probably more likely. But I was like, he was born, and like, I got like a B+ on that fucking paper, and I was a great writer. And I now look back to why I got a B+, because I never mentioned the Holocaust or any bad shit the fucker did. I was like, he was controversial. My family was so like, we didn't talk about that shit. We weren't Jewish. We didn't talk about it. Like, the only thing I knew about Jews, I'd be like, what are Jews, Mom? And she would be like, they get a second chance. They don't believe in Jesus, but they get a second chance, so it's okay.
Oh God, that's cute.
That's what
Again,
you're told as
cute.
like a Southern Baptist Christian, is that
Right.
Jews don't believe in Jesus. You have to believe in Jesus to go to heaven. But Jews are the only people that don't have to believe in Jesus to go to heaven, because they were somewhere in the Bible. And I've asked my mom later in life, I'm like, where is that? And she's like, and she's told me now, she's like, I don't know. It's just what I was taught. You see how it should just pass, and that's what I'm saying. Like, things are just passed down, and people don't question them, and that's how the Bible was just like, I don't know. It's what they tell us. It's what Constantine told us. Constantine says this is what we should believe. I don't know.
Well, at least that's got some historicity to it, or at least adds a historical flavor, if nothing else. So, the chart that I just put into the text box, which is also available in your private messages, this is a Kabbalah chart with a shadow of a human figure behind it that, in a sense, we could say is God. So if I were to see God, it would be along these lines, and I'll do my best to explain by starting at the top, so to speak. But if you want, I could kind of just barely, start at the feet. But if we try to start with the crown of creation.
That's the true. Like, so you're doing the chakras. I mean, there's a chakras you're looking at, or a lot of them are chakras. Like, you're looking at a solar plexus. That's the way I would look at it. But okay, so it says sovereignty, dignity. You're looking at bonding, which would be sexuality, how you bond with people, which could be bonding good or bad. You're looking at humility in the hands, and what does that say? Ambition, which is working. So where you could choose either working toward ambition or humility. You're looking at discipline, compassion is inner, bonding is inner, sovereignty is inner, loving and kindness is outward, knowledge inner, understanding is going outward. So you're bringing that in and out of the body. Wisdom, and then at the end you're looking at the crown chakra. So they did do chakras. This is somewhat symbolic of chakras. But yeah, like it's because it gives it to the crown, but they named some of them different. Obviously, they added some on it. But I mean, I think I get what you're saying. Like so ambition,
Oh.
you can choose like how you bond, like you're bonding. You could use that to go both to compassion, humility, and ambition are obviously linked. Like I see the linking chart that you got here. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think I'd better find another one. I think perhaps that humanizes God a bit too much. In other words, anthropomorphizes God into a degree that's not necessarily useful to what I'm trying to actually say.
But that's what you just said that I needed to look at, right?
Well, it doesn't hurt, but maybe it humanizes God a bit too much and kind of confuses.
Well, I think what it does is that's what God wanted to experience. But when we first were one, if we were all one,
yes, as a Christian, I believe that. Continue, yes.
If we were all one, let's just pretend, like every single person listening, there's like 3 people listening, I'm sure, like whatever, like to me, because I'm on here now, so you will regret having me, I'm sure. But so there's everyone here that ever hears this is one. We were one soul. And so what I'm saying is, whether you agree or disagree with me, we, at the end of the day, we were at one point, we were all one. It's why humans, even though we can hate each other, if you get in a room and you're locked in there long enough, you might hate them, but you also love them, right? Like they're to an extent. I mean, like I would even say I could probably lock you in a room with Donald Trump or Kennedy, and at some point you're gonna be like, meh, we're in here against these prison guards. You put them up against the other side. That's where, again, where I would then go back to your cabal, figured out a way to keep people coming up on you. The only way to stay on above it is to keep them against each other. So put prison guards. You can put Douglas Dietrich and his worst enemy, lock them in a prison cell, right? And then you're just the prison guards that only come around occasionally and give them some food. And they're like, fuck you, you're not getting out of here, to both of you. You may hate him, but eventually, guess what? You're like, it's us against them. It is us against them. Now, what I'm saying is, then if you were to remove that barrier, then you'd realize that the prison guards might realize, oh, wait a minute, they're not bad. Like, we're now all locked in here together. Okay, now it's not us. There was never an us against them. And so you're all one. At some point, your soul goes back to one, not your beliefs, your mind. Every thought you have was created by a thought process, which part of that is your soul that came in, that wanted to learn certain things, and you came in with these strengths and weaknesses. But also then obviously your environment and what you've learned here created your actual thoughts. So you have your emotion, intuition that you came in with, and those were going to be what your soul was going to feel and what you're going to deviate toward, because that's inside you. And then thought process are thoughts you were actually taught, like that's gray. You were taught the color gray is gray, and I could literally take you to Africa, I'll take you to another world. If I taught kids gray is, and I called it blue, that's a thought. Oh, that's blue, but the same person might call it gray. That's a thought. If you were learned, it's a learned behavior, it's a learned thought. And so then you learn thoughts through experiences, and you learn thoughts through your parents teaching you. You learn thoughts through my mom saying, I don't know, but my mom said the Jews get a second chance. That's all I know. It's in the Bible. Right?
So, yes. So, now I've given you another chart link, and this link will give you a kind of a...
You're just trying to shut me up. I'll just shut up and you can talk.
Whoa, wait a second here. You asked me a question, right? You want me to respond, right?
I did, but you said, look at this chart. And then I look at the chart, because you're like, that's how I believe in God. And I look at the chart, and then you're like, well, I'm changing my mind again. You've already changed your mind.
It's not like that. I'm saying that perhaps that humanizes God too much and confuses the issue. So we take a look at this other chart that I've provided a link for in your private messages, the text box.
We can all buy this on Amazon,
Yeah,
by the way.
yes.
This is the Amazon chart.
Yeah.
It's called the Kabbalah Tree of Life.
Yes, yes. And I put the link in the chat box as well, so all of our listeners can...
Yes, and I love it because the majority of the words I cannot... Well, first of all, I can't read any of the words because the only words I can zoom into on my phone that are viewable are Yisu, well, Malkuth, Yisu.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what those words are below, but if there's any English in there, you have to read it to me.
Well,
I mean, I do get Archangel Metatron starts at the bottom.
What matters is the top. Let's start with the top.
Looks like you're going back to the Bible here, but I'm fine if those are representative. It looks like they're going to be representative of...
Honey, let's go to the top. Okay, so I'm responding to your question. You asked me what I think God is. So let's start with the crown of creation. The ancients held that Kether was almost as far beyond human understanding as the great unmanifest itself. But while by definition, the great unmanifest could never be understood at all by finite minds, the possibility of understanding something about Kether remains open to us once the mind has been properly prepared and expanded.
Well, that's why I'm trying to tell people I do have that. I'm not a finite mind. I can go beyond time, and you have to be able to go, and it's very hard for most people. And I'm not saying I'm like a genius, because I'm definitely not, but I do think when you're saying finite, you also are trying to put it in terms, and I can't understand it all. I can't. There's no way I could. But what you are saying is, I think what you're saying is that on the ultimate plane, which is, I think we're agreeing on that, the ultimate plane of God would be the one that you can't even understand or wrap your head around. And so for me, the best way I can wrap it around is to say, first of all, time would not exist, and no creation here would exist. The things that you love wouldn't exist. You wouldn't exist. It is all something that you can't, like everything that is created around you. Well, you have to then go, even though there's no time, because all exists in one, but then at the same time you have to go, well, but there's one, and where was the one? And if there is no time, did the one start? And then what was the one? And then did the one create? And so I go, the one, we are all part of the one because we are all holy. And I don't even mean that just us are part of the holy. And I mean, and this will really probably piss people off, but I mean animals are part of the holy. And I mean vegetables are part of God. And I mean the fucking mattress you're sitting on, everything has a vibration. I mean, if you're looking at it and you see it and it's in your reality, it is part of the one, because it doesn't mean that like it's like it has a soul. You're like, oh, this mattress going to heaven or hell because that's what we believe. Like, it's not like that. It's just the fact that everything created comes from the one source, because it was all one. And that's the way I look at it. So I'm going to let you go on, but I just want to explain how I'm right, and everybody needs to believe like I do.
Hopefully you get a copy of our next book so you can read what I say about Shinto, and that will help expand your spirituality and your ability to express it as well. Very reflective of what you say as well, to a degree. Such being said, to get back to, as our Lady Brooke is allowing me to do, to speak about the great unmanifest and such such other aspects surrounding my concept of God, basically in attempt to promote such expansion of the mind. As I said, the mind, once it has been properly prepared and expanded, then there's a possibility of understanding something about Kether that remains open to us. Various titles and descriptions are associated with the Kether sphere to serve that purpose, to help us begin to visualize. And most of these titles for the ultimate crown of the tree of life, they involve paradoxes, which is, of course, that's what creation's all about. Kether is the first manifestation, yet remains somehow beyond time. This is the ultimate top Sephiroth of that chart we're all looking at, presumably. Kether is formless, yet it retains within itself all forms and the possibility of form. Kether is a total abstraction, but it's simultaneously the ultimate positive reality. And Kether is...
Right. I think we agree on that. I think that at the end of the day, that's how I see God right there. Like that, it is the ultimate. It's not like, I don't believe if I die right this moment that I lose the soul or lose the memories of who I am. I'll be able to have a life reflection. And then I believe that my soul will, choose where I want to go on or what I want to experience. And I have no idea, because I don't have the answers, if there are other realms or just this world I can come back into, and when this world ends, and all those things that I don't know the exact or need to know, because I'm not meant to know, because I'm in this realm and I chose to come here and I chose to come in this 3D form of this life. So what I'm saying though is ultimately, when people say I'm with God or I'm at home, if you ultimately are at home, the way it's so weird to see people's near-death experiences, and people that believed in Jesus will see Jesus, and people that believed in Muhammad will see Muhammad. They will, but people that didn't, and some people, they were real believers, they needed to see Jesus. Maybe there were people that didn't believe in anything, but in their back of their mind they felt like they needed to believe in Jesus, I guess, and they would see Jesus. Now there were people that believed in Jesus that didn't see Jesus, and they met their grandmother, met them first. But the reason I go with near-death experiences, and that's what eventually led me on my whole path of questioning my own Christianity as far as like religion itself, and to you eventually, but through astrology and all of it, was to say, because in Christianity where I was raised, Southern Baptist, you wouldn't even look at astrology, that was a sin, or tarot or anything,
Yes.
And so to actually,
but everybody in the South does
wait a
it.
minute.
Every woman in the South does it anyway. But go on.
We still look at like we didn't look at what we did is we were like, we would look at the back of the Cosmopolitan that we weren't supposed to buy, and that horoscope that they said, which was never right anyway, because obviously horoscopes made by Cosmopolitan have nothing to do really with true astrology. Right. But they helped that astrology, J.P. Morgan. I mean, he was one of the biggest people that said, he used astrology. Most your billionaires do use astrology as a tool, because they know the secrets that are there, that are not like, it's not going to tell you what stock to go invest in tomorrow, but it's a tool that was given by powers that be, and that tool is helpful. Use the tools you have. It'd be like, people that say I want to use astrology, or I say, well, what you should also do when you go invest in that stock market tomorrow, what you should also do? Why don't you cut off right before you go in and you pick which stock you're going to invest in or sell or trade, cut off everything Just go in like a 2-year-old and just be like, I don't even know what 2 + 2 is. I don't even know. I like red. I'm going to put that as red. I like the letter K. K was my favorite letter when I was 2 or 3 or 7. And you just go with that. Well, why would I do that? That would be stupid. I don't know, because you're saying you shouldn't use the tools that you were giving. And you're given all these tools, and that was one which was taken away by Constantine, I think, but in general, Christianity took that away, because again, it was a power structure that people can use. But regardless, you're right, is what I'm saying. Like, I think God is that, and I think that He is one and the Creator, and that He can't be put in a form, because there is no he or she. And at the end of the day, what people say is, I felt at home, and that's what I think. That's why I believe in near death, and what I was trying to get to.
Yes.
People that have had near-death experiences will say, it doesn't matter. Some of them see Muhammad, some of them have seen, Jesus, some of them just see their grandmother. All of them that have come back, because you got to remember, they're near-death. So each one of these people was usually told to come back, or they had to come back.
Yes.
Each one of them did not want to come back. Many of them they would say, I had every reason to live. Like some of them, if you're a mom, you would know, or a dad. Like 2 and 3 and 4-year-old children,
Right.
I don't know, it's the worst thing to imagine leaving your kids, right? You don't want
I could do that in a heartbeat, but
well, you would, totally. This is not Douglas teacher, but he'd be like, please keep me now, right? That's pretty much how they were once they were there. Like, they said I would have given anything. I would have, like, if I had thought, like, right before I was dying, like, if I known I was going to die, like, please just don't let me leave my kids. I need to be there for my kids. I don't want you, because you just don't want to be raising your kids. You don't know what your kids will do without you, especially as a mother. I assume as a father as well. Like you just, I remember thinking that when I thought I was.
No, you and I will talk about this. You and I will talk about this privately. But did Sammy Romero talk to you about his kids? It's so cute. The two of you can relate.
Yeah, he did talk to me about his kids. He's going to go and change one of the names. Chapter. Well, I don't know if you know, but like he named one after me, but he got my middle name wrong, so he's going to legally change it. So it's like It's my first name and my middle name.
Oh my God, that's adorable.
I'm totally fucking kidding. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Okay. So that being said,
I got to see it. I love Sammy. But
yes. Yes.
anyway, I would just say the fact that you don't want to leave your children, but regardless, like people with pets or whatever, if like let's say it was when your parents, whatever your happiest time of life was, or most in love time, and like when you met me, and you're like, I'm in love with Brooke. I can't imagine leaving her. Like, she'll just talk on my, first of all, she'll ruin my life. She'll just take the podcast over and just talking and.
Yeah, my eyes are rolling. Yeah.
And like so but my point is, you would be like, I don't want to leave this life, and then you get there and you're like, Brooke was the best thing ever. She was like heaven, and then you die, and then you're like, oh, forget Brooke, forget those kids, forget, So obviously, forgetting me is easy, but for parents, forget those kids, and. They all are like they just describe it the same way, that God or heaven is just a feeling. And it is a feeling more than anything, because everyone describe it different, because again, you're also viewing it through your 3D mind, especially when you go back. But the feeling, every person was the same. It is just, and some of them describe it a little differently with their words, but the words are always the same. It's home. It is the ultimate peace. It is like, the way I would describe it is like the ultimate, just like the ultimate love, like the ultimate embodiment comfort of just like a hug. Like you had no idea how much you didn't feel at home, even in your best day here, your fucking best damn day. You have no idea how fucking great it is to be home and full, and realize how big you are, and you wonder how you even fit into that body that you were in, because your soul is so much bigger than you have any idea. And you're fucking at home and you're just at peace, and it is just like, you wouldn't leave it. I don't care if you had 10 kids and you're about to give birth to 10 more, and your husband was, Douglas teacher's like, please, if you come home, like, oh, like, I'll give you 50 billion orgasms a day, and I'll give you $50 billion.
That's adorable.
And I'll always worship you, and and you're in love with me, and you're in love with your kids, and just don't leave us. Look at your poor little kids here. They're and the puppies are gonna die if you don't come back. These little puppies are gonna die, and you know what? You'll be in heaven, and you'll be like, you don't look back. You're like, puppies will be okay. I remember the woman saying, like, I remember her saying, she thought right as she was getting electrocuted, she was in her backyard, she thought, oh my God, my kids. That was her last thought. And then she remembers being there, and she said, I didn't worry about my kids at all. I knew everything would be okay. I never questioned. I was like, everything's fine. It'll be like, I knew it was temporary, and there was never a moment where I was like, oh, I need to get back to my kids. Which was the last thought I had. It was like, don't let me leave. And then she's there, and she could remember that thought. And then, because she was forced to go back, she didn't want to. She didn't want to go back. Her grandmother was the one, and I always remember her story as one of the first ones that I really was like, touched me. But I've, so many more since then. But one of the first ones was just, she said, I didn't want to go back, and her grandmother said, it's not your time. It's not your time. And she said she felt guilty now, being back alive and obviously with her kids and raising them, that she still felt guilty for not wanting, as a human, in her human body, in this earthly body, I guess you would say, she felt guilty for not wanting to go back. But she said, in that moment, I never felt guilt. Like, I knew everything was fine, and I was at home, and even on my best day, I've never had that peace again, and I know I won't until I go back, and I'm not gonna, She knew, like, she's not trying to kill herself. She's not suicidal. She's happy. She's raising her kids. She's a happy person. But to say that peace that you get, there is no description for it. You know, I look at it as people that do drugs and people that, like, have done heroin or something, which I've never done because I've always said I would probably never not stop it. I'm like,
Right, yeah.
Because it always sounds like the ultimate drug to me, of just this peace that you get of, like, just euphoria. And just kind of that drug that I told you that I got, diddler.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got yeah.
You
Yeah.
get that ultimate peace, and I got fat. I remember looking at Noah when he was born, and I was like, I want to hold my baby, and I was hurting so bad, and he had from a C-section, and I'm like wanting to hold my baby, and then they came in, they give me morphine twice, and then they give me whatever it was called.
Yes. The good shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, it was so good. And then I look over, and then they're like, okay, well, you seem to be out of pain now. Do you want us to hold? Do you want to hold him? And I look at him over there in the little. He's laying next to me in that little light thing, little crib thing they have. And I just like, no, he's good. I'm good. I was just like, we're good.
Awesome.
Like, I didn't want to speak. I was just, and I wasn't mad if they spoke. I didn't even get mad. I wasn't like, I was just like, you don't, like, no, if no one ever said another word and no one ever breathed another breath, I was perfect right then, and he was perfect, and I knew he was. He was looking at me. He wasn't crying, and if he whimpered a little, I'm like, he's good. I'm good. So good.
Yeah. So
like, it was just this ultimate peace.
Yeah.
And I think he got it because he had been crying, and like he probably felt his mom's like just
peacefulness.
Mom's good.
Yeah.
I must be good.
There
so, like,
we
pulled
are.
him away
Yeah.
and cut his dick off the next day.
Fucking Jews. Yeah, so yeah, so I've put another link into both your private messages and our text box here, and you can see this kind of reflects the original Cosmic Man, and I put it in here again because it actually has the feminine and masculine pillars that are discerned, as well as abstractness and concreteness. And this helps a bit more, as well as the 3 different levels, womb, morality, wisdom levels. So this is far more useful, plus the man actually has some useful footnotes. So understand Kether is at the top, which we need to go back to the other chart for, to show Kether as fucking Kether, as opposed to some weird ass other little thing he puts here as what, just crown, right? I think. So when you return to Kether, Kether is the totality of everything. Its prime association is unity, and it encompasses every last particle of matter and energy in the cosmos. But it is something more as well. It manifests in its totality in everything, macroscopic and microscopic. So all of these conceptualizations, they remained obscured within the religio-philosophical contexts of Hermeticism, inaccessible to mundane exploitation and or weaponization, hence the term hermetically sealed, until, and I will bring Einstein up here, Albert Einstein rationalized his people's ages-old tradition of Kabbalah as a subjective, non-falsifiable belief system upon which to extrapolate the general theory of relativity, one of the 12 pillars of modern physics alongside quantum mechanics, on perceiving such symmetrics through the paradigm of physical logic, wherein they became instantaneously clarified with the multitude of paradoxes resolved. He had but to parenthetically substitute the term space/time continuum for the term Kether, and the veils fell away. While contemporary the historical revisionism really acknowledges Einstein's theories were not at all well received by the conservative scientific establishment for decades, entirely occluded are, from history, are the reasons as to why. Preeminent among them being that he sourced his inspiration from Kabbalah. So understand that the Kether continuum, it's the first manifestation, as logically it must be in our universe. It remains beyond time as it encompasses time. And the continuum is, of course, formless. But until the continuum exists, no form is possible. And it is an abstraction, but the bedrock of reality. It unites everything we know or can possibly know about matter and energy, but it integrates the extra dimension of time. And furthermore, the theoretical nature of the space-time continuum may be detected from the examination of molecular as well as macrocosmic events. Now, below Kether, on the Etz, the tree, within the Atziluthic, this highest level Atziluth, on the Kabbalah is those top three spheres. Atziluth, they're all part of that realm, that super cosmic realm. Atziluthic otherworldliness also contains the 12 further spheres named Chokmah, or wisdom, and Bina, or understanding. So, Ketha, Chokmah, and Bina, they're often treated as a single unit. The Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, the supernal triangle. And tradition has it that while apparently distinct, Chokmah and Bina are, in a very special sense, merely aspects of Kether. Qualitatively, Kether has always been held to contain every other sphere on the Etz, the tree, the space-time continuum, containing all manifestations. But Kether contains Chokmah and Bina in a different sense. Considered separately, these spheres cannot manifest apart from one another, but in manifesting together, they become, once again, Kether. So when Albert Einstein equated space with Bina and time with Chokmah, the difficulties inherent perennially obscured terminologies resolved themselves quickly. Bina and Chokmah are known to Kabbalists as the great supernal mother and the great supernal father. They call Bina, or understanding, the dark sea of being. And it's a passive feminine potency, an infinite reservoir of power for creation or destruction. The active and evident father, Chokmah, wisdom, is called the bright sea of forms. It contains every possible archetype of objects, actions, ideas, structures, or any other category one could name. It's rendered obvious in hindsight how Einstein interpreted these titles as space and time. The mystic tomes say the light of Chokmah shines on the dark waves of Bina, and that form combines with substance, and the sparkling reflections off the waves form the multiverse. There we have that. So a bit further on what God is to me. I can't believe Brooks remained silent this long, so I tried to take advantage of it while I can. Probably she fell into a sleep or a drugged torpor. But understand this much, while I enjoyed the silence. Even the distinction between form and substance breaks down when Father Time and the cosmic womb space reconjoin in the crown of Kether, the most inaccessible of the planes, the ultimate realm of indivisible being. Kether is also called the primum mobile, the mundane shell, the Aleph, that letter of the Hebrew alphabet, from which the cult of Shinrikyo changed its name to after it became illegal to be a cultic follower of Shoko Asahara, who Peter Moon and I describe heavily in the new book that we're publishing, or at least to a degree, about his bromance with the Dalai Lama. At any rate, Aleph is the first letter of the Hebrew language and the Phoenician alphabets, which properly has no sound.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. I was rewinding and repeating if you could hear where you voted for Trump over Kennedy. I want to be sure I had that recorded, like in case you tried to Google it.
If he goes to jail, yeah. And even if he doesn't,
No.
if he doesn't,
if Trump goes to jail, like we just need Trump elected because that's just gonna be fucking even great.
That would be funny.
Not even because. Yeah.
That would be nonstop entertainment.
Because what's so hilarious is he'll be from jail, but he also is entitled to, in jail, he won't still really be in jail. He's entitled to Secret Service.
He would have to have Secret Service in prison with him.
Secret Service has to go to jail with him.
Yes.
So whatever, I don't know if they switch them out. Like, I guess they'd have to.
They'd shift them. Yeah, they'd rotate them. They'd rotate them. They'd work in shifts. Yeah, but it'd be funny as fucking
every day he's just got fun. Hell, I swear to God, if I knew right now that I won't say this for sure, but like if my kids are grown and I'm not like married or in love and like have somebody at home that I need to be like there for them when my kids are grown, and I've got my little squirrel, and especially if I was a president, I'm like, I can take my squirrel as one of my fucking guards and one guard. I mean, even just one guard. I'd be like, take me, bitch. I could kill a bunch of fucking people. I'd kill them. I'd kill all the fucking animal abusers and child molesters I could. Okay, I just blow them away. And then I'm like, I'm entitled to fucking Secret Service. I think I get like 3 of them. I'm going to see my squirrels once, and my squirrel has to come. But regardless, my squirrel, if my squirrel's like, it's a 10, 15 years, my squirrel's passed, whatever. Because everything else I send back. So, is sent back. So what I say is, and I say that for my own regard, so it's sent back. So I say that I would be in a prison regardless. And I would love to be in a prison with fucking just 2 fucking guards. I mean, do you know how badass I would fucking be walking around that motherfucking prison? I'd be like, oh, fuck you. I'll be your tray and your tray. Also, I want some drugs. I want some drugs tonight. And then I'll look at the guard and be like, oh, did you hear
you know
that?
what movie you should watch?
That?
Yeah, I was telling.
I'd be like, oh, did you hear? I want some sleeping pills or some pain pills illegally from him because there's more drugs in prison if anybody doesn't know.
Of course, than anywhere else.
Not in jails, but not in local jails, but in prison systems. That's where they test all the drugs before they come out in the actual world. That's where they're tested, okay? That's where crack cocaine was tested. It's where every drug. So if you go into prison, which most people in prison are there, 90%. I went downtown I went downtown yesterday to find out about a bond, and I told the lady, I was like, well, like obviously there's drugs relation here, and person's going to like rehab. But I was like, I'm sure you get that a lot. Like, and she was like, yeah, like a lot of people don't get that chance to go to rehab. She's like, that's great. Like, they found this place or whatever that like the hope dealers, like everybody should call them. But anyway, I won't say it too loud. I won't say it again because I don't want too many people to know it. But yeah, they should know it. Hope dealers, like drug dealers, hope dealers. They give insurance and then they help you get into the rehab. So they give you insurance if you don't have it, so you can get into the rehab. But I'm like trying to find out about getting the person out so they can get to the rehab. And I'm like, I'm sure but I was like, there's, obviously drugs relations. Great girl. She's not a black girl. She was like, and I said, I'm sure like 75, because when you're talking to people at the jail, they're usually like, I don't give a shit about anybody, or they are truly give a shit. Like there's only 1 or 2. You have the people that have worked there a long time that they don't give a shit because they are truly like what do you call it? What are the people that not masochists but sadists? They're sadists. Yes. That they like seeing people suffer, and that's the only way you could keep that job. Or you have people that haven't worked there long. You do have a few people that have worked there a while, and they have, like, I would say like my daughter would do, or something like, you're in the system to try to beat the system, and that's the only way through it, right? So you have some people like that. And this lady may have been kind of like that. She was either that or hadn't been there. I think actually I asked her, and I think she'd only been there like 6 months. So yeah, she probably just hadn't burnt out yet from it. But she said, I said, well, I'm sure, like, I said, well, probably most people in here, I didn't say most people. I said probably like 75% of the people in the jail anyway are like in there for drugs, I'm sure. She said, try 90% plus.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
And so she said 90% plus are in here for drugs.
Yeah.
And I said, are you serious? She's like, yeah. She's like 90% plus, I would say, are in here for drugs and anything drug related. Like, so they may have somebody that gets, accused of stealing somebody's pocketbook, but obviously they know because last week they were in there for their cocaine addiction or their whatever. Like they don't have a driver's license because they got accused of pot, 3 years ago, and they don't have a license, and then they were arrested for coke, and now they're arrested for stealing and or driving again, and they don't have a license because they got arrested for 5 years ago for driving with pot, and then they took their license and they didn't have the money to get it back. Like all these things continually, like nonstop swinging door system that is all about money. And so that's what most people that are like, I don't want people robbing my family, and I think prison, we need to have stricter penalties. No, you don't. What you need is people fixed, because the majority of the problem, that's why I went to her and said, that's so sad. I was like, because it's mental health is what most people need. And she's like, I know. And so the majority of that, the money, like you got to think about, okay, how much the officers, like even if you think about what I said tonight, and I said I was arrested for the mushrooms, right?
Yeah.
If that cop pulled me over, and let's say he pulled me over because he thought I ran around twice in this building and my car had been flagged because he thought, oh, she was arrested with someone who had methamphetamines on them, a week ago, right? So now what you're doing is you've now paid 2 cops in addition to anything else before this. Let's just go from there forward. You just paid 2 cops to arrest me, to fucking pull me over, 2 police officers. One of them is not your regular police officer making 40, 50. One of them is a higher police officer, so he's making more, obviously. And you're paying them yearly salaries, and now they're arresting, so they're pulling me over. Now they call a drug dog, which those dogs are outrageously expensive, and the person that trains that dog, which he doesn't make the base salary of a police officer, he's making more, to come search my car. Then they call, but once that dog sniffs and alerts on his 3rd round, he calls his supervisor to help him search, because apparently the first officer, who's probably making base salary, is not able to, or he has to stand with me or whatever the fuck he's doing. I don't fucking know. Whatever reason, his supervisor comes out, who is like a 55-year-old man, 60-year-old man, fucking. So now they're going through my car for another 45 minutes after stopped. So now we're looking at a good hour, I would say an hour and 15 minutes before I lifted the bra up, right? And now what do you have? So now at that point, if I hadn't agreed, they were then going to wait for a female officer to join the crew, okay, to then eventually find out I had like $30 worth of fucking mushrooms on me. Right?
Yeah.
That mushrooms, which are being used in multiple states legally and are being used by doctors and psychiatrists throughout the United States and throughout the world, and it's a known thing to get people off drugs. Okay, so now here you are. So you're saying you arrested someone last week, and I'm saying, yeah, I was using this to help the person you arrested last week to get off drugs, and now you're going to arrest me. And now, so guess what? So you just paid all that in your little tax dollars to now put someone else. I'm now back in jail, okay? Now you're paying for me to be in jail. Now, if my parents or I don't pay that bond, you could pay for me to eat, sleep, and breathe for fucking as long as they'll fucking allow me to eat, sleep, and breathe there, right? You're gonna pay the shit, right? You're paying for me to be there. Okay, if I was that poor and if I didn't really want to see my fucking family or my fucking pets, to be honest, I would have been like, oh, let's just eat here because I'm getting used to this goddamn cake on the floor. Like, it's fine. And but, so Douglas knows that joke. So yeah, so then you go in and you're like, okay, now you're paying for that. Now think about it. You put me out originally. If I had originally a meth problem, which is what I was arrested for the first time, you put me out on a bond and you didn't help me. So then I am arrested for mushrooms, and now you've charged me twice. Now I am looking at having to hire a lawyer for $7,500. And that's somebody who has money because I'm lucky enough to be able to do that because of my family.
Right. Right.
Now, what if you're not that lucky? Here's what you're going to do. This person's eventually going to go to court. They're going to be charged. They're going to tell them, well, you could be looking up to like 5 years in prison or whatever, but you know, you never had any drug arrests, so we'll plea you down. Maybe, you know, depending on what it was. Like, let's say somebody else, especially if it was a guy and he had any other charges before, you're probably like, we'll plea you down to 1.5 years jail, and then you can do, or a year jail, you'll do probation, you go to prison, or let's say I get pregnant. Okay, we'll just plea you down. You take these courses through the state. You pay $3,000 to do that, okay? And then you'll be on probation for 2 years, and you'll pay $6,000 there, or whatever the fuck, right? Like you pay. Let's say it's $1,500. I may be exaggerating. $1,500 to take courses, and then $3,000 to be on probation for 3 years, and then because you have to pay that monthly. That's a monthly fee. Anybody on probation is paying monthly, or they're pulled off probation if they don't pay that fee. In addition, so then you're looking at now they're paying that system again, right? And that's all it's about is money. It is a money fucking goddamn tree, because here's the thing: the people that lose their jobs. Now, let me ask you this: did I get any mental health in that? Did I get any real help off drugs? No. Now, they will say you can take this state course, but I'll tell you what that state fucking course is. It is fucking not a rehab. It is not a rehab facility. The only time they put somebody in a rehab facility is when they have a no bond, when they're sitting there and they're on like trafficking charges, and they've been sitting in there 6 months with no bond. South Carolina is like, well, finally, because we got to get you out of here some way, and you haven't gone to court yet, and you aren't getting a lawyer to get you out, so we'll try to put you on the rehab list. And they put them on a rehab list, and if they get on that rehab list after months of being in the jail, they will eventually get to a rehab. But then that still will not do anything but say they went to a rehab, and because they've already been in jail for months. They're off drugs. I mean, they're off drugs. What they need is mental health. And when you think if you're going to a state-run mental health facility that you're actually getting true mental health, no. That is a detox facility, and you've already detoxed somebody. Their detox, if they've been in jail a lot, they're detoxed. So you now sent them not to a true mental health facility, not saying that there aren't some people in these state facilities that are trying to do okay, but the majority, I went in one for a day. I know the guy told me he was the one guy that helped me get out. That was during 2020, and he said, you know, like, I threatened to kill myself. I didn't know, like, that was the other time I was going to be like, he was like, I'm going to arrest you for disorderly conduct. And I was like, fuck you, I'll kill myself. And he's like, did you say you'd kill yourself? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay. The cop did. I didn't know.
Actually, what he said was, are you threatening to kill yourself? And when she said yes, then he took her to the, yes.
Yeah, from the hospital, I got them purple, got taken there. And so then I had no idea.
And boy, did you regret ever threatening to kill yourself.
Every fucking second. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're about to get charged with murder, if you're like, I just murdered somebody, right? Or something, or you know you're not going to get out in a day or two, go ahead and try to kill yourself. It's fine, because you're going to be stuck there, and at least they give you better drugs at the mental health facility if you need them. Like, you've got some freedoms there. There's free snacks, okay? There were 3 cigarette breaks a day. Like, I will say, after now, because I'm now going back to jail since then, so now I can say, well, just depends on what you're looking at. Disorderly conduct, I'd have been out in like 5 hours. I went to the mental health facility, and they were like, we can keep you for 2 weeks, basically, because you have good insurance.
Yes.
And the only way I got out.
Terrifying.
Because
Terrifying.
that's what the doctor told me. So I actually met with the doctor, and because Maggie was there, and she like called, and she was a nurse, and she spoke with him.
Right.
And because it was 2020, it was literally, I went to jail because the shutdown.
But by the way, when she uses the term Maggie, she's talking about evil Boldyke, who was controlling her life for a period of time and drove her to the point where she threatened to kill herself, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, she had her issues then. I think she's doing.
But at least Maggie's call to that facility prevented Brooke from having to give the doctor a blowjob.
Yes, I will say that. And actually, Maggie was jealous because she even asked me, she's like, you seem to really, when I got out, she said, you seem to really like this doctor. Why do you keep, and I did, because he was, first of all, he was sane.
Yes.
He took me into a private room, like we would have to meet in these meetings. He was the psychologist guy.
Yes.
She had two doctors. She had the medical doctor and then the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And the psychiatrist, he had only been there a couple of months.
Yeah.
And my doctor, he never even saw me. Maggie talked to him. It was a black doctor. He came in once, and because I got taken on Friday, he came in once on the Sunday, and finally Maggie was able to get him on the phone. And he had to be the one to sign me out. But the only reason he signed me out was because Maggie had pushed him, and then the psychiatrist pulled me in again and said, I've already asked him to pull you out. He said, you do not need to be here. He said, I want to let you know. Here's the thing. He said, Brooke, they're keeping you here. He said, because you have good insurance.
Yes.
He said,
yes.
And it's just like he said, I'll tell you, like, I've only worked here a few months. He's like, I'm trying to, like, he wanted to help people. Like, he truly was that type of person. He was married. He wanted to help people. He talked about his kids because when we're in, like, therapy sessions, I guess they talk about their shit to supposedly get other people to open up.
Right.
So, like, I knew part of his life story. And he had said, but when he pulled me in the room, he was like, yeah, I have insurance. And I mean, you have insurance and they want to keep you. But like, there was a guy out there that came out he had been on crack. He was a Vietnam veteran. And he was literally came out yelling one morning because you have to get up every morning at 5:30 a.m. to get your vitals checked, I guess. And so we always had to come out at 5:30 in the morning and say, you have to wait for your name to be called. And before you can get back to bed. So I'm waiting. And then here he comes out yelling in the hall, hey, nurse, come in here. Come look at my we already knew he was nice when he would sit out there with us. And we knew he had issues, like, but he'd been there well before I got there, apparently. And he says, come look at my, I need you to come look at the toilet. And it was basically, I won't go any further, I guess, what he said, but there was things moving in the toilet. There were worms. There were a lot of worms.
Yes.
And so, yeah. So, but this same man but he really needed help. He was old. Like, he obviously was he did not need to be put back because he was asking me, he's like, they're going to, because they would drive him back. Because even though he was from Colombia. And he would tell me when we were sitting out in like the break room, he just kind of said, where you can get your birth certificate, and I'm like, well, where are you from? And he's telling me, and he's like, well, they're driving me back to such and such. And I'm like, that's like over 2 hours away. And he's like, yeah, that's where they got me. That's where they're going to leave me. But I need a birth certificate to be able to do something, because they said he could get like some kind of help, but he needed his birth certificate. And this same man who couldn't get that, and like, he was so like just old and also just had done drugs and also just like mentally just not there. Like, he was obviously not on drugs. I'm talking to him because he'd been there for several weeks. He's just not able to function in society. He did not need to be let loose there. But while I'm sitting there completely like, yeah, you know what? I just said I was going to kill myself so I didn't have to go to jail. Obviously that didn't work out. Can you let me go? And the guy's going, well, they want to hold you for 2 weeks. And the guy I'm begging, like he said, he didn't tell me the name, but I knew he was talking about. He's like, I'm begging to keep somebody else. They're releasing tomorrow. He's like, and they won't hold him anymore because he's on Medicaid, and Medicaid only pay for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So my point is, there's no mental health that actually works in our system. But you know what we're paying for? A bunch of cops when we need to be sending out mental health providers. A bunch of jails when we need to be sending people to actually good mental health. And all these cops that say they won't have jobs, or people that are worried they know a cop or they know a prison guard, they need to say, hey, it's not about you not having a job. It's about, just like anything else, go back to school for mental health.
Yeah.
Because we're in a
I
mental
like
health
it.
crisis, and that's what people need.
Quite true. Quite true. And of course, spirituality can help there as well. I do want to answer Amy in the chat room. Amy has been listening for a very long time. I don't mean just tonight. I mean must have been 10 years by now, because she remembers me saying, she asked the question, did Douglas once say death/afterlife was boring? Yes, it can be. So understand that this is
Amy has a fucking memory of I don't know. She remembered something the first time I met her. Like, she remembers something.
This
about
is not
me.
Amy Como. This is not Amy Como.
Oh, that's good. A good thing I didn't say she stalks us.
Anyhow, this is just to give people an example of this. I speak of, I want to get back, of course, to the chart, but what I do want to relate is the very real archetypal experience of a humble young lady whose story was something that people should be able to find on YouTube, on old episodes of, that horrible show that I wouldn't recommend otherwise. What was it again? The one that I was interviewed on. Coast to Coast AM. It's been so long I couldn't even remember the name. So Coast to Coast AM had one young lady interviewed one time who had been riding a bicycle and hit by a car. And she flew 20 feet into the air, hit the ground so hard, both her lungs collapsed. And she died, clinically died. Of course, they brought her to the hospital, worked on her, and reanimated her. But during that period of time, she clinically flatlined a series of times. And with each time, she had a near-death experience in which she entered a different level of the afterlife. And as someone who has died myself more than once, I can tell you everything she said was true. Now, like our Christ, our Lord and Savior, the first place she went to was hell. And that's the first place I went to when I first died.
Well, it's not the first. It's the first place I'll send you, but it might also be the last.
There's a story behind how I got out. In terms of how she got out, it was just, you don't belong. Not because the devils acquiesced to that, but she just reanimated, and that pulled her out. So the first time she died, she was confronted by hideous, very large, malevolent demons who proceeded to devour her alive. That's when they reanimated.
So basically, your family.
It's so cute. So then they reanimated her, and she was out of that. Then she flatlined again, and she went to a different place. Now, eventually, she basically made it to the presence of God, essentially, which was just.
And by the way, when I said your family, I didn't mean blood family. I just meant some people you associate with.
Oh, understood. Understood. No, yeah, it's not taken as such. Anyhow, when she. Yeah, but this is what she said about the presence of God when she was in the presence of ultimate love and happiness. This feeling, just this light. It's just this big, warm, fuzzy ball of light. And by the way, Amy gives us the heart sign with her hands, and Douglas and Brooke, she says, with the heart sign. You can check into the chat room and respond to her. Again, this is a different person from.
Why isn't Amy on? Now, why isn't that Amy on? I like that Amy.
But at any rate, so what happened was that.
I mean, the other Amy. Where's the other Amy?
She went through surgery the other day, but I think she's okay, and hopefully she'll drop back in. But back to where this girl was in the presence of God. So big, warm, fuzzy sun. Everyone is rotating around. Everybody's just a little planet around the infinite sun, source of light and love. And she basically winds up in the presence of this all-accepting, all-loving presence, and said something along the lines of, "Oh, wow, I'm dead, I'm here," or something, and just that being kind of responded. The only way she could interpret it in her mind was, "That's great." And then she got really fucking bored and said, "Geez, this really gets old quick, and I'm really fucking bored."
Yeah, that's what they say. They say that, like, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that people say that, like, most people near death don't get bored that fast.
Yeah,
but that
well,
in general,
right. Now remember, as you said, there's a timelessness,
like, why
right?
do you choose to come back?
Yeah, but
like,
yeah,
as you get bored.
Yeah, yes,
Yes.
So as you yourself said, there's a timelessness. Her time there might be vastly different from the time it took them to reanimate her. So when they started reanimating her with that final experience, she said to that being, "I'm leaving now. And the being responded, the only way she could interpret it in her mind was, "That's great." And, all accepting. And then she wound up reanimated. And but yes, like myself, she had been to the major realms with each flatline. Now hers were all at once. Mine was with different death experiences. But my first death experience, yes, was hell. Not the way she experienced it, but different. And so you want to hear how I got out, or?
Yeah. Go ahead. If you sacrifice me, I swear to God.
Or we can go back to the diagram, which I do want to bring to people's attention when it comes to the Cather. If you take a look at the Amazon chart, the upper levels of the Cather, the highest crown, has 3...
I like Amy. I'm looking at her channel. She's got one of her favorites is 10 years ago, drinking alcohol and still losing weight. It is possible.
So
I'm totally there, Amy. Like, I've got to lose some weight here. Like, not doing my meth anymore, so you need something.
Now, all the charts I brought to everybody have
Whatever.
the Da'ath, the invisible sphere that's usually hidden, which is in...
Oh my gosh, she's got a big nipple on here.
Cool.
So I'm sorry, Amy. No, I shouldn't be to your channel. You probably don't realize that everybody can look at your channel. But I always look at that just to verify if somebody's real.
That's true. That's true. It's important. It's important. Yes.
Yes, because that's the only reason I look at me is because there's people that'll be like, I'm Amy, and will be some gang stalker of Douglas's. So
yeah, it's true. No,
like,
it's true. Yeah, that's true too. So that people understand the radiance of halos. There's 3 halos above the crown of Cather. They're conveyed as concentric rings. These are the veils of the unmanifest. So in Kabbalistic cosmology, the great unmanifest condensed out of itself the sphere of Cather, whilst remaining in and of itself unchanged. Thus, Cather represents the original positive manifestation of our universe.
I'm going to have to mute myself because when you talk like this, I'm about to orgasm. Like, yes, we all are.
Oh, thank you, honey. But it's not the universe itself. That honor, which is considered dubious by many mystics, goeth unto the bottom sphere on the diagrammatic tree, Malkuth, whereon acts out fulfillment in kingship. In other words, all the power plays take place. Now, understand that the Hebrew Kabbalists are the Kabbalists. They superimposed a generalized classification scheme that is simplified for our purposes over this detailed schematic of the 10 Sephiroth, to describe the arrangement of reality by division into at least 4 basic levels of being. The Olemos, the concealed worlds. Are you replaying my... or someone joined us?
No, I was pausing it. I was trying to switch over to the computer. Sorry. Yeah. But, I was trying to switch over to the computer. Sorry.
Okay. So that's probably a subconscious hint from her. She'd rather ask the question Amy is asking. Amy's asking, Douglas, how did you get out?
There we go. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy.
Oh, okay.
How has this girl been on here 10 years and not on the show? That's why, now that I know she's a real person, you need to get this girl on.
Yes. I mean, alcohol and nipples.
10 years.
Alcohol and
10
nipples.
years.
How can we resist? I'm just going for the alcohol and nipples. Forget the 10 years.
I know, right? So alcohol. I'm like, I'm gonna bring her on. I'm like, fuck. And on top of it, Amy, by the way, I don't know why you're still listening. Had I known, I wouldn't come on. I'm just gonna let you know right now because I didn't know Douglas had gang stalkers. And you should probably know if you come on, your life will go to hell in a goddamn handbasket. Because you will get hated. You'll get hated by some people that you don't ever meet or hear about. Yes. They will hate you and they will send shit your way. You may actually get some fucking shit sent your way from people that you hear on this broadcast. So either way, you're gonna get fucking hated, and you're gonna have to learn that spirituality is a shit that you have to sometimes send some back and do some protection spells. Is all I'm gonna say. I didn't believe in protection or protection spells, or I wish I'd never knew. So that's the only question. That, you know what? I would love Amy enough to give her the warning. If he invites you on, just know, life in your hands, okay? Because I just thought, let me tell you how I came on here, Amy. I saw him one time, and I was like, seems like he's very weird. He looks like he's looking me in the eyes. He's a vampire. I'm gonna subscribe to his channel. He says I should subscribe. I subscribed. Next fucking night or two nights later, apparently he's on a live broadcast.
Yeah, don't forget, you thought the broadcast was live because Doofus uploaded it
to the original broadcast, to the original thing I saw him on, that I'm like, literally, like, he's looking into my eyes. Doofus, the guy, who was that guy?
Sean Bond! Poor bastard, you look his name up, all you find is James Bond, because his name is Sean Bond, so all you find is Sean Connery is James Bond.
Yes, his name is Sean Bond. He's fucking, look, I can say I've done drugs, I've done plenty of them, I've tried some more recently than others, and, you know, experienced those, and found out what those were about. I'm like, I don't want to do them anymore. Like, don't want to deal with that. But, like, you know, thought I was done with drugs.
He never came down. He never came down.
But that's what I'm saying. He was like one of those people that what I will say is I did try acid, LSD two or three times before I obviously was a mother and got married and all that. Right. So before, because I became pregnant at 21. So 2019, 18 was somewhere in there. I tried LSD 3 times, I think. Yes. And the third time, I was scared because I tripped by myself, because I don't know if you ever trip with somebody else. If you tripped acid, you'll get this. I thought I was going to trip with a friend, my best friend at the time, and we took off in our car, and we both took 2 hits of LSD. Well, apparently they were the liquid drops, you know, you put on the paper, and I had taken them, and I got some good fucking apparently shit. Well, what they did is apparently they double dosed mine too, and she got nothing. She's like, I don't feel shit. And I'm like, oh my God, how are you? Oh, and I can't even talk now. I'm like, I don't know, fucking A, is that a world? Are we in a world? Is this a world? Where are we at? And she's like, what is wrong with you? I just need to go get gas. And I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about, gas. I'm like, but I'll go gas. You know what that is. I'll pump it. And then I'm like, I'll pump it. And like, just to give you the example of the highlight of the night was like, not the highlight, because it was the beginning of the night. I don't know what that poor girl went through before she dropped me off. She was ready to get rid of me. But she was ready to get rid of me. And I came in thinking I was tripping acid forever. I thought I'd never come off this trip.
That is so
that was Sean Bond. He never came off.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
But I went to pump gas, and she's like, can you just pump the gas, Brooke? And I had just started tripping. This is the difference. She never tripped. I just started. And I'm like, yeah, I'll pump the gas. And then let me tell you something. I have a good drug and alcohol tolerance. Like, it wasn't like I was like I just suddenly got dope. Oh my God, I got a tiny hit of. No. I was cool. Like, we were cool together. She knew. Someone gonna trip with somebody, you can trip with Brooke. Like, or do anything with Brooke. Brooke has her shit together. No. Brooke was like, I'll pump the gas, and then I go to pump it while she goes into pay, you know, because this is back in the day before you're always paying the thing. Yes. So she goes into pay, I put the gas in the thing, and I go to pump it. And I'm squeezing, and I'm like, there's no pressure. And you know how if you haven't paid, there's no pressure. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just push it and there's no pressure. You push it, there's no pressure. So you're like, it's not. And I'm looking, and then she's in there paying. I can see she's paid, and she's coming out. So as I'm seeing her walk back to the car, I'm like, there should be pressure. So then I'm like, there's nothing. So then I have my hand fully down on the thing because there is no pressure, and I just pull the thing out. At this point, I don't realize that I am spraying gasoline throughout. Because the pressure, I couldn't feel the pressure. Because I was, you know, they used to put strychnine and shit in LSD, so I'm assuming something like that. Like, I couldn't feel that I was even, like, it just felt like air to me. Like, it felt like air. And I was like, there's no gas. And then I, like, pull it out. I'm like, there's no gas. And I just turn around and look at her. It's not pumping. And she starts running. She's like, bruh, she just grabs it from me. And then I turn back around, and I'm like, I see this spray of gasoline just going through the parking lot.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shit.
That is funny.
What I'm
That
saying is that could have been a permanent trip for me, and that's what I thought it was.
Oh yeah.
What I will also say
Yeah.
is that is what Sean Bond, if you ever meet him, just imagine that Brooke, okay? As much as you don't like me, but that Brooke was a lot worse. Like, she didn't even get the fact she was pumping gas. That's what Sean Bond seems to be on permanently.
Yes.
But I question you, Douglas. Why did you then let him interview you?
How was I to know? How was I to know?
I don't know. Watch somebody, watch their shit, know them before you let them interview you.
Oh shit! I guess. Well, look at what came of it. You came out of it, so it had to. It must have been
it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday afternoon, and I'm like, I just left my job like 3 weeks before, and like thinking, oh, this will be a great break from work. Like, just 3 weeks. Had no idea. As Douglas and I talked about, again, don't come on his goddamn show is what I'm telling people. Don't come on it, because it was supposed to be 3 weeks, and here we are. And yeah, just whatever.
Oh,
you cannot blame Douglas. You can blame I would just say, send me money is what I would say every time you send him. Every time you send him $1, you should send me 3 is what I'm just trying to say. Like, I need help out. So anyway, BugsyBrook@gmail.com. Just
yeah, but by the way, what you described reminds me of that comedy scene in Zoolander. There's a movie called Zoolander where all these guys are fighting, play fighting. They're play fighting in a gas station by squirting each other with the gas guns, and they're spraying gas over each other. And then one of the idiots thoughtlessly lights up a cigarette, and they all blow up.
Yeah. I'm not totally. Listen, I had no idea. And if she hadn't screamed, and then I'm like, what? I'm looking at her while she's running toward me, yelling. Still with my hand fully down on the trigger, okay? Spraying gas toward the front of the car. Like, just facing, I don't know if there was a car in front of me. I don't think there was. It was nighttime. But, like, I'm fully gas is sprayed because it feels like basically if you just press down there. Like, I did not feel anything. So I'm holding it like it would be like when you take it off the pump, Like, it just felt like nothing to me. And I'm like, what? What?
Yes,
well, I didn't know if she was running out. There was a robbery. Like, did she run into when she run away? Like, I'm trying to figure out why she run into me yelling.
Oh my god.
She finally gets close enough and points, and I turn back around. And she's going to grab it from my hand.
Yes.
I'm like, and then I go, oh, I would have totally. You're lucky I didn't light up a goddamn cigarette.
Yes.
I fucking would have, because I had no idea.
Yeah, no, there you go. Of course.
I don't know what your problem is, but I'm gonna smoke this cigarette here.
Yes.
Toward me.
Yeah. In the movie Zoolander, it's much worse because they're actually spraying each other and they should know better, but then one of them thoughtlessly anyway lights up a cigarette. So it can easily, these things can so easily happen. I could easily see myself doing something that this one young lady described her brother doing, but we'll get to the story that Amy wants to hear. And El Nemo is in the chat, and El Nemo says, so nice to hear Brooke on stream. So there.
El Nemo's fucking lying. El Nemo hates me. Nemo, just fucking admit it. Just say, I hate you, Brooke. Say it. You hate me.
Yeah.
And, never loved me.
And let's take a look.
I do love Nemo. You know why I love Nemo? Because of his name.
Yes. He says, once when I was 5 years old, I took my push bike to a gas store and tried to pump my bike with gasoline.
And then somebody tried to molest you, and you.
He says that he tried to pump his bike with gasoline and made a mess. That's cute. There you go. Let's get into the tale of.
How did you get out of hell?
Yes. Well, it starts in school, and what I think was like really young, first grade. I think it was.
Whoa. You went to hell? You went to first grade? Like, what are you saying?
I went to hell because I died, but the story starts in first grade.
Oh my god, fuck this story. I'm sorry, Amy. I don't want to hear from first grade on. We'll be fucking at 10th grade and he'll still be finished. Oh, we'll finish the story next
No, it's a fast forward. But the story starts in, it's like, might not have been first. Maybe it was third? But how old is someone in third grade?
Third grade would be like 7 or 8.
Probably
Seven
more
to
like
8,
that
about
then.
8.
Gotta be more like 9. So what's that? 4th grade?
Well, I was 10 and I was in 4th grade when my ankle broke. So yeah, so 8 or 9.
Okay, so it's around that time. So it must have been 4th grade. 4th grade. So it's 4th grade, which is why I probably have a memory of it. And that was the beginning of a real bad turn in my life.
What was that? I mean, Peacock Angel wasn't a bad turn. It was the beginning. Like, where are we starting here?
So there was this blonde chick, white blonde chick. She was going to grow up.
Great.
Yeah.
So you're describing me so far.
Yeah, she was going to grow up to be a Barbie doll, and there was something.
You're describing me again.
Yeah, and there was something terribly wrong with her.
There you're describing. Fuck you, asshole.
And so we had animals in the classroom, so the kids would learn about animals, little animals in cages, and like some of them were hamsters, and some of them were other types of animals. Some aquariums with turtles.
If you hurt one of these goddamn animals, I swear to God, or anybody did, and you tell this story and you don't tell me to hang up first and never hear it,
I didn't do it. I didn't do it, but it's a part of the story.
No, we're not doing it.
Look, I'll make this as merciful as possible. Okay, forewarning, trigger warning. She kills an animal. Okay, so it's a budgie.
Who?
A budgie, a little bird. So what happened?
A fucking bitch? A fucking blonde bitch kills an animal?
Yeah, but this is how she did it. It's not gory. It's not. Just listen. Hear me out. Okay. This young lady was obviously troubled, and at one point, I think she must have liked me, was drawn to me, had a crush on me, something, because when she and I were looking at the budgie in the cage, she reached in, took out the budgie, and she proceeded to start screaming. And I looked at her, of course, puzzled, concerned, and she started shouting.
You said bungee cord?
But budgie.
A bunny.
Budgie, it's a bird. Budgie.
What the fuck is a budgie? Nobody, you might know, but most of us non-bird people don't know what a budgie is. It's not a pigeon. It's not a robin. It's not a fucking cardinal.
It's
not a fucking parakeet. What the fuck is a budgie?
It's a budgie. It's spelled B-U-D like Bud the beer. G-E-R-I-G-A-R. The common parakeet. It's a fucking parakeet, okay?
Okay, well, can somebody else, there's one person that's listening in the chat that can be like, I also did not know what a budgie or whatever the fuck you said was.
It's a parakeet.
Like, am I the only person in the goddamn world that doesn't know what a budgie, like, it sounded like you were saying bungee, like a bungee cord.
I slur my words. Remember, it's hard to believe, but English is a second language for me, okay?
Okay, whatever, mister. I grew up here and was born here.
Yeah, at any rate.
Or almost. You were born here. Were you born here? You were born here, right?
No. I was born in Taipei, Taiwan.
Okay, yes. But you were raised here from like 2 or 3. You were raised here.
3.
You know what English is? Then you can say English is you know what English is for me?
We spoke Chinese at home. We spoke Chinese at home.
You know, I speak at home. I still speak. I don't even know English. As you can ask George Knight. I don't even know.
Oh my God! All right. So she grabbed this budgie, this parakeet. She screams, "What are you doing? Somebody help!"
What?
Yes, and started crushing the parakeet until she killed it. At which point she dropped it on the floor as all the adults showed up and said, "Look at what he did!"
Did you do it? Douglas, I swear to God right now,
no, of course
I will
not.
put you in hell forever.
No, I
You're
did
lying
not.
And you did this.
I am not lying. I did not do it. And I wouldn't even dream of doing such a thing. But of course, I was then seen as a psychotic, murderous individual who had traumatized this young lady. and was pinned as a villain from that point forward in my life. So
What did your mother and dad say?
of course they defended me, but nobody believed them. They took the word of the young, blonde, traumatized girl, despite the fact that she had claw marks and beak bites and blood on her hands. She told them that was from warding off my advances.
Okay, I'm just sorry, but like anybody listening to this story, like Douglas, I love you, and I don't think you would do this because I swear to God, here's the thing: you know me,
Yes.
and I told you. You remember how I told you about
Yes.
the fucking boat, and
Yes,
I promised him, and I said, I promise you.
Yeah.
When I say I promise, I promise. A promise fucking comes true. I promise you. It doesn't matter where my soul will be. I will fucking make you miserable and haunt you in like your next life, wherever the fuck you are. It will be so much worse.
Look, honey, it wasn't
If
me.
you're lying. But
Yeah.
here's the thing. So you better call me and be like, no, Brooke, I really did kill the bird. I was just
No, I didn't kill the bird.
But
No.
if you didn't kill the bird,
Yeah.
then I have to say, was that girl just like some person that could see the future and just be like, he's gonna haunt people. I think he's a vampire. He's going to make girls' life miserable. And so I'll just go ahead and head him off now and kill a bird.
Here's what I believe was going on, was that she was abused at home. And this was her only way of lashing out at anybody else. And now, when I died and went to hell,
I forgot. That's where we were going. I should shut up. I forgot about that story.
So
Sorry.
when I died and went to hell, the first thing that struck me was
the bird?
No, was awe. Just awe. So people see. Now remember, hell reflects much of you, where you're vibrating out. When you're vibrating or resonating. A good example is this one guy. This is necessary, so people bear with this. There was a individual also interviewed on Coast to Coast AM, among many other places. He'd been interviewed a lot. He was famous as kind of like a hellfire preacher because he had gone to hell. This guy was originally an atheist.
I know who you're talking about. He became a preacher later. You're talking about.
Well, there's so many examples like that. It could be the same guy.
But he went to hell. Are you talking about the guy that originally was an atheist?
Yeah. But there's so many like that. But this guy was one of these types.
I've only seen one. I only met one.
Oh, believe me, there's hundreds of guys like that.
He died in the hospital.
Yeah, in France, yes. But this guy was...
He was in France. He had that...
Yes. He was this artsy-fartsy guy, yeah. And when he died and went to hell, his hell was basically a bunch of other people who then rushed him and started ripping at him.
Ripping and beating him. That's the one story. That's so weird you're telling the story because that's the one story. The only story.
So we know the same guy. We know the same story. So it's the same guy. It's the same guy. So it is him. And the point.
And he eventually, because he could only remember the story of like Jesus, like he started seeing. Was it like Jesus loves me or
whatever it was?
When they were beating him.
Yeah,
he slowly the light got brighter.
Right, and that's how he got out, and so that's why. Then he himself admitted, and you probably heard him admit that he confessed. At first I kept telling everybody the hard sell, and I couldn't get anybody to listen because everybody's, of course, going to turn away. Who the hell wants to listen to that? When some guy comes back and says, I've been to hell and you're going to hell, lest you repent and join Jesus. And of course, everybody walks away in their right mind. It's just like, who needs that shit? But at any rate, he was vibing at a level of being a petty, interpersonal, vindictive type, and that's what he wound up with. Hell is other people when you're a hellish person, and that's where he was vibing at. That's where he wound up.
That's what I think, and that's what I love that you're saying that, because I think you're saying, you and I are agreeing on the same thing, that I think it's all vibration. And so if, that's where people get stuck here. Sometimes you say people are stuck or ghosted because they killed themselves, so your vibration can be stuck lower.
Yes, and this brings us back to the girl. This brings us back to the girl with the multiple death experiences. One of the hells she went to, that was a higher level than the first hell where the demons are just eating her alive. The other hell she went to was a hell of despair, where with her second near-death experience, all she saw was people in a wasteland whose heads were down and they were in despair. And what she couldn't understand was that all these people wandering around in infinite slowness, in despair, hanging their heads in just this hopelessness. What she couldn't understand was they didn't seem to grasp the fact that they could leave anytime they wanted. And she understood that, and she left. But, once you grasp that, no matter where you're at, with that guy, his way of saying it was, Jesus, help me, oh yeah, and so he thought that was the answer. And in his case, it may well be, but whenever you're in any of these sphere, you don't need to be there. Whether it's in the presence of God, where you're so fucking bored, you just say, oh, God, I can't take any more of this love. I'm out of here. Or whether you're down there and you realize, I really don't belong here. You can check out anytime you come to that cognizance. Just understand that. And so this is the whole point about when I went to hell, I didn't get that. I was just so taken in by the environment, which was, here's what I saw. A city laid to waste, modern financial district, congested skyscrapers, all empty, and incredibly corroded, abandoned, but hordes of people at the street level trying to go in and out of the buildings to try and take shelter or maintain some semblance of normality. Some trying to get into cars that wouldn't start but had obviously been corroding there on the sides of the streets for a long time. All of it in a very amber, dusky, reddish, rust ambience. But between all the skyscrapers, extraordinarily supermassive cobwebs with strands of spider web as thick as steel cables, like undersea cables that would carry communications cables, thick white gooey strands that supermassive spiders were slowly releasing little strands where they'd swoop up people by the dozens or by the singles and bring them up to devour. Oh, that's what all the people were trying to pretend didn't exist and were trying to avoid while they just kept trying to get in cars, go into the skyscrapers, and live some shadow of their former existence. And I was just so taken with the sight of all of this that I really didn't notice her at first. But then she came and faced me squarely and started pounding at my chest with both fists and pushing me with a great deal of force, where I was irritated and annoyed and like, fuck bitch, haven't you caused enough trouble in my life? So it was the young lady who had killed the parakeet. And she came and she was glowing. I mean, glowing, like golden, kind of a very honey-colored amber. And really, like I said, pounding at my chest with both fists really hard, then
But
pushing.
Let me ask you a question. How did you know it was her? Because she would have looked very different.
No, she looked
know?
pretty much the same. She looked pretty much the same.
They say sometimes you'll just know people, like
Well, there was that, but she looked pretty much the same. She, granted, was taller, maybe a bit more developed, but really young. It's still around, maybe at the oldest, looked like around 11 or 12. But,
So she was still
I'm sorry?
So she was still, at that age. I mean, obviously, where you were. Okay.
Well, I was much older at that point, but
like,
she wasn't.
Young, like,
but
you
she,
like your age now. So,
that's right. But she had only aged maybe by a few years. Would have been like not even entering puberty or adolescence yet. So then I found myself reanimated. And
but now, what was the last thing you saw and thought of her again?
Well, she just looking me straight in the eye and balling up both her hands into fists and pounding on my chest with both hands, flailing very violently, and then pushing me just to the point where I was like irritated, annoyed, like, come on, you fucking bitch, didn't you cause enough trouble in my life already? But she pushed me back into my body, essentially, and I reanimated. But as for her appearance, glowing, amber, honey-colored, effervescent, sparkly, is the way I would describe it. Certainly not one with her surroundings. It was as if she was came there just to push me out. And now, I promised her family that I would never give her name away, and I will not, but I will tell people I worked with a private detective at the Presidio military base. Real sleaze bucket, but knew some tricks of the trade, and I found out her name, remembered to trace her down, and found out she had killed herself around the age that I had seen her. So she had killed herself around the age of 11 or 12. And that means that it's not the age I was when I died. When I died and went to hell, I was much older, probably around twice that age, approximately. And the only conclusion I can draw is that she felt she owed me something. So there you have it. That was how I got out.
Well, I was about to say she hadn't killed herself, that she was just part of a memory, and they were pounding on your chest to bring you back, right? And then your memory was something dark, because you were like, if you had been in a dark place, then she would have been part of that, maybe a dark memory. But then, also like what you're saying, like if she was there to bring you back, well, then why would that be? And so, if she's stuck, because usually I would say souls that kill themselves, I don't say they're all stuck here in this realm, but you usually look at two places. When you kill yourself, most people, and this is not for all, but I would say most people that kill themselves, you have to look. Okay, so for me, I don't kill myself. We've all been in dark places. The majority of people I think that don't kill themselves are one of two people. They're either stupid and they just like, oh, tomorrow's going to be great, I'm sure. Right? And or, because I just think that,
You
like
mean people who don't kill
like,
themselves.
so
You mean people who don't kill themselves, right?
people that do not kill themselves.
Yes, that's right. That's right. By the way, just to reinforce that, the highest suicide rates in the world are in the nations with the highest level of education. My gang brother Beaver once, when I asked him about that, he said, well, you'd be hard-pressed to get a stupid man to kill himself. Yes, go on. Yes.
Exactly. So you've got people that are just like, tomorrow will be better. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't have guilt, or like, they love me. Everybody loves me.
They're just not conscious. Yeah, they're just not conscious.
Yeah, they're just not conscious of everything. So then when you're truly conscious, then you've got, and one of the highest rates, I think, of suicide that I think is surprisingly is of comedians.
Yes. Well, that's not surprising, because they're trying to get laughs because they're so depressed. That's why,
Well, what do you tell me every day that I should be?
Comedian. Yes.
And so my
but I think of you as kind of an exception to the rule. I mean, I don't think of you
I'm not
as
really that funny.
Yeah. Well, there's that.
There's that.
But still, orders of magnitude. You're light years ahead of You're light years ahead of Brandon Young. You're light years ahead of Brandon Young, okay?
Fuck you, bitch. Oh my, did you just fucking put my fucking name in with Brandon goddamn Young? Did you just fucking do that?
Yeah, I really should apologize for that. That's true. That's
because like I get that some of my shit doesn't go over. And
it's still like I said, but you get what I'm saying. You're still orders of magnitude better than Brandon Young.
Oh no! I thought you said I'm in the level with Brandon Young.
No. Oh God, no! I said you're light years. I said you're light years.
Okay, we're gonna have a problem here.
Yeah. I said you're light years ahead of Brandon Young. You're betraying an insecurity. You're betraying a level of insecurity you don't need to betray.
Insecurities. Come on, like I know that.
Yeah.
Like that's part of
you can replay play it later.
warriors
You,
because
yeah, it's
we
on
have
record, so
insecurities
so,
and
so you
fight.
can, yeah, it's on record, so you can play it back later. I said you're light
No, I
years
trust
ahead
you. I
of
trust you said that.
Brandon.
I just didn't
Yeah.
hear it. So anyway,
Yeah.
I don't even know what I was going to say.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
were we
Well,
talking
you were
about?
talking about well, basically, in terms of why I say you're a comedian. It's not. I don't
well,
really
I
view
was
it as
saying comedians
tragic.
kill
I don't view.
themselves,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. A lot of them are tragic. They're morbidly depressed. They're this is why they're seeking laughs. They're desperately trying to overcompensate. That one
Well,
woman.
I'd
Hey, you
say-
remember the
okay,
one
so I
woman?
think-
You remember
so
the
what
one
I
woman?
do it for-
Do you remember the one woman who had the granddaughter that I showed you? Whose her son was married to the gnomish hunchback?
Are you talking about the people that like are midgets?
There was that woman whose granddaughter looked perfect. It looked like it was a just an ad, like an advertisement level perfect daughter. But then you realize the woman with her was like this hunchback with no legs. Remember that? She went mute.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I
yeah.
said no, they look like midgets. Yes,
Yeah,
they look like midgets.
Well, yeah, kind
Like,
of.
or the girl, you're talking about the woman that was on the show.
Yeah,
and I think
that's right. Yeah, she was that level of depression where she wanted to laugh so bad, and I kept making her laugh, and she kept saying, "Oh, I need this because I'm so psychotically depressed."
Yes,
Yeah.
that woman who was not,
Yeah,
that, she
that's-
moved somewhere or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, that's an example of the tragic kind of comedian who is basically trying to get laughs because
But
there's.
she was never funny. I'm funny, okay?
Oh yeah. No, she was just sad. She was just very sad.
No, but
yeah.
but that's not the thing. Like there is that tragedy of that. But what I mean is, she never really tried to be funny. Maybe she did with you. Maybe I didn't.
No, she
on
never
the
did
air, like,
because
I've heard her-
she was too fucked up.
I never heard her try to be funny. As a matter of fact, I remember she was the one that only like when I came on air. That's the time.
Oh, by the way,
apparently
we've been
my
joined
nipples-
by Nemo. Oh my God, hi, Nemo.
Yeah.
Say hi. Say hi.
What's up?
My nipples
it
showed
going?
or whatever, and then Nemo was like, "Mwah, I've never seen a nipple." Nemo said, "I've never seen a nipple."
I saw yours.
That's what
been,
I
bro?
mean. That's what you said. These are like, "I've never seen
Yeah.
a nipple." Replay that. bro.
Yes, there we are.
What have
And
you
I
been
did
up to,
She's
bro?
trying to be
Nemo
funny.
privately.
She's trying to be
That's
funny.
between me and Nemo, though.
Yeah.
We don't ask any questions. We tell no lies. Between me and Nemo.
We don't look and tell.
Yes, there we are. There we are.
Yes, we have a
So, honey.
Me and Nemo have our
Yeah.
secrets, okay?
Yes.
Now,
Yeah.
what I will say is this, though.
Yeah.
What I would say about comedians, the only reason I'll say this is because I obviously need to express myself in some fucking way on here. Which I
Well,
have
you were also
always.
going to tell us what you felt most suicides what happened to them.
So comedians, and so
Mm.
then what I was saying was I would not. So I personally would never commit suicide
Mhm.
because I look at suicide as the most selfish thing you can do.
Mhm.
But that is a personal belief, and you have to go there. You
That
have
sounds
to go there and
Catholic.
love
That
something
that
enough.
sounds like Roman Catholics. But go on.
Well, I think that's the most selfish thing you can do because because you don't have goddamn kids, you idiot, and you don't have pets, okay, and your parents are gone, and so you don't get the selfishness of because you know what, leave me behind, bitch, because I'll just take that $50,000 and I'm gonna put you in a fucking goddamn Pringles can and put you on top of my fucking mantle.
Well,
Okay, you see what I'm saying? I'm
yeah,
not,
well, I certainly
I'm not leaving
see.
those, I would cry and do you understand?
Yeah,
the difference
you
in,
didn't
like,
need to
you have
qualify it. I
parents
understand
that
the
would
humor.
cry for
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Parents
No, but
never
you don't
get
understand.
over
You don't understand.
if you kill
This is
yourself,
kind of
if
like the
you're a
challenge. Wait, honey. This is kind of like the challenge I had when I was explaining to you the case of that young Asian American lady who had her parents killed by her boyfriend and his gang.
Yes, that was horrible.
Yeah,
What's her name? Jennifer something.
Yeah, and Jennifer Lau or something like that. We could always look that up. But the point was that I was trying to relate to Brooke, which she just couldn't get. You don't understand. Her parents, I'm not saying they deserved it, but in a sense they did, because her parents had never offered her anything, not in a single iota of love or affection or anything like that would earn.
Bullshit. Here's
I
the thing. Here's why I
understand
call you
why
bullshit.
you say that. but-
Every parent, I'm going to call you bullshit on your own show, and your microphone talks so much louder than mine. I just heard mine. I got to get a microphone. You're right. But I'm going to have to get a microphone if I'm going to come back on. But what I will say is the fact that she grew up with those parents. You're right.
I grew up with my parents, and my parents taught me. Well, my dad was like,
Yeah, how to be
I'm gonna go to
terrified.
church,
How to
and
be
then my dad was
terrified.
an alcoholic,
Yeah,
and
yeah. What Brooke
I'm not
Gibson's
gonna
mother
go.
did
And
still
your
scars me.
mom,
Still scars me
you
psychologically.
should be a Christian, though. And my mom's like, you should be a Christian. And these are what and the Jews get a second chance. And I'm like, why later? And I find out she doesn't fucking know, And every Sunday, I'm dropped off at the church with my Mima to go in the church. But my mom, who I look back later, this is hilarious. Like, she also doesn't go in the church because since I was born, I'm her only child, by the way. So only one pregnancy she had. And since she had a baby, she felt too fat to go back to the church.
That's
so
funny. That's funny.
For 12 years, because I would say about 13 is when I stopped. Like from the time I was toddling, like, right? She would drop me off because she didn't want to see the people at the church until she lost her baby weight. And I love my mother, but to this day, baby weight is still apparently what she's losing or just finally gave up on. And she looks great. I think she's a great mom. I never wanted her to lose weight, never thought she should. But that's what she thought, right? And that's what she thought the church judged her on.
And just, but by the way, just before I forget, taking into account what you say is quite funny and cute. What I was going to say about the young lady that pushed me out of hell, that had killed herself. I do want to qualify that she was a victim of sexual abuse and didn't know where to turn, and was trapped by concepts that society would shame her, that she would be blamed. From what my private detective that I worked with, Gino Neely, and I were able to ascertain from our professional interrogation of the family, in which we, in a sense, threatened them with trying to pin her death on them as a murder. There were certain insinuations, certain things we did just to get some things out of them, just to kind of bring a closure to the story for myself. That Gino helped me with in terms of his talents in that regard. Nothing in terms of physical torture, but just in terms of a threat like, oh, well, maybe you could be framed for her murder, or people would understand it as such if they only knew, etc. But basically, not to ever encourage anyone to commit suicide. Of course, we'll always discourage that. But what we want people to understand is that there's avenues for help. You have to ask for help. This young lady was under the impression that was impossible. That if she
back then it wasn't the same possibility.
That's quite true. That's quite true.
There just wasn't there. I remember as soon as you said that, I remember a girl that I would go out every day. It was third grade, and I would go out every day, and we would get on a thing, and we would look at this girl, and we would, I didn't make fun of people, so like I can look at I've done things in my life and had made fun of people and regret that, but at that age I did not do anything and I didn't make fun of people or whatever, but I've done things I regret as far as being a bitch to people, but she would sit there every day, and I look back even now, I can see, and even then I thought she didn't like these, she looked cool in class, she looked like she had blonde hair, she wasn't dressed bad, she wasn't one of the fat kids or smelly kids or ugly kids. She looked normal. There was nothing about her that looked pretty much like me. And she sat there every time at recess, and she would just go outside by herself though. Recess is when you find your friends. Recess is in third grade. That's when you find your friends. That's how you develop socially, right?
Yes.
And she would just go by herself, and she would get rocks, and she would just lick the dirt, the red clay off of them. And she would sit there on the edge, just licking the red clay every day for the entire year, and then some of the next year,
and nobody probed into this. Nobody asked.
No, the teachers would go over there and I don't know as a kid because we were playing, so we were doing circle, circle, dot, dot. Now you had your cootie shot. I mean, that's how fucking young we were, right? So we weren't paying attention to did the teachers go over there and how often did they try to stop her? I know teachers probably at some point went over and what are you doing? And I'm sure at some point, because now looking back, obviously she was anemic. I'm guessing she had some type of she wouldn't talk to anybody, but she was developed normally, did grades normally. So I'm guessing, looking back, that she probably did have some home environment shit going on, obviously. And then because I know what anemia does, it will make you, it's pica. Pica makes you want things that are not food.
Right.
So she had pica. So she was craving like the rocks. And it's like, because I had pica when I was pregnant, I got very anemic because I was a vegetarian. And so I craved ice. I craved ice the way you would fucking, I don't know, people crave orgasms. So I would just be like, literally, like I would take 3 cups of raw ice to the bath when I got home from work and get in the bath because it was hot, or in the shower sometimes. And I would get the ice. I would know my teeth were going to bleed. My teeth would be bleeding.
Oh.
I guess.
Oh.
Would be bleeding by the time I got out. But it felt so good. Oh my fucking God. It was like fucking heaven. I don't know. There's other people out there that probably have had an ear infection, like an ear itch in their ear. Have you ever had that ear itch when you had something, which, by the way, if you don't know what that is, that's usually like you have like the fungus in your ear, by the way. Just letting you know. You should put some fucking shit in it. But if you've ever had that ear itch, just like, oh my God. And you just want to stick some in your ear, fucking Q-tip, maybe fucking into your fucking, I don't know, your fucking ear sunglasses, fucking the straw, the green thing from Starbucks is great. Oh, it's like an orgasm. Oh my God. So same thing. That pica, when you're craving something different, it is like, there's people on TV that'll do it. Like, it is completely, like, I would bleed. My teeth would be bleeding. My gums would be bleeding. I would do it daily. Like, get out. Now, they finally convinced me to they wanted me to have a blood transfusion. And I said no. And so then they
Why?
said they agreed.
Why'd you say no to a blood transfusion?
I don't want somebody's blood in me. I don't know how to think on that. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, if I'm dying and like that's all they can do,
I would hope you would accept
to
it.
save my life. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm not like against it.
Okay.
But I was just like, well, are there other options? And they were like, well, that's probably the best option, but you can have an iron infusion. And I was like, well, let's go with that. So then they were like, well, then we need to refer you to, like, basically it was it's a blood doctor. So then I had to get another referral, and then I got, anyway, point is I did get the iron infusion. I was allergic to the iron, which I found out later. I was lucky that they do that test where I was at the doctor. I was at a cancer doctor. So most people, they were having cancer infusions. I was having a iron infusion, and they did the test, and she said, we're just going to do a real quick test real fast. You should be fine. But just let me know, you know, we're in a tiny little dose because some people are allergic. Now, I find out later, let me just preface this. I find out later that, because I think this is no big deal, I find out later that like a lady had just died at Greenville County Hospital, like a few weeks before that, having an iron infusion given to her, and like they didn't do this or whatever, and she was in the iron. So I say I had no idea this was this big a deal, and she's like, I'm gonna give you a little tiny bit. I'll be right back. The girl didn't even know either, because at that point because there was a huge lawsuit on it, and I only found out like a year or two later. Ooh. But it happened a few weeks before. But my point is, they were still new the iron at that point, and there's a new iron they have out now for anybody in iron, so it usually shouldn't happen. But back then, this is like before 2010, 2012, the iron you were getting did have a higher allergy rate for some people. So I don't know how high it was, but like 20%, whatever. So the lady had an iron, and she died. She was a mom, just like me. I just had Noah. It was after I had Noah. He was like 1 year old. So I had a 1 year old and a 4 or 5 year old. And she basically was the same age and had died like a few weeks before. But I didn't find that out for a year or two later.
Wow.
Anyway, but so what happened was the nurse said, I'm going to give you this dose. Just let me, she said, I'll be back to give you the rest. This is just like a test dose we have to give everybody. She's like, if you get anything like, you know, like if you feel allergic, like, you know, your throat, you know, like coughing, sneezing, just let me know. And I'm like, okay, no problem, right? She gives me the dose. She walks away, and I'm going to tell you, within 3 seconds, my eyes start watering. But I'm not really thinking, like, I'm not thinking, oh, my eyes are watering now. And then my eyes were, and then I'm like, my nose is like, and then I'm like, you know, sniffing a little, and I'm like, oh, you know, it's just, and I'm like thinking, you know, just your sniffles. Like, you got a little sniffle, you got a little eye watering. I'm like, it still has not, but it progresses very fast, is what I'm saying. So, like, again, I'm like, not realizing it. And then my throat's kind of itchy. And then I realize I've got drainage going down my throat. And now my nose is running and my eyes are swelling. And I'm like, hey. She's like fucking throat. I'm like, yeah, I need that out. You're looking. She's like, oh. And then she realized it because she sees it on me. And she's like, oh shit. So she like takes it out. Like she gives I guess the test dose, which was like a tiny bit. And she was able to give me like whatever they give you to stop it. So then it took like another 2 hours. She had to call the doctor. And to be honest, they ended up giving me the same iron infusion. She said, go ahead and try it. It took like an hour to get a hold of the doctor, get it approved. And what they did is they gave me Benadryl and another whatever, because at that time, that's the only iron they had. So they gave me that with the iron. You to do that slowly and see how she does. And so he did it like the first like little bit. And I was like, fine. Because you know why? I was fine. The antihistamine, it made this throat swelling and all the sniffles go down, and I lived. And also, here's what it did. It made me pass the fuck out. I woke up, I was like, what time? I'm like, I came in at 9 a.m. She's like, it's 4:30. Like, you're done. Like, it had taken so long to get it through. And like, I'm like, I would wake up every now and then and see some other cancer patient come in, and I felt so guilty being like, they would be like, what? I remember this one lady when I woke up one time, she was an old lady, she's like, oh, and her husband was there, and I already knew I was in a cancer treatment center, and she's had her fucking thing in your vein at your neck. She's like, when are you here for? And I was like, I just went back to sleep. I'm not gonna say it. I don't just want to be, because I'm anemic, because I don't eat meat. I had a baby. I don't know. My period's heavy, maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty good. How are you? You're dying? Looks like you're dying.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. That's awful.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, like, I didn't mean, I mean, I'm joking about it, but, like, I didn't, like, know how to make that okay.
Yeah,
like,
no, I get it.
I'm fine. I'm just having some iron done. How are you doing? Do you have, cancer? You have cancer, huh?
Yes. Oh, yeah, no, that's...
You got that thing in your neck, that port, where they give you when you're having major treatment, huh?
Oh, by the way, Nemo, you should have heard how angry Brooke was when she thought I was putting her on the level with Brandon Young in terms of... Yeah, oh, God, you heard that, right? Oh, my God. Yeah. Yes. So let her know she's funnier than Brandon, please.
Oh, yeah, way funnier.
Yeah, okay. There we are. Thank you. Yeah. There, Brooke.
Am I, though? Am I?
Of course. I never laughed at anything Brandon said.
Yeah. I'm good with you.
Yes. Yeah. No one laughed at anything Brandon said except Brandon, and I never even heard him I never consciously heard him laugh, but when I pointed out George Knight was saying he was the only one laughing at his jokes, I said, fuck, I don't think I ever heard the son of a bitch laugh. And that's...
Oh, he laughed at his fucking jokes. He laughed a minute to something about South Carolina, and I was like, what the fuck? You don't even know what the fuck to say. Like, I think the only time I tried to, like, bond with him was because he had lived here, and he knew about Columbia and that area, so he's, like, trying to bond me, but I'm like...
What did his laugh sound like? What did his laugh sound like?
Oh,
you're killing me! You're fucking killing me! Oh, I can't even...
You're fucking moose. Like a moose having an orgasm. Or a moose having an orgasm.
Oh, shit. Brandon Zogan told me it was this psychotic little chuckle, like a burp. So I was trying to... He said yeah! So I was trying to do it. I said it sounds something like this. He said, yeah, it was like that. Yeah.
It's like a cross between like a fucking mule and a horse. Like, I don't know, the mule, like I said moose, like, she's like, I mean, that's all I can remember.
Oh, shit.
It was
so that's
like,
funny.
It wasn't like a big hard chuckle, like, you know, I know your laugh. Like, I don't remember that. I don't pay attention to like so much because of my ADHD, but like, I literally just know he was like, it was like a, and I just, the only reason I know that is because I get a feeling off of it. And so I only know off the emotion because that's what I remember. I always remember emotion, so I will remember. That's how if I tell you I remember something for detail, if it gave me an emotion, then I will remember in detail exactly what you said. Yes. If it gave me a strong emotion. Yes. So I don't remember. He didn't give me strong emotions. I just remember the strong emotions he did give me. The word, like, there was none worth remembering.
Revulsion.
There was never
revulsion. Repulsion. Yes.
Yeah. He never said something argumentative where I can be like, we argued on that. we said that. The
He said
biggest one I
something
remember
provocative
now-
when he told you, "I'm hunting, I'm skinning
Yeah,
animals."
but that
Just
wasn't.
troll.
So that's what I remember. That
Yeah.
wasn't anything he said. It was you introduced him, and he tells you he's hunting.
Interesting.
Right? And so again, he never said anything to me relevant that was a strong emotion. My strong emotion was hearing the word hunting. So hunting to me, and I'm not putting hunters down because honestly, to be honest, a good hunter, and I told him that. I do remember telling him that because I remember the emotion.
You were trying
of
to
hunting.
give him the benefit of the doubt. That's very
benefit of the doubt,
generous
right.
of you. Yes.
So exactly, and so that benefit of the doubt, and I do believe if I'm going to put one against the other, I'd rather deal with a humane hunter, ethically humane hunter, than someone who supports factory farming, right?
Yeah, there you go. Which is everybody.
Most of America.
Pretty much everybody.
A hunter is like, I'm a hunter, and it's like easy to get on a hunter.
Well, thank you for
every
appreciating
everybody
that.
else is going to
Yes.
McDonald's and Burger King all day.
Yes,
and
thank
never
you.
looking up where their meat's coming from and
Right.
supporting factory farming is actually worse.
Yes.
So that's what I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but also not just that. Like I truly meant it. The problem is nothing after that did he ever say that I can remember that was like, that's a smart guy. He's a hunter, and he gets humane treatment. And he's like, oh, well, yeah, I do humane. That's why I do hunt, because I hunt humanely, and then therefore.
Of course, he doesn't hunt at all. At this
year.
point, he was lying. Yeah, at this.
There was nothing smart he ever said that I was like, that's.
Thank you.
There's been things I can't remember exactly what you said, but I've been like, okay, I need to remember that. Like, it was about like when we first met, and I'm like, okay, Nazis, fucking World War II, we gotta get that in, okay? Like, what the fuck did he say again? What was that? And I'm like, George Steiner, well, what did you say? Like, even if it wasn't relevant enough for I immediately took in the words and remembered them, I knew the conversation was relevant. There was never anything. I mean, even like fucking Nemo sitting here, Nemo told that story about his, and that story was relevant in two ways. I thought it was relevant because it was Nemo. You could tell, and I'm sorry, Nemo, that you emotionally, like that guy that tried to hit on you, was fucking relevant enough that you were going to repeat that story twice. Both on there to me and then on there again to Douglas right after.
Douglas asked me to tell it again.
Yeah, I did. In all fairness.
In a row, and so that made me also remember the fact that I thought it was hilarious the whole time because I look for the hilarious because I'm the comedian on.
Yes.
Whatever. And
it is funny.
Yes.
Yeah, I try to get out of stuff that's too serious because it's my way of avoiding getting too serious because, to be honest, I'm always deep and I go really deep. So it's hard for me to, or I guess that's my way to stay naturally out of depth. Mm-hmm. So most things, unless I have to go there, I've decided it's something I'm going to go there, like threaten my kids, threaten my animals, I don't know, like my parents, or if it's animals and kids, I'm going to defend that to an extent, but I will try to avoid going too deep. So I wasn't laughing at your situation. So I'll try to find humor for myself and stuff. And you were like, I don't know why he hit on him.
That story is
but he
worth
definitely
laughing
hit
at,
on
though.
me. And I was thinking, listen to him. He is saying, can you hear me? Do you know how better much looking? I'm trying to say how much better looking I was than my friend. I didn't know.
Probably was.
But that's what it pretty much what he was just interested in because he was living at that place for a week and never offered the job to my friend who he was living with, and we're the same
but
age.
what are you? Then you need to look deeper into what you're saying.
It's just his
Why do you think he didn't
cluelessness.
offer it to you?
Yeah, his
Why
friend's
did he not?
clueless. Yeah, because his friend didn't look as sexually appealing to the guy as
Yeah,
Nemo
he didn't
did.
see this.
Yeah.
He didn't see this guy as a sexual predator at all
Yeah.
because he wasn't hitting on him. But I could feel it immediately. I could sense it too. His vileness.
And by the way, what Nemo brings up is something that's socially important because this is the problem. There are people who are not victimized by predators, and since predators are not victimizing the majority of society, their victims are not listened to by society because the rest of society isn't being provoked or preyed upon by these predators. So half the time the victim will say that, hey, this person's hot on me, and the rest of society will just ignore them and say something like, oh, it's in your head or something like that. I mean, that's the way it went for all too long. It's such a recent phenomenon in society, as Brooke said.
Douglas is hot on me. I can't stop him every week. He says he goes to the hotel. He says he goes to his sons. He says he goes to the state. But every day I go to my door. That's why I didn't go for a while. He's just always sitting outside my front door. If anybody can do anything.
Yeah, yo, by the way, where is it that Meth Head Larry says I live in Greenville? Where is it he says I live in Greenville?
He said you live in Greenville. And then, like, you fucking are a millionaire. And then you're just trying to fucking... You don't need money. You have money. And you live in Greenville.
And I'm trying to fuck his mother. I'm trying to fuck his mother. Or,
you're trying to fuck me. No, you're not
okay.
fucking me.
Yeah, there we go.
You live in Greenville. And that whole shenanigan about you living in... And I'm like, I haven't met him. He's like, no, he lives here. He just met you because he lives here. That's a whole ploy thing. And I'm like, oh, really? Really? And he's like, he's just using you. Like, he's just going to try to buy you off. And I'm like, he's going to try to buy me off because I'm fairly certain I've given him more money than me overall. And he's like, no. Well, that's just a ploy, too. He's a million, like, he's got money. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I got money, but I'm still ripping people off because I just can't stop myself, right? Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm going to do is when he is finally sober, he can take me to your house.
Yeah.
And he can either show me in Greenville where it is, or he can fly me out there.
I love it.
When he flies me out there, he can be like,
yes.
Okay, I'm sober and you were right and I'm wrong. And that's how sobriety works. Because you have to admit, right, your mistakes. And therefore, he'll be like, I'm sorry, it's your doorstep. But on the fucking way there, I'm going to be like, guess what? I'm not going to be sober because you're going to pass through Colorado. And I need to make a stop. And you can stay at the airport. I'll be right back.
Tell people about Colorado and the safe and Josh Diddler. And you got him those drugs. He's never used them. And they're just waiting there for you. Yes.
And he cussed me out for getting them. What was that drug? What is the drug?
Yeah, good shit. It's good shit. And too powerful for him. He says, like, it leaves me all woozy and doozy.
He's like, I just wish you got me oxycodone. This is too much. He was like, cut. Like, he had nobody basically to talk to the doctors. He had the doctors call me. We are just friends, like literally we have been co-workers, right? So like we're friends. Like I had left the job, so we're friends. And then he's having surgery, basically fast forward. And I was like, so the doctor calls me and I basically told the doctor, he had told me something, and I told him the night before, I was like, oh, the best pain medicine I ever had was, I don't know, I've said it on air before. It's whatever they gave me when I told you Noah was beside me. And I was like, life is good. I will be great. Like that is, they had a shortage of that pain medicine apparently somewhere too. It's not fentanyl. It's fucking I don't remember the name of it. But anyway, I'm sure if anybody's ever had it, like it's the best thing ever. And
Amy Como, join us on the call. Amy Como, jump on the fucking call. Jesus Christ, you're here. Jump on the call. Go on. Go on, Brooke.
So the doctor just said, called me. I was like, he's out of surgery, and I just want to let you know, like, but he was going home by himself, and the doctor's acting like I'm his girlfriend or his wife.
Of course, that's what he would assume, yes, because who else would care enough to go to bat?
I did assume that, and I decided not to let the doctor know that was not at all the case, and I have never physically met this man at all. I never said that.
You had not? Have you ever? Wait a second. Doesn't Josh Diddler know you from, like, school or something?
No, I've never physically met Josh Diddler at all.
How did he develop a crush on you?
What?
How did he develop a crush on you?
Well, because anybody that sees me or talks to me does.
Yeah, very cute. I mean, like, come on, was it cam work? What the fuck? Amy Como joined us. Amy Como has joined us. So Amy Como. I've been telling Amy Como to do cam work. I've been telling Amy Como to do cam work.
I don't know what cam work even is. Are you talking about camera work?
Yeah, like, you know.
No. Masturbating online.
Yeah, just basically fucking taking a dildo and dildoing yourself on on a mini cam.
He worked at science with me, and so he worked at science, and I mean, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother episode that you don't understand. I work with a company called Science, which is still my fucking Biophysical Society work there, but whatever.
But by the way, Meth Head stabbed her dildo. This is how insecure Meth Head is. He stabbed her dildo, saying, I will not have this competitor. I will not have this competitor. And he put a knife through it? What did he put through it?
Yeah, I don't know what he put through it. I just found the motherfucker, tried to cut it on, and I found two. First of all, he stabbed the one and it had something in it, like a piece of glass stuck in it, and like it wouldn't work. And then I had a tiny little vibrator, you know, like the little thing for the clip,
Oh
like,
my
you know,
God.
like both. And
Oh my
that one,
God.
I don't even fucking know. Like, it doesn't work. I think you must have plugged it into like a fucking. I plugged it in and I'm like, oh, it'll charge up. Maybe that'll work. And he's
Oh.
been gone for a while, so I was like, I really need that, and it doesn't work. And I told him, I was like, you fucking fuck. He's like, yeah, I'm glad I did. And I'm like, fuck you.
Amy, tell us
What?
what's going on with your surgery. What was this surgery?
You had totally forgotten that I spent last October trying to get a ride 3 hours away
Right?
to do the laparoscopy
Yeah.
to find out there's nothing they can do about the ectopic pregnancy that had been resorbed.
I didn't know
That was
that
a
was good. I thought they
3-hour
did something.
drive.
I thought they did something.
Yeah, well, they did. They went in and they moved everything around so they could take pictures.
All right.
And apparently that, yeah. But then, like, they couldn't cut it because it was like on a major blood vessel.
Oh.
So all they could do was like they pumped in air, they blew it up, and then it was just pictures. Like, they just showed me like there's just this layer of scar tissue that's in a little tent
Mm-hmm.
around your ovary,
Mm-hmm.
and that's there's nothing to be done about it. Like, you can't cut it because they'll just create more scar tissue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was last October.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't.
But by the
recent.
way, Brooke, do
I
you see her?
mean,
Do you see Amy's
recent enough.
icon? Brooke, do you see Amy's icon? Big black rat. Big black rat. You know, it's the cutest rat you've ever seen. What do you think of that rat, Brooke? Yeah, you can only wish you get rats like
She was
that.
a rescue.
Rat, Amy?
Fuck no. We have squirrels in the walls. We got squirrels. I told you I was gonna.
It is a rescue dog. Tell her, Amy. Tell her, Amy, the rescue dog story. The poor dog died. But it's a rescue dog.
She just never. She was
I don't
just.
know about a dog. Did the squirrel have anything to do with the dog's death?
Well,
What? No.
Okay, well, what's
No.
going on with the dog? Let's back up. You don't like the squirrels?
Back up. I know I haven't talked to you in forever. Forever.
I know. So you don't like the squirrels, is what you're saying?
No, she loves squirrels. She said we got squirrels in the walls, right? Something like that.
She knows. She said that's a fucking squirrel in the walls, but she said.
Did you say that? I don't remember.
I wish it was just one. We're like sealing up the holes. It's slow process. It's gonna happen. They're getting out. They're freaking not gonna live in there and wake me up every day.
So the squirrels are waking her up
What's
every
that?
day. The squirrels are waking her up every day.
They're scratching at the holes that we covered, and they're like pissed about
No, so I'm
blocking
saying,
their
what are
back
you gonna
door or whatever. What do you mean? We're blocking them. We're foaming them up and then covering them.
There we are, squirrels.
That's all we can do.
Yeah. Look, there's her little squirrel.
Yeah.
That's her little lady. Yes, it's nibbling.
Are you on? Okay.
Yeah, she's on camera.
Oh,
Yes.
can't you get that thing to focus?
Yes. And
Oh my goodness, it's not focused, Brooke, but it is munching away.
Yes.
He's huge. He's gotten a lot bigger.
it's a she. She found out it's a girl.
Oh, it's a girl's.
Yeah.
It's a girl squirrel. And is it gray? Is
Yeah,
it a
she's
gray
gray.
squirrel or red?
She's gray. No, I'm trying to get her focus. Like, I can't see because Who's your baby? Hold on.
Yeah.
How long have you had that squirrel?
Gray.
November.
Heart.
She came the day after. I don't know why the cameras. Look at her little.
Yeah, she's so adorable. Yes, she's adorable.
It's not
I can't
focusing.
believe
I
like
don't know
she
what's
is like
going
a
on with
pet
that
to you.
camera.
Yeah. Yeah. She.
I think it's my settings.
Yeah, there we are. That's
You're
better.
focused now.
Yeah, you're focused. Now you're focused. And
It's not
There.
yeah, almost there. Almost there. It's almost focusing on her.
Loving that apple.
Yes, she's loving life.
Oh my goodness, she's gotten big.
Yeah.
It's getting bigger.
So what's this medicine you need to give her? What happens if you don't give her this medicine, or is she well now?
No, it's calcium.
Okay.
To give her.
And
Yeah, it's just
what
something.
happens otherwise?
Hold on. It's just her calcium because she has it's fucking A, what is it called?
I can't remember it right now, but it's a calcium like deficiency.
Okay.
Like that happens in squirrels. I think it happens in. Actually, you know what? I never looked that up to see what happens in humans. It's. Let's see. I have it written down. Let me look. What it's actually called, because I had to look like once I found it.
Fun medical fact: humans are the only animals that get hemorrhoids. But go on.
What did you say?
I said fun medical fact: humans are the only animals that get hemorrhoids. But go on.
Oh, is that really true?
That's what they say, but didn't you say? Wait, if I remember right, wasn't there some horrible condition where one of your dogs or cats had some kind of hemorrhoid type thing, or that was something different? That
No,
okay.
I never had an animal have hemorrhoids.
Yeah, only humans get it then. What was that, Amy? Amy? So while you're looking that up, Brooke.
So it's metabolic bone disease, and apparently humans, it's not something common like in humans, but like, it's metabolic bone disease, and it's a weakening of the bones caused by abnormal levels of the bone's building blocks, such as calcium, phosphorus, or vitamin D. So typically in squirrels, what happens is, humans can get it. Humans can get it, but it's common in squirrels. Like, it's much more common, especially squirrels that are like indoors, because like you get vitamin D or calcium from the sun as well. So you're already indoors, so you're getting some less calcium. And then most people think feed your squirrel, and this is even for outdoor squirrels. Anybody listening, like, feed the squirrel nuts, right? Well, squirrels' diet should be like 20% nuts, right? So 80% of their diet should be fruits, vegetables, and they eat some bugs too, and like, some bugs and stuff. So, but they do not eat. So when they eat a diet of mostly nuts, which is what I was giving her when I first got her.
Got it. Okay.
It was so what
she was malnourished.
Phosphorus.
Yeah.
It's phosphorus. So phosphorus causes it. So it's a phosphorus versus calcium deficiency. So when their phosphorus is really high, and that's what, like in nuts, for instance, you have a really high phosphorus versus calcium level. And so what it will do in them is it pulls, because I guess because they're smaller, I don't know, and they love nuts, like it's like crack to them. So
that's right.
Like giving a crackhead, like they're just only gonna eat crack, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like they will only eat the nuts, and the phosphorus level is way much higher than the calcium. And so what happens then is their calcium gets low enough that the body in the bloodstream, once the calcium's so low, it starts pulling calcium from the bones. So what happens then is they start getting weak. And so what I started noticing, and I'm just thankful, like I loved her enough to like watch her and like just happen to be here, even with everything going on. Like I noticed, like, I was like, she seems like she sneezed a little. I was like, did she sneeze? Because she was new to me, like only in a month. And then like she wasn't coming out as much. And I knew I hadn't been here the night before. I'm like, but then I'm like, she's not. And so then I start looking it up. And so luckily I did that, and I won't go into the whole thing, but like even 2 vets around here did not know about it, and one vet told me there's no way that giving them calcium would make, like, I don't know what you're referring to, because she never treated. They told me we don't treat squirrels.
Of course.
So they tell me on the phone she doesn't treat squirrels, or I could bring them there. So they will treat a squirrel, but she's never treated one. But she said I can bring her there, but she said I said, well, I've given her calcium before. I think this is metabolic bone disease. It says to give her like calcium immediately. And I said, I know I did that before one time, and it like immediately, like, and she's like, well, there's no way the calcium would affect her immediately. That would take at least like a week minimum. This is a vet on the phone who went to school for, 7 to 10 years, right? Tells me no way. But she said, so I take her back home immediately. Like, she was like hardly able to walk. I give her the calcium, because if you look it up, it says, do not delay this treatment. Even in 30 minutes, like even an hour, don't be like, I'll go to sleep and give it to him in the morning.
Right.
Like immediately, like give it to him, because every second is
degenerative.
Like, it's life or death. Because eventually, what happens with it? Because usually, what happens is people don't notice it, or if you're not like lucky like I was, or you have like squirrels that are out in the wild that get it. Usually by the time it happens, they've eaten tons of nuts, and they have not had enough. They've had tons of phosphorus, and phosphorus is pulling calcium from their bones. So then they have not enough calcium. Usually
hurt bones, and usually they will have what you will really notice is a hurt spine. And it's a painful disease by that point. It's very painful. And by the time a lot of people notice it, it's so painful that you would need to put them to sleep.
Oh, that's awful.
There's nothing you could do, because obviously once so much calcium has been pulled out of your spine and your spine's been hurt, because you got to think, it's just basically, you're talking about brittle bone disease. So you talk about people, these squirrels are jumping, their spine is weak. I mean, you can look at legs get heal, but spine gets weak. We're talking about horrible pain, right? Even if they're not broken in the spine, it's hard to heal. And so they're usually, a lot of times, it is a death sentence because it's not noticed, but it's completely treatable. And that's why I love this guy who loves like squirrels like I do, and put this whole thing together, and he sells the stuff, and he's like, and it's a website, like a huge, it's not just me. It's
So you purchased a ready-made formula. You purchased a ready-made formula.
Yeah. Well, no, I first went. So he told me immediately, like, go get Tums. So, like, that's the answer immediately. Like, I went and got Tums. Yeah. Like, just regular Tums, because calcium carbonate. They need calcium carbonate immediately. And so I took Tums. Just like he said, just make it into a pellet, like, just give it immediately. Like, so you just basically make it into like a, I've actually chewed it up in my mouth and spit it. That was the fastest way I could do it. Like, chew it up and spit it, then into the little cup, and then kind of put a little bit of warm water. You just want a little, thicker consistency, because you got to put in a syringe, and then you got to shoot it into their mouth. And within literally, like, I swear to God, I would say an hour. It could have been 30 minutes, but definitely an hour. Completely different squirrel. And she'll do that every time, every single time. And so part of it, with the reason it happened the second time, is because I did it for a few days, and then I thought she'd be better. I didn't research it enough to realize this is going to be a continual thing that she's going to need. Okay. That it, so I didn't realize that was like, it's a continual thing, like, for, even because I changed the diet, because I thought it was just the diet I was giving her. So I stopped giving her nuts and started giving her, I'm giving her blueberries now, and no nuts, very few nuts anyway, and all this, and I gave her the calcium, and I thought that would do it. But then you can always tell she starts getting weak, and she'll, like, her nails will stick to my clothes.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's thank you for sharing that. That's incredible. And Amy, because we are,
you're so excited to hear.
Talk
about my squirrel or my kids. I will not talk about them.
No, I just wanted to give your voice a rest because you were coughing, honey. I mean,
no, I'm just saying. I'm saying at the end of the day, don't ever ask me about the squirrel unless you want a fucking. I will talk about other shit because I just want to talk. And I'm like, but if you ask me about my squirrel, I know no one else probably cares. I'm still going to talk.
Yeah, I get it. No worries, honey. No,
so
we're
Look at her right now.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Well, you need to turn the camera on. You need to turn the camera on for us to look at her. Yes. And there we are. And there's you. You're in good focus. Focus.
There's your mirror.
Yes.
Right here.
Yeah, looking good.
I look so great.
Yes, looking good. So cute.
Perfect.
Adorable.
No makeup on, nothing.
Yes.
I look
Yes.
This is 2 days of no
makeup.
showering and 2 days of no makeup, so whatever.
Yes.
But I will totally defend it. At 46 years old, I think I look pretty fucking good.
Yes.
Yeah, you look real good.
Yes.
No makeup, no hair. I think I'm pretty good. But then what is better is this girl.
Yes. There she is. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a squirrel.
Yes. And
Little gray squirrel.
Yes. And and everyone in prison was asking her about her scratches. Why you got scratches all over you?
Yes, they were.
Wait, you talked about that?
Yeah.
Like, my shoulders will have scratches. I don't know if you can see them. Like, I don't know why the camera's so blurry. But like, she'll get on me and I'll have scratches, and I had scratches like all up and down, and like I have on my hand right here, and like they were like when I went to jail for. She was like, "What's wrong with you? Why you got scratches all over you? You've been scratching all over you." And I'm like, "It's my pet squirrel." And of course, everybody around me, I didn't realize was listening to me. These are all the jail people that I'm going to be in the jail with, and they're just listening to me talk to this black prison girl. And I'm like, oh, it's okay. Like, I just have a pet squirrel. And I don't realize that there are 80 people. Because I'm just thinking, just like I do now, like, I just think I'm talking to the one person I'm talking to. So I'm like, no. I mean, like, you know, and then, I have a pet squirrel. And she's like, you have a pet squirrel? And I'm like, yeah, like, that's what she's. Well, she came to me at Thanksgiving, like, she ran on my leg, and I tell the whole goddamn story. And then she's like, okay. And I'm like, no, but she's really cute. And she's like, I wouldn't have a pet squirrel. And I'm like, no, like, these squirrels are great. I miss her so much. I want to go home to her right now. And then I turn around and realize that 80 people have been assigned to their bunks because I came into the room. And it's like being in the center of a lunchroom cafeteria.
Yes.
They're all in their bunks.
Staring at you.
Quiet when I went in there, but like I wasn't really paying attention. That I didn't know. I thought they were always in their bunks. I didn't know. A new person comes in, and they're all paying attention to what I am saying. And then they're like, she's like, there you go. That's the empty bunk. And like, there's only one. That's why I got sent to that dorm. So there's 80 people, and there was one bed that had been emptied. So now I'm going there. So I have in that place. See, there was one girl above me. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, there's 8 people total in my little. There's a divider, is all I'm saying. That's what I have. The divider is people you have to sleep with because they're in your divider. You got to bump with. But then the whole place is like, oh, is that Squirrel Girl? Is that Squirrel Girl?
You brightened their day so much. You totally like made everybody smile on
right now on my bed because I knew in my heart that I already knew I'm getting out. Okay, you got people in there that have no bonds. Okay,
and they got nowhere.
Like they haven't been there a while, right? Basically everybody in my little lease bunkmate, they have been in there for a while. They had no bonds. They were open to go to like rehab because they had distribution and what do you call that? Beyond distribution, like trafficking. Charges for drugs and or something else. Like they're pretty much all gonna be there for a while. And they're like, what are you here for? And that, to be honest, I wasn't there for drugs. You know what I was there for? I was there just for. They're like, what are you here for? I'm like, I left the scene of an accident, and then I didn't have insurance. I left the scene. That's why I left the scene. And apparently that was my biggest charge. That's a $10,000 charge. But then I also got ready from blue lights. Because when the officer tried to deliver the ticket to my house, I said, I don't really have time to deal with this. Fuck you. And I just kind of like, drove away. And he said he flashed blue lights at me. He didn't chase me, but that was another charge. And so I got $13,000 bond. Now, I don't want to tell people this. So I'm just kind of like, I'm going to lay down. I'm going to bed. Waiting on people to get me out is what I'm thinking. And I'm finally like, okay, what do y'all do here? Like, they keep walking them out this whole thing. I'm like, is there outside? She's like, well, there's a square area. It was a square. And what I mean by square is a 10 by 20 square outside. And then by outside, I mean, it's a whole wall up until 12 feet. And 12 feet, there is an area that you can see air. It's ventilated. So, I mean, that's what the outside is. It's outside the room. There's no air conditioning. And it's ventilated. And that's where so I walked out there and I was like, this sucks. I see you going up. I'm going back to bed. Because they kept saying, do you want me to make your bed for you? And I was like, what do you mean make my bed? And I laid my sheet on it and I laid my blanket on it. Like they give you a sheet and a blanket, 2 sheets. And I'm like, why? Why do y'all keep asking? Like, we're in jail. I don't have do you want me? They kept saying, do you want me to help you make your bed? Do you want me to help you make your bed?
What was that about?
Oh, it's because you have to have your bed made if you're out of the bed or you will get in trouble by the guard. Like, it's a thing. Like, I guess like in military school or whatever, like, let's check your bed. Your bed must be made. And I was like, no. I said, when do you get in trouble? They was like, well, you ask because I'm laying here. And they're like, only if you get up. If you get up, like if you're laying in the bed, you're fine. But if you get up and you walk away, then you have to have the bed made. And so I already told like 3 people no. And then I decided to check out the outside real fast until I like covered the edge of my sheet like really fast. Went out there, I'm like, nah, this ain't worth it. I'm walking back. Oh my God, there was a table. I was approached by the coolest people in the fucking 80 people. Like the long-termers.
This the ones that wanted your bra?
That's the ones that wanted my bra. They were over there playing poker. They're like, hey, chick, hey, come here. Hey, chick, what's up? Hey, what you doing? What you doing? And I'm like, it's 2 black girls, 2 white girls. And you could tell they were like, they were all hard as shit. And they're like, what's up? And I'm like, I wasn't gonna ignore them, like, and I'm like, what's up? I'm like, what you in here? I was like, I don't know. I'm in here for fucking, I don't know, running from the fucking police, apparently. And they're like, that sounds better than anything. So I was like, running from the police. And I'm like, I didn't have insurance, so I drove away. I was like, I don't know, the police or something. She's like, well, I like that shirt. What's that shirt you got on? How much you saw that shirt? What did you see that shirt you got on? You're not allowed to have a shirt on there, first of all, because you're given a prison top. But what I had on was a sports bra that I had just bought at TJ Maxx. Like, it was a yoga shirt bra. So the jail allowed me to keep it on because it was basically a bra, but also a top. But they couldn't say it wasn't a bra, so I got to keep it. And the girl's like, I want that. And this girl was fucking a black girl. She was 70 pounds. She was at least 50 pounds heavier. Okay? First of all. The other 2 girls told her, there's no way that'll fit you. There's no way. She's like, no. It will. It's stretched. Is it one size? It'll one. She said, pull it. She said, that's one size. It one size fits all. And I was like, yeah. She was like, what you want for it? What you want for it? And I said, you got any sleeping pills? Because I was still thinking it may be a few hours. I didn't let them know. I knew I was getting out. I let them think I'm in here like you guys. I may be in here a month. If that's what they thought, I never told them that. Never said a word. If that's what they thought, that is what they thought. She said, how much you want for that? And I was like, oh, you got some sleeping pills? She's like, I got no. You got some trazodone? Trazodone's a sleeping pill they give you in jail. So I'm like, you ain't trazodone? She's like, no, I ain't got that night, but I can get that tomorrow night. And she offered me something else, a sleeping pill, but I'm not a sleeping pill person. So she offered me another name, and I was in jail, and I don't trust people in jail. So I was like, no, like, if I didn't know what it was, I wasn't going to take it. I was like, no. She's like, I can get you trazodone tomorrow, though. I can get you trazodone tomorrow. She's like, give me that for tomorrow to try some trazodone. I was like, yeah, that'll work. I knew I wasn't going to be there tomorrow. I didn't give a shit. I was just like, yeah, that'll work. That's fine. I was like, walk back off. I didn't give a shit what the fucking bitch said. I didn't think that this was like a damn. I didn't think we made a blood bond, okay? Apparently, she thought we did, as well as her table. Because I go lay down, and about an hour and a half later, the fucking guard who I'd already told the same squirrel story to, and I had said, hey, if they call me later, like, you're sure, like, you'll call me, like, they're gonna actually call me down here, I'm gonna get out. If they call me, because I knew it was after, like, might be after 9 or 10 o'clock at night. It was around 9, 10 at this point. Well, it was like 8 when I came down there. So I was like, I was like, you'll call me. She's like, she said, yeah, honey. She goes, yeah, honey. She said, I want you stay here. You called out. I'm gonna get you out. So then she goes, Brooke Gibson. Everybody's lights off. They're all watching TV. Silence. Brooke Gibson, you please go to the front. Same person they fucking introduced the squirrel an hour and a half before. And I'm like, she's like, you're released. She's like, sit right there and wait on your guard to come get you, to take you, escort you back up to the top, where you'll then, you still an hour for release, but like, you go back up. So I'm like, okay. I'll sit there, and I'm sitting in this little lunchroom cafeteria in the middle again of 80 people. But now I'm sitting there and realize 80 people are staring at me, all of them. The people that are really staring at me are across the room, and there are benches, and there are 4 of those benches, and they are not happy because they just realized I made, apparently, it wasn't even the black girl. I never even saw the black girl that I made that said I want it. It was with the white girl next to her. She's like fucking dead. But she was doing like cutting my neck like shit. Like, she was like, I looked at her first. I'm like, what are you? Like, I was like, what? Like, I just went, what? Like, you can't talk.
In other words, she's doing the slice your throat motion.
She's doing like the slice my throat shit and stuff.
Yeah.
And I went like kind of like a what? Like, what are you talking about? And then she just kept like horrible evil eye, and then like did that shit again. And then you know what I did when I finally realized I was for sure that she was slicing my throat and giving me the like fuck you. Like she didn't give me the fuck you. She was giving me the slice my throat, and I'm dead. She gave me a couple of different symbols for that for dead.
Yeah.
And then I just looked at her and I was like, I said, oh well. I did like just the oh well symbol, and then I went, fuck you. I'm out. And then she was like, oh my god, she wanted to come off the seat.
because she didn't do shit. And I was thinking, I'm fine, I'm out. Never gonna see this bitch again. Of course, I didn't know I was gonna get arrested a week later. And I was like, please do not take me back down to that cell. Thank God I got out. But yeah, I was like, because you think I'm never gonna be in this situation ever again in my life, ever. Fuck you, bitch. I'm out. And she was like, oh, she was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you for my own shit. And I was like, nah, I gonna see you again. About a week later, I was like, oh my God, don't send me down to B-Pod. Mom, you gotta get me out of here. Like, I can't. Like, I got people waiting to kill me. I didn't know. All for a bra. All for a fucking bra.
Yes. Oh my God. Hold the, as a photographer will tell you, hold the camera a little lower so we can see the entirety of your head. All we're seeing is your forehead. There we are. Much better.
Want to see the little girl?
Yes,
Baby girl.
Yes, look at her. There she is.
Come here, baby girl.
Yes, yes, yes.
Come see the babies.
Yes.
Come, baby. Come see, baby.
Yes, adorable. There she is, nibbling. Yes. Look,
it's so hard now.
Yes, yes.
She's all hard.
Yes.
She's a tough one.
Yes, yes.
She got some learning in the prison system.
Yeah.
I'm tough. Me and her both are. We learned.
Yes, that's right. So tell us while we're watching the squirrel, which is.
Why are you saying I'm hard? I'm not hard. I look hard, but I haven't showered, so that's okay.
No, there's a. I think it's been a great improvement. I think prison has done wonders for you. You're a much better person for it. It goes to show that there can be honey, Jesus Christ! I'm trying to be complimentary here. I like you better after prison than I did before.
You like no makeup, no shower.
Oh no, I'm not saying that, honey. I'm just saying the your personality. Nemo, help me out here. Do you not agree? Is she not more engaging and just a bit more convivial and jovial after her prison experiences?
She seems more calm, but I always liked her personality.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Nemo's such a good person.
Yes.
He's a better person than me. I'm telling you what. You should keep him on and not invite me on. Like, he's a better person. That's why Nemo's probably not been to prison.
Yes.
Or jail.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't start trouble with anyone.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
I mind my own business.
Yeah, actually, even online, he's not even much of a troublemaker online. Surprisingly,
Well, I used to be, but I cut back on that.
Okay, good. That's healthy. That's healthy.
Biting my toes. You just bit my toe. I saw you.
There she is. She's biting your toes. Oh, how adorable. Yes, squirrel. Yes. Let's see if she comes back. There she is. She's adorable. Oh my goodness. Yes. Just adorable. What a wonderful little thing. And tell these people about how people love them in the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, they put jewelry on their squirrels. Yes, that's right. Yes. And
I actually did that.
Yeah, tell them, honey. Brooke, tell them.
Oh yeah, squirrels were like they were the pet to have for the rich people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like Douglas sent me those things. I didn't even know it. Like Douglas found that and they were the pet to have for the really rich people had squirrels. And so basically the squirrels, you can see pictures of all these people with their, how they would have their portraits done, their paintings, and you can see them with their pet squirrels. They would have their leashes around their squirrel. They would have their jewelry around their squirrel, and things like that. And then what was that story later that they found the squirrels? It was something. It wasn't rabies. It may have been the plague or whatever. I don't remember which one it was.
Leprosy.
That was another one you sent me, Douglas.
Yeah, leprosy.
Leprosy, yeah. And so, it was leprosy. So then there was a thing where they had found leprosy, and they had found it, obviously they knew the leprosy was in the people. Leprosy killed a bunch of people. But what they were surprised is when they were doing these autopsies, later on, more recently, that they found leprosy in the bones of squirrels. of squirrels, surprisingly more than they would have thought. Like, like we don't pass diseases, like, like we're not passing, like if I have the flu and a flu outbreak, flu's not showing up in a bunch of squirrels around here. So they were surprised that they had like leprosy in some of these squirrels more than they would have thought. And so they thought, like, did this, because this isn't a disease that passed. And this was before, and I don't even know if it was in America, it may have been in England. But it was definitely, because the American, which showed the whole thing of the the American showed the whole thing of like the pictures and gold.
That's right.
They were like special. Yeah, like George, was it Benjamin Franklin?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin gave a actual
eulogy.
Yeah. Yeah. For
a dead squirrel.
A squirrel that he knew. It was his friend's squirrel.
Yes.
And his friend's squirrel had gotten actually killed by the dog, and he gave a eulogy of his friend's squirrel's funeral.
Yes.
So that's how prevalent they were. And so in America at that time, but I think originally in England, I'm pretty sure maybe where the leprosy come from. I don't know if you know.
Yes.
For sure.
Also lower the camera so we can see your face. We're seeing the ceiling. We're going. There we are. Much
I know,
better.
but then my
Good.
speaker's on the bottom.
I
That's why
see.
I'm just doing that.
Okay.
So, so anyway, the leprosy was from England, I believe. But anyway, where they found the bodies, they ended up finding out. They went to some other people to find out, these other scientists, and they're trying to figure out why they had leprosy in the squirrels. And what they found out was it wasn't that the squirrels may have had some to do with the leprosy. It was the opposite. It was the squirrels were prevalent during that time. Again, they were of royal family, like the rich people had squirrels, and they had given leprosy to their squirrels.
Oh.
So that's why there were like the squirrels that were in close contact with the humans.
Yes.
The humans had given leprosy to the squirrels versus vice versa. That's what they ended up finding out. But that was through, people knew that. So anyway, just some squirrel facts.
Yeah, the leprosy strain was found to be of a human strain from the medieval times.
Yes, it was exactly. It was something like that.
A human carried strain.
Yeah. And so that's how they knew, like, it was a human strain and it wasn't like from the squirrels. And then they also then started to research and realized that the squirrels were still looked at. I guess that's maybe where it started. But the squirrels were looked at as like up until really, I guess, like early 1900s. I don't know if squirrels were looked at, or maybe I don't know when Benjamin Franklin fucking died, but sometime in the 1900s we started looking at squirrels as rodents or just pests.
Isn't that awful?
Yes. Than our grandparents did, our great-grandparents did. And so, I grew up never knowing that squirrels had been a pet, or you could have a squirrel pet. So it shocked me when she ran up to me and crawled up my shoulder. But like saved my life also, because I swear I wouldn't be here without her. Like, you heard Douglas. I don't know. Well, actually, I'd probably be a lot better off without Douglas.
Yes. Can't
what about
argue.
the dogs? Do you still have all your dogs?
I lost 4.
Book?
I have 3.
You lost 4 dogs?
I have 3 dogs. I have 3 dogs. Plus, I have 2 more actually right now that are renting some space here.
Yeah, meth heads. Meth heads dogs. Yes.
I have his dogs renting space, but I just have all mine. But my baby was Ford, my Chihuahua, that would bark, if I didn't pick him up, and he died. I had to put him to sleep. I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Yes. It feels like forever at this point to me.
No, it's like 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks actually. I don't know.
Yes. Cultivated Image is saying hi to Nemo in the chat room, just so you know. And just for equal time, I really enjoy staring at our lovely Brooke. Just keep it there, Brooke. We all love this. We all enjoy looking at you and the scroll. There we are. Okay, so so such being said, I don't need to ask questions of our dear Amy at all, but I am curious, Amy, while we're watching this, how did you, so after that, did they finally do something recently in terms of your surgical experience with this stone baby, essentially?
No, No, there's nothing to be done.
Okay.
That's the issue. But I was thinking about your I'm feeling guilty about your snot and your sinuses. Thinking like maybe that cotton candy like just set you off and like it's all cotton candy up there.
No, that's adorable. That's cute. Brooke's back on camera with us.
No, I'm just
Oh, I'm not on camera. But I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna give you all something to look at. Anybody on here? It's like a fucking 2-second preview. I just took my sweatshirt off because I have a tank top on underneath, and I walk into my bathroom and then I realize what the tank top has done.
Yes.
And I'm gonna tell you, like, this is fucking what I see.
Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah.
Looks good to me.
I feel like it's like a thing.
Yes. Yeah. Well, all right. So there we have it. Very nice. And
I'm just doing it for you, actually.
yes, understood. And but it's appreciated, certainly. And yeah, and nice hair too. Yes. There we are.
Yes, not sure. All right, I love you all.
Yes.
And I wanted to finish. You did your health story. Is there anything else you're going to tell me about God before?
That should be enough for now. I love you. Yes. Okay. Speak again soon enough. Mwah. Delightful.
she getting off.
Yes, she's
taking
getting
off,
off.
huh?
Yeah, she's taking off.
Taking her time.
Taking it off. Yes, getting off and taking off. Yes, all at once. Yes. So
have a good one, bro.
Yes, we love you dearly, Brooke, and so, dear Amy. But you said in the chat room you had just gotten out of surgery. So what happened?
Well, no. I didn't. What I meant was you were saying like that she had referred you to somebody who was further away.
Got it.
It's just going to complicate things.
Uh-huh.
And I was trying to point out that, I spent 2 years trying to set up that.
Got it.
And
Okay.
it was 3 hours away.
Right.
And
my
that was
God.
kind of the issue, was like you can't drive yourself to a surgery.
Thank you.
And it's 6 hours of driving.
Yes.
So it took 2 years
To
for
get-
me to do that. And I
Holy
just can't imagine what you're dealing with
Yes.
is something that you should wait any more time to deal with. Like if that doctor
right.
was any good, she would have been like, I'm going to fit you in next week.
Yes, thank you. No, I hear you. Honey, you are so right on. This is why I adore you, and we all do, Amy, because of your ability to see through all of this for the farce that it is. And everything you say is so true. Yes. It's appalling.
Well, I'd like to just encourage you to keep, just because the first person that you talk to isn't helpful, you have to just like get over it and keep talking to people. Like when I worked in sales, they had this thing they called the law of averages, where 1 in 10 people are going to buy from you no matter what, like no matter who you are. If you talk to 100 people a day, you're going to get 10 sales, because it's the law of averages that 1 in 10 is going to buy from you. And so that's kind of the approach that you have to take with healthcare at this point. It's so sad that you have to have this really aggressive, competitive, like, you're wrong, I'm right, I know what I'm going to do. If you can't help me, that's on you. You have to be really harsh with them. And it's so ridiculous because they feel so, they just are such elitists. Like all the doctors, like none of them really care about their patients. They're just such elitists. They're all like about their fucking degrees and their research, and they don't give a shit about
it. Is
patients.
true.
They don't.
Publish or perish. They literally have that attitude. Yes, many of them are indeed involved with research. That would be particularly true at the student hospitals like UCSF or the like. When it comes to Kaiser, that's less of an issue, but they're obviously problematic with all their other bullshit. By the way, Heather is saying they said your pressure should have caused a migraine, so where is all that pressure going if you don't have a migraine? Regarding head/neck surgeon. And by the way, I did. Oh, yeah, the pain that I was experiencing when I woke up just before the show was a kind of that was something different. That was because the steroids are wearing off. They put me on steroids for the to take care of the inflammation for a period of time. So it's a limited run of steroids to try and bring the inflammation down. But as you titrate off of it, then the pain kind of explodes because your body's was spoiled by the steroids. But in terms of the sinus, where's all that pressure going? And which is what Heather has asked. And our lovely Heather, along with our lovely Amy, are bringing up all these good points about, look at what I'm going through. But basically, as far as I can ascertain to our beloved Heather, when it comes to the pressure of this sinus blockage, we'll just call it a blockage at this point, big ball of mucus in my skull, that the MD finds concerning enough, because if it's left there long enough, conceivably a bacterial bloom could then explode and cause an infection that might even be worse. So she wants to vacuum it all out, essentially just go in there endoscopically. And yet, as Amy says, they're pushing it off for months. I mean, just insane. So I did tell her office, which, because I had been assertive enough to stand up for myself when they were doing stupid shit like calling the wrong number, I did assert myself and threaten to go to management. And you have to say these things as reasonably as possible. Say, oh my God, if nothing can be done for this, I'm afraid I'll have to go to management. This sort of tone. But it forced them to set me up with the doctor right away, to at least consult with her on what was seen in the imaging, the CAT scan imaging. And so we do have a CAT scan that's going to be more thorough, because the last one they took, they only took half my fucking head and stopped at the teeth, which made my doctor really angry. And I could see why, because she wants to find out if there's a tooth infection that is impacting the sinuses. So I know that's not the case, but I can understand why she wants to make certain of that. So we're going to get a full head scan on Friday of, it's not this Friday. Yeah, I guess it is this Friday of this week. Let me look at my calendar. And so this will be the second full headed CAT scan. The 7th, on Friday the 7th at 8:10 a.m. in the morning. So this is necessary anyway. By that time, I will have finished my antibiotic run, because I'm on a run of antibiotics. Now, I feel the difference. The antibiotics have done something to at least break a little of the blockage, which in and of itself is alarming. But, it is, after all, the product of a sinus infection. And you can feel the post-nasal drip as it kind of goes back into your, back down your throat, which is really fucking gross. Sorry to show
clearing. It's trying to clear itself.
Yeah. So you do feel that periodically.
It's okay.
Yeah. And
can I ask you, what did they give you for antibiotics? Can you tell us that, or no?
I'd have to look at the bottle. I have to get the bottle and look at it. What I'll do is, after the show, I will write the antibiotic name to you and send it to you in private messages.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that I'm trying to hide it from the public. I don't remember. I just take the shit. Here are antibiotics, and all right, so big ass fucking pills. So no, I don't remember the name. And big ass fucking white pills.
It tastes
terrible.
terrible.
I try not to.
They taste terrible.
I try not to taste
fuck up your stomach.
Yeah. Oh, they all have the potential to do that. And with some people, I could see where, somebody like Brooke, if she takes stuff like that, it kills her. I mean, literally, she feels like she's dying and goes through horrible, spasmodic diuretic convulsions and shit. But with me, if I just handle it. It's okay with me.
Are you taking probiotics as well?
I am. Thank you for asking. Very much appreciate it. And for those of you who don't know, whenever you take antibiotics, you should take probiotics. Yes.
Yeah.
So
and the doctors should recommend that, but they never done that to me when they prescribed me
the
antibiotics.
doctors never recommend it. You would be lucky if you have a doctor that does that.
You got to figure this shit out yourself
It's
by researching.
horribly, sadly true. Sadly true.
Well, and you can pick
Yeah.
different doctors. You can go to a naturopath, and they'll tell you to do that. They'll have lots of
But understand, honey,
things that your insurance doesn't cover.
Yes, of course. But understand, honey, there are a lot of people who don't have that money to consult alternative health specialists. But yes, anybody who does have the time and the money to consult alternative health specialists aside from doctors, obviously try and, do your research, due diligence. But Amy's right and Nemo's right. You've got to look these things up, consult other specialists. You can also provoke your conventional doctors. I provoked my general internal medicine practitioner, the guy I got now, Benjamin Chung, by, making an appointment and bringing a bag of all the vitamins I was using and showing him, these are the vitamins I'm using. And he went over them with me. So you can do this and assert yourself, stand up for yourself. Say, for instance, because I had...
They'll appreciate it.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that when you do so, I think the doctors, because they are like invested in their own intelligence, they really, they appreciate when somebody presents them with something that they can ponder on.
Yes.
I think that they will appreciate it, even if they're not going to tell you it's, on a regular doctor visit, like these are the vitamins you should use. Like, they'll, they'll appreciate that you're doing this, that you're taking time to like find things that you think might help and then using them.
Yes.
That's,
Yes.
I do think that they take that kind of action.
Doctors like
seriously,
patients
and
that actually try to help themselves. They hate patients that don't want to help themselves at all.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Very deeply appreciated. These are all excellent points. Yeah. I'm sorry. What else was that, Nemo?
Oh, that's it.
Oh, okay. And Amy, yes, thank you. So what I will follow up with in terms of telling people about the further adventures of my snot. So what I did was because of the way I had asserted myself, they set a specially assigned person in terms of bureaucracy, one of their staff members, to schedule me. And so, black lady named Catherine, I call her Kaiser Catherine or Catherine at Kaiser, and put her on my speed dial in case I need to call her. So she basically put me on a cancellation list, which means that if anybody cancels, she'll call me, and then I'll do my best to grab whatever comes first. Now we all know, of course, if there's hundreds of people, or at least dozens or scores of people scheduled out for months, because these people were crazy enough where they said, oh, if we can't schedule it for August, we're going to schedule it for October. I'm like, what, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking out of your mind? With what you found in my skull, you're just going to let it sit there till October? Fuck that. Of course, it said, put me on the cancellation list, and so she's just going to theoretically call me at the first cancellation. So obviously somebody will probably be canceling quite soon. I mean, this is what people do. They cancel all the time. So when whoever cancels next, hopefully she'll call me. Then I'll just jump on it and we'll get it done. So there we have that. And it's probably best to get it done with Dr. Epstein than the Chinese chick, because there's at least a continuity of care. And besides, I've grown to be used to her, kind of prefer her company. She was actually quite apologetic with the cancellation, enough so where it was, I deem it rather unusual. It's not usual for a doctor to be, other than sorry we had to cancel you, but to be apologetic where she says sorry multiple times in the message is kind of okay, she must feel, some sort of attraction to me. I'm not flattering myself. It's not something doctors normally do. It's also her behavior was a little playful, like I said, when I had visited her. I guess it's that vampire charm. But all of that, yeah, all of that being said, so prefer her rather than someone I don't know. So all that, that's that with them. Oh yeah, Heather's question. If your pressure should have caused a migraine, where's all that pressure going if you don't have a migraine? It's the nanobots. The nanobots have got it contained, and they're relieving the pressure because they're essentially clearing. This is what I'm surmising, but it makes sense. It's like when the doctor looked at me and said, can you breathe? Like, she wanted me to see her right away. That was the whole confusion with the scheduling, was that these idiots were calling this old number that I hadn't used in 20 years. But when, she said, are you breathing? Can you breathe? How's your pain? Because I should have been quite symptomatic, but was not. And then when she shoved the camera up my nose and couldn't see any inflammation in the nasal passages, even though it's in the sinus cavity, then she's like, how is this possible? Of course, what can I say? Oh, well, I had this full plasma transfusion when I was 14 and I died. But when I reanimated, my blood polarity, I'd flipped from O negative to O positive because, they stuck in a bunch of nanobots that had killed everybody else before. But in my case, my body adapted and my bone marrow processed it. And, and now I think these little nanobots are like, isolating the snot. So they're keeping my nasal passages clear. That's why I don't have the headache, because, that pressure's not going up directly behind my eyes as it otherwise would. And, of course, I'm not going to say that. It's just like, gee, I don't know, doc. It's like, I'm just lucky, I guess. So there you go with that. It's the nanobots, Heather. And there's no other rational explanation. And, and if anybody wonders, well, if she goes in there and sucks the snot out, will she suck out a bunch of nanobots? Yeah, certainly. I'm certain that'll happen. But they reproduce and have been doing so forever by now. And they, it transfers out of my body through my sperm, through my bleeding, etc. But, they reproduce. They bounce back in numbers, like an ant colony.
Well, I just don't understand, how does your doctor not have your record of this, the military doing this to you? Like,
how could they?
Through a plasma...
Oh yeah, how could
I don't
they?
know.
It's like, here's an example. Here's an example. I certainly appreciate what you're saying, and but understand this happened at Letterman Army Medical Center. It was aside from the fact that it was completely illegal and a crime against humanity. Basically. The Letterman got destroyed. I mean, they demolished Letterman. Now, these records, quote unquote, in those days, we did not have digital entry. And it's kind of like what I said before in trying to explain to people about my military records, how easy it is to forge military records, destroy military records. The government is at the absolute bottom end of the record-keeping spectrum. But to give you a more recent example, take a look at the Gulf War, and when my lungs began to collapse over a period of years, multiple times, to the point where they ultimately collapsed 7 times, a few in my left lung, mostly in my right lung, probably about 5 times my right lung and twice in my left lung. And the right lung they finally stapled to my rib cage. When this took place, it was done at UCSF. If I had been a honorably discharged veteran and had access to the VA, I would be dead, because they would never have done anything like it. But when they did the experimental surgery at UCSF, this was in 1997. And so we're talking about my lungs collapsed on average once a year until from 1991, the Gulf War, till 1997, when they finally did what they did. And they were the records there. This was highly experimental surgery. pioneering work, but the records are gone. It's like, when there's evidence of the surgery where it's in the record they committed the surgery, that they performed the surgery, but the records themselves are not there. And so at least one thing we know for a fact that's important so that everyone out there can hear it, the doctors definitely diagnosed me as having multiple lung collapses due to exposure to cyclostyrene nerve gas in the Gulf War. So that is medically diagnosed. So whatever the military says, the MDs say otherwise. The military may try and pretend I wasn't there, but the doctors know better because the medical facts speak for themselves. So that's out there for people to hear and understand and hopefully take in. By the way, our Heather Holman just sent us a picture of a little cicada, beautiful cicada. She probably thinks it's an alien. Heather, do you think that's an alien? Or you're just sending it to me because it's a cute picture of a cicada? Or do you feel it's substantially different from your average cicada? That it's reconnaissance or something? Don't be afraid to let us know. So
my thought was also,
yeah.
So you've had one scan.
Yeah.
You're going to do one more scan.
Yeah.
How do you go about getting your records? Like, do you make them give you a hard copy of the scans when they happen, or do you just like walk out and are like, see you later?
Oh, honey, I'm just like, walk out, see you later. As bad as my experiences have been due to the care provision with my parents, as much as I know how bad the hospitals are, there's a certain level of just trust I still have that I know I should not have. Sure, I should be. Based on Amy's experience, she knows better. Amy knows you've got to, if at all possible, try and keep hard copy, get copies of your records, keep copies of your records, and keep your own medical file. Amy's right. All of us should maintain our own medical file where we keep as much hard copy of these things as we possibly can, because unfortunately, you really can't trust the hospitals. And
I've not gotten any of my records for years. I've requested them. I've told them this is what I want.
Yeah.
They will not give them to you. That's why. So
Yeah.
that's why I was wondering, like, if you were able to access them, did they give you a copy? Like, because they're supposed to. Like, they're supposed to be yours. Like, you paid for them, right? Like,
and it is your body.
They're only getting paid because you agreed to it. So why can't you have a copy of your own records?
I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why. Here's an example. When I took a cab home the other day, and it was an Arab guy. He's speaking in Arabic, so I could understand what he was saying. And I knew instantly he was Arab. And I guess he saw me kind of looking at him. Maybe even thought I believe he thought I was irritated or annoyed, which couldn't be further from the truth. I didn't give a shit. I was just, kind of detachedly just looking at him. And so for whatever reason, he felt compelled to start telling me everything going on in his life or what he was dealing with, probably because he saw me seeing him talking on the phone and felt guilty, maybe some level of professional guilt that I felt I was disapproving. So then, he does all this while he's driving, starts pulling out documents and showing me what he's been going through over the past several days. And I must confess, find it interesting enough where, I inquired, asked some questions, and probed a bit more about what was going on. And so what had happened was he's Moroccan, and his friend, who was also from Morocco, was a drinker. A lot of Muslims get exposed to the alcohol and drink just as much as, the Christians do. And then the guy was working at Safeway, doing some kind of manual scut shit, reshelving, whatever the fuck they're doing, getting on ladders and shit. So fairly physical work throughout the day, drinking heavily, and then suffered maybe one collapse, then wound up suffering, the second one was fatal. Basically, typical story, goes to a doctor, maybe told they have a heart problem or something, but, oh yeah, come back the next time you have a heart attack, see you later. And then, of course, they have a heart attack and they die, which is, as far as the medical industrial complex is concerned, they don't give a shit. But here's why it mattered. The guy was an organ donor. And so when the Moroccan guy's telling me, see, in Islam, he's going home to his family and they want a body to bury, but because he signed on as an organ donor, they wanted everything. They were going to take not just a few select organs, they were going to take the skin and leave nothing but the bones to send home to his family to incinerate. So when it comes to this guy, he had to fight the system for the sake of his friend's family to ultimately convince the organ donors to only take a few select organs. And the way he did this was he said, we're a Muslim, and if you do this to this one man's body, no other Muslim will ever volunteer themselves as an organ donor again. And so they said, oh, okay, with that logic, then they took all the choice organs and then gave them the bag of skin and bones to take home and bury. And so then he was able to accomplish that. So here's what's going on, Amy. It was like what my engineering friend once said. He was afraid of national health care in terms of a national health insurance like Obamacare, which the correct name is Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act is not even really Obamacare. It's actually started by the Clintons, so it's actually Clinton Care. Obama simply enacted what the Clintons had legislated. So it's really Clinton Care, and Obama just signed off on it, but everybody calls it Obamacare. The reason this generated such fear in some people, like my engineering friend, was, well, if you're required by law to have automobile insurance, then in reality, or home insurance, in reality, none of these are really yours. They belong to the insurance company. And if there's a national health care and Affordable Care Act where we're all required to have health insurance and actually required by law to have insurance for our bodies, like our cars, then our bodies are no longer technically our own. They belong to the insurance company. Well, that never happened. The Affordable Care Act does not require you by law to buy insurance, but it does provide it for people who do not have it. I don't think very effectively at all, personally, but I'm not dealing with any of that. I've got something better where I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal put together, so I got better than these other poor dopes have got through their fucked up Obamacare. I don't know why some people are on it who are older than I am, whereas I got all the good shit. But my point is this. Amy has experienced that she's owned by some company, investors, group. If that's the case, you can't have your medical records because your body's not your own. Does that make sense, Amy?
This is turning out to be a really shitty morning, by the way. This is not fun. I don't want to talk about this. I don't feel like this is a great topic to have to share with people.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I wonder maybe that has something to do with it. I mean, the organ donation part, I feel like that might, because at one point I was also an organ donor, and then I learned about the organ trafficking.
Yeah.
And decided maybe not. I'm going to be dead.
How did you get out of it? How did you get out? How did you get out of it? Because Jameson Reese, Jambo the Reese Monkey, was an organ donor, and he had to go through all kinds of hoops to get out of being an organ donor. It's like you really have to, they don't want you to leave. So how did you get out of it?
I just simply said no. When you're moving all the time, you got to get all your new identification cards or whatever, and I just didn't do it. It was something I did when I was young, And
But how do you know
like,
you're
just,
not still an
I
Oregon? How
thought
do
it
you
was
know you're?
altruistic
How do you know you're not still an
because
Oregon?
it's they mark it on your driver's license.
Okay, it's no
on
longer
your driver's
marked,
license,
and it's no longer marked on yours. No longer marked on yours.
I'm no longer right. I
Yeah, okay.
no longer agree to this.
Okay. Or is
So,
it?
yeah,
By the
that
way,
was-
you
that
can
was
share.
how I dealt with it, but-
You can share this on the show. I'm sure nobody gives a shit. I mean, nobody's gonna follow up on this and report you. I mean, is it that you don't drive with a license anymore? Or I'm just curious about that. Okay, we'll just say
No,
that.
but I hear that's
Okay.
totally
Yeah.
in your rights also. If that's something you want to do, is you don't have to have a license
Oh, but
because
yeah,
you don't.
I
need
wouldn't
to
risk
prove
it.
to anybody that you can do this.
I get it. I get it.
No, I
yeah.
have one.
Yeah,
I have one,
okay.
and the thing of it,
Yeah.
thing of it is like even with a license, you know, you're still like you're just put through so many hoops in every instance. Like whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Like you can follow all the rules and you're still like, oh no, you didn't jump through this one hoop.
Yeah.
And it, you know, it ends up being however it's supposed to be. Like that's my theory is like, even if like it doesn't appear to be going your way, you have to kind of just latch on to some, you know, I'm just gonna accept aggressively whatever happens as the right thing, and then wait it out and see how I can handle it. Because sometimes you can just call back and get a different person on the phone and everything goes perfectly. You know, like sometimes that's just as easy as, you know, spending 30 minutes on the phone arguing with somebody who doesn't see your point that you have a right to say no. Like you have a right to get your medical records, like you should be able to access housing, like you shouldn't have all of these issues around work and housing and relationships and medical care
And necessities for life, just life necessities. You shouldn't have these should not be deprived. You should not be deprived and denied the necessities of life itself. I hear you. And again, for everybody out there, if you experience what Amy's experienced, which theoretically, according to some conspiracy theorists like Ian West, though everybody must know Amy Como was investigating this shit long before Ian West came on this program. But when Ian West brought up, hey, you can look up your number and find out what you're worth on some kind of investor stock market where they're buying and selling you, Brooke Gibson followed up on that and found she was like Amy Como. Her name was out there and it had like a valuation. It had a monetary valuation, and apparently there was somebody who had purchased it, quote unquote. So it's like, if this is the case, then yeah, your body's not your own, and you're effectively an organ donor without signing up for it. That doesn't mean they'll follow through and harvest your organs when you die, because there's no legal recognition of your being an organ donor. But it impacts you to the, like Amy says, you know, to the point where you can't get your medical records easily, if at all. Yes, continue, Amy. What else now? Now you're talking with Heather right now about this doctor, and perhaps you could tell us all about this doctor in Tennessee.
I'd love to. Yeah, the place that I started looking at all of that kind of like, I mean, some of us want to say it's the far right, some want to say it's like the sovereignty movement, but I was looking at it as a women's issue.
Okay.
So it was these 4 women who had like a podcast on YouTube, and they would meet once a week, and it was just like a crime. I think it was called like Tech Crime Fighters Forum or something like that. And it's hard that you can't find it anymore. It's been scrubbed. It's nowhere on the internet.
Oh, of course.
And it was Dr. Catherine Horton. It was Karen Stewart from the NSA. It was a journalist in Quincy, Massachusetts, Romola D. And then this Dr. Millicent Black, who her story was that she had been dating a man in the military who basically just imposed himself on her. And her family, like the first date
don't we know
I'm
it?
spending the night.
Yeah, don't we know
And
it?
so
Yeah.
she, was really naive in the beginning.
Yeah.
And she ended up doing all her own work, like getting scans done. There was a lady who was doing investigative work on scanning people for implants, and she got hers done, and they were all over her body.
Oh,
like she
God.
had radio frequency emitting from just basically every joint in her body. Like, I got the scan, I could probably pull it up. She sent it to me when I called her, because when I was listening to them, like they were talking about like systems judo and like, how do we bring this down? How do we get rid of this system when they have all the power and control?
Yeah.
And so they were talking more along those lines, and I really wanted to hear from her.
Yeah.
Her experience with the military stalking, like what can you do about it? And as she was interviewing me, I mean, she's incredible. She's so intelligent. Like, she's fantastically smart. And she was interviewing me, and she was pointing out all of these things about my history that I had never considered. Like, she wanted to know, like, why is it that you move so much? And I just thought that was who I was. Like, I just thought, like, I really enjoy traveling. I enjoy being in new places. Like, at the time I wasn't like thinking, oh, well, I run from pain and torture, but
Go on.
The last 7 years since I first spoke to her, that was something I had to start considering. Really, like, they're moving you around. Like, you're not choosing these
Thank you.
moves that you make. Like, they're moving you around.
It's true.
She was saying, like, they can hypnotize you so that you forget.
Yes.
And that made me realize that maybe I don't know exactly what was going on when this dude that I was seeing once a year for 5 years just totally, like, he wasn't even on my radar, but he would show up once a year, and I would just get annoyed with him and be like, leave me the fuck alone.
Right. And
so
go on.
Yeah, she was letting me know that, like, there's probably other things going on, that you are hypnotized, and he can get in your space and you'll snap and you'll, do things you wouldn't normally do.
Absolutely.
And then she was saying you can report